I traveled through time. At first, this journey was not as wonderful as I had imagined. Instead of traveling to a different world with unlimited resources and a perfect life, he was directly trapped in a debt-ridden predicament. As a social animal in my previous life, my life was full of despair, until suddenly, I found that I had acquired a special ability called wealth system. Before the time travel, my life had always been overshadowed by a terminal illness. For a long time, my physical condition has prevented him from experiencing a normal life and having the opportunity to enjoy the freedoms that ordinary people should enjoy. What's even more tragic is that in the last moments of my life, I didn't have the chance to pursue my dreams with the person I loved, and I couldn't even have simple happiness. After traveling through time and space to this world, although I have a healthy body, I still did not change my fate. Instead, I became a debtor with millions of debts. At one point, I almost wanted to give up. When I was about to jump into the river and try to return to my original world, fate seemed to finally give me a chance. Just when I was in despair, the system's voice sounded, announcing its arrival. My heart was filled with hope, and I began to think harder about how to use this opportunity to turn things around and get rid of debt. The system provided me with 3 potential business opportunities through the business opportunity detection function. The first of them was actually an advertisement about paying a large sum of money to have a child. This should have been considered a scam, but the system verified it to be true. The employer behind the ad was a woman named Lin Yusin, who was in desperate need of a child because of her father's inheritance, and her conditions were extremely demanding. Lin Yusin not only has extremely high wealth, but also, for personal reasons, she is determined not to get married and does not plan to have children of her own. However, in order to preserve her father's inheritance, she has to find a suitable person to help her. For me, this might be a no-cost, high-profit opportunity. Although the other party's request made him hesitate, I decided to try this business opportunity after all. When I arrived at Lin Yusin's home, my image was not outstanding, but with my outstanding physique and appearance, I successfully impressed Lin Yusin. In the next 20 days, Lin Yusin and I completed this task together and finally earned a generous reward, 1 million yuan. However, I was not satisfied with the money. Although he was temporarily free from debt, the money did not belong entirely to me. I know this is only a short-term solution and the real challenge has just begun. With the help of the system, I got a new business opportunity. The second business opportunity was a chance to hide gold worth 900,000 yuan in an old house for sale. All of this was the beginning of my fate turning around. My life began to become full of variables. His goal was to become a wealthy man and embark on a completely different path. Through my encounter with Lin Yusin, I gradually realized that I might be able to change my destiny and break free from the original constraints through more wisdom and hard work. Although he appears to be a somewhat disheveled young man, deep down in his heart, he has a grand dream to become the richest man in the world, to escape poverty and hardship, and to experience the glory of the capital world. Chapter 3. Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't let you earn the 300,000. The sweet dream begins. Hey, Brother Zay, long time no see. Where did you go to make your fortune? Suddenly, a tall, fair-skinned beauty walking in front of me broke my originally calm pace. When she saw me, she showed a surprised expression and teased me. I looked at her and couldn't help but smile. She was my former roommate, Inai Su, a girl from the north, straightforward and outspoken. She has dropped out of school and is now in a band with a few friends. She lives a pretty cool life. Yeah, I went out and made some money. I nodded and responded with a smile. You must have been visited by debt collectors a lot during this period, right? Inai Su was carrying a guitar on his back, wearing a riveted leather jacket and leather pants, and he walked with great, imposing manner. Hearing what I said, she chuckled and said, Of course. The people from the bank came to look for you every day a few days ago, but they left when they didn't see you. I didn't expect to see you today. It's really a bit unexpected. I asked as we walked, What's the surprise? You're going to run away, she said with a smile. Lao Sun and Xiao Ji both said so. Lao Sun, Xiao Ji and Xiao Ji's girlfriend are all other tenants in our house. We live in a large 4-bedroom house, and Lao Sun rented the whole house and asked a few of us to share the rent and make some money. With such a beautiful roommate like you, who would be willing to run away? I said with a smile, and then added, Okay, I have to go. We'll talk later. Okay. And Isu nodded and watched me leave. It wasn't until my figure completely disappeared that she suddenly murmured to herself, I haven't seen you for a while. How come Brother Zay has changed? He used to be a taciturn person, but now he can say such things. I left home, took a taxi, and soon arrived at the agreed place, which was a coffee shop. From the outside, the environment of this shop is elegant and a bit petty bourgeoisie, but there are almost no customers inside. which makes it seem a bit deserted. The owner of the coffee shop is a young woman who looks average, but her makeup is very delicate. She saw me walk into the store. Without even raising her eyelids, she just asked calmly, "What would you like to drink?" "I'm looking for Ms. Liu." I walked to the front desk and spoke directly. She told me to meet her at the bar. The boss looked up, glanced at me, and said coldly, "I am Ms. Liu. Are you here to buy a house?" "Yes." I nodded. "Wait." Ms. Liu suddenly interrupted me, looked me over carefully, and frowned when she saw that I was wearing cheap clothes. "Let me make it clear first. The house must be paid in full. No installments are accepted." "Of course I'll pay in full." I frowned. Although I was a little dissatisfied, I still suppressed my temper and said, "Take me to see the house." "Okay." She nodded, then left a few customers in the store and drove me to an old community in the suburbs. The car drove through the complex community for nearly 10 minutes before finally stopping in front of a building. She opened the door skillfully, and I followed her into the house. As soon as I entered the house, I frowned at the condition inside. This house was old and dilapidated, and the steps in the corridor were badly damaged. There were some elderly people living in the house, and it was obvious that the house here was not worth much. I began to carefully check every corner, thinking that the gold must be hidden here. But after checking everywhere, I still didn't find any clues. I knew that if I wanted to find gold, I would have to buy this house and search for it again. While I was looking at the house, Ms. Liu was observing me. She didn't understand why I wanted to buy this old house so much, but she could sense that I seemed to be a little obsessed with it. This made her have other ideas in her mind. Since her father was arrested and imprisoned, her life has been in trouble. She used to open a coffee shop just for fun, but now she has to use it as a means of making a living, but the business has been bad. She would be relieved if she could sell the house, and it would be best if she could get a good price. "Ms. Liu, I am very satisfied with this house. It is listed at 300,000, right?" After looking around, I said to her directly, 300,000, full payment. "I accept this price. Let's go through the formalities." 300,000. Ms. Liu sneered. "That was the previous listing price. Now the housing prices have gone up. I will lose money on 300,000. I will have to pay at least 400,000. She spoke with contempt, as if she thought I didn't dare to refuse her request. I frowned, knowing that it was because I was too eager that she dared to ask for such a high price. 400,000, I said calmly. "If you can accept 400,000, let's make the deal now." There was a hint of pride in her tone, as if she had expected me to agree. "If you can't accept it, forget it." Her attitude was a little tough. "Oh, forget it then." I responded indifferently. "Huh." Now it was her turn to be stunned. "Actually, I think 300,000 is a bit expensive." I sneered. If my elderly family members didn't live here and I wanted to spend more time with them, I wouldn't consider a house here. "Since you asked for 400,000, forget it. I'll go look for something else." Ms. Liu's face changed obviously, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that I didn't care about this apartment so much. She quickly became enthusiastic. "Mr. Chi, let me take you home." I just smiled faintly. "No need. My home is here. I will go back by myself." "Okay then." Her tone was a little stiff, and she whispered, "Then please think about it again. If you need anything, contact me again." I nodded casually, turned around, and walked out of the apartment building. When my figure disappeared, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze and said to herself, "Does he really live here? Impossible. He was so determined just now. It must be for his family. I miscalculated this time." She muttered indignantly, and finally got in her car and left the old neighborhood. I walked out of another building, watched her sports car drive away, and sneered, "A lion's mouth? Now, I won't let you make even 300,000, and I'll take the gold anyway." Chapter 4. Buy a house and rent it instead. Save 300,000 yuan immediately. When I came to the door of this old house, I saw the advertisements of rent and sell posted on the door. The rental ad was obviously newer than the sale ad, which meant that the house had been on the market for a long time but had never been sold. In order to get the money, Ms. Liu tried to rent it out, but it didn't seem to be selling either. Suddenly, an idea dawned on me, and I realized that I didn't need to buy the house directly to get the gold inside. Didn't she want to rent it out? Then why don't I just rent it? I only need to rent it for a year, plus the deposit, which is at most more than 10,000 yuan, which is much cheaper than buying a house, and I can even save a lot of money. However, I can't rent this house by myself. I have to find someone to rent it on my behalf. Otherwise, if Ms. Liu finds out, I might arouse her suspicion. With a plan in mind, I took a taxi back to my rental house in the city center. "Xiao and I'm back. Let's go out and chat." As soon as I got home, I knocked on Ni Su's door. That's right, the helper I was going to find was Ni Su. Actually, I was an orphan with few relatives, and I had a lonely personality, so I had very few friends. The only person I could rely on was Ni Su, who was generous and righteous. And her image is just right. A musician, living in poverty, and renting an old house would not attract anyone's attention. Brother Zay, wait a moment, I'll get dressed. Ni Su's carefree voice came from inside the house, followed by some rustling sounds. Soon after, she came out wearing a long, casual home nightgown. She looked at me, holding beer and packed snacks, and was immediately surprised. Oh, Brother Zay has made a fortune. Although she teased me, she was a little confused. After all, I hardly talked to anyone before, let alone brought wine to my house. She wondered if I was interested in her. I can't say I'm rich, but I did make a little money recently. I said with a smile, then pointed to the coffee table in the living room. Let's go, have a drink. Drink. And Isu was straightforward and could drink astonishingly. She agreed without hesitation, looking like she couldn't live without alcohol. We sat down and chatted while drinking. I deliberately didn't rush to talk about things, so as to cultivate a relationship with her first. And Isu became more and more excited as she drank and kept talking about her band. After listening for a while, I basically understood her situation. Her band was not famous, and they didn't even have a stable bar to perform in. They were facing the crisis of disbanding every day. Some people in the band even planned to quit and find a job to make a living. But Isu didn't want to give up. She dropped out of school to form a band and had already fallen out with her family. If the band didn't succeed, she would not be too embarrassed to go back. As I listened to her, I gradually had some ideas in my mind. Xiao and I, the biggest problem your band is facing right now is actually the lack of money. I said calmly. With money, you can continue to persevere, and maybe you will have a chance to become famous, right? Brother Zay, you are so right, but it is so hard to make money. I can't do anything except singing. Oh, she said, sighing, and then blew another bottle of wine. When I saw her drinking like this, my eyelids twitched. Even a grown man like me couldn't stand this way of drinking. Well, I just happen to need help with something. How about you come and help me? I can give you some money. Although it's not much, it can at least allow your band to keep going for a while longer. I finally opened my mouth and made my request. What's the matter? And Isu asked cautiously. Let me make it clear first, I won't do anything illegal. Although Isu is young, she is very smart and alert. She also has high emotional intelligence and knows how to maintain a good relationship with me. She joked, I want to be a singer in the future, so I can't have a dark history. It's not illegal. I smiled and said, I want to rent a house, but it's not easy for me to do it myself. Can you help me rent it? Is that all? And Isu raised his eyebrows, seeming a little skeptical. Yes, that's it. I nodded and said, I'll give you 20,000 yuan. You can negotiate the rent with the landlord yourself. I don't care how much it is. I just want a lease period of more than half a year. After you pay the rent and deposit, the rest of the money is yours. And Isu's eyes lit up, obviously attracted by the proposal. Where's the house located? South Suburbs, Lianyuan Community. I answered with a smile. The monthly rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Lianyuan Community is less than 1,000 yuan. The total rent for half a year is only 6,000 yuan, plus the deposit. The maximum is no more than 8,000 yuan. This is a sure-win business. Brother Zay, I'll take this job. And Isu's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately opened 2 bottles of new wine happily and handed me one. Brother Zay, thank you for taking care of me. I'll do it. You can do whatever you want. After she finished speaking, she drank the wine in the bottle in one gulp. Seeing this, although I felt a little uncomfortable, I couldn't really leave her alone, so I picked up the bottle and drank it with her. I don't drink often, and after I drank, I felt my stomach churning and felt very uncomfortable. And Isu laughed when she saw this. Brother Zay, you really need to practice your drinking capacity. I tell you, if I were to find a boyfriend, I would definitely find someone who drinks more than me. There was a hint in her words, as if she was teasing me. Of course I understood, but I didn't respond much, just smiled and didn't continue her topic. I only have one goal, to make money. After the discussion, the two were in a good mood, and then they finished the remaining wine and snacks. Xiao and I, don't worry, the landlord is a bit tricky. Let's leave her alone for 2 days. My face was a little red. I drank a lot of wine. And Isu still looked calm and not drunk at all. Okay, I got it, Brother Zay, don't worry. I'll transfer the money to you first. I took out my cell phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to her directly. Soon, Isu's phone rang with a payment reminder. Just at this moment, the door was pushed open and a man with a big belly walked in. He was about 30 years old and reeked of alcohol. As soon as he entered the room, he heard the notification tone of Isu's mobile phone receiving payment. His expression instantly became unhappy, and his tone was also a little disdainful. Xiaoqi, you are quite willing to invest. The person who came was the sublandlord. Lao Sunday Lao Sun had tried to pursue Ni Su before, and had also spent money to do some improper things, but in the end he failed. Now that he saw me transferring money to her, he immediately felt unhappy. He thought I was also spending money to pursue Ni Su, and I was spending more than him. He looked at me with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Chapter 5. Golden Hand. Bank comes to your door. However, Xiaoqi, I advise you to be cautious. There are all kinds of people in this society. Be careful not to get cheated. Sun Dongyu continued in a sarcastic tone. He just didn't succeed before, so he hopes I won't get it either. I don't bother to pay attention to him. There are 5 people living in this house, and except for him, no one else likes him. If everyone didn't want to save some money, they would have moved out long ago. But Ni Su couldn't stand it. She had always disliked old Sun, and today she saw him being sarcastic to me, and she was immediately furious. Old Sun, stop being so sarcastic. Brother Zay is much more generous than you. I am a person who always returns favors. She looked up at old Sun with disdain, then turned to me. Brother Zay, go back to the room and wait. I'm going to take a shower and come find you later. After saying that, she ran to the bathroom without hesitation. I was a little speechless. I didn't believe that Ni Su really had any plans. She just wanted to piss off old Sun. As expected, Lao Sun was so angry that his face turned purple. What men cannot accept the most is to lose face in front of women. He must feel very uncomfortable when he sees a woman who he has tried so hard to win but failed to win, and now plays such a trick on me in front of me. Sun Dongyu's face flushed, and he was so angry that his heart was upset, but he still refused to give in. After a few seconds of silence, he turned to me and said, Xiaoqi, I still have to say something to you. You spent the money too carelessly. Give me 20,000 yuan. I can find you several women like this. You're wasting your money. I was even more speechless. This guy is really boring. His head is full of dirty thoughts. I am happy, what's wrong? I responded directly. Old Sun was embarrassed, but he still refused to admit defeat and said, it's enough for you to have money, right? Even if you have money, the bank will still come to your door every day to collect debts. Think about how to repay the debt first. After saying that, he went back to his room angrily. I shook my head slightly, thinking to myself, I really don't want to live here anymore. When I find gold and have enough money, I will move out. 2 days passed in a flash. During this time, the bank continued to call me every day to harass me, but I did not tell them that I had returned. Therefore, the bank did not come to my house except for calling to collect the debt. As expected, Ni Su came to see me after taking a shower that day, but she didn't do anything. She just chatted with me for a while and then left. This girl is just trying to piss off old Sunday. These past 2 days, Ms. Liu called me again and said that if I was willing to pay 350,000 yuan, she would sell me the house. Obviously, she was testing me. As long as I showed the slightest intention to buy the house, she would lower the price to 300,000. But I decisively refused, saying that I had already found another house and signed a contract. Ms. Liu was very disappointed when she heard this, but there was nothing she could do. She gave up and never contacted me again. Brother Zay, I'm going to rent a house. Ni Su, carrying a guitar, said hello to me before leaving. Go ahead, be careful on the road and stay safe. I nodded secretly. She was wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, and carrying a guitar. She looked like a poor street singer. It was perfect for her to rent an old house. Who would doubt it? Ms. Liu did not doubt it. When she received the call, she was still a little hesitant, but when she saw Ni Su coming in person to rent the house, she immediately put aside all her doubts. In the end, she rented the house to Ni Su for 800 yuan a month for 6 months, with a deposit of 1,000 yuan. If the house can't be sold, I can rent it out to make some money, which is better than nothing. When Ni Su came back with the rental contract and handed it to me, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Zay, the mission was accomplished successfully, and Ni Su had a bright smile on her face. Today we are going to the bar to perform. I'm leaving first. I'll buy you a drink later. She feels a lot less pressure now. After all, she earned more than 10,000 yuan by helping me rent a house. It was simply free money. This was all thanks to my care. She is not ungrateful, but the opportunity to sing in a bar is rare and must be seized, so she temporarily postponed repaying me. Well, go ahead. I'll definitely come and show my support when I'm free. I waved my hand and watched her disappear. Then, I waited for another 2 days. In order to be more cautious and avoid being secretly observed by Ms. Liu, I decided to secretly observe her for 2 days. As a result, I found that she had not come to check on the house since it was rented out. I was relieved to see that she had not moved. So I bought a bunch of tools and took them directly to the old house in Lianyuan community. It's true that Ms. Liu's father's skills in hiding things are quite good, and that place is simply extremely secretive. I dismantled the floors of the entire house and finally dug out a small box more than 1 meter deep under the toilet. After opening the box, I saw the gold inside, shining brightly, worth up to 900,000 yuan, weighing about 4 kilograms. It was a recast gold brick, and it felt particularly heavy in my hand and had a very textured feel. Finally found it. I smiled. This sum was enough to pay off the bank debt, and after deducting the expenses during this period, the remaining 800,000 yuan was enough to serve as the capital for me to start my own business. After wiping the sweat from my forehead, I took a shower directly in the house, changed into new clothes, packed up my old clothes and all my personal belongings, and left the old house with the gold. I wanted to go home and have a rest and think about how to deal with the gold, but at this moment, I suddenly received a call from Anisu. Brother Zay, I don't know what happened, but the people from the bank know you're back, so they're here again. Don't come back yet. It's best to hide outside. She lowered her voice. Obviously, she was talking to me quietly on the phone. A few days ago, we had a few drinks together. After all, I helped her a lot, so we have a good relationship now and have become very good friends. Therefore, when the bank staff came today, she actually took the initiative to remind me. If it were before, I would have hidden myself away and not gone back. But now that I have the gold in my hands, I am not afraid anymore. After hanging up the phone, I immediately returned to the rental house. The bank debt should be settled, otherwise it will be difficult to do other business in the future. When I returned to the rental house, I saw several bank staff waiting for me. Old Sun was also there, talking to a few people from the bank. And Isu only went to perform at night and was at home during the day. The other young couple had gone to work, so we were the only ones at home. The door was pushed open and I walked in. Sun Dongyu was the first to notice and immediately said to the bank staff, "Hey, look, he's back." Chapter 6. Gold for Debt. Low-quality customers become high-quality customers. Looking at Sun Dongyu's gloating expression, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Damn, this old guy is not going to notify the bank that I'm back. Thinking about it this way, I think it is very likely. There are always people in society who like to harm others without benefiting themselves. Mr. Chize, we finally meet you. But now I don't have time to speculate whether Sun Dongyu has informed the bank, because the people from the bank have surrounded me. There are several of them, standing in a circle, blocking the roads in front, behind, left, and right of me. I'm not a celebrity. Why do you want to see me so much? I said in a relaxed tone. This surprised Sun Dongyu, who was standing next to me. I was right. He was the one who notified the bank to come. He was just upset and wanted to cheat me. But now seeing how calm I was, he was obviously a little puzzled. Mr. Chi, you're joking. The leader of the bank staff was a thin man in a suit and tie, with a faint smile on his face. We have some business that we must discuss with you in person. It just so happens that you're back, so let's talk. Hearing this, Sun Dongyu was already very happy. He had just found out that Chi Zhe owed the bank 1 million. He couldn't even take out such a large sum of money, let alone a young man like me. Haha, you've spent all your money on women, right? Let's see how you get through this. He was very excited, his eyes wide open, expecting to see my embarrassed look. And Isu on the side was also speechless. They called me to inform me. Why did I come back? She just heard that I owed the bank 1 million. If it was just a small amount of money, she could just return the money she earned in the past 2 days to help me through the difficult times. But 1 million, she couldn't think of any way I could solve it. Let's talk, then come in. It's not convenient here. I'll settle this debt today. I waved my hand and said to the thin man, "You have the final say, right? Then you come in alone. My room is not big and can't accommodate so many people." Zhang Shuifei was a little surprised. Before he came, he had already prepared for me to default on the debt. After all, the bank had already investigated clearly that I had no property in my name, and I was even an orphan without even a parent. In this case, if I was determined to give up, the bank would not be able to recover the debt. But Zhang Shuifei didn't expect that I would be so easy to talk to, and judging from my attitude, it seemed that I wanted to pay the money back. I'm the manager. Of course I have the final say. He smiled even more and followed me into the bedroom. I sat down in the room. I will pay back the money, but you bank has to do me a favor. I said straight to the point. Zhang Shuifei replied casually. Of course I will help you if I can. I simply took out the gold brick and placed it directly on the table. I want to exchange this gold brick for cash. Please exchange it for me at your bank directly, but the price cannot be lowered. It must be calculated according to the current gold price. Zhang Shuifei's eyes suddenly widened, and he was almost attracted by the glittering gold bricks. He was stunned for a few seconds. In modern society, cash is no longer common, let alone gold. Moreover, this piece of gold is so big. As a bank employee, Zhang Shuifei is knowledgeable and can tell at a glance that this gold is most likely real and of considerable value. Mr. Chi, are you sure? You want to exchange this gold for cash? He asked after swallowing. Or just use it to pay off my debt. I said with a smile. It's not impossible. How about you send the gold to the bank to get an estimate of its price? If the price is similar, you can use it to directly offset your debt. Zhang Shuaifei said with a dry throat. Gold is hard currency. A debt that can almost be considered a bad debt can be exchanged for such a large piece of gold. The price difference is tens of thousands, and he can decide to deal with it directly. Oh, then you can find someone to verify the gold. I nodded. Anyway, I dare not let the gold out of my sight before the debt is settled. Okay, wait a moment. Zhang Shuaifei immediately contacted his colleagues at the bank. As for the source of the gold, he didn't even ask. As long as the gold reached the bank's vault, it belonged to the bank. He knew that this month's performance looked quite good. I waited quietly. In fact, using gold to pay off debts was just my temporary idea. I have considered how to deal with this piece of gold before. If I were to sell this kind of gold of unknown origin, I would definitely be forced to lower the price. It would be better to let the bank handle it. Anyway, I owe the bank money. In order to prevent this debt from becoming a bad debt, the bank may be willing to help me deal with it. After all, if I cash it out at the market price, I won't lose anything. Sure enough, without asking any more questions, Manager Zhang directly stated that he would cash out the gold at the market price to offset my debt. If the value of gold was tens of thousands less than the debt, he would simply make up the difference. Not long after, the bank staff arrived. They brought gold testing equipment with them, melted part of the gold on site, cut the other part, and only started weighing it after confirming its authenticity. Manager Zhang, the gold is exactly 2,000 grams. According to the current gold price of 455 yuan per gram, it is converted to 910,000 yuan. The bank staff reported. Zhang Shuaifei looked a little embarrassed after hearing this. If the difference was only 40,000 or 50,000, he could still make up the difference directly, but this difference was a bit too much. At this time, I said, Manager Zhang, I still have a deposit of more than 900,000 yuan. How about? Before he finished speaking, Zhang Shuaifei immediately interrupted and said, No problem. You deposit the money in our bank, and then this piece of gold will directly offset your debt. The pressure on the bank is not small. Bad debts cannot be recovered. Deposits are not attracted enough. There are penalties every month. If the bad debts can be recovered today, there will be more than 900,000 certificates of deposit, which is a big profit. I nodded with satisfaction. It didn't matter where I put my savings. I had saved 90,000 yuan. Then, I transferred my savings to the bank where Zhang Shuaifei worked and signed a contract with the bank. The debt was completely offset. When the bank staff left, Zhang Shuaifei specially exchanged social software with me. To him, I was a bad debt customer who gave him a headache before, but now, I am a high-quality customer in his eyes. Chapter 7. Ways to Make Money. Sun Dongyu is in a hurry. Sun Dongyu and Ni Su are sitting in the living room. The atmosphere is a little subtle. Sun Dongyu is anxious, pretending to be calm on the surface, but in his heart he is very worried about whether I can solve the debt. The reason why he notified the bank was that he wanted to see me make a fool of myself, especially after he learned that I owed 1 million. Sun Dongyu felt more and more that he had the opportunity to take advantage of me and see me being forced into a desperate situation. Xiao and I, be more careful in this society in the future. Sun Dongyu kept talking while trying to brainwash Ni Su, his tone full of the confidence of a veteran. Look at me. I owe the bank so much money, but I still spend lavishly. If you follow me in the future, can you have a good life? And Ni Su was upset and didn't bother to pay attention to his words, but she was concerned about me. She had long been accustomed to Sun Dongyu's long speeches, and she had long stopped listening to these words. They went in one ear and out the other. At this moment, my door was pushed open and the bank staff came out. Their expressions were completely different from the serious and indifferent ones before. Instead, they looked relaxed and happy. Seeing this scene, Sun Dongyu's heart tightened, and his face instantly became gloomy. No, I paid the debt, right? And Ni Su was not as sensitive as Sun Dongyu. She hadn't reacted yet. She just walked towards my room with concern. When she saw me, she immediately asked, Brother Zay, are you okay? I'm debt-free now, and everything is fine. I replied with a smile, appearing quite relaxed. And Ni Su breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. That's great. She smiled mischievously. Brother Zay, that's great. You can actually pay off so much money so quickly. No wonder you've been so generous recently. Of course. Don't you see who I am? I smiled confidently. Sun Dongyu walked over and heard the conversation between the two. He couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Qi, 1 million, you paid off all of it? Where did you get so much money? There was confusion and surprise in his tone. What does it have to do with you? And Ni Su didn't wait for me to speak and directly hit back. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Sun Dongyu looked a little unhappy, but he continued, Xiao and I, Don't say that. We have been renting together for so long. We are all friends now. Isn't it good to make money together? And Isu glared at him angrily. Tisk. She really didn't want to care about him anymore. Living with Sun Dongyu, she knew what kind of person he was. Not to mention making money together. He even took advantage of the rent, utilities, etc. I looked at Sun Dongyu and didn't seem to reject him directly. Instead, I asked, Old Sun, I remember you are an engineer? Yes, why are you asking this? Sun Dongyu was a little confused, but didn't think much about it. No problem, just asking. I smiled, not intending to go into details. Then, I turned to Ni Su and said, Xiao and I, you're going to sing at the bar today, right? Yes, Brother Zhe, do you want to go and listen to my singing? Ni Su asked with a smile. Yes, I just paid off my debt today, and I'm in a very good mood. I'll go and support you. I answered without hesitation. Thank you, Brother Zhe. Ni Su smiled as sweetly as a flower, then looked at the time. Then let's go, it's almost time. In fact, Ni Su wanted to take me away because she was afraid that Sun Dongyu would influence me if I stayed with him. After all, Sun Dongyu was not trustworthy. I nodded and said, okay, let's go. Sun Dongyu couldn't sit still anymore. He was eager to know how I made money. When he saw the two of them were leaving, he became unwilling. Xiao and I, Xiao Qi has gone to support you, so your brother Sun can't be left behind. Brother Sun will go to support you too, he said with a flattering expression on his face. And Isu looked at him speechlessly, feeling that this man was simply a dogskin plaster. She glared at me, as if asking me, why did you take this trouble? I just smiled and didn't seem to care. I have been planning the next business opportunity these days, thinking about how to make more money in the short term. Although I don't want to do engineering-related things myself, since Sun Dongyu is related to engineering, I would like to sell this business opportunity to him. This way, I don't have to do it myself, but at least I can make a little money. Okay, Xiao and I, when you go on stage, Lao Sun will give you more wreaths. Maybe the bar owner will invite you to stay permanently. Are you not happy? I said with a smile. Who cares? And Isu muttered in a low voice, but did not refute it. Sun Dongyu's face was a little gloomy. He was originally a little dissatisfied with Isu's disdain, but when he thought that I had made so much money in just a few days, he became a little envious and jealous, and a little unwillingness arose in his heart. He thinks he is much smarter than me. If he had that kind of way to make money, he would definitely make more money than me. So Sun Dongyu gritted his teeth and waved to the bartender. Waiter, give this lady a wreath. Give 10. His words almost made Isu roll her eyes, but in order to prevent me from seeing the clues, she could only endure it silently, thinking in her heart, this guy is really hopeless. Chapter 8. If you want to make money, you have to take the risk. The atmosphere in the bar is still lively, the music is exciting, and the atmosphere is easy to get excited. As a singer, Isu is naturally used to this kind of scene. There is a fixed process in the bar for giving gifts such as wreaths. Each wreath is not expensive, about 100 yuan. As a singer, Isu can get half of the commission. For every 10 wreaths, she can get 500 yuan. Most importantly, if the bar owner thinks Isu's performance is popular, she will most likely be invited to perform long-term. This is a good opportunity for Isu. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for giving us 10 wreaths of the singer Schwer. You are so generous. The bar staff shouted loudly with some excitement in their voices. The effect was immediate, coupled with the deafening music. Isu was singing on the stage, and when she heard the number of wreaths, she immediately looked at me, gave me a bright smile, and blew me a kiss. This scene instantly made Sun Dongyu's face turn ugly. He spent his own money, but Isu didn't even look at him, but blew a kiss to me. This made Sun Dongyu full of anger, but he didn't dare to show it. Isu certainly knew why Sun Dongyu sent the wreath. It was because of me. If it weren't for me, how could she have received this generous gift? However, she also knew in her heart that this favor had to be credited to me. I looked at Sun Dongyu's frustrated look, and I was secretly proud of myself. Sun Dongyu usually likes to show off, relying on his relationship with me to show off a little. Now is a good time for him to understand what spending money on others means. Old Sun, look at how well Xiao and I sings. I say she will definitely become a big star in the future. I smiled at the unhappy Sun Dongyu, feeling happy, and continued. In the future, when you go out and tell others that you gave a wreath to a big star, you will feel proud just thinking about it. Well, it's a face-saving thing. Sun Dongyu gritted his teeth, yet he didn't dare to refute. My words made Sun Dongyu realize that all this was just a trap set by me, and his plan would never succeed. In fact, Sun Dongyu was almost irritated by me, but he could only endure it because he knew in his heart that if I didn't help him get the project, he would not be able to make any money at all. After the performance, Isu left the stage. I glanced at her, feeling somewhat relieved. Then, I paid 200 yuan without hesitation, asked her to sing another song, and gave her 10 more wreaths. My eyes turned to Sun Dongyu again. He knew it in his heart, of course, and this was my clear message to him. If giving wreaths was not enough, then I had to give more. Every wreath had to show my sincerity, and giving more would make it seem that my support for Nai Su was generous enough. Sun Dongyu was anxious for a while, but he finally took out his wallet again and gave 10 more wreaths. Okay, Lao Sun, my way of making money is very special. Your way may not work, but I have another way to make money, which is related to engineering. Are you interested? I finally spoke. How do you know I can't do it if you don't tell me? Sun Dongyu felt a little dissatisfied, with a hint of provocation in his voice. I smiled coldly and glanced at him. You even have Lu Wei Dihuang pills ready, but your ability to work is just SOSO. You have to be exhausted after 2 days of working on the project. You still dare to say that you can do it? Sun Dongyu knew what I said made sense, and couldn't help but smile. Okay, I won't ask any more questions. Tell me about the engineering approach. The bar is too chaotic, let's talk about it when we get back. I didn't continue the conversation, but focused on watching Nai Su continue her performance. Sun Dongyu's eyes widened, and he was so angry that he almost wanted to curse. But he finally held back and decided to discuss it with me in depth after leaving the bar. As several singers took turns to perform on stage, I did not order any more songs for Nai Su, nor did I send her any more wreaths. It is okay to spend money to support friends, but you don't have to waste money like this every time. Sun Dongyu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, if Cheese Egg doesn't send flowers, then I won't send any either, so as not to appear too stingy. At around 11 o'clock, the excitement in the bar gradually died down, and Nai Su had sung to her heart's content and decided to leave. The three of them went to a barbecue stall on the street. A few skewers of meat, grilled leeks, fried pork belly, and a box of beer. Although they were only a few dozen yuan worth of snacks, the atmosphere was particularly relaxed as the three of them sat around the table. Xiaoqi, you've kept me in suspense for so long. It's quiet here, can you talk to me? Sun Dongyu couldn't bear it any longer and finally asked. I put down the beer bottle, looked at him, and said directly without beating around the bush. I know there is a project where the municipal government has allocated 500,000 yuan to repair a road. Are you interested? 500,000. Sun Dongyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to calculate the profit of this project. He had been in the engineering field for many years, and when he heard that a municipal project cost 500,000, he could roughly estimate the cost of the project. If he took the job, he was confident that he could make less than 200,000 yuan, and the remaining 300,000 yuan would be the net profit. Brother, I'll take this project, he said excitedly. Don't be impatient. I stopped him. Listen to me first. If you want to get this project, you need to use someone's connections, and the cost is about 100,000. 100,000. Sun Dongyu thought for a moment. That's no problem. But I don't intend to introduce this project to you for nothing. I continued with a smile. As a middleman, should I get some commission? Agency fee? I sent so many reads before. Sun Dongyu was a little dissatisfied and stunned for a moment. I remained calm and responded coldly. Sending a wreath is your way of showing your brotherly attitude. What does it have to do with the project? Don't talk about these irrelevant things. Okay, agency fee is agency fee. Sun Dongyu had no choice but to agree in the end. 50,000, okay? I shook my head bluntly. Not enough. Sun Dongyu's face changed, and he felt unhappy. You don't understand engineering? Don't you know that you can't make much money from this job? Don't ask for too much. You think I don't understand? I sneered. Tell me another number, or forget it. Sun Dongyu was a little depressed and couldn't help thinking. Cheese used to be a newcomer to society, and he didn't know anything. Why does he feel like a fried dough stick now? However, since this project is profitable, he can't let it go easily. Finally, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly proposed a number. 100,000. Is that okay? I nodded and said, okay, I can accept this price. Prepare 200,000 yuan in the bidding documents, and I will help you with the project. After you get it, you can exchange the money for the project. Okay, sure. Sun Dongyu agreed, but he was obviously unhappy. I know that someone like Sun Dongyu would never sacrifice profits for the quality of the project. As long as he wants to make money, he will definitely tamper with the project. At that time, I only needed to watch behind the scenes, and if he dared to do anything, I could directly report his substandard projects. He made money, suffered a loss, and still wanted to do something shady. In the end, he would be the one who would suffer. I would not let him succeed so easily. Chapter 9. Position Secretary, Female Required. Sun Dongyu left first, leaving only Nai Su and I at the street stall. That box of beer was just like mouthwash to Nai Su, and she didn't enjoy it when Sun Dongyu was around. Now that Sun Dongyu was gone, she immediately ordered another box of beer, ready to get drunk with me. No, I have something to do tomorrow. I hastily stopped him, feeling panic-stricken, worried that I would pass out from drinking and affect my plans for the next day. Upon hearing this, Inai was still generous. It's up to you. Drink as much as you can, and the rest is mine, okay? She was really open-minded. No matter whether I could drink with her or not, as long as she was happy. I nodded helplessly. It wasn't that I was being pretentious, it was just that Inai alcohol tolerance was too amazing. Compared to me, she drank a bottle of beer, which was a piece of cake. In the end, I could only give in and let her do what she wanted. After a round of drinking, it was almost dawn when we returned home. Walking on the road, my steps were a little erratic, but Inai was much better. Although she drank more than me, she was still able to walk, but her face was a little flushed. For fear that I would get drunk, she insisted on supporting me all the way until she sent me to the bedroom before she went back to rest. I was a little speechless. Inai alcohol tolerance was really admirable, but it was also a bit exaggerated. She probably wanted to make sure that I was not too drunk to take care of myself. I got up with difficulty at noon the next day, feeling a little dizzy. Inai bedroom door was closed, and she must be still resting. However, Sun Dongyu was already sitting in the living room waiting for me early in the morning. Xiaoqi, you finally got up. That project. He urged me eagerly. I rolled my eyes, feeling a little annoyed. You should prepare the money first. When the time comes, I will complete the project. If you don't have the money, I will just find someone else. Sun Dongyu patted his chest and said confidently, I will go to my friends to borrow money later. Don't worry, I can definitely get 200,000 before tonight. He said this carelessly, as if he was a big boss who could solve any problem easily. I looked at him speechlessly, thinking, old Sun always looks like a big boss, but I didn't expect that he would have to borrow from friends for $200,000. Never mind, I don't care how he gets the money, as long as he makes money in the end. After nodding, I set off. This project was not simple, but the business opportunity information provided by the system was extremely clear. It not only provided a complete cost analysis, but also told me how to take on this project. The system showed that I only needed to give Director Li Qingshu 100,000 yuan to secure the project. In the absence of a system, many people simply don't know how to contact the people in charge of such government projects, nor do they know how to give gifts. But the system told me that the amount and method of gift giving were crucial. Too little might mean you couldn't get the project, too much might mean you'd lose money, or even offend people. And the system had already arranged all these details for me. I looked up information about Li Qingshu on the internet, found out his office address, and decided to go directly to him. However, I did not go directly to his office to find him, but chose to wait outside for a whole day until he got off work and followed him back home. Next, I went to a nearby tobacco and alcohol shop and bought some expensive cigarettes and alcohol, spending exactly 100,000 yuan. Then, I paid the visit as planned. In my previous life, I was lonely, sick, without relatives or friends, and lived in poverty. However, it was because of this that I learned how to deal with people and how to survive in this complex society. Therefore, this visit, although uncomfortable for me, is necessary. After meeting Li Qingshu, I began to compliment and flatter him, and then handed over the gift of 100,000 yuan. Li Qingshu looked at these gifts with a hint of affirmation in his eyes. He also understood the value of these things and quickly agreed, saying that as long as I submitted a good bid, the project would be mine. After some discussion, I said goodbye and left. Li Qingshu personally saw me to the door. Looking back at my back as I left, he was stunned for a long time. Li Qingshu's wife came over and asked in confusion, "Isn't it just a gift? There are many people coming to our house every day. What's so strange about this boy? It's really strange." Li Qingshu also muttered in a low voice. At such a young age, he speaks very carefully and gives just the right gift, neither too much nor too little. TSK, this is not something that ordinary people can comprehend. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. This guy is a talent. We can get along more in the future. I didn't know that Li Qingshu had plans for long-term cooperation with me. In fact, even if I knew, I wouldn't care. After all, I'm not someone who specializes in this kind of gift-giving business. If I really wanted to make more profit through engineering, I could do it myself without wasting time in someone else's hands. This time I took on the project more to accumulate some funds for future development. Once the funds are in hand, I can control how to operate the project. After the project was completed, I did not go home directly, but went to an office building in the city center. The 23rd floor of this office building was originally the office of my ex-girlfriend's company, but now it belongs to me. To be precise, I rented this office with a 1-year contract. The company was previously sealed by the bank due to debt problems, but now after being cleaned up, The debt situation is almost settled and it can resume operations. Although the company's employees have all left, the office facilities are still there. I just need to recruit some people and I can start over. Now I need to sort out the company and resume operations. As for what to do specifically, I haven't decided yet, so I have to wait until the next business opportunity detection in the system. The last business opportunity check was 28 days ago, and there are still 2 days left. I plan to hire a few employees to help before the next business opportunity check so that I don't have to handle some trivial matters personally and waste time. I immediately printed some job advertisements and went to the talent market in this city with folding tables and chairs. It is graduation season now, and many college students are looking for jobs. If I didn't have the help of the system, I might be competing with others in the job market just like them. However, now that I have a system, my recruitment goal is very simple: to recruit secretaries. Job requirements: fresh college graduates, female. Implicit requirements: beautiful. Chapter 10. Recruiting a secretary and recruiting the school beauty. Secretaries have to be women. This is a deep-rooted concept in my mind. A man, no matter how capable he is, can be the general manager or the president, but he must never be my secretary. I am very obsessed with the gender of secretaries, and even though I am not a big boss yet, I am determined not to compromise. Although my recruitment booth does not look very good and is not in a conspicuous location, I did not expect that there are quite a few people who come to submit resumes today. This graduation season, the job market is very busy, and many young people are looking for opportunities. However, my recruitment style is different from others. I don't look at resumes, I look at people. I will take a look at everyone first and can judge whether she is suitable to be a secretary at first glance. Sorry, this job is not suitable for you. Leave your resume here. We will notify you when there is a result. Brother, didn't you read the job requirements? Please don't disturb our normal recruitment. I was a little sleepy after several applicants were rejected. Just when I was about to give up, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly broke the silence. Hello, what specific work do the secretaries your company is recruiting for? I looked up and my eyes lit up instantly. The person who came was a young and beautiful girl, about 20 years old, tall, fair skin, delicate features, and a little bit of charm, completely meeting the standard of a secretary in my mind. She was born to be a secretary, but I was suddenly shocked. I suddenly realized that I knew this girl. She was a classmate of hers, Kuyi, who was known as the school belle. Although the school had not officially selected the school belle, everyone who had seen her could not help but call her the school belle. Kuyi is not only beautiful, but also comes from a wealthy family. Her daily food and drink expenses are so luxurious that ordinary students may not be able to catch up even after decades of hard work. A girl like this would actually apply for my secretary position? I couldn't help but wonder if this school beauty would be interested in my company. I looked at my simple and shabby booth and felt suspicious. Hello, can you tell me about your company's position? Kuyi frowned slightly, looking a little impatient. She obviously didn't recognize me. This is normal. After all, we are not in the same department, and we don't usually interact with each other. I was moved. Although I don't know her, her appearance and temperament completely meet the standards of the position of secretary. Oh, let me introduce you. I quickly came to my senses, suppressed my doubts, and explained. Our company is just starting out. As my secretary, you don't have much work to do. You mainly help me with some chores. Oh, Kuyi hesitated for a moment, then asked, so, your company doesn't have any bad habits, right? The word secretary has a bit of a distorted meaning now. Her questions were direct and sharp, and she was obviously more cautious than the other applicants. I was a little surprised that this campus beauty was so alert. I answered this question without hesitation. If you join me, you will be my secretary. Do you think I look like that kind of person? Well, Kuyi hesitated slightly, but her tone was still cautious, a little bit. I was speechless. I didn't expect that she could see through my treacherous heart at a glance. Suddenly, Kuyi asked, are you a student of Haiban University? Oh, you know me? I was a little surprised. Somewhat familiar. Kuyi replied calmly. Yes, I am a student of Seaside University. I just graduated, and we are in the same class. I nodded, trying to ease the awkwardness. That's fine. You don't look like a good person, but since we are classmates, I believe you. Kuyi smiled faintly. Haha, you are still too young. I thought to myself with some evil thoughts, if you really believe me, you will definitely suffer in the future. But I still said with a smile. Okay, congratulations on joining my company. When do you start work? Kuyi didn't seem to want to talk too much nonsense with me and asked directly. Tomorrow, I answered quickly and gave Kuyi my contact information. This is the company address. Tomorrow I will help you with the entry procedures and take you to familiarize yourself with the company. Okay, Kui Weching seemed very calm. Although her tone was indifferent, she still accepted the opportunity. After she added me as a friend on the social software, she nodded slightly and turned away. I didn't delay any longer and immediately closed the booth. This time I was recruiting a secretary because I wanted to find a clerk to handle some chores, but I didn't expect to get a secretary like Kui Weching, who is a school beauty. Now I am not in a hurry to recruit a clerk. I will train Kui Weching first and then think about other things. It was still early, so I decided not to rush home. So I went to the bar where Inai Su usually stayed, wanting to listen to her singing to relieve my fatigue. I don't know many friends, and Inai Su is one of them. If I have nothing to do, I can go to listen to her singing to kill time and feel better. On the other side, Kui Weching came to a cafe, sat down, and immediately took out her mobile phone to start video chatting with her best friend. Xiaolu, I found a job, she said calmly, but with a hint of joy. It's a company of one of my classmates, a small startup. It's perfect for me. The girl in the video is her best friend Lin Lu, who has a little baby fat and a delicate face and looks very cute. Really? That's great. Congratulations, Lin Lu said with a smile. Are you a lucky fish? Your plan went so smoothly, and you actually found such a suitable company. Kui Weching smiled calmly. My luck has always been good, Lin Lu said jokingly. Then come and get close to me. I want to share some of your good luck, too. Kui Weching shook her head slightly and said seriously, No, I must make some achievements this time. I have to go home now and read my dad's books on running a company. Lin Lu made a disappointed expression. Bastard, don't you love me anymore? Of course I love you, but I want to prove myself more. Kui Weching answered firmly, and then said, I have to adapt to work during this period, so I may not have time to play with you. Then you should buy this company quickly. When you become the boss, you can come and play with me. Lin Lu joked again. Kui Weching smiled and said calmly, I will. Don't worry. The two chatted for a few words and hung up the video call. Kui Weching picked up the coffee, looked at the street scene outside, and said to herself, First, adapt to the work, understand the operation of the company, and then, acquire this company. She did not tell Lin Lu that the purpose of her coming here was not for this secretarial job, but to accumulate experience and eventually acquire this company and become its boss. This classmate Chize looks very mature and capable. After acquiring his company, I will let him be my secretary. Kui Weching silently calculated in her mind, thinking that she could easily realize this plan. After all, the pocket money and New Year's money she had accumulated since she was a child were not a small amount, so acquiring a company was no problem. Chapter 11 Inai Su. How can I have a chance if I don't get drunk? Chize naturally didn't know that the school beauty secretary he had just hired not only wanted to acquire his company, but also wanted him to be her secretary. But even if he knew, he would probably just smile and not care at all. Even though the company is now like a shell company and has nothing, but in 2 days, the system will be able to detect business opportunities again. Then, everything will be different. Is there any company in the world that can make money in every business segment? Chize can. For this reason alone, his company's future prospects are limitless. It's not that School Beauty Ku is too arrogant, it's really that Boss Chi is cheating. Her plan was doomed to fail. Chize came to the bar. It was still early and there were not many customers in the bar, but Inai Su had already arrived and was preparing backstage. I sent her a message and she ran out. Brother Zay, drink something? Inai Su walked with a pair of long legs, carrying a dozen beers, and sat directly opposite him. Chize has a headache. Can you bear drinking like this every day? Inai Su smiled calmly. What's that? Isn't beer just weak juice? How about this? Let's find a place tonight and drink some white wine. I'll let you see how much I can really drink. Chize's forehead was sweating, and he waved his hands quickly. Forget it. I can't stand your drinking. I still want to live a few more years. Inai Su curled her lips. I'm not asking you to drink as much as me. You can drink 1/3 of what I drink. Is that okay? Chize was speechless. With the way she drank, he couldn't even finish 1/3 of it. Inai Su was also speechless. Why was this elder brother so stupid? How can I have a chance if I don't get drunk? She had to admit that she had developed a good impression of Chize over the past few days. We had been renting a house together for a few months, but she didn't feel anything. However, after spending these few days together, she suddenly felt that Chize was quite attractive. Only, she brought the opportunity to her doorstep, but the other party didn't want it. Next, the two sat together and chatted for a while, and then when the time came, Inai Su went to sing. Chize did not send a wreath this time. Now is the starting period, and money cannot be spent recklessly like this. In the early morning, Inai Su got off work, and the two found a place to have a midnight snack and then went home together. By the time we got home, it was almost 2 o'clock. When they pushed the door open, they found that the lights were on in the living room and Sun Dongyu was sitting in the living room. Chize was a little drunk, So Inisu let him put his arm on her shoulders and carried him all the way back. This posture is a little ambiguous. When Sun Dongyu saw this, he felt so sad. When Inisu first moved in, he tried his best to show his kindness to her, but Inisu was not kind to him. On the contrary, it was Chi Zhe who always looked dazed. But now he has succeeded. As a man, he felt extremely frustrated. However, he no longer dared to be sarcastic. The project is still in Chi Zhe's hands. Although the price Chi Zhe asked for was a bit high, he could still make 100,000 yuan after his operation. He had a ready-made team, and the work could be completed in a month at most, without having to pay anything extra. He could earn 100,000 yuan a month. So how could he dare to offend Chi Zhe? You guys are back. Xiao and I, you go back first. I'll help Brother Chi. Sun Dongyu immediately walked to the door, helped the slightly drunk Chi Zhe, and asked hurriedly, "Is the project finished?" And Isu glared at him unhappily. He was already helping her, but he had to get in the way. But as a girl, even if she had a generous personality, she couldn't say anything, so she handed Chi Zhe to Sun Dongyu and went back to the room in a sullen mood. Chi Zhe sat down on the sofa in the living room and said, "You bid." Sun Dongyu was overjoyed and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. "Brother, it has to be you. When I first saw you, I knew you could accomplish something." Chi Zhe didn't bother to listen to his flattery and said directly, 200,000, transfer it. Upon hearing this, Sun Dongyu said, "Brother Chi, the project has not yet come to my hands. This?" Chi Zhe knew what he meant, so he threw Li Chengshu's business card to him and said, "This is Director Li's business card. Call him tomorrow to confirm the project and then transfer the money to my account." Sun Dongyu was even happier. If he could get in touch with Director Li, would he still be short of projects in the future? "Don't worry, bro. I'll transfer the money to you immediately after I talk to Director Li tomorrow." He patted his chest and promised. But Chi Zhe knew what kind of person this brother Sun was. He sneered twice and said, "I hope you can do what you say. I won't say anything else. In short, I can make this project a success or fail for you. It's up to you to decide." Yes. Sun Dongyu nodded quickly. He did have the intention of delaying the payment just now. This is a common tactic used by those working in engineering projects. But now after hearing what Chi Zhe said, he no longer had any intention of defaulting on the payment. Chi Zhe didn't say much to Sun Dongyu. He got up, washed up, and returned to his bedroom. The next day at noon, he just opened his eyes, and the sunlight filtered through the cheap curtains into the room, shining on his face, making his body surge with a warm and lazy feeling, and he didn't want to get up at all. But suddenly, he thought of something. Fuck, today is Ku Yueching's first day at work, and I, the boss, am late. Chi Zhe suddenly sat up, put on his clothes, and ran out without even having time to eat, and went straight to the company. But on the way, he took the time to look at his phone. "I have received the SMS for the transfer." It seems that Sun Dongyu is a little confused at ordinary times, but he dare not make stupid mistakes at critical moments. Of the previous 1 million, he spent tens of thousands, and another 100,000 was spent on buying gifts for Li Chengshu. Now, another 200,000 has arrived, which adds up to a little over 1 million. For those capital giants, this amount of money may be just a drop in the bucket. But for Chi Zhe, it is already an astronomical figure. It took him less than a month to go from owing 1 million to having 1 million in savings. The system is awesome, he muttered to himself, and with infinite expectations for the second testing business opportunity tomorrow, he hurried to the company. Sure enough, Ku Yueching had been waiting in the company for a long time. Even, I was getting a little impatient waiting. She came to work to learn something, but her boss was late. This made her doubt herself a little. Yesterday, her first impression of Chi Zhe was that he was much more mature than his peers, but now. Finally, Chi Zhe arrived. Secretary Ku Yueching was more anxious than Boss Chi Zhe and asked, "Boss Chi, what are we going to do today?" Chi Zhe opened the door of the office, looked at the messy office, paused, and said, "Cleaning." Ku Yueching became even more doubtful of her own judgment. Chapter 12. Eating at a roadside stall with the school beauty, the photo was shared in the class group. Ku Yueching originally thought that she came to be a secretary to learn how to run a company, but she did not expect that her first day's job would be cleaning. When has this young lady, who receives millions of dollars in New Year's money every year, ever suffered such an injustice? But she was determined. Since you are here to study, then study hard. If you have to clean. Just treat it as an experience of life. The two of them were busy, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. After 3 or 4 hours, the two of them cleaned the office, and it looked much better than its previous messy state. "Boss Chi, what is our company's main business?" Ku Yueching's face flushed red. Today's job was very challenging for her, who had never done any housework before. After all the hard work, She was sweating from exhaustion, but she was more concerned about the business of Cheese Company. Cheese had no way to answer this question, because he doesn't know either. We won't know what to do specifically until tomorrow. Today, just cleaning. There is nothing else to do except cleaning. But he couldn't tell Kui Weching directly. I'll tell you the specific business of the company tomorrow. Why? Can't you tell me today? Kui Weching was curious. You must be very tired today, right? Cheese changed the subject. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal, and then you can go home from get off work. Kui Weching was speechless. But Cheese didn't say anything, so what could she do? So she could only go to eat with Cheese. However, she became more and more doubtful of her own judgment. She even had a feeling at this moment that this company was just a shell company. With deep doubt, Kui Weching followed Cheese to a roadside stall. Looking at the stall owner's patinated kitchen utensils, she fell into deep thought. After a moment, she said, "Boss Chi, how about I treat you to a meal?" Cheese was a little moved. He knew that Kui Weching was rich, and if she treated him, he would have a great meal today. But before Cheese could agree, Kui Weching said, "No, I'm here to work. I have to earn money and eat by my own efforts. Isn't it just a little bit of hardship? If I can't even endure this little bit of hardship, how can I achieve great things in the future?" Cheese was a little speechless. "You changed your words so quickly. I'm going to miss out on eating today. Mr. Chi, I've never eaten here. You can order some dishes." Kui Weching stretched out her little hand and waved it in front of the stunned Cheese. Cheese had no choice but to stand up and start ordering food. This is a simple stir-fry stall. There are all kinds of ingredients in the freezer, and the stall owner will cook whatever you order. When I was in college, I was a frequent visitor here. Cheese ordered a few of the stall owner's specialties very familiarly, then returned to his seat and began to wait. While waiting for the food and eating, Kui Weching kept asking Cheese some knowledge about managing a company. Cheese had never run a company in his previous life, so naturally he had nothing to say. He just said a few perfunctory words and moved on. Kui Weching became even more suspicious. The day before, she felt lucky to have joined a startup company where she could learn how to build a company from scratch. But now, she just thought that Cheese's company was just a shell company. After finishing her meal, Kui Weching returned home and immediately called her best friend Lin Lu. "Hey, little dear, I feel like I've been tricked. Cheese from our school is a liar. He opened a company, but there are only two of us, and the company doesn't even have a main business." Upon hearing this, Lin Lu immediately said, "Then why don't you run away quickly? Don't be cheated. You are so beautiful. It's okay to be cheated of some money, but if..." Before she finished speaking, Kui Weching interrupted her in embarrassment. "Xiaolu, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm such a fool?" Lin Lu chuckled and said, "Who knows? You already think he's a liar. Why don't you run away? Is this Mr. Chi particularly handsome?" Kui Weching hesitated slightly and said, "Well, he is indeed very handsome." Lin Lu. Kui Weching also laughed. "Of course it's not because of this. President Chi said that he will officially start operating the company tomorrow. I always feel that he doesn't look like a college graduate. I will wait and see for 2 more days." Lin Lu was speechless. "Your feeling is not accurate. One moment you think he is a liar, and the next moment you think he is not an ordinary college student." Kui Weching was speechless. She now has complicated feelings. On the one hand, she thinks Cheese is unreliable, but on the other hand, she feels that Cheese is different from the college students she knows. "Wait 2 days, just 2 days. If it doesn't work, I'll withdraw," Kui Weching muttered to himself. On the other side, Lin Lu became curious. What kind of person is Mr. Chi? Why does he make his usually aloof best friend so hesitant? Cheese didn't go to the bar today. He actually wanted to listen to Ni Su singing, but this damn girl is really a big drinker. When I go to listen to her sing, it's inevitable that I have a meal together. As soon as Ni Su sits at the dinner table, he will definitely start with a box of beer. She drank from bottle after bottle and toasted to Cheese, who felt embarrassed not to drink. But even if he only drank 1/3 of her amount, Cheese couldn't bear it. There will be another opportunity to test business opportunities tomorrow, and the company also needs to be restarted. Cheese didn't want to go home drunk today, so he just went home. Take a good day off and recharge your batteries. Tomorrow will be his first step towards becoming a chaebol. Well, although he has already made his first pot of gold, but Cheese feels that his first pot of gold is not enough to show off, so he firmly believes that tomorrow is the starting point of his career. But contrary to his wishes, he wanted to have a good rest, but the constantly vibrating phone prevented him from falling asleep. Cheese sat up, picked up his phone, opened his social software, but saw red dots in his eyes. Several classmates he had not been in touch with were sending him messages frantically. Even in the class group, classmates who are not very familiar with each other are crazy about it ing themselves in the group. Chise was a little confused at first. I was a nobody in school before, and the most amazing thing I did was to hook up with a pretty senior schoolmate. But in the end, the senior student betrayed him instead. It's really strange to be at ed by so many people all of a sudden. Chise clicked into the class group. Everyone in the group went crazy. Messages popped up one after another, and were immediately buried by more messages. He glanced at them casually and found that his name appeared many times. He flipped to the top of the message and finally understood what was happening. That's a photo. Under the cover of night, Chise and Kuiweching sat at a roadside stall, eating and chatting. Chise understood. A classmate took a photo of himself and Kuiweching having dinner together and then posted it to the group. The classmates in the group probably thought that he and Kuiweching had some relationship. Chapter 13. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, but I am also afraid that my brother will be the school beauty. Dormitory for 6 people. The messages were jumping around like crazy. Fuck. Brother Zay, what's wrong with you? Aren't you dating a senior? Why are you having dinner with the school beauty Ku again? Fuck, school beauty. Xiao Cheesy, what gives you the right? Brother, let the class start. I'll kneel down and listen. Brother Zay, answer the phone. What are you doing? Are you checking into a hotel with the school beauty? Damn it. Don't scare me. Brother, say something. Chise opened the 6-person group in the dormitory, and the other 5 brothers in the group were already going crazy. Crazy at him. The good brothers who were playing bad together not only hooked up with the senior girl, but now they are also hanging out with the school beauty. As the saying goes, I am afraid that my brothers are having a hard life, and I am also afraid that my brothers are driving a Land Rover. We are all still single, and our brother suddenly becomes the campus beauty. Who can stand this? We didn't book a room. What are you thinking? Chise replied in the group. Fuck, Brother Zay, you finally spoke. That's great. I hope he didn't check into a hotel with the school beauty. Otherwise, I really can't bear this bad news. Brother Zay, tell me quickly, what's going on between you and school beauty Ko? What about you and senior Ju? Did you break up? The 6 people in the dormitory were talking at once. They were most concerned about the relationship between Chise and Kuiweching, and some also asked about his current situation with the senior. Chise did not mention that he was cheated by his senior, nor did he mention that he had started a company and that Kuiweching worked for him. He just said a few perfunctory words and let the matter go. The other 5 people in the dormitory were of course not very satisfied, but since Chisedwa didn't say a word, there was nothing they could do. After chatting with them for a few words, Chise turned off his phone. If he were the old him, he might like the feeling of being discussed by everyone. In order to show off, he might even deliberately say that something had happened between him and Kuiweching to satisfy his vanity. But now, there is a very mature soul inside Chise's body. He understood that all vanity was false. In this world, only wealth and power are real. His current pursuit is to first acquire huge wealth and then use the wealth in his hands to control power. In the previous life, he was seriously ill and struggled on the brink of life and death for many years and was at the bottom of society. In this life, I am in good health and have system support. No matter what Chise said, he had to go to the top of the world and see the scenery up there. Turn off your phone, get ready to rest, and recharge your energy for tomorrow. But God seemed to be against Chise. The phone rang again, and this time someone called me directly via video. When I picked up the phone, it was Oh Wanhao, the former student council president of my school. Looking at the call from Oh Wanhao, Chise frowned slightly. He could probably guess why this classmate from a prominent family called. Oh Wanhao was a well-known playboy. He had more than a dozen girlfriends in his 4 years in college until he met Kuiweching. He started pursuing Kuiweching since his senior year. In order to pursue Kuiweching, he even kept his distance from the girls around him. And until now, several months after graduation, he still hasn't succeeded. While he was pursuing Kuiweching, he would warn and threaten any boy who got close to Kuiweching. Chise knew at first glance that this kid calling him was definitely not a good thing. How boring. He was speechless and hung up Oh Wanhao's phone directly. Then lie down and get ready for sleep. However, Oh Wanhao refused to give up and called back immediately after he hung up. Now Chise was annoyed. He directly blocked Oh Wanhao and turned off his phone, and the bedroom suddenly became quiet. Finally, I can take a break. Chise closed his eyes with satisfaction and soon fell asleep. However, on the other side, Oh Wanhao almost dropped his phone. Fuck, he's a loser, how dare he block me? Looking at the red dot in the chat box and the prompt, you are not his friend. Please add him as a friend before making a video call. Oh Wanhao couldn't help but clench his fists. He was a little bit unbelievable. On weekdays, he can be said to be able to call the shots in school, and no one dares to disrespect him. But now, Chise not only didn't answer the phone, but also blocked him directly. Okay, just wait for me. Don't think I can't do anything to you after you graduate. Owanhao clenched his fist and snorted coldly. Then, he changed his attitude and sent a message to Ku Yueqing. Qing'er, where are you? I just saw someone post a photo of you and Qi Zhe having dinner together. He is so stingy that he actually took you to eat at a roadside stall. Send me a location and I will pick you up. I will take you to a Michelin 5-star restaurant. However, after the message was sent, it was like mud dropped into the sea, with no response at all. Owanhao waited patiently for a while, then sent another message. Qing'er, why don't you speak? Are you feeling unwell after eating at a roadside stall? Do you want me to send you some medicine? The result is still mud into the sea, with no feedback. Now Owanhao was also panicked. Just now, Qi Zhe had the guts to hang up on me, and now Qing'er isn't replying to my message. Could they be? Suddenly, his face turned extremely ugly. He wanted to call Ku Yueqing to confirm, but he didn't dare to do so. He was afraid that if he called, he would hear something he shouldn't hear, which he really couldn't accept. Impossible. Qing'er, it doesn't even show any affection to me. How could she possibly like a poor boy? She must be busy. Owanhao tried to persuade himself, but there was still a lingering feeling of sadness in his heart. Tonight, someone is bound to be unable to sleep. But that person was definitely not Qi Zhe, nor was it Ku Yueqing. Before going to bed, Ku Yueqing read a book on operations management. She felt sleepy very quickly and could not hold on after just turning 2 pages. She fell asleep directly on the desk, so she did not see Owanhao's message. Of course, even if she saw it, she might not reply. If the 2 elders didn't have some cooperation and she wanted to save some face for them, she would have blocked Owanhao long ago. All in all, Ku Yueqing slept soundly under the hypnosis of the book. The next day, she got up early, changed into a professional suit with great energy, then drove her small sports car straight to Qi Zhe's company. Although Qi Zhe left a good first impression on her. But after yesterday, she always felt that Qi Zhe was just opening another shell company. Just as I said to my bestie Lin Lu yesterday, she will wait and see for 2 days at most. If Qi Zhe's company remains like this and has no business, she will definitely withdraw. But when Ku Yueqing came to the company today, she unexpectedly found that Qi Zhe was not late today. He arrived at the company earlier than her. Unlike his lazy appearance in the past, Qi Zhe today has a brand new spirit and exudes an aura of efficiency and confidence. Chapter 14. The second day of the company's opening, the school beauty accompanied me to the mall. Before Ku Yueqing left the house, Qi Zhe had already arrived at the company. It's a new month, and the business opportunity detection function is available again. This time, the place he chose for the test was his own company office. This is a local mid to high-end office building with many well-known companies. Qi Zhe hopes to detect more business opportunities here. After arriving at the office, Qi Zhe turned on the business opportunity detection function without any hesitation. Detecting business opportunities. Ding. Testing completed. Coconut juice marketing. Coconut flour company has a batch of unsaleable coconut juice and is looking for a market. Now we are looking for cooperation and can get a larger profit share. This business opportunity is very profitable and can bring a lucrative income to the host. Recommendation index. Urban planning. The City Hall of Harbin City has allocated 5 million yuan. We are looking for a good planning company to build a reputation for Harbin City's tourism industry. This business opportunity is not very profitable, but it can establish a good relationship with the City Hall, which is beneficial to the host's future development. Recommendation index. Program outsourcing. The program market is busy recently. Recruiting programmers to form an outsourcing company can get a large number of orders. This business opportunity is lucrative and the investment is not high, but it takes some time to recruit enough people. Recommendation index. Game company acquisition. A company that is currently making small games is now on the verge of bankruptcy. After the acquisition, you can get a rich profit return. The investment in this business opportunity is slightly high. Recommendation index. Garment factory. The clothing market has been heating up recently, and all kinds of clothing products are in short supply. If you open a clothing factory now, you will not lack orders. This business opportunity has average investment and average profit. Recommendation index. Project subcontracting. Director Li Qingxiu has a good impression of the host and is willing to continue cooperating with the host on other projects. He doesn't even mind the host outsourcing all the projects. This business opportunity has average profits and does not require investment, but it has additional risks. Recommendation index. Qi Zhe looked at all 6 business opportunities carefully. If you choose first, Samsung was recommended first. The 2-star ones all have various shortcomings, so they should be considered accordingly. As for the 1-star ones, he has no intention of making them himself. If there is a chance, he will sell them for money. If there is no chance, he will just give up and it won't be a pity. For example, there are 2 business opportunities: clothing factories and engineering subcontracting. First of all, let's talk about engineering subcontracting. It is easy to make money, especially in subcontracting. You can make money without doing anything. But this thing is very risky and it's easy to get into it if you're not careful. Just give up. Chise definitely doesn't run the clothing factory himself. Running a factory is so tiring and the profit is not high. Among the two-star business opportunities, program outsourcing can be temporarily abandoned because Chise has no one under him, and it is not easy to recruit so many programmers at once. He had to give up on acquiring the gaming company for the time being because he didn't have that much money. So, now there are only 2 Samsung business opportunities left. Of course, what Chise wants to do most is the urban planning business. Being able to establish a good relationship with the city hall is something that cannot be bought with any amount of money. But the thing is, the city hall is definitely more cautious when it comes to doing things. If an unknown company were to take on a marketing order worth 5 million right away, the city hall would definitely not give the order to Chise. So, after some thought, Chise realized that the only business opportunity he could take advantage of now was the coconut milk marketing. Coconut Flour Company is a company that specializes in the production and sale of coconut milk drinks. According to the system's intelligence, they have recently accumulated a lot of coconut milk products that cannot be sold, so by cooperating with them, we can get a very high profit share. The problem Chise faces now is that he doesn't have much capital. If this project can be done well, it will be enough to accumulate a large sum of cash. At that time, it will be convenient to do anything with money in hand. Chise made a decision immediately. The first business of my company is the coconut milk marketing. It just so happened that the company I inherited from my ex-girlfriend was also a marketing company. It's a match for your major. As for whether we can sell coconut milk after winning the business, Chise was not worried at all. The business opportunities detected by the system are definitely something he can do. For example, he spent a large sum of money to have a child, which allowed him to make his first fortune. If his capital is not sufficient, the system will definitely not detect this business opportunity. The same is true now. After seeing the business opportunity in coconut milk marketing, Chise had already figured out how to market it and sell the accumulated coconut milk drinks. It's not that he's so smart, but as a time traveler, he has many cases from past lives to learn from. Therefore, Chise's confidence is not blind confidence. He is very confident in his heart. Just then, Kui Weching walked in. She looked at Chise, who was smiling faintly, and asked directly, "Boss Chi, you said yesterday that you would tell me about our company's business today. Can you tell me now?" Yesterday, faced with her question, Chise really didn't know what to say, but now he knows. Marketing. Our company is engaged in marketing. It's written on the business license. Do I need to tell you? You can find out by looking at it yourself. Chise glanced at her. Kui Weching was suddenly stunned. Yes, do you still need to ask? Isn't it enough to just take a look at the business license? At this moment, she began to doubt her own IQ. But what Chise didn't say was that the company's business had nothing to do with the business license. If there were other business opportunities, he wouldn't mind going to the city hall immediately to change the business scope. Then, Mr. Chi, when do we start work? Kui Weching asked after a moment of silence. Chise also felt something strange. Other employees all wish they had as little work as possible, but it's different for me. My secretary urges me, the boss, to work harder every day. Start working now, Chise said lightly. Great, Kui Weching cheered excitedly, then looked at Chise. Mr. Chi, what should we do first? Accompany me to buy clothes, Chise said. What? Kui Weching was stunned. What kind of job is this? Cleaning on the first day and accompanying the boss to buy clothes on the second day? Next, I'm going to discuss a very big deal. If this deal is done, our company will have a qualitative leap. In order to get this deal done, I need to improve my image before meeting the client. Is there a problem? Chise asked seriously. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Kui Weching couldn't understand what he said, but she felt that it made sense. I see that you have good taste in clothes, so I asked you to help me choose clothes. Is there a problem? Chise asked again. Isn't this the secretary's responsibility? No problem. Kui Weching nodded involuntarily. That's it, let's go. Chise waved his hand and took her out of the company and headed straight for a nearby shopping mall. Kui Weching was a little confused along the way. What kind of job are you looking for? On the first day, I cleaned the house and went to eat at a roadside stall with my boss. The next day, I went shopping with my boss to buy clothes. There is nothing serious at all. Is this company really not a shell company? Chapter 15. Kui Weching was shocked. How could business be discussed like this? Mr. Chi, didn't you praise my good taste in clothes and asked me to help you choose? How come? Sitting in the taxi, Kui Weching looked at Chise, who was wearing an old-fashioned jacket and casual pants next to her. Her eyes were dull, her mouth was slightly open, and she was speechless. Chise originally asked her to choose a formal suit, but after seeing something on the way, he suddenly changed his mind and changed into such an old-fashioned outfit. The young man, who was originally quite handsome, now looked old-fashioned and seemed to have aged several years. You don't understand. In response to Ku Yueching's question, Chise smiled slightly and did not explain. On the way, he searched for the coconut flour and coconut juice company he was about to visit, and then he found that this company was very similar to a company he was familiar with in his previous life. The packaging is hard to describe, the unique aesthetic. All of this comes from the boss with special taste. Since you are going to discuss business in person, you naturally have to consider the customer's taste in your dress. So, Chise changed his mind temporarily and changed into a slightly old-fashioned outfit. I believe this will definitely make the owner of the coconut flour and coconut juice feel particularly pleasing. Ku Yueching turned her head away from looking at Chise. She felt more and more that she had misjudged him. She sighed inwardly and made up her mind that she would see how he negotiated the business. If the negotiation failed, she would resign today. Chise had no idea what the school beauty secretary beside him was thinking. In his mind, he was recalling the classic marketing cases of his company in his previous life. Coconut milk. In the previous life, there was also a coconut milk company that was very famous. Chise can directly use their ready-made cases. This is the source of his confidence. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of a peculiarly shaped company. This coconut milk company is very similar to the one in the previous life. The door decoration is very unique, with rows of densely packed words crowded together. I don't know whether it is minimalism or maximalism. It's worth mentioning that his products also have this packaging. At first glance, it looks a bit like an advertisement column for a color website. Boss Chi, the business we want to discuss, is here. After getting out of the car, Ku Yueching looked at the strange company sign and his brain froze again. Her family was also in business, and she had shares in some companies under her name. She had seen many companies, but this was the first time she had seen such a peculiar company. Yes, this is the one. Chise nodded. This. Ku Yueching really wanted to ask, what is the market value of this company? Doesn't this sign look too low-end? Do you want to say that this company is low? Chise saw through her thoughts and asked. Ku Yueching was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. The boss of this company has a unique taste, but the company's strength should not be underestimated. This company makes coconut milk drinks. This category of market is not large, but it alone occupies about half of the market share. Chise said. Ku Yueching opened her mouth in surprise. So amazing. But in recent years, the Yehua Group has also been on the decline, and its market share has been declining year after year. This time, the owner of Yehua has stockpiled a large number of products for marketing, preparing to promote the products nationwide. But what's wrong? Ku Yueching asked. But the marketing company that the coconut flour boss found before was not good enough, and the marketing failed. Now a large amount of coconut milk drinks are piled up in the warehouse of the coconut flour group. We are here this time to help the coconut flour group sell these drinks. Chise said lightly. Ku Yueching was a little skeptical. If other marketing companies can't do it, can we? No matter how other companies try, at least it looks like a company. But what about your own company? There are only two people, a boss and a secretary. It seems unreliable no matter how you look at it, right? In response to Ku Yueching's question, Chise just smiled faintly, said, just wait and see, and then walked into the office building of the coconut flour group. Ku Yueching followed with doubt. Then the two were stopped at the door. Sir, do you have an appointment? If not, I'm sorry, Mr. Wong won't see guests without an appointment. Please make an appointment first. Although the security guard stopped the two people, he was very polite and did not look down on others as shown in novels. Ku Yueching looked at Chise, speechless. Come to discuss business? That's it. How can we talk if we can't even see the boss? At this moment, her determination to leave became even stronger. But Chise was not panicked. He wasn't surprised to be stopped. The coconut flour group may look low-end, but the company is still very formal. It is indeed unrealistic to want to meet the boss without an appointment. He was prepared for this. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Chise smiled at the security guard, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Mr. Chi, who are you going to call? Ku Yueching asked curiously. Mr. Wong, the boss of Coconut Flour Group. Chise said. How do you have his phone number? Ku Yueching was very surprised. She thought Chise would be humiliated at the door and then leave, but she didn't expect Chise actually had Mr. Wong's phone number. Before the call was connected, Chise casually replied. Phone? That's easy. Go to the street and buy a bottle of coconut juice. The complaint number on it is Mr. Wong's mobile phone number. Question mark. Ku Yueching's brain froze again. The complaint phone number on the beverage was actually the private cell phone number of the boss of such a large company? So careless. Ku Yueqing's family also runs a company, so she naturally knows how busy a company boss is. Do you have time to answer the phone? Besides, you don't know Mr. Wang. Can you really meet him and get the business just by making a phone call? Ku Yueqing didn't believe it in her heart, but Chi Zhe's expression was exceptionally relaxed and confident, so she tilted her head and watched Chi Zhe call Mr. Wang of Yehua. What Ku Yueqing didn't expect was that the call was connected very quickly. Then Chi Zhe did not talk about business matters directly, but instead talked about some issues with the taste and flavor of the coconut flour and coconut milk drinks. Chi Zhe spoke with a smile and a confident tone as he gave his various suggestions. From time to time, the voice of Mr. Wang from Yehua could be heard on the phone, and he seemed to agree with what Chi Zhe said. Just like that, the two of them seemed to get along better and better as they talked over the phone. This silenced Ku Yueqing. It's not like she hadn't seen her elders discuss business before, but this was totally different from anything she had ever seen. There was no formal occasion, no strict plan. Chi Zhe just made a complaint call and then had a great chat with the other boss. Of course, Chi Zhe was just acting very excited. He had important things on his mind. All the suggestions he made were given by netizens on the internet in his previous life. In this world, Mr. Wang had never heard of coconut flour, so naturally the more he listened, the more excited he became. Chi Zhe saw that the time was right, so he said, "Boss Wang, I'm outside your company right now. Can I meet you and talk to you in person?" Mr. Wang immediately agreed to this request. Then, he asked Chi Zhe to give the phone to the security guard. After a few words, the security guard's eyes changed a little when he looked at Chi Zhe. He raised the railing with a respectful expression and said to Chi Zhe, "Mr. Chi, please come in." Chi Zhe stepped into the company of Coconut Flour Group. Ku Yueqing was stunned when she saw his confident back. "Business, is this how you talk about it?" Chapter 16, 12% share, gambling agreement, Chi Zhe's ownership. Chairman Wang Guangzhong of the Coconut Flour Group personally stood at the door of the office to greet them, which surprised all the employees of the Coconut Flour Group. Although Wang Guangzhong is a kind person, he is not without airs. He rarely greets someone so solemnly. When a young man appeared with a young and beautiful woman, the employees nearby began to speculate in their hearts. They are so young. Could they be the children of some important person? That's not right. Is it true that the Coconut Flour Group, a company that makes coconut milk, deserves the attention of any big shot? Of course, this is just the employee's guess. Wang Guangzhong himself knew the reason. The reason he came out to greet them was not for any other reason, but simply because the other party was very familiar with his products. On the phone, Chi Zhe pointed out many pain points of coconut milk products. After listening to it, Wang Guangzhong felt as if a light bulb had suddenly appeared in his eyes. Even if Chi Zhe didn't mention the meeting, he still wanted to meet Chi Zhe. Wang Guang waited for a few minutes and finally saw Chi Zhe. He was very surprised. I didn't expect Chi Zhe to be so young. Although Chi Zhe was wearing rather old-fashioned clothes, one could tell he was young at a glance. Can such a young person see things so clearly? Wang Guangzhong was a little skeptical, but on the surface he greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Xiaoqi." "Hello, Mr. Wang." The two of them exchanged a few polite greetings, and then Wang Guangzhong took Chi Zhe and Ku Yueqing into the office. The three of them sat down. Wang Guangzhong's secretary served tea, and then left. Well, it is worth mentioning that Wang Guangzhong's secretary is a man. Chi Zhe did not agree with Mr. Wang's taste in secretaries. But this time I came to discuss business. Chi Zhe naturally wouldn't talk about anything else. After chatting with Wang Guangzhong for a while about how to improve the taste of coconut milk, Chi Zhe was ready to get to the point. "Mr. Wang, as far as I know, you have a large batch of products stored in your warehouse now, right?" Chi Zhe asked directly to the point. Wang Guangzhong was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "I concealed this matter very well. I didn't expect you to know it." Chi Zhe smiled slightly and said, "You have so many products in backlog. Do you have any idea how to solve it?" Wang Guangzhong's eyes changed when he looked at him. At first, he was also puzzled as to why Chi Zhe knew so much about his own products. If you don't put in the effort, it would be impossible to understand it so deeply. But now he understood. "Xiaoqi, what you mean is," Wang Guangzhong said to him with a smile, "can you help me solve this part of the unsaleable coconut milk?" If he were an ordinary young man, Wang Guangzhong would never think that he had such ability. But Chi Zhe, during the phone call, Chi Zhe's many words gave him a deeper understanding of his products. After the interview, he found that Chi Zhe knew his products better than he did. If Chi Zhe said so, he could help him solve the problem of unsold coconut milk. He believes it. That's right. Chi Zhe smiled confidently. "Boss Wang, I can sign an agreement with you. You don't have to pay any marketing fees in the early stage. I will advance the money myself to help you sell coconut juice, but I will take a portion of the profits from the coconut juice I sell. Young man, are you so confident? Wang Guangzhong had always been very confident in Qi Zhe, but now he found that he still underestimated Qi Zhe's confidence. I hope Mr. Wang won't feel bad about the subsequent profit sharing. Qi Zhe seemed to be answering a question irrelevant to the question, but in fact he was expressing his strong self-confidence. Ha! Wang Guangzhong burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he pointed at Qi Zhe and said, Xiao Qi, just because of the suggestions you gave me before, I can't not give you a penny. You tell me how much share you want. After the share is settled, I will pay another million for marketing. The gross profit of a bottle of beverage is about 40%. The net profit is even lower. Qi Zhe had already calculated it, and now he stated what he thought was a reasonable profit share. 12% of the sales price of the coconut juice I sell is my profit share. Is that okay, Mr. Wang? Assuming a bottle of drink is sold for 10 yuan, he will take 1 yuan and 20 cents as profit share. All in all, the profits of Coconut Flower Group will be greatly reduced. If they organize more events and take into account marketing costs and various miscellaneous expenses, it cannot be said that the Coconut Flower Group does not make money, but it may not make as much as Qi Zhe. If it were an ordinary boss, he would definitely not be willing to give up such a high share. Qi Zhe had thought about it a long time ago. The 12% he proposed actually left 2% for bargaining space. As long as Wang Guangzhong bargains, he can reduce his commission to 10%. But to Qi Zhe's surprise, after a little thought, Wang Guangzhong did not bargain, but nodded in agreement. However, he also put forward his own request. Xiao Qi, I agree with your share ratio, but I also have a request. What's your request? Just tell me. Qi Zhe said. The product I squeeze is worth about 200 million yuan. You must guarantee to sell at least half of it. This requires a bet agreement. If you can't do it, what if you can't do it? What about the reward sharing ratio? Qi Zhe asked without any surprise. With such a high profit-sharing ratio, it is reasonable for Mr. Wang to make some requests. Qi Zhe also had the confidence to complete the bet agreement, so he didn't care at all. But Wang Guangzhong smiled slightly and said, if you don't finish it, I will still give you your marketing fee and commission, but you have to join the Yehua Group and work for the Yehua Group. Of course, after you join Yehua, I will not treat you unfairly. At least I will give you a mid-level leadership position. Qi Zhe was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Mr. Wang, it's just as you said. Xiao Qi, we have a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Wang laughed proudly. He felt that he would not lose anything. If half of the squeezed products can be sold, the capital chain pressure on the Coconut Flower Group will be greatly alleviated. If we don't sell half of it, then you get a talent who knows your own products very well. Anyway, the coconut milk couldn't be sold anyway, so it was just like I spent some money and hired a talented person, which was very cost-effective. Well, in Wang Guangzhong's heart, Qi Zhe's value is definitely higher than 1 million in marketing fees and some commissions. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to work with you. Qi Zhe and Wang Guangzhong shook hands. Kui Yiqing, who had been standing by for a while, was dumbfounded. No, is that the way it's done? And the share ratio proposed by Qi Zhe is so high. But judging from what Wang Guangzhong said, he actually felt that he had made a profit. At this moment, Kui Yiqing was stunned when she saw Qi Zhe's face with a confident smile. She suddenly realized that she had really found a treasure. My hunch was right. Qi Zhe is indeed not an ordinary college student. Then I will wait for him to complete this deal. Then I will acquire his company and let him be my secretary. Kui Yiqing said silently in his heart, and then looked at Wang Guangzhong. If Qi Zhe did not complete the bet agreement, just help him finish it. In short, Qi Zhe must be his own. Chapter 17 Recruitment, Women with Big Breasts, Men with Abdominal Muscles. If all the 200 million bottles of coconut milk were sold, Qi Zhe could get at least 20 million in profit. This is definitely a lot of money. Kui Yiqing was very surprised that Qi Zhe could negotiate such a high profit share. Her family is also a business family. Influenced by his surroundings since childhood, Kui Yiqing also has some understanding of business matters. With such a high share, Qi Zhe may earn more than the boss Wang Guangzhong after selling this batch of products. This is almost impossible elsewhere. Even if it is possible, such a high profit-sharing ratio will usually be accompanied by a gambling agreement with very harsh conditions. And now, Wang Guangzhong did propose a bet, but his bet, well, in Kui Yiqing's opinion, there is no harm at all to Qi Zhe, but all benefits. Even if Qi Zhe really didn't complete half of the sales task, he would still get the marketing fees and commissions, and he would also get a middle-level leadership position in the Coconut Flower Group. How to watch, how to earn. Kui Yiqing never thought that as the boss of a group, Wang Guangzhong actually valued Qi Zhe so much and offered such generous conditions. So, After she followed Chi Zhe and left the coconut flower group for a long time, she was like a lost soul. She followed Chi Zhe with stiff steps, but her brain was in a state of shock. On the other side, after Wang Guangzhong ordered his men to prepare the contract and signed it with Chi Zhe, the senior executives of the coconut flower group raised their questions. They were also shocked. Once this contract is signed, the coconut flower group becomes a labor-intensive company. Chi Zhe took the lion's share of the profits. Even if he didn't complete the task, not only would he not be punished, but he could also join the coconut flower group and directly become a middle-level leader. Boss Wang, this contract. Zhao Feihua, the general manager of Coconut Flower Group, spoke first. I don't understand it. Not only Zhao Feihua, but other senior executives also didn't understand. Although the contracts have been signed now, everyone still expressed their doubts. Facing everyone's puzzled looks, Wang Guangzhong just laughed. You don't need to understand, just execute it. Wang Guangzhong is not a domineering person, but a person who is very receptive to other people's opinions. His cell phone number is printed on the outer packaging of every bottle of coconut juice. As long as he is free, he will personally answer every complaint call. But at this time, he did not explain to everyone. Although he is kind, he is the chairman after all. The chairman really didn't explain, and the employees were helpless. Okay, everyone go back. From now on, you all have to cooperate with Shao Qi's marketing plan. Wang Guangzhong said again, then waved his hand and asked all the senior executives of the Coconut Flower Group to withdraw. After everyone left, Wang Guangzhong sat alone in the office, looking expectant. I hope my feeling is correct. Wang Guangzhong was a businessman who made his fortune in the barbaric era. People of this era have a unique characteristic, which is that they particularly trust their feelings. After all, they had no guide before and had to cross the river by feeling the stones. They made their fortune based on their intuition, and after becoming rich, they became even more superstitious about their intuition. The same is true for Wang Guangzhong. From the moment he received Chi Zhe's call, he felt that Chi Zhe had a unique insight into his own products that transcended time. Well, to some extent, he was right. It's more than just a leap across time, it's a leap across the world. After meeting Chi Zhe, this feeling became even stronger. First of all, Chi Zhe's dress is very consistent with the aesthetic taste of people of his age. Secondly, Chi Zhe's conversation is much more mature than his peers. There is also Chi Zhe's confident demeanor. I advance my own money to sell beverages, and I only need to get a share of the profits. If you are not a truly confident person, you would not dare to put forward such a condition. Just like when I was young. At that time, the beverage market was barren, and no one had ever thought of making coconut milk into a beverage. However, I resolutely stepped into this wild market and eventually created today's Coconut Flower Group. After that, I insisted on my own strategy and unique packaging style, and then I came to where I am today step by step. His subordinates asked him why he agreed to such outrageous conditions. Wang Guangzhong was embarrassed to explain his reasons. He can't give a complete business analysis, nor does he want to say that he relies purely on intuition. So he didn't explain. Until now, he just had one thing to say. He hoped his feeling was not wrong. He felt that Chi Zhe could help him sell the accumulated coconut milk. Of course, even if not all of it was sold, he could still get Chi Zhe's talent. All in all, Wang Guangzhong felt that he could not suffer any loss. If the accumulated drinks are sold out, I can relieve the tremendous pressure. If you can't sell all of them, you can gain a talent. No loss either way. Boss Chi, how are we going to do marketing next? Kui Weqing and Chi Zhe returned to the company, and she immediately asked impatiently, Boss Wang only gave us 1 million for marketing. This amount of money can't even make a good advertisement? Does the company have any funds left? Advertising is very expensive. Who said we were going to put up ads? Chi Zhe shook his head. How to market without advertising? Kui Weqing asked puzzledly. Just watch. Chi Zhe smiled mysteriously, and then said to her, Now, your first task as a secretary is to help post a few recruitment ads online. I see. What are the recruitment requirements? Kui Weqing was shocked and asked immediately. She finally waited until Chi Zhe started to get down to business. We are looking for college students to work part-time. Both men and women are welcome. The requirements are good looks and a good figure. Men, in particular, must have abdominal and pectoral muscles. Women who are from dance and art academies are preferred, while men who are from sports academies are preferred. Chi Zhe immediately stated his request. A big question mark appeared above Kui Weqing's head. Why are you looking at me? Chi Zhe touched his face. Is there something dirty on his face? Kui Weqing was speechless and asked, Boss Chi, are you recruiting employees or concubines? It's okay if it's women, I can understand, but why are you recruiting men? Are you? I'm not non-tone. Chi Zhe was even more speechless. He first defended himself, and then said, "Secondly, you are my secretary. Your job is to complete the tasks I ordered. Now go and do your work." But Kui Weching continued to look at him with suspicion. However, school beauty Ku still turned around and went to work. It has to be said that Chi Zhe's performance in the coconut flower group today made her feel a sense of admiration for Chi Zhe, to the extent that, even though Chi Zhe's orders were a bit absurd, she felt that there was some deep meaning behind them. Chapter 18 Live Streaming. Owan Hao comes next door. Kui Weching went to post recruitment ads, while Chi Zhe was using his computer to register a TikTok account. This world is similar to the previous life. Although some details are different, the overall aspects are still very similar. There was TikTok in the previous life, and there is Dolu in this life. Both are leaders in the short video field, but the difference is that the world has not yet discovered the live streaming with goods track. This time, Chi Zhe plans to sell coconut juice from the coconut flower group on the short video software Dolu. This method was not invented by Chi Zhe. In the past, there was a very famous company selling coconut milk that did the same thing. In the live broadcast room, handsome men and beautiful women were wearing cool clothes and dancing and exercising enthusiastically. Everyone had beads of sweat on their foreheads, their faces were ruddy, and the live broadcast room was filled with a strong smell of hormones. There will not be long advertisements in the live broadcast room, but the effect is better than advertising. The audience is grateful. You show me handsome men and beautiful women for free without even any advertisements, so I have to buy your products. This arouses a rebellious psychology. In the past, this marketing method was very effective and was even included in classic marketing cases. Chi Zhe's current plan is to replicate this method and sell coconut juice for the coconut flower group. This is the advantage of time travelers. Where the two worlds are slightly different, he can use the information gap to his own advantage. Of course, it would be more convenient to have a system. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that the coconut flower group had so many unsold beverages. Chi Zhe registered a Dolu account, of course not just one, but directly registered a company account, and then registered many company sub-accounts under the one main account. Since we are doing marketing, one account is definitely not enough. Chi Zhe plans to recruit more people, and then use multiple accounts to broadcast live at the same time, 24 hours a day, to achieve the best results. Because there is no live streaming sales track yet, you cannot directly use the shared bikes in the live streaming room. So Chi Zhe registered several official flagship stores on shopping websites. He has obtained authorization from the Coconut Flower Group, and all his stores have been certified as official stores of the Coconut Flower Group. Direct traffic to the short video app, and then let customers place orders on the shopping website. After Chi Zhe received the order, he passed it directly to the Coconut Flower Group, which asked the Coconut Flower Group to ship the goods and be responsible for after-sales service. After a busy day, the day is almost over. Kui Weching has already posted the recruitment advertisements. "Mr. Chi, someone has come to inquire about part-time jobs. How should I respond?" Kui Weching asked. The work content is dancing and fitness. Women dance and men do fitness. The working time is 3 hours, and the remuneration is 120 yuan. Chi Zhe said, "Okay, I'll reply to them like this." Kui Weching nodded and sat down in front of the computer to work again. Chi Zhe was searching for live broadcast equipment on the internet. Since it is going to be a live broadcast equipment and venue are required. As for the venue, he planned to rent a larger office next to his own and convert it into a dedicated live broadcast room. There should be several live broadcast rooms. First of all, the live broadcasts of men and women should be separated, with women dancing on one side and men exercising on the other. Changing a person every 3 hours brings enough freshness to the audience. 24 hours of live broadcast. There should also be several live broadcast rooms to attract more viewers. According to Chi Zhe's plan, there will be at least 8 live broadcast rooms, 4 for men and 4 for women. Each of the 8 live broadcast rooms broadcasts live 24 hours a day. Not to mention the live broadcast equipment and venue, the part-time expenses of the actors alone are a considerable amount. So when Chi Zhe signed the contract, it was agreed that the bill with Yehua would be settled on Monday. Originally, Chi Zhe had not planned to set up so many live broadcast rooms at the beginning, but Mr. Wang from Yehua gave him another 1 million yuan for marketing expenses. With this money, Chi Zhe no longer had to be stingy. Just spread it out. 2 million is enough to cover the initial investment and all expenses incurred within a week. There are many people selling live streaming equipment online, but Chi Zhe only looks for local ones, and they have to be able to install it at home. Haiban City is not a first-tier city, and there are not many people selling this kind of equipment, but after some searching, Chi Zhe finally found it. Because some things may not be available locally and may need to be stocked, Chi Zhe placed the order directly, negotiated the order with the merchant, paid the deposit, and then started looking for a house. When this company belonged to a senior student, Chise had been working here for a few months. He is quite familiar with this office building. Although the location of this office building is good, there are too many office buildings in the same area, so there are still many vacant spaces inside that have not been rented out. For example, next door, an office of several hundred square meters has been empty for several months. So Chise prepared to go to the property management of the office building to ask if he could take it down, but as soon as he went out, he saw that the door of the office next door was open and there were people inside discussing how to decorate it. No one has rented it for several months, and someone rented it just when I wanted to use it. Chise was stunned and doubted his luck. Coincidentally, the person in the office also came out at this time. It was a young man, dressed in branded clothes, and obviously wealthy. He also saw Chise, and then he immediately looked over with a provocative expression on his face. "She's alright. Why did you block me?" Owanhao asked in a bad tone. That's right. It was him who rented the office next door. Kuiwaching is her goddess, and now she is together with Chise. Especially that night when Chise blocked him and Kuiwaching ignored him, he almost took a knife to kill Chise. But after calming down, he went to find a private detective to investigate the relationship between Chise and Kuiwaching. After investigating, he found out that Kuiwaching was just working in Chise's company. After graduation, Owanhao plans to play around for a few years and then slowly take over the family business. But now he has changed his mind. Since Kuiwaching wants to go to work, why not just start his own company? I have the support of my family, so I am not as strong as Chise's small company. Although the investigation showed that Chise and Kuiwaching did not have an ambiguous relationship, Chise actually dared to block him, which made Owanhao hold a grudge. He decided to open the company next to Chise's. By then, my company will be bigger than Chise's, more formal than Chise's, and more promising than Chise's. Is there any need to say where Kuiwaching will choose to work? Moreover, he could also take down Chise's company to relieve his guilt. It's really the best of both worlds. Chise, of course, didn't know what Owanhao was thinking. Facing his question, he just shrugged and said, "Mr. O, let's not talk about the blacklisting. I want to ask you, do you want to sublease the office you just rented?" Chapter 19 New Assistant, Company Set Sail. Rent. Owanhao was stunned for a moment, and then he felt angry as if he was insulted. He said in disbelief, "Are you kidding? I just rented this office and want to start my own company. You asked me if I want to rent it out." Hearing this, Chise said indifferently, "If you don't want to rent it, forget it. I'll ask someone else." His indifferent attitude deeply hurt Owanhao's heart. He was born into a wealthy family, and from childhood to adulthood, no one dared to look down on him like this. To him, not caring is the biggest insult. But it just so happened that Chise really seemed to be unaffected by the gap in status and wealth. When facing him, there seemed to be no difference from facing an ordinary person. At this time, Chise had already turned and headed towards the property. Owanhao looked at his back and gritted his teeth. "Okay, you're crazy, right? Just wait. If I don't bankrupt you, I won't be named O." At this moment, Kuiwaching suddenly ran over. "Hey, Mr. Chi." She had been busy recruiting, but suddenly she had a few questions that she didn't know how to explain to the applicants, so she wanted to ask, but when she came out, Chise had disappeared. Then when he turned around, he saw Owanhao. "Owanhao, why are you here?" Kuiwaching asked in surprise. "Chinger." Owanhao immediately retracted his ferocious face and made a self-proclaimed elegant expression. "I'm starting a business and rented an office as my workplace. I didn't expect it to be right next to your company." Boring. Kuiwaching shook his head, turned around, and prepared to go back to the office. She and Owanhao have known each other for a while. During this period, Owanhao pursued her madly. How could she not understand Owanhao's little thoughts? She chose to learn entrepreneurship just to avoid blind dates and get married. How could she be in love with Owanhao? "Hey, Chinga." Owanhao quickly stopped Kuiwaching and shouted, "Chinga, you want to work? Why don't you come to my place? I'll let you be the vice president. You don't have to do anything, and you can set your salary, okay?" "Not interested." Kuiwaching said coldly, returned to the office, and closed the door. She comes to work to learn. Doing nothing. Why didn't she just stay at home? There was enough wealth in the family to support her doing nothing. Besides, even if Owanhao could really provide her with a suitable place to study, she would not leave this small company. After seeing how easily Chise got a favorable position at the Coconut Flower Group, she knew that her feeling was correct and Chise was definitely a talent. Now, she stayed, partly to learn. Another reason is that after she completes the business of Coconut Flower Group, she will acquire the company and let Chise help her run the company. Leave? Impossible. When Owanhao saw that she refused so decisively, he was dumbfounded. "No." What's so good about this little shabby company? Why doesn't Chinger want to leave? Oh, Wanhao scratched his head. I had another ominous premonition in my heart. Could it be that Chinger refused to leave because of Chize? I have to say that Oh Wanhao's premonition was quite accurate. Qing was indeed reluctant to leave because of Chize. However, some attacks were different from what he expected. He thought it was a love story between a man and a woman. But in fact, Qing wanted to be Chize's boss. Chize found the property of the office building and easily rented a very large office on another floor of the same building. It is worth mentioning that there is a floor in this office building that is dedicated to live broadcast area. After all, live streaming is very popular these days. It's just that the economy has been in recession in the past 2 years, and live streaming has also been in recession. The live streaming area that was originally packed now has many empty seats. This is very convenient for Chize. After all, decorating a live broadcast room takes a certain amount of time. Now we directly rent several live broadcast rooms in the live broadcast area, which can be used after a slight modification, saving a lot of time. After returning to the office, Chize immediately started contacting the decoration company. The environment of the live broadcast room is different from that of a general office, so you need to find a professional decoration company. When Kui Weiqing saw him coming back, she immediately came over to ask, "Boss Chi, are our part-time actors paid on a daily basis? Also, where will the interview be arranged? Also, what are the specific jobs?" She asked several questions in a row. Chize was helpless when he asked this question. He discovered that this school beauty co from the same school as him was indeed suitable to be a secretary, but she was only suitable to be a vase secretary. It was nice to just look at her when you had nothing to do, but if you expected her to do something, then she can annoy people to death. "Secretary Ko, you have a new task now." Chize looked at her and said, "Help me find another secretary." Question mark. Ku Yueqing's hands trembled and her eyes widened a little. "Chi, President Chi, what do you mean? Am I not just your secretary?" Let's put it another way." Chize paused and said, "Help me hire another assistant. His job is to help me handle various chores. The salary will be doubled." "Then what should I do?" Ku Yueqing felt a little nervous. "Don't let him become your secretary before you acquire Chize's company, but end up being fired. If this gets out, you'll be so embarrassed." "You?" Chize looked her up and down and said, "Just be his secretary." Okay. Ku Yueqing felt something was wrong, but couldn't explain why. She nodded and followed Chize's order to post the job advertisement. As long as he didn't fire her, it would be fine. "Wait." Chize stopped her again. "Hire a few more clerks. We will be very busy next time, and one assistant is not enough." "Okay." Ku Yueqing nodded, but did not leave. Instead, she asked curiously, "Then Mr. Chi, how are we going to do marketing? How many bottles of coconut milk do we need for 200 million? How can we sell them?" She was still curious about what Chize was going to do. Now, she no longer doubts Chize's ability. But she couldn't understand what Chize was doing at the moment, so she was very curious. "Just watch," Chize said lightly. This sentence again. Ku Yueqing was helpless. He turned around and went back to his workstation and started working. Over the next 2 days, this small company finally got back on track. First, an experienced assistant joined. Her name was Huang Xiaoli. She was 32 years old. She was an assistant to the boss of a large company a year ago, but later resigned because of getting married and having children. However, she did not expect that while she gave up her job for the family, her husband cheated on her during her pregnancy. After giving birth to another child, she chose to divorce and voluntarily gave up custody of the child. She said when she started working that she would no longer believe in love and that she would focus entirely on work from now on. Chize was very satisfied with her. This woman was very capable and had no family burden. She was a perfect fit for his fledgling company. Secondly, with a few more clerks in the company, it becomes more enjoyable to handle various chores. The live broadcast room on another floor has also started renovation. Chize added money and lowered the decoration requirements, and it is expected to be completed within 5 days. At the same time, part-time actors also started interviewing. Chapter 20. Your breasts are too small. Next. You don't meet the requirements. Next one. Inside the company, Chize looked at the actresses who came for the interview and made a declaration expressionlessly. The actress was still a little dissatisfied. "Why did you eliminate me? I'm the school beauty in our class." When Chize heard the word school beauty, he glanced at Ku Yueqing beside him, then looked at the part-time actress and said, "Your breasts are too small." A big question mark appeared above the actress' head. Is this a fucking reason? But in the office, several people who are responsible for recruitment together with Chize have long been accustomed to it. Chize's recruitment conditions are simple. Women want big breasts and long legs, and they pursue the ultimate visual impact. The requirements for appearance can be slightly relaxed. After all, appearance can be enhanced with makeup and beauty filters. Men are required to be tall and strong. If they lift up their shirt and show no abdominal and pectoral muscles, Chise will immediately declare them unsuitable. A lot of people came to interview for part-time actors these days. After all, Haiban City has several art and sports colleges, and the price of 120 yuan for 3 hours offered by Chise is also very generous. Moreover, not all the people in the school are second-generation rich. Working 3 hours a day as a part-time worker can earn 2 or 3 days living expenses, so many people are willing to give it a try. Although the actress was not convinced, Chise was the boss after all, so she could only leave angrily. Soon, another part-time actor came to the front of the stage. "Hello, my name is Suxia. I'm a little old, already 27 years old. Can I be a part-time actor?" Suxia looked at Chise and others nervously. Chise took a look and found that although Suxia was a little older, she had a great figure and was more talented than all the actresses he had interviewed before, so he immediately nodded and said, "You can stay." "That's great, thank you." Suxia quickly bowed to express his gratitude. As his body moved, waves surged, making everyone who saw it gasp in amazement. Even Assistant Huang, who had just given birth, was surprised. Now, the other actors who were interviewed also knew Chise's selection criteria. Those with small breasts just looked down and left the scene in dismay. The one with big breasts showed a confident expression, feeling that the interview was a sure thing. Of course, there are also people who try to use some tricks, stuffing something in it, in order to get away with it. But Chise has a sharp eye and can see it at a glance, and then continue to eliminate the person. After interviewing the girls, it's time to interview the boys. The interview for boys is relatively simple. They just need to take off their shirts when they arrive. Moreover, men don't have high requirements for appearance. As long as the figure is good enough, it's fine. A day passed quickly and Chise left behind dozens of part-time actors. After all, they only work 3 hours a day. If there are not enough people, it will not be enough to support 24 hours of live broadcast every day. You will come for training in the next few days. The training salary will be paid as usual. I will inform you of the specific working hours later. Chise said in front of the part-time actors, and then let them go back. The actors are in place, and all that's left is to decorate the live broadcast room on the other floor. "Mr. Chun, welcome to visit my company." Wanhao shook hands with a well-dressed middle-aged man. Qin Xiujin is a marketing master who has been working in the marketing field for many years. One of his most famous marketing cases is a health product, which created a miracle of 50 million in daily sales that year. The O family has cooperated with Master Qin several times. Now that Wanhao has opened a company, he invited him to come over for guidance for a period of time. That's right, Wanhao also opened a marketing company. It's not because he likes or is good at this industry, but because he wants to bring down Chise's company. Because Chise opened a marketing company, he opened a marketing company. Moreover, he bribed a clerk in Chise's company and learned about the project Chise was currently working on. "Mr. O, your company's employees look good. It doesn't look like a new company." Qin Xiujin looked at Wanhao's company and said, "These people are all employees of my group. I have selected the best employees from various companies." Wanhao said confidently, "I thought I would start by helping you set up a company, but now it seems that we can start taking orders directly." Qin Xiujin said calmly, "I know about a big order now, but another company is doing it," said Wanhao. But Qin Xiujin didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "It's okay, Mr. O. Tell me about the project, and I'll make the plan." That's how the business world works. We never look at who comes first, but only who can bring in more profits. "Okay, this is the project information. It's about coconut milk drinks." Wanhao immediately brought the information of the coconut flower group to Qin Xiujin. Qin Xiujin took the information and looked at it for a while, then said to Wanhao, "Bosso, you can contact the Yehua group first. I will make a plan now. This order must be ours." "Huh, Mr. Chun, I knew it. If I ask you to do it, it will definitely work." Wanhao laughed, then asked someone to take Qin Xiujin to his exclusive office, and he took people to the coconut flower group to prepare for initial contact. When Wanhao takes action, it will be different from Chise. Chise went there alone, bringing a secretary with him. And that little secretary is just a vase. She is useless. But Wanhao brought a whole team with him. Secretary, assistant, legal affairs, professional business negotiator. There were more than a dozen people. Wanhao even asked someone to get the telephone number of Wang Guangzhong's secretariat and made an appointment. But the first time I went there, I didn't see Wang Guangzhong. When Chise started to get busy, he gave Wang Guangzhong some suggestions. The coconut milk of coconut flower group is characterized by 0 additives. Then we can make a documentary to record the production of coconut milk from beginning to end and thoroughly explained to customers what zero additives means. From planting coconut trees to collecting coconuts and then to processing. All were filmed as documentaries truthfully. Wang Guangzhong thought it made sense. He has always been focusing on zero additives and health, but who would seriously look at the ingredient list of a drink? If it is filmed into a video, more people can see the production process of coconut flower coconut juice and trust coconut flower's products more. Wang Guangzhong attached great importance to this matter, so he personally led the team to keep an eye on it. So, the person Wanhao met was Zhao Feihua, the general manager of Coconut Flower Group. Although Yehua had already signed a contract with Qizhe, Zhao Feihua did not refuse to meet with Wanhao. He has never quite understood the profit-sharing contract signed between Wang Guangzhong and Qizhe. During this period, Qizhe did not do anything related to marketing. Therefore, Zhao Guanghua decided to contact Wanhao's company. After all, his company had the participation of marketing tycoon Chen Qiujin. If Wanhao's plan is good, then Zhao Guanghua wouldn't mind reporting to Wang Guangzhong and directly replacing Qizhe's company. Chapter 21 Sun Dongyu collapsed because he didn't even want the free money. Ace, we haven't seen each other for several days. What have you been busy with? In the rental house, Xiaoji and his girlfriend Xiaoyi snuggled on the same sofa and asked Qizhe, who was sitting opposite them. During the day, they have to go to work, and Qizhe has been busy with company matters these days. Although they lived under the same roof, Qizhe and the couple hadn't seen each other for a few days. Today is the weekend. Xiaoji and Xiaoyi are on holiday. Qizhe has basically completed the company's early preparations and will officially start the live broadcast this afternoon. He had nothing to do in the morning, so he stayed at home to rest, so he was able to meet Xiaoji and his wife. Facing Xiaoji's question, Qizhe smiled and said, "I'm a little busy at work." He didn't intend to say much to his roommate. "We were just casual acquaintances, and there is no friendship between us. After I move away from here, we may never have any dealings with each other again. Of course, except in Isu." Although Qizhe didn't go to listen to her singing or drink with her these days, the two chatted a lot on the chat software, and their feelings improved rapidly. During this period, it was Isu who took the initiative to talk to Qizhe most of the time. After Qizhe moves away, the only person I can still keep in touch with is probably Isu. Xiaoji and his wife will be strangers from now on. And Sun Dongyu. Qizhe was just waiting for him to finish the road maintenance project and then report to him. This old guy is not a good person. Qizhe had no intention of being polite to him. When Xiaoji and his wife heard Qizhe's answer, they didn't react. They were not familiar with Qizhe. Up to now, they only knew that Qizhe owed the bank a sum of money, and they didn't even know whether he had paid it back or not. Now that we met, I asked politely. Sun Dongyu and Isu didn't tell them either. This young couple was very relaxed. After chatting with Qizhe for a few words, they started to be affectionate on the sofa. This made Qizhe a little embarrassed. He stood up and prepared to leave. But at this time, Sun Dongyu walked out of the room. "Hey, Xiaoqi is here too." Sun Dongyu's eyes lit up when he saw Qizhe. He immediately walked over and stopped Qizhe, who was about to leave. He had been wanting to talk to Qizhe for the past 2 days, but had never met him. Now that he finally saw him, he refused to let him go. "I have something to tell you. I had a drink with Director Li yesterday. He admires you very much and wants to continue working with you. How about that? You continue to take projects from Director Li and then transfer them to me. I will pay you the agency fee as before." Speaking of which, Sun Dongyu was also depressed. Through the project, he got in touch with Director Li Qingshu, but Li Qingshu seemed unwilling to cooperate with him. Instead, he mentioned Qizhe many times while drinking. His words implied that he wanted to continue cooperating with Qizhe. Sun Dongyu was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to continue taking projects from Li Qingshu, so he actually let Qizhe take over. He had always been an employee before, and now he has taken the first step towards becoming a boss. Even if he had to share some of the profits with Qizhe, he had no choice but to accept it. Project. Qizhe was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that the system had reminded him before that if Li Qingshu wanted to continue cooperating with him, he would not have to do anything and could make money by taking the project and subcontracting it out. Yes, Xiaoqi, this is very beneficial to you. Just think about it. You don't have to do anything and you can get the agency fee. How great is that? Sun Dongyu immediately said in a seductive voice. It sounds tempting. Qizhe smiled. Sun Dongyu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and immediately said, "That's right. Let's make money together as brothers." As he said this, his heart was bleeding. I could have earned the money myself, but I had to give part of it to Qizhe for nothing. He cursed Li Qingshu in his heart, wondering if he was confused or crazy. Why did he only give the project to Qizhe? But Qizhe immediately said, "But I refuse. I will not interfere in your affairs with Director Li in the future. You should talk to him about the project yourself. If you succeed, it will be your credit. If you fail, it has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Chi wanted to leave. He didn't want to get involved in Sun Dongyu's affairs. Oh, Sun Dongyu was stunned. What's going on? Someone is giving you money for free, but you don't want it? But seeing Chi was about to leave, Sun Dongyu immediately stopped him in a hurry. Brother Chi, don't go. Are you not satisfied with the agency fee I gave you last time? Don't leave in a hurry. We can talk about it. We can talk about it. Xiaoji and Xiaoyi on the side stopped being affectionate and looked at the two of them. At this time, both of them were very puzzled. Normally, Sun Dongyu relied on the fact that he was the second landlord and was a few years older than him, and he was arrogant everywhere, looking down on that one, but now, he treated Chi in an almost pleading manner. This is so rare. The couple looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Isn't A's just a worker who owes debts? Why is Sun Dongyu begging him now? Old son, I said, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Get out of my way. Chi's tone became a little stern. No, Brother Chi, what's the matter? Did I offend you before? Don't joke with money. Sun Dongyu was about to collapse. He didn't understand why Chi didn't even want this free money. Of course, he was not happy to give Chi money. But the problem is, if Chi doesn't intervene, he won't get the project. If he can get the project, he is the boss. If he can't get a project, he is just a worker. Sun Dongyu really wanted to make progress, and at this moment, he wanted to kneel down and beg Chi. But there is absolutely no way Chi would agree to that. Engineering is a pitfall. If you want to make money, you have to lower the quality. If you are not careful, you will go to jail. He dug this pit for Sun Dongyu, but he didn't want to fall into it himself. After all, his company had just gotten on track. Today we will start our first live broadcast. There will be a large amount of cash coming into the account soon, so it is not worth taking risks for such a small amount of money. But before Chi could open his mouth to refuse again, An-I-Su rushed out of her bedroom angrily, pointing directly at Sun Dongyu's nose and scolding. Sun Dongyu, do you have any shame? Brother Zay has already said he doesn't want to. Why are you still pestering him? She was sleeping in the bedroom. After all, I am a resident singer in the bar, and I come back late every day, so I sleep until noon during the day. But I was indeed woken up by Sun Dongyu's voice this morning. Especially since Sun Dongyu kept pestering Chi and saying something. This hot-tempered northern girl couldn't help it and rushed out directly. Seeing her, Sun Dongyu also shuddered. This chick is a bit of a tiger. He was really a little scared. Brother Chi, you go ahead and do your work. Think about what I said and we'll talk in the evening, okay? Sun Dongyu said with a reluctant expression. Chi laughed in his heart. Okay, then I won't be back at night. Chapter 22 Ku Yueqing and An-I-Su both felt tremendous pressure from each other. Sun Dongyu might have felt frightened by An-I-Su and a little embarrassed, so he said, I'm busy at the construction site, and left in a hurry. In the room, there are only 4 young people left. Xiaoji and Xiaoyi had stopped their affectionate behavior a long time ago. They still didn't understand what was going on. It would be surprising that Sun Dongyu, who is so arrogant, would beg Chi so humbly. They also didn't understand when An-I-Su and Chi became so close, and when Chi was entangled by Sun Dongyu. An-I-Su actually came out to stand up for Chi. Suer, did I disturb your sleep? Chi looked at the tall white girl in a long nightgown, forced his eyes not to look at the vague scenery, and said, Go back to sleep. You still have to go to work tonight. Why are you sleeping? You can't fall asleep after you wake up. An-I-Su noticed Chi's gaze, and she thrust out her chest to show him her beautiful curves, and said, Brother Zay, I haven't seen you for a few days. Yes, I'm busy these days. Seeing this, Chi didn't hesitate to admire her with his eyes. Your company officially opens today, right? An-I-Su smiled and said, I might as well not sleep. Can you show me around your company? Women dress up to please themselves. An-I-Su has always been straightforward. She found that she had a good impression of Chi, so she was not stingy in showing her beauty to the person she liked. These days, I live under the same roof with Chi, but Chi goes out early and comes back late, while she goes out late and comes back late. The two of them haven't met many times. Although An-I-Su is a girl, she is not as reserved and shy as other girls. Since she finds that she has a good impression of Chi, she will take the initiative to create opportunities and spend more time with Chi. Okay. Chi hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Although his goal is to become a powerful tycoon and own an entire forest. But now that the girl has taken the initiative to express her feelings, it would be a bit unromantic to refuse her. Wait for me a moment, I'll change my clothes. An-I-Su smiled and turned back to the house to change clothes. You and Xiaoji. Xiaoji couldn't help but ask. Although he has a wife, he can't help but have some dirty thoughts when a beauty like Xiao and I lives next door. But now it seems, Su is clearly taking the initiative to express her love to Chize. He had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. I wouldn't say it's envy, jealousy, or hatred, but I just feel sour. What's wrong between me and Xiao and I? Chize asked back. Xiaoji was stunned by the question. Xiao Yi asked generously. Are you and Xiao and I dating? Not really. We're just good friends. Chize replied. Xiaoji curled his lips, but Xiao Yi smiled and said, just good friends. Xiaoji and I were good friends at the beginning. Chize laughed. His neighbor was quite interesting. After a while, Su changed his clothes and came out. She didn't wear the rebellious style of clothes she wore when singing, just a sweatshirt and trousers, and her hair was simply tied into a ponytail. Different from her usual confident and flamboyant style, she now looked more pure and graceful. I don't have many normal clothes, this is it. Su walked out and said, very good, very beautiful. Chize nodded and said. The smile on Su's face became even brighter. Next, the two left home together and went to the company. And after the two left, Xiaoji and Xiaoyi looked at each other and both felt that it was a bit ridiculous. What on earth happened during this period of time? Ace used to be a very quiet person. Why did he suddenly change so much now? Even someone as arrogant as Lao Sun almost knelt down before him. Xiao and I is such a beautiful girl, and she is actively pursuing him. And from what Xiao and I said, he even started a company? No, isn't he working like us? They are normal working people who go to work almost every day. They really don't know what's going on at home. The result is that although they live under the same roof, Chize has undergone earth-shaking changes, and they didn't know it until they met Chize today. It's like a different person. They both felt very uncomfortable. Chize and Su arrived at the company and first went to the small office on the 23rd floor. At this time, all the company's employees had arrived. Under the leadership of Assistant Huang, several clerks were handling various chores. The secretary Kui Yueching was idle. After Assistant Huang arrived, she had only one task, to serve Chize. Assistant Huang can handle everything else well. Seeing Chize coming, Kui Yueching and Assistant Huang came forward together. But the difference is that Assistant Huang was reporting serious matters to him. Secretary Ku was a little nervous. She was too idle as all her work was done by Assistant Huang. She was afraid that she would be fired by Chize before she could acquire Chize's company, so she hoped that Chize could arrange something for her to do. Assistant Huang, let's prepare for the live broadcast according to the previous plan. Chize ordered. Yes, Mr. Chi. Assistant Huang nodded and immediately started to get busy. As for you, Secretary Ku, just come with me to inspect the live studio. Chize said. Yeah. Ku Yueching nodded. Having something to do, she finally felt less nervous. Then, she looked up and saw Su behind Chize. Suddenly, Ku Yueching's delicate body trembled. Chi, President Chi. Who is she? Ku Yueching has always been very confident that her looks are unmatched in Chize's company. But now, she felt threatened. Oh, this is my friend Su. She's here to play at the company today. Chize introduced them to each other. Suer, this is Ku Yueching, my secretary. Hello, X2. The two seemed to greet each other politely, but in their hearts they already regarded each other as rivals. Ku Yueching felt that Su could threaten her position as secretary. But Su felt that it was a bit strange that Chize was with such a beautiful secretary every day. For a moment, Ku Yueching felt the pressure and decided in her heart that she must study hard and stop being just a vase. Otherwise she would be eliminated sooner or later. Su also felt a sense of crisis and decided to speed up the pace of pursuing Chize. She couldn't let this pretty secretary get there first. Chize didn't know that the two seemingly calm people actually had huge waves in their hearts. From his perspective as a boy, the two of them just greeted each other calmly, and nothing else happened. Okay, now that you all know each other, come downstairs with me. Today is the first day of live broadcast. It concerns the future of the company. I must go downstairs and watch it in person. Chize nodded to the two of them, then went downstairs and came to the live broadcast room on the 6th floor. Chapter 23. This is an advertising live broadcast room. But where are the advertisements? Live broadcast room. According to Chize's request, this huge office was converted into 8 live broadcast rooms, each of which is about 10 square meters. The decoration of the live broadcast room is very simple, with a single color tone and soft rubber mats on the floor. There was nothing in the room except the live broadcast equipment. Nowadays, there are 8 people standing in each live broadcast room. 4 of the live broadcast rooms are occupied by girls, and 4 of the live broadcast rooms are occupied by boys. The 3 of them came to the live broadcast room. Chize and Ku Yueching were naturally not surprised, but Su was surprised. Brother Zhe, what are you doing? Su scratched his head and asked in confusion. What kind of business are you doing? There were all handsome men and beautiful women. The women were all plump, wearing yoga pants and tight vests, and the men were all muscular, wearing only shorts, with bare upper bodies, revealing their strong abdominal muscles and chest muscles. This, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a serious business. Haha, I'm doing marketing, Chise explained with a smile. And Isu looked at the room full of handsome men and beautiful women, and more questions popped up in his mind. Marketing. Is this how it is done? In fact, Kui Weqing didn't understand either. In her opinion, marketing means advertising, shooting commercials, and then promoting them so that more people know about the product and generate a desire to buy it is called marketing. But what Chise did. However, after witnessing the business discussion between Chise and Wang Guangzhong, although she did not understand, she did not doubt Chise. She was just looking forward to what kind of surprises Chise could bring her. In the live broadcast room, in addition to handsome men and beautiful women and live broadcast equipment, there are boxes of coconut flower brand coconut juice. The coconut milk was piled up in the corner. Women dance and men exercise. After sweating profusely, one always needs to drink water, but in the live broadcast room, they drink coconut milk. That's advertising. Then every once in a while, Chise would arrange for part-time actors to read advertisements to promote coconut flowers and coconut juice, and guide the audience in the live broadcast room to buy coconut flowers and coconut juice in the online store opened by Chise. Of course, the frequency of reading this advertisement will not be very high, because Chise understands netizens' thoughts very well. The main focus of today's netizens is rebellion. If you read the advertisement too much, you will definitely cultivate a group of freeloaders. When they see handsome men and beautiful women walking around and ask to buy coconut milk, they will definitely buy it next time. So Chise wants to do the opposite. In Coconut Flower's live broadcast room, the frequency of advertisements is very low. The main feature is watching beautiful women dancing and handsome men working out for free. Occasional ads. This will make netizens develop a compensatory mentality and actively buy coconut flowers and coconut juice. This is not the result of Chise's own speculation, but it was what really happened in the world of the previous life, and Chise just moved the successful case here. Okay, time's up. Let's start the live broadcast. Chise looked at his watch and immediately announced the start of the live broadcast. The live broadcast account that had been registered long ago immediately started live broadcast. There were 8 live broadcast rooms, 4 of which were for men, all filled with plump young ladies wearing tight vests that showed off their body curves and taking yoga classes. They immediately started dancing. The other 4, which were for women, had shirtless muscular men starting a series of fitness exercises such as push-ups and sit-ups. The temperature in the live broadcast room was very high, making it easy to sweat. Coupled with dancing and exercise, the actors soon began to sweat profusely. However, there was not even a towel in the live broadcast room, so they could only let the sweat flow down their bodies. Chise stood outside a live broadcast room and looked inside. There was a part-time actress named Su Xia who was dancing the hardest. Her figure was so plump that every time she jumped, she would create waves. Chise felt a little hot when he saw it. This is the live broadcast effect I want. A satisfied expression appeared on Chise's face. As the planner myself, I was so excited watching this, let alone the netizens who have never been exposed to the details. Boss Chi, are we just going to let them dance here? Should we make a few billboards and put them in strategic locations? Kui Weqing raised her own questions. How is this different from doing charity? Invite netizens to watch handsome men and beautiful women for free? And Isu also looked at Chise curiously. Until now, she still didn't understand what Chise was going to do. She only knew that Chise wanted to sell coconut milk, but she couldn't see what the relationship was between these live broadcast rooms and coconut milk. Secretary Ku, monitor the live broadcast background data in real time and tell me. Chise did not explain, but asked Kui Weqing to pay attention to the data. It has just started airing and the data is all 0. But when Kui Weqing opened the backstage, the number of online viewers in a certain live broadcast room had reached 57. Based on background analysis, there were 69 people who visited the live broadcast room. Among these 69 people, only a dozen chose to leave, and 57 chose to stay and continue watching. This is good data. It represents a good start. Zhang Shuai is a poor worker who only earns 3,000 yuan. Adhering to the philosophy of doing as much work as possible based on the pay, he spends most of his time slacking off in the company every day. Watching live game broadcasts during work is one of his ways of slacking off. But today, just as Zhang Shuai was constantly watching videos on the short video app, trying to find a live broadcast he liked, and secretly watched it after get off work, he came across a live broadcast room that surprised him. Anchor name, Coconut Flower Coconut Juice Official Live Room. Title, Healthy Life, Healthy Coconut Water. When Zhang Shuai saw this title, she scrolled past it immediately. Who wants to watch ads? But after swiping past, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something that interested him greatly, and he immediately swiped back and returned to the live broadcast room. Fuck, it's so big. What comes into view is a blue-toned room, accompanied by dynamic music and plump bodies dancing with infinite energy. Especially the woman in the lead. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with regular features and a gentle temperament. But that huge weapon, which could be said to be a fowl, firmly attracted this handsome man's attention. He looked at the others again. I found that every girl in this live broadcast room was so plump and full of feminine charm. They sweated with every dance, and the whole room seemed to be filled with hormones. Zhang Shuai suddenly found that he could not leave. The thumb that used to be able to scroll through videos smoothly now seemed to be completely stiff, unable to slide the screen to go to the next video. In this way, I secretly watched her at the company until she got off work. Colleagues around me left the company one by one. Originally, Zhang Shuai should have left as soon as possible, but at this moment, he didn't want to move. But I still have to go home. Zhang Shuai struggled internally for a while, but finally stood up. But before leaving the company, he followed this live broadcast room. Only at this time did he notice the name and title of the live broadcast room. Official live broadcast room of coconut flour and coconut juice. Healthy coconut juice, healthy life. When Zhang Shuai saw this title, a question mark popped up in her head. Etc. This title, this live broadcast room, seems to be an advertisement, right? What about advertising? Chapter 24 live broadcast begins. Let the bullets fly for a while. Zhang Shuai is not the only one looking for advertising. The same was true for Fu Jiang. He was immediately attracted by the enthusiastic big sister in the live broadcast room. He didn't care about the title at all. Suddenly, he paid attention to the title and was stunned. Coconut milk? Is this a live advertising room? In this world, there is no live streaming to sell goods, but there is live streaming for advertising. However, most people will just swipe past the live broadcast room when they see it. There are so many advertisements on TV and in various apps. Who would go to the live broadcast room to watch? When Fu Jiang realized that this was an advertising live broadcast room, he immediately looked carefully at every corner of the room, hoping to find an advertisement. He succeeded, and in a corner where no one cared, he saw several boxes of coconut flour brand coconut juice. No. Has the planner of coconut flour been owed wages? Who can see the advertisement? It's not just men. Many girls also came across Yehua's live broadcast room. I'll go. Li Yu, who was watching short videos, suddenly stopped and stared at the young men on the screen who were full of hormones. She couldn't look away, and her fingers seemed unable to move. Is this something I can watch? Li Yu looked around and found that most of the students in the class were slacking off, and no one was looking at her. She felt relieved and turned her attention back to the screen of her mobile phone. Those abs, these pectorals. There are so many young men with such good figures. No, I want to give them a reward. Women are more prone to impulse buying, and the masculine men with overflowing hormones in the live broadcast room completely broke Li Yu's heart. She immediately went to look for the reward option, but after finding it, she pointed her finger and a prompt appeared. The anchor has turned off the reward function. What? No reward. So many little brothers. Why are you letting me see them for nothing? Li Yu felt ashamed of getting something for free. Then she noticed the title of Coconut Flour Live Room. Official live broadcast room of coconut flour and coconut juice. Healthy life, healthy coconut water. This is actually an advertising live broadcast room. Li Yu was shocked. But what about the advertisements? What about the products? No one is coming out to introduce themselves. Boss Chi, the number of people in the live broadcast room with the most people has exceeded 3,000. Ku Yueqing excitedly reported to Chi Zhe. The data displayed in the background are all real data. It is not an easy task to retain 3,000 people for a long-term viewing in a live broadcast room that has just been on the air for less than an hour. No wonder Ku Yueqing was so excited. And Ai Su didn't understand what live streaming was, nor did she understand what 3,000 people in a live streaming room meant. But judging from Ku Yueqing's attitude, it was clear that the project controlled by Chi Zhe had received very good feedback, and she was very happy and smiled. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chi Zhe was very calm. Today, the 8 live broadcast rooms combined have more than 10,000 people, but Assistant Huang upstairs sent a message that not many orders have been placed in the online store of the shopping website. This did not surprise Chi Zhe, because drinks like coconut milk are not cheap. At least they are more expensive than drinks like Coke, Sprite, black tea, and green tea. In particular, coconut flours and coconut milk are additive-free, so the cost is slightly higher and the price is also higher. It takes at least a few days of accumulation before users decide to place an order. So Cheese was not in a hurry at all. Next to Cheese Company, Oh Wanhao was also watching the live broadcast. Well, the actors are all well chosen. But this is also called marketing. He sneered disdainfully. Chen Xiujin was also standing by, watching the screen in the live broadcast room and smiling. Marketing is about engraving the product in the minds of users so that they can place orders. To do this, you need to bombard them with information constantly. The so-called information bombardment is the uninterrupted repetition of information. This information repetition is used to make users remember our products. I don't understand his marketing method. Chen Xiujin said that he didn't understand, but from his expression, it could be seen that he was also very disdainful in his heart. When Oh Wanhao heard what he said, he couldn't help but laugh. I bribed a clerk at Cheese's company, and the order data from their online store will be sent to us in real time. From what I can see so far, the data is very shabby. Chen Xiujin said. Bosso, Yehua Group must be watching the live broadcast as well. They must be very dissatisfied with the marketing results of the company next door. I suggest that you show the preliminary plan I made to the people at Yehua Group right away. Master Chen, you are absolutely right. Let's do it. Oh Wanhao thought it made a lot of sense and immediately ordered people to do it. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the scene of Qi Zhe going bankrupt and Ku Yueqing throwing herself into his arms. And the other side, people from the Coconut Flower Group were indeed watching the live broadcast. The nearly 200 million tons of unsold coconut milk put a lot of pressure on the entire group. The contract signed by Wang Guangzhong and Qi Zhe also offered a lot of concessions. Zhao Guanghua, general manager of Coconut Flower Group, has never understood why his chairman would sign such a contract. Therefore, Zhao Guanghua has never taken Qi Zhe's marketing seriously. On the contrary, after contacting Oh Wanhao, he was more inclined to hand over the marketing task to Oh Wanhao's company. After all, Oh Wanhao had the famous marketing guru Chen Xiujin. So, after Qi Zhe's live broadcast room started, he kept watching it. The response in the live broadcast room was very enthusiastic, but there were not many orders from Qi Zhe company. This made Zhao Guanghua shake his head continuously. You are young after all. Then he instructed his subordinates. After the live broadcast is over, sort out the data from the live broadcast room and the online store, send it to Mr. Wang, and suggest that Mr. Wang sign a marketing contract with Marriott Marketing. Mr. Zhao, we have already signed a contract with Xiao Zhe, said a senior executive on the side. Xiao Zhe is Qi Zhe's company. His ex-girlfriend's name was Zhu Qiao, and his name was Qi Zhe. They took one character from each of their names, which is Xiao Zhe. Zhao Guanghua sneered when he heard this. At most, we don't want the 1 million marketing fee. After all, apart from this 1 million, we won't suffer any other losses even if we break the contract. Oh, that's no problem. However, there was no need for Zhao Guanghua to pass the data to Mr. Wang, as Mr. Wang was also following the live broadcast. This marketing is really ingenious. Wang Guangzhong looked at the scenes in the live broadcast room and felt even more favorable towards Qi Zhe. The more he watched this live broadcast, the more comfortable he felt. At the same time, I have more confidence in Qi Zhe. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Wang Guangzhong was stunned for a moment, and then he muttered to himself, no, what if Xiao Qi's marketing is successful and he doesn't join my company? Step by step, Wang Guangzhong has come to regard Qi Zhe as his confidant. Now, as the chairman of the Coconut Flower Group, he secretly hopes that Qi Zhe will not complete the marketing task. Chapter 25. Middle-aged men can also be passionate. Wang Guangzhong couldn't help but become fascinated by the live broadcast. This is very rare for a wealthy middle-aged man. He feels annoyed just by looking at those internet celebrities with pointed faces, let alone watching their live broadcasts. But Xiao Zhe's company's live broadcast room fascinated him. Every woman may not be extremely beautiful, but each has her own characteristics and is full of pure feminine charm. In particular, the charming women were dancing wildly and sweating. It makes people feel restless physically and mentally. As a middle-aged man, Wang Guangzhong has no choice but to work overtime in the company in order to avoid paying public taxes. But watching this live broadcast, he actually had the urge to go home to find his wife. Hiss! Xiao Qi's live broadcast really has some tricks. Wang Guangzhong watched for an hour and a half before he calmed down. However, it was not because of himself, but because the actress in the live broadcast room started reading the advertisement. The slogan is short. Just a brief introduction. This is the official live broadcast room of coconut flower coconut juice. The concept of coconut flower coconut juice is healthy living. Coconut flower coconut juice has always adhered to the concept of zero additives. In addition to zero additives, you also need to rely on exercise to maintain your health. The purpose of this live broadcast room is to promote the concept of health. Exercise and zero-additive coconut water are both things that make people healthy. Cheese cleverly changed the concept. At this point, this is not a marginal live broadcast. Instead, it is a green live broadcast room that promotes the concept of health, and it also links coconut flowers and coconut juice with the concept of health. Finally, the actors revealed the address of the online store opened by Cheese, guiding users to go to the online store to buy coconut milk if they need to. After finishing this short slogan of less than a minute, the actors began to sweat enthusiastically again. But at this time, Wang Guangzhong had calmed down. As a middle-aged man, he can no longer be as passionate as he was when he was young. After that burst of energy, he became as limp as a tapeworm. The calm and rational Mr. Wang is back. He carefully pondered the advertising slogan that Cheese had arranged. The more he pondered, the more brilliant it seemed to him. Finally, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Xiaoqi has linked coconut flour and coconut juice with the concept of health, and health is what everyone pursues." Indeed, in today's society, people attach great importance to health. The word zero additives seems to be synonymous with health. Of course, this is a misunderstanding. Additives are not bad things. On the contrary, they can increase the safe consumption time of food and increase the flavor of food. As long as you don't overdo it, it's a good thing. But most people don't think so. In the past, coconut flour has always been advertised as having zero additives, but it has not been linked to the concept of health. Now, Cheese has directly given the concept of health to coconut flour and coconut juice. This marketing is so worth it. After Wang Guangzhong understood everything, he was very excited, because once coconut flowers and coconut juice were tied together with the concept of health, then, not only this marketing, but also the sales of coconut flowers and coconut juice in the future, he would not have to worry about it at all. Coincidentally, at this time the company sent over Xiao Zhe's company's live broadcast data and order data, along with a file containing Marriott's preliminary marketing plan. Zhao Guanghua called personally. "Mr. Wang, we have checked Xiao Zhe's live broadcast data. From the current point of view, it is not objective. There are very few users who have converted to orders. I suggest you consider Marriott's marketing plan." Hearing this, Wang Guangzhong was so angry that he almost laughed. He is always in a good mood and can even answer every complaint call in his free time. But at this moment, he was really angry. "As the general manager of Coconut Flour Group, you actually told me to abandon Xiao Zhe's marketing plan and choose another company's plan?" Wang Guangzhong's voice rose several degrees. "I doubt you've even watched the live broadcast. Now, I order you to watch Xiao Zhe's live broadcast and keep watching until they go off the air." After saying this angrily, Wang Guangzhong hung up the phone. Zhao Guanghua on the other side was confused. He really didn't watch the live broadcast much. Although those actresses also fit his aesthetic, but, as a successful person, he pays more attention to his wealth and power. Only by running the Coconut Flour Group, can he maintain his current wealth and status. But from the very beginning, he didn't take Cheese seriously. So he just took a few glances at Xiao Zhe's company's live broadcast room, and then went to study Marriott Marketing's marketing plan. Now that he was scolded by Wang Guangzhong, he was really dumbfounded. No, there is only one advertisement after he broadcast the live broadcast for an hour and a half. Just based on this point, this marketing is not a successful one. Zhao Guanghua was indignant, but he did not dare to disobey Wang Guangzhong and could only watch the live broadcast obediently. However, Xiao Zhe Company's live broadcast is 24 hours a day. "Mr. Qi, today's live broadcast data and order data are out. Office on the 23rd floor." Assistant Huang came over with documents and placed the statistics table on Qi Zhe's desk. And Aisu has returned to the hotel to perform. Kui Wuqing was alone with Qi Zhe. When she saw the data sheet, her expression was a little strange. She could hardly hide the disappointment in her heart, and it showed on her face. She has been looking at the data today. The live broadcast data is very good. Although we have just started live broadcasting and have not purchased any traffic, we have retained a lot of users in a total of 8 live broadcast rooms relying solely on natural traffic. But Kui Wuqing did not forget that her boss signed a profit-sharing agreement with the Coconut Flour Group, even if it attracts more live broadcast users. No order. The company can't make any money. But Qi Zhe was very calm. He looked at the data in detail and then said to Assistant Huang, "Assistant Huang, increase the recruitment of part-time actors. The current number of actors cannot support 8 live broadcast rooms for 24 hours. Are you still trying?" Kui Wuqing exclaimed. The part-time jobs that Qi Zhe offered were not low, and the live broadcast required too many actors, so the actors' salaries alone were not a small amount. If calculated based on the current number of orders, it can be said that Chi Zhe will lose money for every day of live broadcast. But Assistant Huang was very calm. She nodded and said, I understand. I will post the new recruitment information now. No rush. You can go off work first and work tomorrow. Chi Zhe waved his hand. Assistant Huang may have been hurt too deeply by her ex-husband. Now she is only focused on work and is even willing to work overtime without pay. Chi Zhe would be happy to have more employees like this. But Assistant Huang worked too hard, and he didn't want to tire out such a useful employee. Assistant Huang nodded when he heard this, and without saying anything, he packed up and left the company. Kui Weqing said worriedly at this time, Boss Chi, if this goes on, we will lose money. Chi Zhe glanced at her and asked, Do you want me to compensate you? You are worrying about nothing. After saying this, he left. I made an appointment with Ni Su today to go drink with her. Kui Weqing watched his back disappear and clenched her fists in anger. I can't even care about you. Fine, fine. I'll wait for the day when you go bankrupt. By then, I don't want you to be my secretary anymore. I want you to clean the toilet for me. Chapter 26, Wanhao's True Face. Drink bar. Ni Su stood on the stage, her slender fingers dancing on the guitar strings, her red lips slightly parted, a lively, high-pitched, and melodious voice floating in the air, her beautiful eyes looking towards the audience from time to time, full of anticipation. Finally, someone came. Waiter, give this beautiful lady a wreath. Chi Zhe waved his hand and asked the waiter to give Ni Su a wreath. This is not to show off, it's purely to support my friends. Ni Su's singing voice suddenly became higher in pitch, and a smile appeared on her face. A wreath is not worth much, and she can't get much money. But Chi Zhe came as promised, and she was very happy. It's just a wreath, you're really a loser. In a high-end booth, Wanhao caught a glimpse of Chi Zhe and said something with a disdainful tone. Now he is unhappy to see Chi Zhe. Especially today, he had confidently sent the preliminary plan to the Yehua group, and it was highly recognized by the general manager Zhao Guanghua. He thought it was done, but the news was not passed on from the coconut flower group until very late, and President Wang personally said that the plan must not be changed. Wanhao was in a very bad mood and almost smashed his phone. Just now, a friend told him that there was a stunning female singer at Xinghua Bar. She was young and beautiful, and her singing voice was very distinctive, so he decided to have some fun and relax. Wanhao was originally a playboy, but after meeting Kui Weqing, he became much more restrained. In the eyes of others, Mr. O is truly infatuated. For Kui Weqing, he suddenly became a clean man. But only Wanhao knew that he had no choice but to do so. In the O family, Wanhao is neither the oldest nor the most outstanding, and has never had the chance to claim the position of heir. The fate of Wanhao in the future is that after his heir inherits the position of patriarch, he will hold a small amount of shares and receive tens of thousands of yuan in dividends every month to live on. For an ordinary person, tens of thousands of yuan a month is considered wealthy. But for Wanhao, who was used to living a luxurious life, this was like going to jail. And Kui Weqing became the key to his breakthrough. The Ku family only has one daughter, Kui Weqing. The elders of the Ku family have already said that they will not marry Kui Weqing off, but will only recruit a son-in-law. At the same time, the future Ku family assets will also be handed over to Kui Weqing's man. Wanhao's goal is to become the son-in-law of the Ku family. Only in this way can he continue to maintain his extravagant life. This news was only known to the Ku family and a few people who were close to the Ku family. The O family and the Ku family were partners, so Wanhao knew it. For Kui Weqing, he even gave up his favorite women. But now I was feeling depressed, so I wanted to come out and have some fun. But who would have thought that I would meet Chi Zhe? Wanhao originally thought that Kui Weqing wouldn't know that he came here secretly to have fun, but now, he was seen by Chi Zhe. Chi Zhe did see him, but he didn't care. Because he came here today just to listen to music, wait for Ni Su to get off work, and then find a place to drink. But Wanhao doesn't think so. He felt that Chi Zhe would definitely tell Kui Weqing about his visit to the bar. This matter cannot be undone. Since it can't be salvaged, I might as well just go for it. Give 10 wreaths to the beautiful lady on the stage. Wanhao called the waiter and gave him 10 wreaths at once. He was not finished yet and continued, send 10 first, and then another 10 in 3 minutes. Then, send 10 every 3 minutes for an hour. 10 wreaths every 3 minutes. That's 200 per hour, or 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan is nothing to Wanhao, but he knows how to spend it to the greatest effect. For an hour in a row, the names of Wanhao and Ni Su could be heard throughout the bar. How can an ordinary woman bear such stimulation? Wanhao's goal is very clear. He wants to get the singer on the stage. He could see that Chi Zhe and Ni Su knew each other. then what else can be done to hit Chise harder? Sleeping with the beautiful woman that Chise knows can be a better blow to Chise. In Oh Wanhao's mind, since Chise saw him in the bar, he would definitely say bad things about him to Kui Weqing after returning. He might as well get Chise's woman first to vent his anger. Then I'll find a way to explain it to Kui Weqing. But actually, Chise had no such intention at all. It's purely because Oh Wanhao has a dark heart. He thinks that if it were him, he would definitely do the same thing. He is judging others by his own standards. In fact, Chise didn't take him seriously at all. Next, the voice of boss Oh Wanhao presents Ni Su with 10 wreaths was heard in the bar every 3 minutes. The whole bar was shocked. This is a small bar, and usually there are no rich people like this visiting. And Isu was also very surprised. 20,000 yuan. She could get a commission of 10,000 yuan at once. This way the band could last a little longer. Thank you, Bosso, thank you very much. After singing a song, and Isu also thanked him in public with her hand in hand, and then said, Bosso, is there any song you want to hear? This is also the rule of the bar. We should still have some respect for the rich. When Oh Wanhao heard this, he looked at Chise provocatively, and then said, no need to sing. You've been singing for so long. Come to my place and rest for a while. Chise remained indifferent to his provocative gaze and even wanted to laugh. And Isu earned another 10,000 yuan, so I guess she will treat me to something expensive tonight. He could see that Oh Wanhao was definitely targeting him, so he sent the wreath like this. Even if Su can't see this now, he will see it later. Although this girl is young, she is very particular about what she does. She knows who to thank. On the stage, Su's face flashed with displeasure when she heard Oh Wanhao's words, and she immediately said, there's no need to rest. Singing is my job, and I have to continue working. And Su was very happy when someone gave her a wreath, because it represented recognition of her singing. But if someone wants to achieve some dirty purpose by sending wreaths, haha, when she gets angry, she can really hit people with a wine bottle. Oh Wanhao's face looked a little unhappy. According to his experience, if he spent so much money, even if the singer was not happy about it, he would still come down and have a few drinks with him. There are almost no people who refuse directly like Su. He was also an old hand, so he still had some patience. He didn't get angry directly, but said, Beauty, I want to get to know you. Can you come down and have a few drinks with me? This is also a direct statement. I'm giving you money just to have you come down and drink with me. On the stage, Su's face suddenly turned ugly. She often sings in bars and has encountered such situations before. In the past, Su had never compromised. Today, she will not compromise. At worst, I won't take the money. Of course, this would offend the bar owner and I would lose the opportunity to be a resident singer, but it's not like Su hasn't done this before. She made up her mind and was ready to refuse again. But at this time, Chise on the side spoke. Chapter 27 Oh Wanhao has many tricks, but Su doesn't fall for them. You want someone to drink with you for just this little money? Who hasn't seen money? Chise said with disdain on the side. These words were not spoken to anyone, as if he was talking to himself, but the volume was just right, and Oh Wanhao could hear it clearly. Immediately, a surge of anger rushed to his head. Damn it! How dare you, a loser, mock me for being poor? Oh Wanhao instantly looked at Chise, his eyes wide open as if they were on fire. He and Chise used to be classmates, and later he carefully investigated Chise's background, so he knew Chise very well. A loser who just paid off a $1 million loan from the bank and runs a small company. How dare you mock me? No, I just said it casually. If you think I'm mocking you, then I can't help it. Chise looked at him and shrugged with a relaxed expression. On the stage, Su understood. No wonder some rich people suddenly sent me so many wreaths. It turns out that everything was because of Chise, but she didn't say anything, because she didn't understand what was going on and didn't know how to help Chise. Before you criticize others, have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? How can you have the nerve to give them just a wreath? Oh Wanhao was not going to swallow this insult and immediately mocked them back. But Chise doesn't care about this. He chuckled. I don't have anyone to drink with. Oh Wanhao's tone paused. He thought Chise would not be able to stand the ridicule and would compete with him in wealth. Although I know that Chise and Su know each other. But Oh Wanhao didn't mind competing with Chise to see who gave more wreaths to Su. But he knew that Chise's company did not have much funds. If Chise could be provoked enough, he would spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in the bar. That will definitely have a huge impact on Chise's company. But he didn't expect that Chise didn't fall into the trap at all. I spent money, so I'm happy to have her drink with me. What's it to you? Oh Wanhao snorted coldly. Either you give more than me, or you shut up. Bosso, I can return all the wreaths to you. And Su spoke at this time. But I'm sorry, I can't drink, so I won't drink with you. Puff. Hearing this, Chise couldn't help but burst out laughing. And Isu can't drink alcohol. This was definitely the biggest joke he had heard this year. And Isu looked at him speechlessly. What's the matter? He was just saying some polite words. Why can't you hold back your laughter? Owanhao's face looked very unhappy when he heard this. With 20,000 yuan, what kind of woman can't you find? Even those less famous celebrities or models can buy it for an entire night. As a result, Inaisu refused to drink with him. But Owanhao had his own ways to deal with women. He stopped forcing Inaisu and said softly, "Since you can't drink, I won't force you. Just continue singing. The wreath is still yours. I can't take back what I give away." "Thank you, Basso." Inaisu thanked him and then returned to the stage to sing. Chise was a little disappointed seeing this. In fact, his ideas are similar to Owanhao's. Owanhao wanted to provoke him into competing in wealth in order to consume his funds. The same went for Chise. He thought that with a few sarcastic remarks, he would be able to make Owanhao compete with him in wealth and give Inaisu more wreaths. Given the relationship between me and Inaisu, shouldn't she give me some when she comes down? It's a pity that Owanhao is not the brainless rich second generation, so he didn't fall for it. Next, Inaisu sang her song honestly. Owanhao did not send any more wreaths, nor did he ask Inaisu to come off the stage and drink with him. He is a playboy who understands women's minds best. To deal with superficial and materialistic women, you can just give them money. But to deal with a woman like Inaisu, you have to use some tricks. Owanhao has rich experience. He firmly believed that he would be able to win the heart of this beautiful female singer and deal a huge blow to Chise. Owanhao waited until Inaisu's resident singing session ended before he took action again. "Thank you, Mr. O, for giving Miss Inaisu 100 wreaths. You are so generous, Mr. O." "Thank you, Mr. O, for giving Miss Inaisu 100 wreaths. You are so generous, Mr. O." "Thank you, Mr. O, for giving Miss Inaisu 100 wreaths. You are so generous, Mr. O." Inside the bar, the spirited young man from the Atmosphere Group called out Owanhao's name repeatedly. He gave out 300 wreaths in a row, spending a total of 30,000 yuan. Owanhao sat in the audience with a faint smile on his face. Women, that's how it is. Be enthusiastic when you should be enthusiastic, and be cool when you should be cool. Therefore, he had not sent out wreaths for such a long time, until the end, when he made another move, and he sent out more wreaths at one time than before, in order to leave a deep impression on Inaisu's heart. He believed that if he spoke again at this time, Inaisu would definitely not refuse him again. Of course, in order to ensure that Inaisu would accept the invitation, he also called the manager of the bar and asked him to convey the message. Backstage, Inaisu washed her face and removed her makeup, revealing her beautiful face. Others wear makeup to cover up their flaws and make themselves more perfect. But she has to use makeup to cover up her flawless skin and delicate facial features to make herself look a little more ordinary. A place like a bar, if it's too beautiful, can easily cause trouble. "Xiao and I, this is your commission for today." Bar manager Chun came over with a wad of cash. Not to mention others today, Owanhao alone gave Inaisu 500 wreaths, and her commission was more than 20,000 yuan. If this amount of money were transferred, it might seem ordinary. But when the thick stack of money was handed to Inaisu, even though she didn't value money much, she felt a little excited. "Thank you, Manager Chun." Inaisu nodded and put the money in his pocket. "I have something to tell you." Manager Chin did not leave, but said, "Bosso, who gave you the wreath, wants to meet you. Don't get me wrong. He doesn't want you to accompany him for drinks, but he wants to get to know you and treat you to a meal. He has booked a restaurant, a Michelin 4-star restaurant. This is where Owanhao's brilliance lies. He understands women very well. No matter how reserved a woman is, she cannot refuse to show any face to a tycoon who gives her a tip of tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, he didn't want Inaisu to drink with him. They just wanted to have a meal, and they had booked a high-end restaurant. Even if it is just to give face to the rich man, ordinary women will go. Moreover, the bar manager will convey the message on his behalf, and the singer does not dare to offend the bar manager, so he will most likely agree. And once the woman agrees to have dinner together, spend money, do all kinds of romance. If it doesn't work, just use medicine. All in all, Owanhao has many ways to make this woman his plaything. But Inaisu is different. She didn't like this kind of thing in the first place. Otherwise, with her looks and singing voice, she wouldn't have been unable to find a bar where she could sing regularly. And today, Chise is still here. It would be even more impossible for her to agree. Chapter 28, Drunk Late at Night. "I refuse." Inaisu was very decisive and said calmly, "Manager, please tell Mr. O that I refuse. Of course, if he is dissatisfied, I can return all the money I received to him." As she spoke, she took out all the money and handed it to the manager. Of course, I didn't forget to take away 50. There was a wreath presented by Chi Zhe. You. Manager Chen looked disappointed. Are you stupid? Mr. O is so generous. If you have a good relationship with him, will you still be short of money in the future? The main thing is that if Ni Su returns the wreath, then the bar portion must also be returned. The manager doesn't want to let the money leave his hands again. More importantly, Owan Hao is a well-known wealthy man in the nightclub, and he would never come to a small bar like Qingzhou Bar in the past. Now that he is here, the manager wants to keep this rich man. Not interested. But Ni Su said in a very cold tone. Then he turned around and left, without giving Manager Chen any chance to speak again. Manager Chen was left anxiously jumping up and down, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to stop Ni Su from leaving. This girl is also famous in the bar circle. She has done things like using wine bottles to smash other people's heads. After leaving from the back door, Ni Su stood on the street and sent a message to Chi Zhe, asking him to come to the back street to find her. Then, standing on the street, Ni Su fell into confusion. There is no doubt that I have offended the bar manager today. I can no longer come to this bar. She used all the money she earned from Chi Zhe last time to support her brothers and sisters in the band. If she loses her job as a singer in the bar. So, the band, which had just had some hope, immediately fell into the brink of disbanding. But Ni Su's sadness only lasted for a moment. With Chi Zhe's arrival, she smiled again. Brother Zhe, come with me. I found a delicious restaurant. You have to accompany me for a drink tonight. Okay. Chi Zhe agreed with a bitter look on his face. Ni Su laughed a few times when seeing this, and then said unhappily, why do you look so forced? Do you know that Mr. O invited me to a Michelin restaurant just now, but I didn't go? Then why don't you go? Chi Zhe asked. No matter how good the food is, you will have no appetite if you eat with someone you don't like. Ni Su suppressed his smile and said seriously. This left Chi Zhe speechless. This kind of girl who plays straight ball is a bit unprepared. As compensation for missing out on the Michelin award, I'll treat you to something good. Chi Zhe said. Yeah, okay. Ni Su accepted it generously. But it was too late now. All the local high-end Chinese restaurants were closed, and Chi Zhe was very disdainful of those Michelin restaurants. So in the end, the two of them found a roadside stall. Of course, Ni Su didn't care about any of this. She doesn't care what to eat. She only cares whether there is wine. On the other side, inside the drinking bar, Owan Hao was furious and scolded the bar manager Chen for a while. Ni Su actually left directly. He has been active in the nightlife scene for so many years, and this is the first time he has failed. This is a crappy bar. I'm never coming here again. Before leaving, he spat at the door of the bar, then took his 30,000 yuan and left. The bar's wreaths cannot be returned after they are given. But Owan Hao didn't care about this. Since he didn't achieve his goal today, he had to get the money back. Of course, the bar owner also had some background, so after some trouble, he only returned 30,000 to him. This matter is over. But Owan Hao was so angry that he couldn't swallow it. Just wait for me. I'm familiar with all the bars and nightclubs on the seaside. I'll leave you no place to sing. Owan Hao was sitting in the car and suddenly slapped the steering wheel. The horn sounded sharply and then disappeared quickly. He wasn't bragging. In Haiban City, as an old hand in the nightlife scene, it was very easy for him to ban a resident singer. When you go bankrupt, that woman will have no place to make money. I wonder if you will kneel down and beg me. Owan Hao gritted his teeth. After saying that, he drove away angrily, but before he had taken a few steps, after turning a corner, he saw two familiar voices. Chi Zhe and Ni Su. This man and a woman were drinking happily at a street stall. Not to mention the scattered beer bottles on the table, there were also a large area of empty bottles on the ground. Seeing this scene, Owan Hao was stunned, especially when the scene of Ni Su picking up a bottle, opening it with his teeth, and showing off the whole bottle appeared in Owan Hao's eyes. A surge of anger rose in his heart. For a moment, he wished he could step on the accelerator and run over the two men to death. He did not forget what Ni Su said before. I can't drink. Damn, showing off a bottle at a time. Is this what you call not being able to drink? Owan Hao finally resisted the urge to hit the car with his foot on the accelerator and drove away. But on the way, he called Chun Xiujin. Master Chun, we must get the order from the coconut flower group as soon as possible. Please work overtime. In the middle of the night, Chun Xiujin, who was sleeping soundly with his wife in his arms, was called up with a lot of question marks in his head. It's past 2 in the morning. You ask a man in his 50s to work overtime. Is that something a human being would do? But Owan Hao was the boss after all, and Chun Xiujin couldn't afford to ignore him, so he could only get up and start to speed up the formulation of his own marketing plan. Owan Hao felt a little better. The plan doesn't necessarily have to be completed right now, but he was so angry that he didn't know who to vent it on. It would definitely not be possible to just drive the car and run over the couple to death. This is against the law, and the O family is not powerful enough to help him settle the charge of murder. Then I can only vent my anger on my own people. Needless to say, after waking up Chin Xiujin in the middle of the night, he felt much better. The other side, Chi Zhe and Nai Su were both drunk. Nai Su was a little worried about the future of her band. After persisting for so long, to be honest, she was a little tired. At this time, only drinking could make her forget her worries. And Chi Zhe? He simply can't drink. Nai Su drank 3 bottles, and he drank 1, but still got drunk. He was even drunker than Nai Su. Not to the point of being unconscious, but not much better. He felt dizzy when he got up to pee and walked. Haha, you have a terrible alcohol tolerance. Forget it, I'll help you over there. Nai Su was amused by him, and then stood up, grabbed one of his arms and put it on her shoulder, then supported Chi Zhe and brought him to the public toilet not far away. It was late at night, and no one was in the restroom. So Nai Su helped Chi Zhe directly to the men's restroom. Chi Zhe held Nai Su with one hand and untied his belt with the other. But he was too drunk and couldn't find the spring switch on his belt after groping for a long time. Nai Su was also very drunk. Seeing this, she couldn't stop laughing, and then stretched out her little hand. Stupid, let me help you. Chapter 29. Able to advance and retreat, a true magical weapon. Chi Zhe suddenly woke up. It was only March and the temperature was not high. It was still late at night, and a cool breeze blew past, making him shiver all over. Especially, he glanced down and felt numb. Su, are you? Chi Zhe looked at Nai Su. He never expected that Nai Su would go to such lengths for him. Nai Su's face flushed, her eyes avoided him. She was a little afraid to look at him, and said, You are too drunk. Let me help you. She has always been generous, but now she finally tasted what it feels like to be shy. Okay, I'm fine now, go back. Chi Zhe quickly pulled up his pants and turned to walk towards the stall. What? I didn't say anything. Nai Su stamped her feet, said something shyly, and then followed him. Moment. At the stall, the two sat opposite each other, both speechless. What do you think? As a man, Chi Zhe spoke first. To be honest, he was numb the moment he woke up. Fortunately, the magic weapon was retrieved early, otherwise it would have been activated. Even though he was thick-skinned, he was still a little embarrassed at the time. Chi Zhe had already known that Nai Su had a crush on him. But he also didn't expect that Nai Su would do this. Nai Su is very pretty, very young, tall, with fair skin, and she sings beautifully. It can be said that there are advantages everywhere. It would be a lie to say you didn't like her. But Chi Zhe doesn't think he is a good person. After all, when he came into this world, he vowed to become a rich man and own a forest. She is as pure as a piece of glass without any impurities. Chi Zhe couldn't bear to defile it. When Nai Su heard what he said, she hugged her legs with both hands, rested her face on her knees. Only half of her face was exposed, and said in a small voice, I didn't think much about it. Anyway, I have nothing against you. I got you drunk, so of course I can't watch you pee your pants. Chi Zhe also wanted to hide his face. Today is indeed embarrassing. Of course, it's not a shameful thing now. You like me? Chi Zhe also started to hit straight balls. Girls are so direct, there's no point in him hiding it. Yes, I like it a little bit. It was rare for Nai Su to become shy. Chi Zhe laughed. Then try everywhere. Nai Su nodded, and the half of her face hidden under her knees had a beautiful curve at the corner of her mouth. Looking at her lovely appearance, Chi Zhe immediately put his previous thoughts behind him. If you don't cherish such a good girl, are you going to feel regretful when she's with another man? We'll talk about what happened next later. Whether I will give up a forest for a tree, or give up a tree for a forest, is unknown. At this moment, there is a cool breeze blowing. The moon is bright. Chi Zhe looked at the girl on the other side of the table. He only knew that the scenery was just right at that moment. If he didn't cherish it, he would be the one who regretted it in the future. Check out and go home. Chi Zhe said, I'll go pay the bill. Nai Su stood up. But Chi Zhe had already taken 2 steps forward and directly scanned the code to pay. He is thick-skinned and doesn't mind living off others. But Nai Su was extremely poor, so he would not ask Nai Su to pay. Go home. Chi Zhe walked up to her and extended his hand. Nai Su confidently placed her small hand into the big hand. The night is dark. On the side of the road, only the dark yellow old street lamps emitted a faint light. The two of them walked hand in hand on the street. Under the dim street lights, their shadows were stretched very long. After returning home, the two of them went back to their own rooms. Nai Su is not such a casual girl. Although she is indeed very generous, she is still very principled when it comes to key matters, just like she would not accompany a Wanhao for dinner just for money. Although Chi Zhe is young and energetic now, his soul is very mature. so he naturally won't be so impatient. The night passed quickly. Both of them had insomnia at night. When they woke up, it was already noon, and it was already afternoon when they met. Meet in the living room. Chise asked, I'm going to the company. What do you say today? Are you still going to visit my company? And Isu shook her head and said, I'm going to disband the band. I'm going to talk to the other band members about this today. Oh. Chise was a little surprised. Hasn't it always been your insistence to form a band? Why do you want to disband? Is it because you don't have enough money? I can help you. Now I'm your boyfriend. I should help you. It's not about money. And Isu sighed and said, the other members of the band are all amateurs. Most of them have never studied music. Even if they have, they are not good at it due to lack of talent. In fact, they should have disbanded long ago. Next, Isu told Chise about her and the band. This band is made up of amateurs. No one is a professional musician, not even Isu. However, Isu has better talent, so he has always been able to find jobs as a resident singer in bars. It is precisely because Isu is beautiful and sings well that she can make some money by singing as a resident singer that the band, which is unable to make ends meet, can continue to support itself. The other members of the band basically earn a meager income by singing on the streets. They had long wanted to disband and let Isu go solo. Isu is talented and beautiful, so it is entirely possible for her to become a singer. But Isu is a righteous person and she is unwilling to abandon her teammates. But now, she changed her mind. Her brothers and sisters in the band were getting older, and it was time for them to find something serious to do. The money she earned was barely enough to support them. But what about their future? I don't know what happened, but Isu suddenly figured it out last night. So today she decided to disband the band. In your situation, it's better to disband. Chise nodded after listening to her story. Go ahead. If you encounter any trouble, send me a message. If nothing happens, we'll see you in the evening. See you tonight. Isu said, and then looked at him. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be speaking. Chise took 2 steps forward and held her in his arms. The girl's body is warm and soft, exuding a charming fragrance. Chise was a little obsessed. But after a moment, he let go. Remember to call me if you get into trouble. No. Isu left home with a smile on her face and happy steps. Chise sniffed. Everyone had left, but her scent seemed to still be lingering in the air. He did not stay at home long. After a while, he left home and went to the company. At this stage, he has not yet saved up his first pot of gold. Although he has opened a company, he is just a senior worker. You still have a long way to go to become a chaebol. Chapter 30. Isu disbands the band. Chise's live broadcast becomes popular. Xiao's marketing inside the office. The first thing Chise did when he arrived at the company was to check the live broadcast data. The 8 live broadcast rooms broadcast live 24 hours a day. At most, at night, half of the rooms will be reduced, and the number of people broadcasting will also be reduced by a few. After watching it overnight, the data is still good. Then looking at the order data, it was actually slightly better than during the day. It's a good start. Chise put the data aside and said to Assistant Huang, Assistant Huang, continue to recruit part-time actors. We must bring enough freshness to the audience in the live broadcast room. Yes. Assistant Huang nodded seriously and wrote down Chise's thoughts. I have to say, Assistant Huang is better than Secretary Ku. Secretary Ku, who was standing by, was in a daze and was completely out of his mind. But Chise didn't care. As for a secretary, it's enough if she's pretty. Assistant Huang went to work, and Secretary Ku spoke up. Boss Chi, the live broadcast data is good, but there are few people placing orders. Should we think of a solution? Don't be impatient. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chise said lightly. Kuiwachin got a little angry when she heard this, and felt that Chise was just trying to fool her. But then she changed her mind and thought that it was better for Chise to lose money, because this way she would have to spend less to acquire his company in the future. Thinking of this, she became happy again. Looking at his secretary's unpredictable expression, Chise rolled his eyes. Women are totally incomprehensible. For the next day, Chise stayed in the company and watched the data in real time. On the other hand, Owanhao was also staring at the data of Xiao's company all day long. The live streaming data is still very good, but there are still not many people placing orders. Owanhao looked at the data and was very puzzled. With such dismal data, why is Coconut Flower Group unwilling to change our plan? Now, Owanhao had only one idea. If they could snatch the coconut flower order, all of Chise's previous investments would go down the drain. With the amount of money Chise has, the Coconut Flower Group would surely go bankrupt if it loses its business. Owanhao's goal is to make Chise bankrupt. If Chise goes bankrupt, Kuiwachin will be able to leave his company, and then she will have the opportunity to be with Kuiwachin. Secondly, you can get the singing woman. But in order to make Chise bankrupt, he must snatch the order. The problem now is that even though Qiao Zhe's order conversion rate is not high, Yehua, especially Wang Guangzhong, still has no intention of changing the marketing company. Urge Master Qin to come up with a complete plan as soon as possible. Wanhao felt that it was because there was no complete plan. The subordinate immediately called Qin Shujin. Poor Master Qin didn't sleep all night, and now he has to work overtime. After Wanhao sent someone to urge Qin Shujin, he contacted Zhao Guanghua himself. Within the coconut flour group, except for Wang Guangzhong, most people are not optimistic about Chiza Company's marketing plan, especially Zhao Guanghua. He is a serious top student and is completely different from Wang Guangzhong. Wang Guangzhong likes to follow his intuition. Zhao Guanghua, on the other hand, likes data analysis. But unfortunately, Zhao Guanghua does not have the final say over the coconut flour group. When Zhao Guanghua answered Wanhao's call, his voice sounded tired. Yesterday, Wang Guangzhong told him to watch Qiao Zhe's company's live broadcast room until the show ended. But Qiao Zhe's company's live broadcast room is open 24 hours a day. Zhao Guanghua didn't know it at first. He watched it for more than 10 hours and went to bed only when it was almost dawn. But you know what? He actually figured out some clues. Qi Zhe's idea of combining coconut flowers and coconut juice with the concept of health amazed him, and for a moment, his opinion of Qi Zhe changed a lot. But there is one thing. The marketing was successful, but there were not many orders. More than 200 million worth of goods had been piled up when Zhao Guanghua was in charge of the company, and he was eager to sell them. Bosso, I am very inclined to your company's plan, but the problem now is that Boss Wang trusts Qi Zhe very much, and you have not yet provided a complete plan. I have no choice. Zhao Guanghua was woken up by Wanhao's call in his sleep and said in a very tired voice, "Just hearing your words is enough. I have urged Master Chun, and his plan will be out soon." Wanhao said excitedly. Well, let's observe the live broadcast data of Qiao Zhe's company in real time over the next 2 days, and then wait for your plan to come out. I will present the plan and the data to Mr. Wang. By then, he may change his mind. Zhao Guanghua said. I understand, Mr. Zhao. Please wait for my good news. Wanhao hung up the phone with excitement on his face. He felt that the matter should be settled. The order conversion rate of Qiao Zhe's company has always been low, and he doesn't believe that Wang Guangxin is not anxious. Next, we have to wait for Qin Xiujin's plan. Wanhao was full of confidence at this time. He felt that as long as Qin Xiujin's plan came out, the order from Coconut Flour Group would immediately become his. But contrary to what he thought, Wang Guangxin was not anxious at all. These 2 days, apart from watching the filming of the documentary, Wang Guangzhong spent the rest of his time watching the live broadcast. He's really not in a hurry. Qi Zhe's marketing, apart from anything else, just links coconut flour coconut juice with the concept of health, which makes all the expenses of the Coconut Flour Group worth it. Even if these 200 million worth of goods are really not sold out. Wang Guangzhong also admitted it. Although the loss this time is not small, the Coconut Flour Group will be able to achieve better development in the future. On the contrary, if the coconut milk cannot be sold, Qi Zhe will not be able to complete the gambling agreement. This talent can be used for your own benefit. Wanhao thought Wang Guangzhong would be anxious, but in fact he secretly hoped that the order conversion rate would remain so low, so that Qi Zhe could join the Coconut Flour Group. It's all worth it to get this talent. In the next few days, Qiao Zhe Company's live broadcast continued. All parties continue to pay attention. Wanhao and Qin Xiujin of Marriott Marketing, Zhao Guanghua and Wang Guangzhong of Coconut Flour Group, as well as Assistant Huang and Secretary Ku from Qiao Zhe Company. On the contrary, Qi Zhe, the boss, pays less and less attention to the live broadcast data. At this time, everything was developing in a similar way to the company in the previous life. The next step is to wait until enough accumulation occurs, and then evolve it into a completely perfect marketing campaign. Qi Zhe was not in a hurry at all. Instead, in the next 3 or 4 days, he took more time to accompany An Su. They rented a new house together and moved out of Sun Dongyu's old house. Then he also helped An Su deal with the disbanding of the band. He paid a sum of money so that the band members could have the money to go home and cover the expenses along the way. An Su was naturally extremely grateful for this. The relationship between the two has improved to a certain extent. At the same time, the effect that Qi Zhe had expected finally came. With the fermentation of daily live broadcasts and the attention of some media, Qiao Zhe's company's Coconut Flour official live broadcast room suddenly. It's popular. Chapter 31 Damn, he pretended. Zhang Shuai has been slacking off at work and watching Coconut Flour's live broadcast room for several days in a row. In today's world where internet celebrity faces are all the rage, it's not easy to see some natural beauties, especially when they have such great figures and their explosive dances allow people to feel the beauty of women most intuitively. All in all, Zhang Shuai seems to be having a very happy time these days, to the extent that he has been thinking about finding a girlfriend during this period. Another day at work, Zhang Shuai put on headphones and looked at the live broadcast room of Yehua. He couldn't bear to look away from the young lady dancing passionately. The number of online viewers displayed in the live broadcast room has reached a terrifying 50,000. On the Dolu platform, except for the live broadcasts by top-tier celebrities or internet celebrities with official support, most of the other anchors can maintain tens of thousands of followers after the start of the broadcast, relying solely on natural traffic, which is already a very good figure. It's getting more and more popular. Zhang Shuai sighed and was also puzzled. But what is this live broadcast room for? He really doesn't understand. In Yehua's live broadcast room, the reward function was directly turned off, and there were not many advertisements, only once every hour and a half, and only a few short sentences, after which the young ladies immediately started dancing again. It's so sincere that it even makes people feel a little embarrassed. Zhang Shuai is a pure freeloader. Even if other anchors ask for tips, he will never give a penny. But in Yehua's live broadcast room, which was so sincere, he really wanted to give some tips. But unfortunately, he couldn't give any reward even if he wanted to. An hour and a half had passed, and the tired and breathless young ladies stopped one after another, some wiping their sweat, some drinking water. Of course, in the live broadcast room, they drank coconut milk. The part-time actor named Su Xia faced the camera, picked up a bottle of coconut juice, tilted his head back, and poured it directly into his mouth. Inevitably, a few drops were spilled, slowly sliding down the delicate skin, and finally stopping in front of a huge hillside. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shuai swallowed his saliva. This coconut juice looks very tempting. How about next order? To be honest, Zhang Shuai's salary is only 3,000 yuan. He usually drinks jasmine honey tea at 4.5 yuan for a bottle. The price of coconut milk is a bit beyond his consumption level. But at this moment, he felt a strong urge in his heart. Mad, next order. I've been watching so many young ladies for so long for free. If I don't spend a penny, I'll really be a freeloader. Zhang Shuai became determined and followed the instructions in the advertisement to find the official flagship store of coconut flour. He gritted his teeth and spent a huge sum of 68 yuan to buy a whole box of coconut juice. After placing the order, he immediately returned to the live broadcast room. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the young ladies started dancing again after a short rest. Watch the live broadcast at this time. Zhang Shuai suddenly felt much more at ease. There are many people who share the same idea as Zhang Shuai. Fu Jiang placed the order a few days earlier than him. He has a higher income, and as early as the next day when he was watching the live broadcast, he was infected by the healthy concept of the coconut flour live broadcast room. After going to the coconut flour flagship store to look at the ingredient list of coconut flour coconut juice and finding that there was indeed no additive, he decisively placed an order. Today is the day the goods arrive. On his phone was Yehua's live broadcast room. He couldn't take his eyes away from the energetic dance of the plump young ladies, holding a bottle of freshly opened coconut juice in his hand. Just for such a sincere live broadcast room, I will accept this coconut milk even if it is very unpalatable. Fu Jiang lives in the Central Plains and has rarely seen coconuts in his life, let alone drank coconut juice. This is the first time he has bought this drink. He didn't come for the drinks, he just wanted to support those young ladies. But after taking a few sips, he found that the drink was not unpalatable and indeed had no additives. Okay, as long as this live broadcast room is open for one day, I will drink coconut flowers and coconut juice from now on. Liu was the first one to place an order in the coconut flour live broadcast room. She placed an order on the first day. The main reason was that she wanted to give a reward to the young man, but the reward channel was closed in the live broadcast room. In order to support her favorite boy, she went to the flagship store and placed an order immediately after seeing the advertisement. Because she placed the order early, her coconut milk arrived a long time ago. These days, I have been watching live broadcasts and drinking coconut milk, and I have almost finished a box of coconut milk. Today is the weekend, and Liu watched the live broadcast of the young men all night. Those muscular young men with naked upper bodies made her unable to sleep all night. Until morning, she was still lying in bed watching the live broadcast. Suddenly, Liu felt hungry. She was too lazy to make breakfast and didn't want to order takeout, so she simply took out a bottle of coconut milk for breakfast. Anyway, I have a small appetite, so a bottle of coconut milk is enough. I can wait until noon, order a big meal, and then watch the little brother in the live broadcast room, which will definitely make the meal more delicious. But after Liu took the coconut milk, she found that there was only one bottle left in the whole box of coconut milk she bought. Coincidentally, At this moment, the movement in the live broadcast room stopped. One of the young and handsome actors stood in front of the camera, picked up a bottle of coconut juice, tilted his head back, and poured it directly into his mouth, then spoke the advertising slogan to the camera. A healthy life starts with exercise every morning. Do you want to be healthy? Then exercise with us. After exercise, have a bottle of zero-additive coconut water to quench your thirst and be healthier. Liu lay down on the bed and leaned comfortably on the pillow. Sports. Movement is impossible. Then just drink a few more bottles of coconut milk. Yeah, it's healthy. She muttered something, then skillfully opened the shopping app and placed a new order in the coconut flower flagship store. Before she knew it, she had come to think that drinking coconut flowers and coconut juice was healthy. Boss Chi, our orders have exploded. Kui Weqing looked at the data report that Assistant Huang had just brought and could not suppress her excitement, and she shouted excitedly. Assistant Huang also had a smile on his face at this time. She hasn't laughed for a long time since her husband cheated on her. Now she is focused on building a career and proving herself. She used to be a little skeptical about Chi Zhe's marketing methods, but after seeing the data just now, all her doubts disappeared. Yesterday's sales were over 250,000. Of course, this sales amount is nothing compared to the inventory of more than 200 million, but it's a good start. Today's data is better. It's 11 a.m. now, but the data is already higher than yesterday. Mr. Chi, our orders have really exploded, Assistant Huang said with a smile. However, as the boss, Chi Zhe nodded calmly without any happy expression. Kui Weqing asked in confusion, Boss Chi, why are you not happy at all? Every time you sell a bottle of coconut milk, you make a lot of profit. Aren't you happy? Facing her question, Chi Zhe smiled faintly. This is an expected result. Why are you so happy? Upon hearing this, Kui Weqing's smile immediately disappeared, and she clenched her fists behind her back. Damn it, he got it right. Chapter 32. The confident Chen Xiujin suddenly became unconfident. Kui Weqing stopped smiling and felt something was wrong. Oops. If Qi Zizhuan makes money, wouldn't it cost more money to buy his company? I wonder if my pocket money will be enough to buy his company by then. While Secretary Ku was worried, Chi Zhe suddenly asked, Assistant Huang, I see that there are a lot of new users in our live broadcast room today. What happened? Chi Zhe had long anticipated that this live broadcast model would be feasible. But today, the changes in the live broadcast room were so big that even he was a little surprised. Originally, the most popular live broadcast room had an average number of online users of only about 30,000 to 40,000. But at this time, the number of users in the live broadcast room with the largest number of users has exceeded 100,000, and the number of online users is growing very fast. It can be predicted that the number of users will soon exceed 200,000. I also noticed the abnormal data and have investigated the reason. Assistant Huang said immediately. The reason why the number of people in the live broadcast room has skyrocketed is because our name was mentioned in the latest article in the Dawn Daily. Dawn Daily? Chi Zhe asked in surprise. Dawn Daily is a very authoritative official media in the Dragon Kingdom of this world. Generally speaking, it only publishes official matters, but yes. Assistant Huang had already prepared a plan and immediately said, the Dawn Daily mainly criticized the distorted aesthetics of popular internet celebrities, and then mentioned our Coconut Flower Live studio and praised it, saying that our actors are truly healthy and beautiful. That's a sure thing. Chi Zhe laughed. Being mentioned by name in the Dawn Daily was something he had not expected. In this world, if a private enterprise can be reviewed by Dawn Daily, then it can be said that this is equivalent to getting the greatest traffic support. As expected, Assistant Huang continued. After we were reviewed by Dawn Daily, we received a lot of attention online. Now many self-media have published videos and pictures related to us, which has attracted more traffic for us. As for self-media, they are all a group of people pursuing hot topics. If the Dawn Daily did not mention the Coconut Flower Live broadcast room, they would rather take the advertisement to make money than write a single word to promote coconut flower. But after the Coconut Flower Live broadcast room was reviewed by the Dawn Daily, they would write extensively and spontaneously promote the Coconut Flower Live broadcast room without spending a penny. And their propaganda is very effective. Although Dawn Daily is an official media, there are areas where it cannot influence. But those self-media and marketing accounts are omnipresent. With their promotion, it's no wonder that the number of online users in Coconut Flower's live broadcast room has grown so fast. Sister Huang, are you talking about the Dawn Daily? Is it the Dawn Daily that I know? Kui Weqing spoke weakly from the side. She just now reacted. Yes, it is indeed the Dawn Daily that you know. Assistant Huang said affirmatively. It's over. Kui Weqing sighed inwardly. He had already been criticized by the Dawn Daily. This meant that he would not be able to buy Qi Zhe's company with his own pocket money. Maybe he could borrow Xiao Lu's pocket money? What are you talking about? Qi Zhe raised his eyebrows. We were reviewed by the Dawn Daily, which is a good thing. What do you mean by finished? Don't you wish me the best? No, I made a slip of the tongue, don't mind it. Kui Weqing lowered her head and explained in a low voice. But in her heart, she had already started to think about how to get the pocket money from her best friend Lin Lu. Bosso, the plan is ready. Qin Xiujin had lost his former elegance and decency. His face was exhausted and his waist was even a little hunched. After working for several days, he finally completed the plan. Very good. Wanhao stood up suddenly and said, the live broadcast data and sales data of Xiao Zhe's company have been good in the past few days. If you don't come up with a plan, I'm afraid Yehua will not change the plan. Okay, that's enough. Qin Xiujin was too tired to talk. He was extremely exhausted these days. By the way, Master Qin, what about the plan? Can we win over Mr. Wang from the Coconut Flower Group? Wanhao asked with full confidence. Don't worry about this. Although we are a little rushed, the quality will be fine. Qin Xiujin's voice was a little weak, but his tone was very confident. Wanhao nodded when he heard this. That's right. After all, there's no reason why you can't get it if you take action. Qin Xiujin said nothing more. He is still very confident about this. Although he came to help Wanhao in order to repay a favor, every marketing plan involves his own reputation. Qin Xiujin was still very cautious. He put his full strength into this plan. I can't say anything else, but I am confident that I can snatch an order from a new company. Okay, Master Qin, you take a rest first. I will show the plan to the people from Coconut Flower Group. Wanhao finally felt guilty at this time and did not let Qin Xiujin follow him around anymore. He took a group of people to the Coconut Flower Group. Qin Xiujin was not idle either. He opened the live broadcast room of Xiao Zhe Marketing and started watching the live broadcast. According to his habit, if there is a competitor, he will definitely look at the competitor's plan while improving his own plan. But these days, Wanhao pushed him too hard, so he could only focus on his own plan. He didn't even look at the live broadcast room of Xiao Zhe Marketing. When Qin Xiujin opened one of the live broadcast rooms, he was immediately shocked. Why are there so many people? He frowned. I randomly opened a live broadcast room of Xiao Zhe Company and found that there were tens of thousands of people watching in the room. Qin Xiujin was startled. The number of people online in the live broadcast room can be maintained at tens of thousands, which is already exaggerated. He immediately opened other live broadcast rooms of Xiao Zhe Marketing to check, but the result made him frown. Over 200,000. The live broadcast room with the largest number of people almost made Qin Xiujin jump up. He has never liked high-end marketing through live streaming. He prefers traditional methods, such as advertising. But at this time, Qin Xiujin suddenly discovered that the total number of viewers in all the live broadcast rooms of Xiao Zhe's company has exceeded 500,000. This terrifying number of viewers seems to be more effective than directly placing advertisements. Not good. With such good live streaming data, even if the order conversion rate is lower, the current sales are definitely not low. Mr. O, Qin Xiujin suddenly felt a little uneasy. Just now, he was full of confidence and asked Wanhao to take his own proposal to grab the project. But now he has no confidence. Just when Qin Xiujin was worried, Wanhao had already arrived at the Coconut Flower Group. Wang Guangzhong is back and is watching the live broadcast with Zhao Guanghua. At the same time, the live broadcast data of each live broadcast room and the sales data of the online store are also displayed in real time on a screen on their side. Chapter 33 Wang Guangzhong Bar. I have a plan that can achieve the best of both worlds. Haha, I told you Xiao Qi can do it. Wang Guangzhong looked at the latest sales data and couldn't help laughing. Then he looked at Zhao Guanghua. I know what you think, but now you have seen the data. There is no problem cooperating with Xiao Qi. Next, we will fully cooperate with him. Do you understand? I understand. Zhao Guanghua nodded, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. He couldn't figure out why Xiao Zhe's company's live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Even the Dawn Daily mentioned it. It would be fine if only the live broadcast data was good. But the key is that the sales data is now up. There is no reason for him to change marketing plans and companies again. Zhao Guanghua was still unwilling to give in. He was a talent hired by Wang Guangzhong at a high price, but he made wrong decisions, which resulted in a large number of products piling up in the warehouse and unable to be sold. He wanted to solve this inventory problem by himself so as to prove his ability. And now, the inventory is handled by Qi Zhe, and Qi Zhe is the person Wang Guangzhong found. When the inventory problem was solved, he didn't get any credit. On the contrary, because of the previous mistakes, his authority will be affected and cannot be saved. Zhao Guanghua frowned, still thinking about how to change the plan to Marriott's side. After all, Marriott approached the company itself. If Marriott's marketing can be successful, this is its own function and can make up for its own mistakes. Coincidentally, Wang Guangzhong's secretary came to report at this time. President Wang, President Zhao, the people from Marriott are here again. This time, they brought a complete marketing plan. Would you like to invite them in? Wang Guangzhong frowned slightly when he heard this and wanted to tell his secretary to ask the people from Marriott to leave. He had no intention of changing the plan from the beginning. But Zhao Guanghua spoke up at this time. Boss Wang, let's meet. The people at Marriott have been working overtime for several days on this plan. Wang Guangzhong thought for a moment and said, then please come in. We really can't be so rude. Zhao Guanghua breathed a sigh of relief and quickly winked at his secretary, asking her to go and hire someone. He also said to Wang Guangzhong, Xiaozhe's marketing plan is effective, but the price is too high after all. Our profit is almost gone. Mr. Wang, if Marriott's marketing plan is okay. Before he finished speaking, Wang Guangzhong interrupted him and said, let's wait and see. Yes, let's see about the plan first. A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhao Guanghua's heart. However, Wang Guangzhong looked at Zhao Guanghua and shook his head slightly. This is the top student I invited. It is possible to manage a company, but not to make major decisions. I am getting old. Who should take over the coconut flower group in the future? Wang Guangzhong felt a little sad. My son only knows how to play and can't handle anything. And the general manager we hired always makes mistakes when making important decisions. Suddenly, a face appeared in Wang Guang's mind. Qizhe. Yes, Xiao Qi can. Hope ignited in Wang Guangxin's heart. Apart from anything else, based on Qizhe's understanding of coconut flower coconut juice and this successful marketing plan, Wang Guangzhong felt that Qizhe had the ability to take over the coconut flower group. Wang Guangzhong now has great confidence in Qizhe's abilities. He even had a faint admiration for Qizhe. The initial marketing plan was indeed very ineffective. Wang Guangzhong even had some doubts. But Qizhe never wavered and always followed the established plan step by step, very steadily. If you are not a person with strong self-confidence, you would have been affected by various external environments and your confidence would have been shaken long ago. Xiao Qi knew from the beginning that he would succeed, so he has been very determined. Now he has indeed succeeded. According to the current trend, he may be able to complete the gambling agreement. Wang Guangzhong is a little worried. Worried about selling too many products. Because once Qizhe completes the bet agreement, he will have no reason to keep Qizhe in the coconut flower group. Maybe. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Guangzhong's mind. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to a girl with a cute profile picture. Zaya Bear, you've been traveling for more than a month. Isn't it time to come back and see Daddy? After a moment, the girl replied, okay, I'll be home in a week. Wang Guangzhong smiled. I have a daughter. Young and beautiful. Qizhe is young, capable, and handsome. If he could bring Qizhe and his daughter together, he would not only solve the problem of the group's successor, but also solve the problem of his daughter's significant other. It would be the best of both worlds. Now I just have to wait for my daughter to come back in a week. At this time, the secretary brought in people from Wanhao and Marriott Marketing Company. Director Wang, President Zhao, I'm here with Master Chen's complete plan. Wanhao walked into the office with high spirits and confident steps, then waved to his assistant and said, show the plan to Director Wang and President Zhao. The assistant immediately handed the plan to Wang Guangzhong and Zhao Guanghua. Mr. Wang, take a look. After all, it is the work of Master Chen. He has planned many classic marketing cases. Zhao Guanghua took the plan without looking at it first, but said to Wang Guangzhong, well, let's take a look. Wang Guangzhong usually has a good temper. Since people are here, he will definitely take a look. So he opened the plan and read it carefully. Zhao Guanghua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. As long as Mr. Wang is willing to look, there is hope. If Mr. Wang doesn't even want to watch it, then it's completely screwed. For Wanhao, he found a seat and sat down, his expression extremely confident, his attitude full of the indifference of a master. The plan is very good, and I see many highlights. Zhao Guanghua looked through the plan carefully and commented. Although the initial investment is a bit large, as long as the complete marketing plan is completed, it will definitely enhance the brand image of Yehua Group and will be of great benefit to future development. Wanhao nodded reservedly when he heard this and said with a smile, of course, after all, this plan is the painstaking work of Master Chen. He is telling the truth. Working overtime every day, Master Chen is really exhausted. Zhao Guanghua nodded, then looked at Wang Guangzhong. He's just a general manager. Can't make the decision. The one who can really make the decision is Wang Guangzhong. Wanhao also knew this and immediately spoke confidently, asking, Mr. Wang, what do you think? Wang Guangzhong put down the plan, took off his reading glasses, and looked at Owan Hao. As a young man, unlike Chi Zhe who showed steadiness, he could only see frivolity and impetuousness in Owan Hao. The plan is a good one. He nodded approval first. Owan Hao smiled when he heard this. But then Wang Guangzhong said, but it's still far worse than Xiao Qi's plan. Chapter 34: A Visit from a Marketing Master. Boss Wang, how is that possible? Owan Hao immediately said unconvincedly. Are you mistaken? Our Wan Hao's plan was made by Master Chen himself. How could your plan not be as good as that of Qi Zhe, a marketing rookie? Wang Guangzhong smiled and stopped talking. He has a good temper and usually doesn't bother with stupid people. Director Wang. Owan Hao wanted to say something else, but at this time, Wang Guangzhong gave him a look, and the secretary immediately stopped him. Boss O, Arso, Wang has something else to do. Please go back first. Owan Hao's face turned pale. Was I rejected just like that? The plan personally formulated by Master Chen failed to snatch the coconut flower business from Qi Zhe? He couldn't believe it. Mr. Zhao. Owan Hao was unwilling, so he looked at Zhao Guanghua. After all, Zhao Guanghua had always been inclined to cooperate with Marriott. But Zhao Guanghua is just a general manager. How can he change the decision of Chairman Wang Guangzhou? Why? He sighed. Mr. O, please go back. At this point, even if Zhao Guanghua still wanted to cooperate with Marriott, he couldn't do it. He knew how stubborn his chairman was. Okay, you guys don't know the real thing. I want to see if some live streaming can help solve your backlog of coconut milk. Owan Hao was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After saying a few harsh words, he left the coconut flower group angrily. After he left, Zhao Guanghua was a little puzzled. Boss Wang, Marriott's proposal is not bad. Why did you reject it so harshly? Even if you keep it as a backup plan, it's fine. Are you so confident in Qi Zhe? You have also watched the live broadcast data. Are you still in doubt? Wang Guangzhong asked lightly. But sales of hundreds of thousands a day is just a drop in the bucket compared to our inventory of more than 200 million. Zhao Guanghua said unwillingly. Wait and see. I think Xiao Qi can bring us more surprises. Wang Guangzhong smiled slightly and stopped talking. Well, okay. Zhao Guanghua smiled bitterly when he heard this and didn't mention it again. Although he wanted to fight for Marriott, there is really no other way. Chen Xiujin obtained the live broadcast data of 8 live broadcast rooms and the sales data of the online store from an insider. Looking at the sudden surge in sales, he was very puzzled. Why? With such a low advertising frequency, there is no inducement to consumption. Why is the order rate so high? Chen Xiujin felt that his worldview had been impacted. In his opinion, the marketing done by Qi Zhe was unsatisfactory in every aspect. But judging by the current results, the person who is really wrong is probably yourself. Chen Xiujin began to doubt himself. As a marketing master, he never doubts his abilities. But now, he is really a little confused. Has the world changed? My previous marketing methods are outdated? He murmured to himself. But there is still a glimmer of hope. My proposal is fine. Mr. Wang from Yehua will definitely be able to see the highlights. As long as my proposal is selected by Yehua, A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. After working in the marketing industry for half his life, he suddenly lost to a junior whom he couldn't understand. He found it a little hard to accept. What Chen Xiujin could not accept the most was, he really couldn't understand Qi Zhe's plan at all. However, what Chen Xiujin expected did not happen. Owan Hao came back with an angry expression on his face. He rushed into Chen Xiujin's office and threw the plan in Chen Xiujin's face. What plan did you make? Why did Wang Guangzhong let me leave immediately after reading it? He didn't even consider it at all. Feeling the burning pain on my face, Chen Xiujin was furious. He picked up the plan and threw it back. Owan Hao, I'm just here to help. I'm not your employee. You'd better not treat me like this. He pointed at Owan Hao's nose and cursed. You. Owan Hao was furious, but also calmed down a little. Chen Xiujin was right. He was not his employee. Indeed, with the power of the O family, it is not a big deal to control a marketing master, but the problem is, Owan Hao's words do not count in the O family. Chen Xiujin picked up his plan and went through it in detail. No problem. He used his decades of experience to come up with a plan, and there was absolutely no problem with it. The problem is not with me. So, it must be Qi Zhe's problem. It's not that my plan is bad, but that Qi Zhe's plan is too good. Therefore, after Wang Guangzhong looked at his own plan, he continued to choose Qi Zhe's plan without any hesitation. Chen Xiujin understood this. He raised his head and looked at Owan Hao. I have been working overtime day and night to finish the plan. I have repaid your favor to the O family. From now on, I will have nothing to do with your O family anymore. After saying that, he left Marriott Marketing Company directly. Fuck you fucking. Owan Hao got angry again. He pointed at Chen Xiujin's back and cursed him. and blamed Qin Xiujin for all the fault of not getting the business. But after Qin Xiujin's back completely disappeared from his sight, Owan Hao also fell silent. He opened this company just to take over Qi Zhe's business and bring down Qi Zhe's company, firstly to create opportunities for himself and Ku Yueqing, and secondly to vent his anger. But now it seems that neither of his two goals has been achieved. The first step failed. It's impossible to snatch away the business of Coconut Flower Group. This made Owan Hao very unwilling. But there is nothing we can do. Staying in the office, Owan Hao fell silent. And the other side. Qin Xiujin left Marriott Marketing and prepared to return to his home. He was holding the plan he had worked hard on for several days in his hand. When he looked up, he saw the sign of Qiao Zhe Marketing. He stared at the sign for a long time. Maybe I should. Qin Xiujin's eyes gradually became clear, and he made up his mind and walked into the shabby little company next to the luxurious Marriott Marketing. He decided to go talk to Qi Zhe. Otherwise, you will be unwilling to lose. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine if I had not competed with others. But this time, he didn't lose. Qin Xiujin didn't understand Qi Zhe's marketing plan. Qi Zhe's marketing methods were also completely different from what he had learned and used for many years. He really wanted to meet this young sales wizard. Hello, I'm Qin Xiujin. I want to meet your CEO, Qi. Walking into Qiao's marketing company, Qin Xiujin said to the female receptionist at the front desk. By chance, Assistant Huang passed by. Qin Xiujin. Assistant Huang was stunned for a moment. Since she has joined a marketing company, she has a certain understanding of the big names in the industry, such as Qin Xiujin, who is a marketing prodigy who can be called a master. It's me, Qin Xiujin said sincerely. I'm here to visit Mr. Qi. He's a real marketing genius. I want to have a chat with him. Chapter 35. Okay, this is a dog abuse, right? Qin Xiujin didn't see Qi Zhe because Qi Zhe had left the company. After the live broadcast room became really popular and the sales data also went up, Qi Zhe was completely relieved. He no longer needed to control the company too much and could take some time to deal with his own affairs. During this period, he was busy with company affairs. And Isu was busy disbanding the band. We have been brothers and sisters for many years, so even if we want to break up, we have to make arrangements. For this, Qi Zhe also paid a sum of money. Now his company is on the right track, and Su has also sent away all his brothers and sisters in the band. Except one person. Street Milk Tea Shop. Brother Zhe, this is Zhongju, we all call her Little Juzi. Su introduced a girl next to him, to Qi Zhe. She dropped out of school too early like me, and now she has nothing to do when she goes back, so I kept her here to keep me company. Hello, Zaya Juzi. Qi Zhe looked over. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a bit of childishness on her pretty face and a pair of lively big eyes, which showed that she was very smart. Hello, Zhe. Zhongju greeted him sweetly, and then said gratefully, I heard from Sister Schwerer that Brother Zhe paid for the brother's return home. Thank you, Brother Zhe. You're welcome. Qi Zhe nodded. The little girl is very pretty and polite, and he likes her very much. Suer, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue to sing in the bar? Qi Zhe looked at Su and asked. I'm not a resident singer anymore, and I can't sing in the main part either. Su sighed. It's that Owan Hao, he's very influential in the bar and nightclub world. He banned me, and now no bar will invite me to sing in the resident part. It's him again. Qi Zhe narrowed his eyes. This Owan Hao has always been against me. He knew that Marriott Marketing was located next door and had been working for the Coconut Flower Group. However, for him, it is more important to accumulate capital at the current time. So he never paid any attention to Owan Hao. But Owan Hao has always been against him. Qi Zhe thought that he was quite vindictive, but he had his own unique understanding of revenge. A common man's anger would cause blood to splatter 5 steps away, and this was not his style. Just like how they dealt with Sun Dongyu. Quietly, and then suddenly one day he was kicked into the abyss, and it had no effect on him at all. This is the way of revenge that Qi Zhe likes. But when someone keeps provoking him, Qi Zhe doesn't mind using some direct means. Brother Zhe, don't be impulsive. I have inquired about Owan Hao. His family is rich and powerful. You don't have to make enemies with him because of me. Su said hurriedly when she saw his expression. It's okay, I have my own plans. Qi Zhe smiled and then asked, what do you want to do in the future? I haven't thought about this yet. Su said with some worry. I can't do anything except singing, but I haven't found a way out for singing yet. It's okay. If you really can't find a way out, then come to my company and be the boss's wife. I guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Qi Zhe said with a smile. I won't. Su rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, if I become a singer in the future, I will support you and let you have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. On the side, Zhongju looked at the two smiling people and felt speechless. It's not because of anything else. I just feel like I'm a little redundant. Okay, if you want to be self-reliant, I support you. Chise nodded and said, but you don't have to worry during this period. Think about a way out slowly. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything. Yeah. And I soon nodded heavily, his heart filled with emotions of being touched and happy. At this moment, an impulse arose from the bottom of my heart and could not be suppressed. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Zhongju beside her. Ziajuzi, can you go buy me a bottle of water? Isn't there milk tea here? Zhongju pointed at the milk tea on the table with a puzzled tone. I just want to drink a bottle of mineral water. And Isu stuck out her tongue slightly, licked her dry lips, and pointed to the supermarket outside the milk tea shop. Here, the supermarket is right there. Okay. Zhongju stood up and walked towards the supermarket. After Zhongju left his seat, and Isu held the milk tea in both hands and looked at Chise opposite with a pair of charming big eyes as if they could speak, and said in a low voice, Brother Zay, my lips are so dry. Then come closer, and I'll help you lubricate it. Chise understood what was going on and sat up straight. If his girlfriend had such a request, he had to satisfy her. And Isu obediently moved her body over. On the other side, Zhongju just walked out of the milk tea shop and suddenly remembered that he didn't ask Chise if he wanted to drink, so he turned around and prepared to go back to ask, but Zhongju was stunned. She suddenly reacted. This isn't asking you to buy water, this is asking you to get in the way. Okay. You guys are such abusive dogs, right? Zhongjia clenched her fists, but after a few glances, she showed an envious expression. Looking at the two people kissing each other, she couldn't help but say, it must be very sweet. At her age, she is looking forward to love. But it is also the most quirky age. Such a sweet kiss. But it's not me, then. Zhongju went back immediately and interrupted the two of them. By the way, Brother Zay, do you want some water? I'll bring you a bottle. And Isu suddenly froze, then separated from Chise, looked up and saw Zhongju, and asked awkwardly, Xiao Juzi, why are you back again? Just ask Brother Zay if he wants to drink. Zhongju said with a smile. Chise licked his lips after taste and said, I'm not thirsty, so I won't drink. And Isu blushed slightly, and then she said to Zhongju, forget it. I'm not thirsty anymore. Don't go buy it. I wanted to get rid of this little burden, but I didn't expect her to see me anyway. Although Anisu also missed the taste just now, but she has now moved in with Chise and they have plenty of time to spend together alone, so there is no need to rush. At this time, Chise's phone rang. It's Secretary Ku. Boss Chi, Assistant Huang asked me to tell you that there is a man named Chun Xiujin who wants to see you. Can you come back to the company? Chun Xiujin. Chise was a little surprised, and then said, then ask him to wait for a while. I will go back now. Since he is in the marketing field, he must have some understanding of the industry. Chun Xiujin is a senior in the marketing industry with an amazing record. Although I know that he is currently helping Marriott compete with me for the coconut flower project. But Chise didn't mind meeting him. Suer, I'm going back to the company. Chise looked at Anisu and said, Brother Zay, you go back. Ziajuzi and I will go home and clean up the house first. Anisu's tone was full of reluctance, and his eyes seemed to be able to draw threads. I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 36. Going to the Black Temple to recruit Chun Xiujin. Hello, Master Chun. Chise returned to the company and met Chun Xiujin in the office. Boss Chi, you are so young. Chun Xiujin was a little dazed and murmured. Question mark. Chise was a little puzzled. Is this a new way of praising people? No. Chun Xiujin came back to his senses and said a little ashamedly, I just can't believe that such a successful plan was made by such a young man. Sorry. Haha. It seems that Master Chun approves of me. Chise asked with a laugh. Chun Xiujin smiled bitterly when he heard this. Recognition? What the hell do you recognize? At such an old age, I am nothing compared to a young guy. He was still very dissatisfied in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Mr. Chi, I want to know your thoughts when you made this plan. Can you tell me about these things? Chun Xiujin said sincerely, and then added, Of course, I have left Marriott Marketing now and am no longer your competitor. You can rest assured that even if you tell me, I will not pose a threat to you. Leaving Marriott? Chise's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. To be honest, in Chise's future plans, he would not continue to be a planner in Xiaoze Marketing Company. His goal was to become a capitalist and a chaebol. What was the point of working on his own? The reason for planning the Coconut Flower Group is just to accumulate capital. But Xiaoze Company will continue to exist in the future. It will continue to make money for Chise. Then, someone needs to replace Chise. This person must understand marketing, and it would be best if he can achieve results. There was also a marketing plan for urban planning to be done later. At that time, Chise only planned to come up with ideas and needed to find someone to take charge. These days, Chise has been thinking about who to look for. But now, Chen Xiujin actually came to the door himself. Suddenly, Chise had the idea of recruiting Chen Xiujin. Yes, so now we are not in a competitive relationship. Now, I just want to know your thinking when making marketing plans with the mentality of an apprentice. Chen Xiujin said sincerely. Chise fell into deep thought. He knew something about Chen Xiujin's background. This is a top marketing master. Although his marketing methods are a bit backward, there will be no problem if you come up with creative ideas and let him take charge. If we can recruit him to cooperate with us, we will definitely be successful. But here's the thing. Chen Xiujin is not an employee, he is his own boss. This time, I helped O Wanhao just to repay the favor of the elders of the O family. Although the plan failed, the company was not affected and he was still the boss after returning. If he was recruited rashly, he would definitely not join Chise's army. After all, who would want to work for someone else if you can be your own boss? Boss Chi, don't worry, I won't let you share my experience for nothing. I, Chen Xiujin, have some money. Just ask. As long as you are willing to share your thoughts and ideas, I will pay you any amount of money. Chise was delighted when he heard this. Master Chun, forget about the money. I don't mind that. Chen Xiujin frowned upon hearing this. But I really want to communicate with you, and I have nothing else to give you except money. Chise smiled even more and said, Master Chun, since we are here to exchange ideas, let's not talk about money. I can tell you the idea behind my plan. I even have a new plan that I can discuss with you. Chen Xiujin was surprised and said, Mr. Chi, I never thought you would be so generous. I am very happy to be able to communicate with a marketing genius like you. It's too early for you to be happy. Chise interrupted. Huh? Chen Xiujin looked at him puzzled. That sounds weird. I have conditions. Chise said seriously. In the future, I plan to hand over Chao's marketing to someone else, and I have always been in need of someone who can run it for me. Master Chun, I think you are a good fit. He speaks his mind. What? You plan to hand the company over to someone else? Chen Xiujin was shocked and asked quickly, Then you don't plan to continue working in marketing? Chise nodded lightly. Chen Xiujin's face was filled with regret, and he advised, Boss Chi, why? You have such a great talent. It would be a complete waste if you go into another industry. In response to this, Chise just smiled without comment. He has no talent for marketing. It's just that the experience from another world was brought here. As Chen Xiujin was trying to persuade him, he suddenly froze. Then he pointed at himself and said, Boss Chi, do you want me to take care of Chao's marketing for you and help you manage new projects? Chise nodded. Chen Xiujin shook his head and said, I have my own company, and I can't leave. Just as Chise had thought before. People who can be their own boss will not work for others. Especially since his boss in his last job was someone like O Wanhao. But Chise also has his own way. Master Chun, let me first tell you about the ideas behind the coconut flower project, and then I will briefly introduce to you the plan for my other project. If you are interested, come and help me. How about that? Chise said confidently. Chen Xiujin hesitated slightly and said, Then let's communicate first. He didn't think there was any plan that would allow him to give up his own company and run someone else's. But he was also really curious about Chise's thinking. Then let's talk about coconut flowers first. Chise smiled slightly and immediately started talking to Chen Xiujin. It is said to be his idea, but in fact it is the summary of those analysts in previous lives. The coconut milk company in the previous life might not have thought so much when it started live streaming. But subsequent analysis can reveal many details. From the psychology of netizens, the current aesthetics on the internet, and the binding of the concept of health and products. Chise said a lot. Chen Xiujin was fascinated by what he heard and felt great admiration for Chise in his heart. Chise's words greatly broadened his thinking. He never knew that marketing could be done this way. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chise. Such valuable ideas and experience. Just told him. After Chise finished talking about the ideas for the coconut flower project, he immediately began to talk about the next project he was preparing. Urban Plan. This project is from the City Hall. They want to develop local tourism. Chise had already had ideas about this project. It also comes from the previous life. Just before he traveled through time, a city suddenly became popular. At first, people just thought it was an inexpensive kebab shop and didn't take it seriously. Until, one day, the whole internet went viral. At the same time, a new word was born. Go to the black market to catch up with the roast. This time, Chise plans to replicate this plan. In the previous life, I went to the monk's temple to catch the barbecue. In this life, I might be able to come up with a barbecue at the bin. Chapter 37 Secretary Ku recruits Boss Chi. The scenic area is a notorious pitfall. It was okay in the past when the economy was booming, but now that the economy is in a downturn, people are more concerned about price when traveling. While other scenic spots are still selling products at high prices, what do you think if our marketing focuses on affordable consumption? Chise didn't need to prepare anything and just talked freely in front of Qin Xiujin. But just by speaking with his mouth, it was very fascinating, and Qin Xiujin couldn't help but have a picture in his mind. Chise not only talked about ideas, but also the specific operating procedures. He explained every detail as if he had actually practiced them. Qin Xiujin was somewhat impressed. He doesn't have the ability to make his words sound so real just by talking. But how could he know that Chise didn't just speak? He was just describing what really happened in his previous life. Stop talking. I'm willing to join your company as long as you can give me a complete urban planning plan and let me manage this project. The more Qin Xiujin listened, the more impatient he became. He couldn't wait to take charge of this project. Chise's marketing ideas are completely different from what he had learned before. It seems to be something very new. More importantly, Chise has proved that this idea is indeed feasible. The currently popular coconut flower live room is the best proof. Welcome, Master Chun. Chise smiled, stood up, and extended a hand to Qin Xiujin. Welcome to join my company. I will come up with a complete plan later, and then you will be in charge. Well, I have a request. Qin Xiujin shook his hand. You say? Chise said calmly. My company is actually a large studio. Marketing is never a one-person job. I think your company. Qin Xiujin stopped speaking halfway. Chise knew what he meant. There are too few people in my company. The coconut flower project is a different approach and does not require too many people. But urban planning projects are different. This project doesn't cost a lot of money, but it is a project of the city hall. If you don't have some strength, you may not be able to get this project. And Qin Xiujin, he has his own team. This is just as Chise wished. If he wanted to train some people himself, he might not have the time. If Qin Xiujin could bring ready-made manpower, he would be extremely happy. Master Chun, you can bring your team here. My company is still small, so I can't buy your company directly, but I can rent it. Chise said. During this period, I will pay you all the fees you should pay. That's easy. If it's not convenient for you now, we can settle the account after the Coconut Flower Group's project is completed. Qin Xiujin said politely. The main reason was that he felt that he had learned a lot from Chise, so he had to be polite. Okay, then we'll pay the bill later. Chise said happily. Qin Xiujin. He was just being polite. Old Chun, you are so particular. Chise gave him a thumbs up. Haha, it's all I should do. Qin Xiujin forced a smile. I said it myself, and now I can accept it. Next, Qin Xiujin joined Xiao's marketing. Of course, as a boss, he couldn't always work for Chise. He will definitely leave after the urban planning project is completed. But Chise didn't care. He was confident that he could buy Qin Xiujin's company before he left and let him continue to work for him. Do you understand the value of the system? Mr. Qi, I'll go back first. Give me a few days to prepare, and then I'll come here with my team. Qin Xiujin said goodbye. Okay, I look forward to the day when you officially join the company. Chise said with a smile. Goodbye. Qin Xiujin stood up, nodded respectfully to Chise, and then left Xiao's marketing. Although he is more than twice as old as Chise, but he was deeply impressed by Chise's performance today. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to temporarily join Xiao's marketing and work for Chise. You know, with his current net worth, it would cost an astronomical amount to personally manage a project. But he joined Chise's company without asking for a penny. Especially, he came with his team. Of course, he needs to pay to use his team, but not now. In a sense, it can also be said that Qin Xiujin and his company are working for Chise for free. Boss Qi, Master Chun. After watching Qin Xiujin leave the company, Assistant Huang and Secretary Ku came to Chise's office together. Both of them were a little shocked and cast inquiring eyes at Chise. The company is not large, and Chise's office is even smaller and not soundproofed. They could also hear some of what Chise and Qin Xiujin said inside just now. The top marketing guru in the industry is going to join your company? This is such a surprise. Of course, it was Assistant Huang who was surprised. Secretary Ku was only frightened. She also wants to buy Chise's company. However, he found that Chise's company was growing wildly at a speed that he could not understand. Well, get ready. Later, I will gradually reduce my management of the company, and Master Chan will take over Xiaoze. Chise nodded directly, confirming their doubts. Yes. Assistant Huang nodded seriously. Secretary Ku was shocked. Boss Qi, why? In her opinion, Chise is a true marketing genius. The coconut flower project will not only bring at least 20 million yuan in profits to Xiaoze marketing, but more importantly, he has created a new marketing model. If such people continue to delve deeper into the field of marketing, their future achievements will be limitless. Kui Weiqing had it all planned out. Afterwards, he acquired Chize's company and also engaged in marketing. With Chize's help, his company would sooner or later become a top marketing company in the industry. Result: now Chize says he wants to quit? No reason. I have new plans for the future. Chize did not explain. The marketing company was just a way for him to accumulate startup capital. After making some money, he had other plans. At this moment, Kui Weiqing felt a great sense of crisis. She originally thought that Chize started from scratch, and no matter how fast the business grew, she could easily buy out his company with her own pocket money, and buy him out as well. Even if it develops very fast. At worst, I can use my best friend Lin Lu's pocket money to buy it. But then she discovered. It seems, Chize is a person who cannot be judged by common sense. You continue to test the data in the company. I'm going back. Send me a message if you have anything. Chize came here to recruit Chen Shujing. Now that he succeeded in recruiting him, he has nothing to do. Instead of wasting time in the company, I might as well go home and kiss an Isu. Mr. Chi, take care. Assistant Huang nodded, watched Chize's back disappear, and immediately started working. Kui Weiqing looked at his back and fell into deep thought. Seemingly, we have to think of a new way, otherwise we won't be able to defeat Chize. Chapter 38, it would be great to make your girlfriend a singing star. Now that Chize is rich, he naturally doesn't need to share a house with others anymore. Especially now that I have to live with an Isu, it would be so inconvenient to have a few light bulbs at home. So, this time he just rented a small apartment. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. In fact, according to Chize, it would be enough to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. He doesn't mind, and it also saves money. But considering that an Isu is not such a careless girl, she still needs to be given some time to accept it. So, in the end, I rented a 2-bedroom apartment. The house had been rented a long time ago, but it hadn't been cleaned up yet, mainly because Chize and Isu had been busy in recent days. Today, Isu was completely busy. With the help of her sister Zhongjie, the two of them quickly cleaned the room. When Chize returned, the small apartment, which had been a bit dirty and messy before, now looked brand new. Sister Schwer, Brother Zhe is back. Zhongju was just about to go out with a bag of garbage when he saw Chize push the door open and immediately shouted into the house. Isu walked out with wet hands. She had been busy for a long time and her hands were dirty. When she heard Chize coming back, she washed her hands and came out. Zaijuzi, go throw away the garbage and come up to eat. Isu urged, and then her beautiful eyes fell on Chize and couldn't move away. She is an extremely straightforward girl and never hesitates to show her love. No. Zhongju responded expressionlessly, then went downstairs carrying the garbage bag. Judging from Isu's expression just now, even a fool knows what will happen next. Sure enough, as soon as Zhongjie entered the elevator, Isu had already thrown herself into Chize's arms. She tilted her head back and said nothing, but her meaning was clear. Chize smiled slightly and lowered his head to taste those pink and crystal lips. For a long time, it was not until there was a knock on the door that Isu woke up from her trance. She gently pushed Chize away, smiled at him with a slightly blushing face, and went to open the door. Chize licked his lips. At this time, he remembered a famous saying of a philosophical master in his previous life. That master had only 2 famous sayings in his life. First, you have to pay more. Second, very smooth. At this moment, the only thing in his mind was the master's second famous quote. That's really smooth. After Zhongju approached, he looked at Isu's flushed face and exclaimed, "It turns out that men are stronger." Normally, it would take 2 boxes of beer to make Sister Su blush, but Brother Zhe did it this time. What are you looking at? Isu felt a little embarrassed by her stare and glared at her. Go to the kitchen and serve the dishes. I know. Zhongjie smiled and ran into the kitchen like a nimble little rabbit. Isu can't cook. Like Chize, she orders takeout for 3 meals a day. She had ordered the food from the restaurant and was just putting it on the plates. The 3 of them sat down at the dining table, eat and chat at the same time. Isu said, "The room has been cleaned up and the sheets and quilts have been changed to new ones. Brother Zhe, you will live in the master bedroom, and Zaijuzi and I will live in the 2nd bedroom together." Zhongju looked at her with some surprise. I thought Isu would live with Chize. In fact, Isu also wanted to, but she felt that if she did it too quickly, it would seem that she was not reserved enough, so she decided to take it step by step. Chize had no objection to this. He is not an impatient person, and slow development may be more interesting. The meal is finished. Zhongju was very sensible and went to the kitchen to busy herself, leaving the living room space to the 2 of them. Isu took the initiative to sit on Chize's legs, put her arms around his neck, and started to talk business. Brother Zay, I can't sing in bars anymore. So singing on the streets without a band is just a small thing. What do you think about me doing a live broadcast? The reason why she had this idea was inspired by Chi Zay. After all, the Coconut Flower live broadcast room was set up by her boyfriend. She has been watching it these days and has placed several orders. Now there are several boxes of coconut milk piled up at home. And Isu had thought about live streaming before, but she didn't understand it. And now, seeing that Chi Zay's live broadcast was so popular, she had an idea in her mind. Live broadcast. Chi Zay lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, live streaming is fine. It's easy to make a little money, but don't you want to be a singer? If you rely solely on live streaming, it may be difficult. Then make some money first. I can't always rely on you for support. And Isu said, burying her head in his chest. Okay, I'll help you plan it later. Chi Zay hugged the tall young beauty with fair and smooth skin and began to think in his mind. I am currently running a marketing company. It is also natural to give your girlfriend a push. It's just that if you don't do it at all. If you do it big. If my girlfriend could become a top singer, I would feel more accomplished. Seeing Chi Zay was thinking again, and Isu did not disturb him. She just lay quietly in his arms, ignoring the pair of large hands stroking her jade back. The two of them stayed like this for a while, and then Zhongju came out. The light bulb came on, and Isu stood up and said, Brother Zay, take your time to think about it. I'm going to go back and rest. She actually wanted to stay with him for a while longer. But she could clearly feel that something seemed to have been activated in Chi Zay. She felt that this state was not conducive to his thinking, so she decided to leave for a while. All right. Chi Zay reluctantly watched her go back to the house, and after a while he went back too. How to make your girlfriend a singing star? No clue yet. But he is still very confident that he can make his girlfriend an internet celebrity. There's no rush for this. When Chun Xiujin's team is in place, we will directly use Chun Xiujin's team for promotion, which will be more effective. Night. Oh Wanhao is still staying in the company. The insider he planted inside Xiao Zhe's company would report to him some internal information about Xiao Zhe marketing during this period of time. Today is no exception. Although I didn't take over the business of Coconut Flower Group this time, but Oh Wanhao was not discouraged. After all, Chi Zay is just a poor boy with no background, and Xiao Zhe Marketing is just a small company that was established not long ago. If you just do it yourself, you can set up a very mature marketing company. The strength of the two is not on the same level. One failure is nothing. With the support of the O family, he has deep roots and will bankrupt Chi Zay sooner or later. Oh Wanhao comforted himself in this way. By then, Kui Weching would throw herself into his arms. The beautiful female singer would also kneel before him and beg him to take her as his lover. He enjoyed himself like this and felt much better. The frustration brought by the failure almost disappeared. However, at this time, an insider arrived. Boss O, Master Chen came to Xiaozi today. He talked with Chi Zay for a long time. Oh Wanhao's body was shocked, and he immediately asked anxiously, what did they talk about? I heard something. It seems that Master Chen is going to join Xiaozi Marketing. The insider told the truth. Oh Wanhao was struck by lightning and almost vomited blood. No, why should he? Kui Weching joined his small company and became his secretary. The female singer would rather give up tens of thousands of dollars just because he wouldn't eat with me. What the hell? Chun Xiujin is leaving my company to join his small company. Chapter 39. How can you fight me? Mom. Oh Wanhao called his mother. His father had more than one son. He also had two older brothers, both of whom were better than him. But he is better than his two brothers in that he has a mother. That's right, his mother is not his father's original wife. Oh Wanhao's father, Oh Chong, had been married before, but his ex-wife died of illness, leaving him with only two sons. Oh Wanhao's mother later married into the O family and gave birth to Oh Wanhao. When Oh Chong was still the one in charge of the O family, even if Oh Wanhao had no chance of becoming the heir, he still had his mother's care, so he lived a good life. Now, he came to his mother for help. His mother supported him to become a son-in-law of the Ku family. After all, being able to inherit such a large fortune from the Ku family means he is just a son-in-law. It doesn't matter. But the problem now is that he can't get close to Kui Weching. I won't talk about it in private. Kui Weching is an extremely aloof person and will not contact any man in private. Therefore, Oh Wanhao can only create opportunities. Starting a company is a good choice. But the problem is that Kui Weching refuses to leave Chi Zay's company. Oh Wanhao's previous idea was to bring Chi Zay's company to bankruptcy. If Kui Weching still wanted to work at that time, she might choose her own company. But the first step was not successful. Not only did Chi Zay's company not go bankrupt, but it now has Chun Xiujin joining, and the future prospects are very good. After hearing the news, Owanhao's head felt like it exploded. What the hell is this? Without Qin Xiujin, he couldn't beat Qizhe. This damn Qin Xiujin went to help Qizhe. How can he play by himself? Therefore, we can only seek off-field assistance. Owanhao pitifully told his mother Chengwan about his situation, and then pleaded, Mom, only you can help me now. Otherwise I can't get close to Kuyueqing at all. Are you stupid? Chengwan started to curse after hearing this. Why are you competing with a poor boy? Who is he? Who are you? Competing with him is just lowering your status, isn't it? On the phone, Chengwan's voice was full of arrogance, and she didn't care about Qizhe's background. Owanhao felt aggrieved. But if I don't bring his company down, how can Kuyueqing leave him and join my company? Fool, Chengwan cursed again, and then said, You don't understand women's minds. Let me ask you, why did Kuyueqing join such a small company? I don't know, Owanhao said confusedly. That must be because there is something about Qizhe that attracts Kuyueqing. Chengwan analyzed calmly. I heard everything you said just now. Qizhe can do such a good job in the marketing of coconut flour. He must be very capable. Kuyueqing joined his company most likely to learn from his abilities. Hiss. Owanhao took a breath. Mom, it has to be you. I didn't even think of this. Chengwan laughed and said nothing. How could she become the mistress of the O family step by step without some abilities? I have to say, her analysis was indeed quite good. At the beginning, Kuyueqing felt that Qizhe was capable, so she chose to join his company. Later, Kuyueqing indeed witnessed Qizhe's ability, so she became more determined to acquire Qizhe's company. Owanhao suddenly said in frustration, Mom, if what you said is true, Kuyueqing joined Qizhe's company because of his ability. What should I do to make her leave Qizhe and join my company? Although he hated Qizhe to the core, Owanhao had to admit that Qizhe was better than him. He has looked at the live broadcast data and sales data of coconut flour today. Coconut flour and coconut milk. It exploded. Qizhe's marketing was successful. He can't do this. You are so stupid. Chengwan angrily scolded. Your ability is indeed not as good as Qizhe's, but isn't your family background much better than his? With my help, won't your company be able to easily surpass his? Yeah, Owanhao suddenly realized, if he couldn't compete in terms of ability, how could he not compete in terms of family background? Chengwan continued, Don't worry about what you rely on. As long as you prove that you are better than Qizhe, isn't that enough? Women all admire strong men. If you are better than Qizhe, Kuyueqing will look at you differently. When the time comes, you will take the initiative to invite her to join your company. Will she still agree? Yes. Owanhao almost knelt down in front of his mother. If he had known that his mother was so strong, would he have suffered such a defeat? But soon he became confused again. Mom, this time my family used their connections to invite Master Chen for me. But now, Master Chen has joined Qizhe's company. How can I prove that I am better than him? Hearing this, Chengwan wanted to slap Alberto. Although the O family is powerful, they are not so arrogant. Rely on personal connections to invite a marketing master. Even if he fails this time, as long as he is won over, he will still be able to play a role in the future. As a result, Owanhao offended someone. Now he has joined a competitor company. But after all, she is his biological mother, so Chengwan still has to consider Owanhao. Don't worry, Mom will help you. Mom, how can you help me? Owanhao asked immediately. Chengwan was speechless. Because her son is so useless, she, as a mother, has no way of pushing her son to the position of heir, so she can only settle for the second best and find a way out by becoming a son-in-law. But now, hearing his stupid voice, Chengwan didn't want to care about him anymore. But Chengwan sighed, silently repeating my own child in her heart, and then said, If you want to prove yourself, you have to make achievements. You don't have to compete with him. Qizhe has some ability. Direct competition will not be good for you. How about this? I will find a new project for you. What project? Owanhao asked again. I recently heard that the city hall has a project to promote the city. How about this? I'll help you get this project, and then find a group of people to help you complete it. Chengwan said, although this project is not very profitable, it is related to the city hall after all. If you do it well, it will be of great help to the development of your company and will also further prove your ability. That's great, Mom. It's all thanks to you. Owanhao was overjoyed. Chengwan felt very tired and hung up the phone directly. Owanhao continued to be overjoyed. He threw the phone aside and shouted excitedly, Qizhe, right? Why are you fighting with me? He felt that this was a sure thing. But there was one thing he didn't realize. Kuyueqing had already realized the fact that he was a waste. No matter how well he performs, School Beauty Ku knows that it is actually the O family behind him who is helping him, not that he has any outstanding abilities. Moreover, Kuyueqing's goal has never been as simple as studying and training. Her real goal is to acquire Chize's company and recruit this talented person under her command. To this end, she even found her best friend Lin Lu, and after much persuasion, she finally got her best friend's pocket money. Lin Lu's pocket money, plus her pocket money. A huge sum of 8 figures. However, she no longer had the confidence she had before. Just over 10 million. Is it really possible to buy Chize's company and use him for your own purposes? Chapter 40. The plot is natural, and it was discovered by chance. After Chen Xiujin joined Xiaoza Marketing, the coconut flower project benefited greatly, especially after his team also joined in. Chize created the Coconut Flower Live broadcast room, which actually relies more on quality to attract audiences. He did very little marketing and promotion. Firstly, there were successful cases in his previous life, so he was not panicked at all, knowing that the live broadcast room would definitely be successful. Second, he was powerless. Xiaoza Marketing, when my senior sister was running it, it had a few employees. But after she ran away, it became a complete shell company. The current team was formed by Chize alone. He wanted to promote and drive traffic, but there was nothing he could do except buying some doujia on the Dola platform. There's nothing I can do. I don't have anyone under my command. But things were different after Chen Xiujin joined in. Chen Xiujin has a mature team under him. There are more than a dozen people who write marketing articles alone. They also have connections with major media outlets. After spending some money to promote it online, the Coconut Flower Live broadcast room immediately became even more popular on top of its already popular success. By the way, it also made several part-time actors famous. For example, Su Xia, who is a little older. The number of people online in her #1 live broadcast room often exceeds 500,000, and at its peak, it even reached 2 million. As time went by, the first batch of users of coconut flowers and coconut juice were cultivated. No matter how stingy a person is, after looking at handsome men and beautiful women for so long, he will think about placing an order so that he can feel more at ease. The sales data of coconut flower and coconut juice has also increased significantly. Within a week, the online store opened by Chize achieved sales of more than 30 million. His share was as high as more than 3 million. Because his commission is too high, the Coconut Flower Group's online sales are almost unprofitable. But for the Coconut Flower Group, this is not only not a loss, but a huge profit. First, the accumulated coconut water was converted into cash. Secondly, the popularity of Coconut Flower's live broadcast room has made the coconut flower brand known to more people, and offline sales data has greatly increased. This made Wang Guangzhong, chairman of Coconut Flower Group, very happy. As it turned out, he made the right decision by inviting Chize. Even if they didn't make a penny from the 200 million worth of coconut milk, the Coconut Flower Group would have made a fortune just because Chize had made coconut flower famous. This also made Wang Guangzhong more determined to recruit Chize. A week later, his daughter, who had been traveling since graduation, finally returned home. After a simple family dinner, Wang Guangzhong's true colors were revealed. Xiao Baoer, Daddy is getting old, and I am becoming less and less able to handle the company's affairs. Can you please come to the company and help Daddy? Question mark. A big question mark appeared above Wang Peiyu's head. Dad, didn't you say that my brother and I are not capable, so you didn't plan to let us take over? You even found a professional manager. Why did you change your mind now? Wang Guangzhong's son Wang Shaoran also said, yes, why did you suddenly change your mind now? If that's the case, you have to arrange for me to join the company as well. Wang Shaoran has always wanted to prove himself that he is not the incompetent rich second generation that his father described him to be. But Wang Guangzhong is well aware of one thing. With his wealth, his children will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, and their money will never run out. However, if his children develop the bad habit of starting a business, then the money will still be spent. Therefore, he would rather his children eat, drink, and have fun all day long than let them start their own business or join his own company. Now hearing what Wang Shaoran said, Wang Guangzhong looked at him calmly. Wang Shaoran suddenly felt tremendous pressure. He didn't dare speak anymore. Then Wang Guangzhong looked at his daughter again. Zaya Bayer, my company is now cooperating with a marketing company. I want you to be my representative and be responsible for connecting with this company. How about it? Are you willing to help Dad? I haven't worked a single day since graduation. Can I do it? Wang Peiyu doubted herself a little. It's okay, ability is not important, just being pretty is enough. Wang Guangzhong muttered to himself, then nodded and said, it's okay, I will send you a few people to help you. You don't have to worry about the small things, just focus on the big things. What is a big deal? Of course, the big thing is to bring back a good son-in-law to inherit the Coconut Flower Group. Dad, since you said so, let me give it a try. Wang Peiyu had no choice but to take on this important task. Dad, Wang Shaoran on the side felt a little jealous and spoke immediately, But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Guangzhong's stern look. He feels wronged. Why is it that other families favor boys over girls, but it's the opposite in my family? Wang Guangzhong snorted coldly. The daughter can help me find a good son-in-law, but what can the son do? Unless Qi Zhe doesn't like women, he will let his son have sex with her. But, judging from the pretty secretary beside Qi Zhe, it is very likely that Qi Zhe does not like men. Let's do it tomorrow. The money will be transferred to Qiao Zhe tomorrow. You can go and keep an eye on it in person and hand it over to Qiao Zhe's President Qi in person. Wang Guangzhong said to his daughter. Oh, Wang Peiyu nodded. Qi Zhe stayed in seclusion at home for several days. He worked out the subsequent marketing plan for the coconut flower group and gave it to Chen Xiujin. He then made a detailed urban planning plan, asked Chen Xiujin to polish it, and submitted it to the city hall for approval. Then, the only thing he was thinking about was how to make his girlfriend famous. It is unrealistic to directly promote An Su to be a singing star. At least he will have this ability only after he becomes a big capitalist. But it shouldn't be a big problem to make him an internet celebrity. But you have to find a good entry point. In this day and age, if you want to be famous, you need certain qualities. That means having work to do. If you want to make a living in the internet industry, you can live without a living, but you cannot live without a job. Even if you can only say, gimme a Gio, as long as you can attract the attention of netizens, you will eventually become the distinguished minter Mr. Zhang Yaping. What Qi Zhe needs to do is to give his girlfriend something to do. At the very least, she needs to create a meme so that netizens can remember her. Creating memes is never intentional. The stem is naturally formed, and it was discovered by a skilled hand. Brother Kuan, who is so popular all over the country, when he was singing and dancing rap, did he think that he would become a leader of his generation? No. How difficult it is to create a meme. But for Qi Zhe, it was much simpler. Because he has experience of another world. He just needs to find a joke that suits An Su, and then directly move the case over and use it. Combined with An Su's temperament and her style, Qi Zhe carefully searched his memory these days and finally found a promotion plan for An Su. Chapter 41. The first step to fame is to start with dirty talk. Sister Shuer, what do you think Brother Zhe is doing staying in his room all day long? In the living room, Zhongju held a cup of milk tea, took a sip and asked. Next to her was An Su, who was also holding a cup of milk tea. Hearing this question, An Su replied. It seems that he was writing a marketing plan for his company a few days ago. These 2 days, he is planning how to make me an internet celebrity. It seems he is also writing a song. Speaking of this, An Su felt very happy. My boyfriend still values me very much. Writing songs. Brother Zhe can also write songs? Zhongju looked surprised. In the past few days, she also got to know Qi Zhe a little from An Su. Everyone knows that Qi Zhe is a marketing genius. It only took him less than a month to go from a millionaire in debt to $1 million weekly income. She still admires Qi Zhe very much. But in music, he works in marketing and is always writing plans. What's wrong with him writing songs now? An Su took a sip of milk tea, and her mouth was completely filled with a sweet taste, as was her heart. Zhongju was speechless. So can writing a plan be the same as writing a song? As expected, a woman's IQ is 0 when she is in love. She actually had no doubts at all about Zhe Gu writing songs. However, Zhongju questioned Qi Zhe's ability to write songs, but he would not question Qi Zhe's ability to do marketing. In the past few days, she has seen Yehua's live broadcast room more than once. I can deeply feel the popularity of coconut flowers now. Oh, I hope Brother Zhe can write the plan soon. We have been idle for a week, Zhongju said with a sigh. An Su nodded upon hearing this. Both of them were used to living in poverty. Before, if they didn't sing for a day, they would have no food to eat. As a result, I haven't worked for a week now. All supported by Qi Zhe. An Su is better. She spends her boyfriend's money. Zhongju felt a little embarrassed. She was eager to find something to do soon. Speak of the devil, he will appear. Qi Zhe pushed the door open and walked out. You're all here. It's just right. I wrote a song. Take a look at it. As he spoke, he handed over the 2 pieces of paper in his hand. I'm Kong Kong. An Su rushed over immediately. The song written by her boyfriend for her was so romantic. Zhongju also stood up and walked over slowly. She had no expectations for this song. What kind of songs can be written by a person who studies marketing, works in marketing, and doesn't even listen to songs when practicing? But An Su doesn't think so. She excitedly took the 2 pieces of paper and read them carefully. I don't know whether a woman in love has a low IQ, but An Su's score was indeed too low. Anyway, she trusts Qi Zhe very much. Lover missed. When seeing the title of the song, An Su was slightly stunned. Why is this song title? She thought it was about a sweet love story, but why does the title sound like it's about breaking up? Sewer, you and Zaijuzi can watch it. After you finish watching it, Practice it. After you are familiar with it, I can start to promote you to be an internet celebrity. Chise took Inai-su into his arms, bent down and kissed her delicate face. I have something to do in the company. I have to go there first. Today is the weekly payment settlement day. Last week, Coconut Flower's live broadcast room became a huge hit, with sales figures suddenly increasing by several times. This also means that his company has finally started to make a profit from now on. Chise still attaches great importance to it and must go there in person. Ah, you are leaving. Inai-su said disappointedly. She also wants to watch the new song with Chise. Yeah. Chise nodded. Okay, I'll look at the new songs first, and I'll sing them for you when you come back in the evening. Inai-su protected Chise and kissed him lightly on the lips. Zhong Jie just walked over and saw this scene, and immediately started rolling his eyes again. During this short period of time, she watched these two people being affectionate every day. If she had money, she would really like to move out. But fortunately, Chise had to go out, so the two of them just stopped at the first try. Chise quickly left his girlfriend's soft embrace and left home. There were only two women left in the room. At this time, Zhongju also saw the title of the new song, Mist Lover, a sad love song. Zhongju was a little surprised. Sister Schwer, this type of song doesn't suit your style, right? Inai-su's style is similar to that of a rock singer. Even when singing some ordinary songs, she can always sing them in a chic and uninhibited style. She is very generous and talkative, and has a strong aura when singing, just like a high-spirited leader. She radiates scorching warmth like the sun, making people yearn for her, but dare not approach her. This style of singing sad love songs. Zhong Jie couldn't imagine that scene. After all, Brother Zhe has never learned composing or writing lyrics, so it's not easy for him to write a song. You shouldn't care about the style. Inai-su defended Chise. Zhong Jie wanted to roll his eyes again. At this time, do you know that he has not learned to compose music or write lyrics? Inai-su ignored her little sister and looked at the lyrics book. There are lyrics and music score on it. She sang softly. I must have said I loved you hundreds of years ago. It's just that you forgot, and I didn't remember either. Hi. That word is so romantic. After Inai-su sang 2 lines, I was immediately conquered by the lyrics. These 2 simple lines, without any fancy words, seemed to tell a romantic love story. Zhong Jie savored the 2 lines of lyrics and the melody. An expression of surprise appeared on his face. This song, if you don't mention anything else, just the first 2 sentences, the quality is top-notch. Inai-su continued singing. I've walked by, passed by, never met. Look back, turn around, it's still wrong. You and I have never felt this before, bumping into each other on the street. Collided in the street. The melody is great. Zhong Jie couldn't help but nod secretly as he listened to Inai-su's singing. He was extremely surprised. From just the first few sentences, it seemed like a very mature work, and it didn't sound like something that a newcomer could write. Didn't your mother tell you that you should say sorry if you bump into someone? Inai-su added. Then both of them fell silent. Zhongju looked at Inai-su. Sister Schwer, why do I seem to hear some dirty words? Inai-su looked at the lyrics carefully and whispered, there's nothing wrong with the lyrics. Then she sang it again. Didn't your mom tell you to say sorry if you bump into someone? Inai-su was also stunned. There is indeed nothing wrong with the lyrics, but singing them out sounds like cursing. Sister Schwer, please send out this song. I feel like we're going to get scolded. Zhong Jie seemed to have seen the future. The lyrics of this song were too ambiguous. How could one not be angry if one was listening to a song and suddenly got scolded? But she didn't know that this was exactly what Chise wanted to see. If you want to make a living in the internet industry, you can live without a living, but you cannot live without a job. Inai-su is a girl who is full of positive energy and has a free and unrestrained style. Even if she uses a few swear words in her singing, people will remember her quickly. This is the meme that Chise created for her. It was her first step to fame. Chapter 42. Why not use the beauty trap? Chise came to the company. He didn't care about the shock the song he wrote brought to the 2 women in his family. As a time traveler, it is normal to copy some songs. But his main job is still to be a capitalist. So, he came to the company to see with his own eyes his first pot of gold coming in. When Chise arrived at the company, the newly appointed Wang Peiyu had already arrived. Assistant Huang and Secretary Ku are at the reception. Seeing Chise coming, Assistant Huang immediately said something to Wang Peiyu. Ms. Wang, our CEO Chi is here. Wang Peiyu looked over immediately. Yesterday, she promised her father that she would join the Coconut Flower Group. Her father, Wang Guangzhong, had always looked down on her and her brother. He never let them interfere in company affairs, nor did he allow them to start their own business. Wang Peiyu has always wanted to prove herself. Now, she finally has the opportunity, and she takes it very seriously. She almost didn't sleep all night and read all the information about Chizé. It was this man, who was the same age as himself, who was able to pull the coconut flower group out of trouble and greatly enhanced its brand value. Now it is almost on the verge of becoming an internet celebrity domestic product. It can be said that Chizé is a great benefactor of the coconut flower group. Wang Peiyu did not dare to slack off. Knowing that today was the day to settle the payment, she came with the finance department early in the morning. "Hello, Mr. Chi." Wang Peiyu took the initiative to greet him, stretched out a jade-like hand, and said with a smile, "I am Wang Peiyu, and my position in the Yehua Group is the deputy manager of the marketing department. I am responsible for connecting with you." "Hello, Mr. Wang." Chizé shook her hand and asked with some surprise, "Your last name is Wang. What is your relationship with Mr. Wang?" The girl in front of him was slim and well-proportioned, dressed fashionably and beautifully, with fair and flawless skin, like carefully maintained porcelain. Her facial features were also beautiful, with a straight nose, rosy lips that were slightly upturned, and she always had a confident and humble smile. Of course, what really surprised Chizé was not how beautiful the woman was, but her youth. He is already the vice president at such a young age. Chizé doesn't believe that there is no connection. "Boss Chi, you have a keen eye for things." Wang Peiyu shook hands with Chizé and said with a smile, "No wonder you were able to save our Yehua group." "Yes, Boss Wang is my father." "Haha, there's no question of saving you. Your coconut flower family is huge and powerful. Even without me, it won't go bankrupt." Chizé laughed. "But you have given a special meaning to an ordinary enterprise of ours, which will have earth-shaking changes to our future." Wang Peiyu's tone was full of respect. "Hey, you're welcome." Chizé liked this girl a little. "Hey, you too. No matter what you say, can you please let go of your hands?" Kui Waching at the side finally couldn't help but say something. She has been holding it in for a long time. For some reason, she felt very uncomfortable listening to Wang Peiyu praising Chizé and holding Chizé's hand. "Sorry." Wang Peiyu withdrew her hand a little embarrassedly. She was also a little excited and forgot that she was holding hands with Chizé. But after letting go, she also felt a little strange. How dare a little secretary talk to her boss like that? Then she looked back at Kui Yueching's appearance, and she understood. This shouldn't be an ordinary secretary. "Hey, it's nothing. I should be the one feeling sorry. I accidentally took advantage of Mr. Wang," Chizé said with a smile. Wang Peiyu's face turned slightly red. She admired Chizé very much and did not have any resistance to him. But suddenly, Wang Peiyu was stunned. An idea flashed through her mind. "The reason why my father appointed me to the position instead of my brother was..." She looked at Chizé, young and handsome, and very capable. If he were to take charge of the coconut flower group, his father would be relieved. Wang Peiyu is not a person without character who allows herself to be manipulated by her elders. But at this moment, for some reason, she didn't feel any resistance in her heart. If the man in front of me, that's not impossible. When Wang Peiyu had this thought in her mind, her face became even redder. "Mr. Wang, don't you want to pay? I'm here, let's get started." Chizé looked at Wang Peiyu's flushed little face and felt a little puzzled. This Miss Wang was so shy. What era was it now? She could blush for so long just by shaking hands. "Oh, settle the payment, settle the payment." Wang Peiyu came to her senses and immediately ordered her subordinates. "Go and bring the accounts to Mr. Chi for review. If Mr. Chi confirms that there is no problem, then transfer the money directly." Before coming, Wang Peiyu felt that she had a heavy responsibility. This is a rare opportunity, and she must prove to her father that she is capable. But at this moment, she felt even more responsible. This concerns the future of Coconut Flower Group. Of course, it also concerns my own future. Chizé quickly looked over the accounts and gave them to Assistant Huang for confirmation. After confirming that there were no problems, he asked the people from the Coconut Flower Group to make the payment. This week, his profit was 3.6 million. You have to know that the amount he has invested so far is only over 1 million, and 1 million of it was provided by the Coconut Flower Group. This profit, capitalists will go crazy after seeing this. In particular, after the initial rent, equipment, and funds for streaming had been spent, there was almost no investment in these areas in the later stage. After that, except for the actor company and the employee company, he had almost no other investment. At least 90% of the money you earn in the future will be profit. Chizé smiled, and his smile became even bigger after the Coconut Flower Group transferred the money into his company account. "Mr. Wang, don't leave for a while. Let's have a meal together so we can discuss our future plans." "Okay, I'm looking forward to communicating with President Chi." Wang Peiyu agreed immediately. Kui Weching remained silent. She feels a little uneasy now. "I feel like someone else is taking possession of my things." "Secretary Ku, go and book a hotel." At this time, Chi Zhe's voice sounded in her ears. Mr. Chi, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I won't go. Kui Weiqing said calmly. Oh, is there something wrong? Assistant Huang, go book a hotel, and we'll go together after that. Chi Zhe didn't care and immediately said to Assistant Huang. Yes, Mr. Chi. Assistant Huang was a decisive person. He quickly booked a restaurant, and then the group set off. Kui Weiqing packed up and left the company immediately. She felt a sense of crisis. Decided to seek help from his military advisor. Little dear, help me. After arriving at her bestie's house, she immediately told Lin Lu about the situation. Xiao Lu, women's intuition tells me that Wang Peiyu has the same idea as me, and he has also set his sights on Chi Zhe. What should we do? Lin Lu frowned upon hearing this. Wang Peiyu has the support of the Yehua group, so the bonus she gives must be higher than yours. If it doesn't work, why don't you find someone else? Why must you choose Chi Zhe? No. Kui Weiqing immediately shook her head. During the time they spent together, she had a deep understanding of Chi Zhe's abilities. If she were to ask who could help her achieve success in her career and give her the power to say no to her parents, she felt that only Chi Zhe had such ability. That's going to be difficult. Lin Lu lowered his head in thought. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Kui Weiqing. Qing, there is only one way now. What method? Kui Weiqing asked. Honey Trap. Chapter 43. Sun Dongyu takes the initiative to come to the door. Chi Zhe didn't know that he had become a hot commodity. Mr. Wang from the Coconut Flower Group was using the beauty trap, and even his own secretary wanted to use the beauty trap. In the following period of time, Xiao's marketing developed steadily. Soon the second week passed, and he had earned millions in profit, almost doubled from the previous week. If this trend continues, it may not be long before the coconut juice that Coconut Flower Group has in stock is sold out. And during this week, he felt very comfortable. There is almost nothing for him to do in the company. Even the urban planning project was in charge of Qin Xiujin. Qin Xiujin polished Chi Zhe's proposal, signed his name on it, and sent it to the city hall. Next, it depends on which company's proposal the city hall will choose. Chi Zhe agreed to the signing. After all, Qin Xiujin is famous, and with his fame added, it would be easier for the city hall to choose Xiaoze marketing. It feels so good to have money coming into your account every day without having to do anything. This also further strengthened Chi Zhe's idea of becoming a capitalist. Now, more than 3 weeks have passed since the last business opportunity check. In a few days, we will be able to check business opportunities again. Now, Chi Zhe's company has millions of dollars in cash, and millions more will come in every week. Compared with the previous 2 times, this is another opportunity to test business opportunities. Chi Zhe will be much calmer. If there is a good opportunity, he can seize it in time. Don't miss opportunities because of money. However, before the new business opportunity detection opportunity was refreshed, Chi Zhe received an unexpected visitor. Sun Dongyu. He didn't know how it happened, but he found Chi Zhe and Inai Su's new home, and then came to visit with a bag of fruit and a box of milk. How did you find my house? Chi Zhe stood at the door, looking at Sun Dongyu, who was smiling opposite him, and asked in confusion. When they lived in the rental house before, Sun Dongyu always harassed him. Because Director Li Qingxiu is unwilling to cooperate with Sun Dongyu, and is only willing to cooperate with Chi Zhe. In order to continue to get projects, Sun Dongyu wanted to use Chi Zhe as a middleman more than once. Chi Zhe took over the project and then subcontracted it to him. But Chi Zhe did not agree. Engineering is a very risky business, and it is easy to get yourself into trouble if you are not careful. In order to avoid being harassed by Sun Dongyu, Chi Zhe moved out of the rental house and rented a small apartment with Inai Su and blocked all contact information of Sun Dongyu. But Chi Zhe didn't expect that Sun Dongyu would come to him. Brother Zhe, who is it? Inai Su walked out of the house with a very confused tone. She was kissing her boyfriend in the room when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Her boyfriend didn't come back for a long time, and she became impatient. As soon as I came out, I saw Sun Dongyu standing at the door. She immediately looked as if she had eaten a fly. Haha, Xiao Qi, you and Xiao and I are living together. Sun Dongyu felt sad, but he smiled. I thought you two were a good match at the beginning. Well, why don't you invite me in and have a seat? Chi Zhe was also speechless. This Sun Dongyu is like a dogskin plaster. You can't avoid him at all. Okay, come in and do it. Chi Zhe invited him into the house. But I have made up my mind. I had forgotten about this old guy for a while, but I didn't expect him to come to me on his own initiative. Well, don't blame him for being cruel. Brother Zayu. And Isu was a little unhappy when she saw this. Why did she invite this greasy middle-aged man into her and her boyfriend's little love nest? But Chi Zhe just smiled and didn't explain anything. It has been more than a month since Sun Dongyu took over the project. It's just a small project, so it should be almost finished, right? And he took such a huge cut. In order to make money, The quality of the project must have been greatly compromised. After welcoming Sun Dongyu into the house, before he could even start talking about the project, Chi Zhe asked, "Old son, has your road maintenance project been completed?" Sun Dongyu was overjoyed when he heard this. This was the first time Chi Zhe talked to him about engineering matters after such a long time. He felt that Chi Zhe must have figured it out. "I want to be the middleman. It's done, so I came to you, didn't I?" Sun Dongyu said immediately, "Brother, I still say the same thing. You act as the middleman and contact Director Lee, and I will do the work. You will get your money. Good that you're done." Chi Zhe smiled and said, "I'll think about this for a few days. You can leave your things and go back first." "What are you still thinking about?" Sun Dongyu said anxiously. "Director Lee only has so many projects. If you don't hurry up and ask for them, he will give them to others. If you are a step slower, we won't even get a bowl of soup." Chi Zhe's face gradually turned cold, and he looked at him. Sun Dongyu suddenly became depressed and could only say angrily, "Okay, I'll go back now, but you have to think about it quickly, because my people are still waiting for dinner." "Got it." Chi Zhe nodded. Sun Dongyu had no choice but to leave. Before, he had always been a wage earner, but now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope of becoming a boss. If he could be a boss, he wouldn't want to work for others anymore. He wanted to form an engineering team and do the work himself. But the problem is, he has no connections and can't get any projects. The only hope lies with Chi Zhe. He didn't dare to offend Chi Zhe. "I'm leaving." Sun Dongyu reluctantly left the small apartment. Before leaving, he even flattered An Su. "Xiao and I, you and Xiao Qi will be happily married forever and have a baby soon." An Su walked him out the door expressionlessly. Although she was happy to hear this, but she didn't like it when it came from Sun Dongyu's mouth. "Turn around and go back into the house." An Su sat directly on Chi Zhe's legs, hugged his neck with both arms, and said unhappily, "Brother Zhe, why did you let him in? Are you going to introduce him to the project?" "Of course not." Chi Zhe smiled coldly. "I haven't forgotten that it was him in the bank that leaked the news that I was at home. I hold a grudge." Coincidentally, An Su is also a person who enjoys taking revenge. Her eyes lit up. "So what are you going to do?" Chi Zhe immediately told his plan, but An Su was a little worried. "You introduce the project, it won't involve you, right?" Chi Zhe laughed and said, "Don't worry, someone will help me solve this problem." An Su felt relieved, then raised her head and offered her sweet lips to you, as if waiting for you to pick her. And the other side, Sun Dongyu felt that there was finally hope this time. Walking on the street, he was extremely excited. "It was worth it that I looked for more than a dozen real estate agents I knew before I found Chi Zhe's new rental house. As long as I ask him to introduce me to a project, I can become a real boss. When I become the boss." When Sun Dongyu thought back to how he had been servile in front of Chi Zhe, anger burned in his heart. Of course, this anger cannot be vented now. He still needs help from Chi Zhe. But, after I had money, things were different. Chapter 44 Anonymous Report. "Hey, I'm reporting anonymously. Yes, the contractor of the project is named Sun Dongyu. He cut corners and seriously affected the quality of the project." Chi Zhe quickly made a reporting call. An Su asked before whether it would affect him. After all, he had a hand in this project and received money for it. But Chi Zhe was not worried at all. "Director Lee is here. What are you afraid of? It's just a small project. It can cheat a small-time figure like Sun Dongyu who has no background, but it can't shake a veteran like Li Qingxiu. He will definitely distance himself from the matter. By the way, the relationship with Chi Zhe must also be clarified. Otherwise, if Chi Zhe went to jail, Director Lee would definitely not be able to escape. After all, the gift was sent by Chi Zhe and he had the evidence in his hands. Director Lee is a veteran, and it is impossible for him not to understand this. So, he will definitely handle everything and let Sun Dongyu take the blame alone." On the other side, Sun Dongyu came to a foot bath excitedly. Chi Zhe had not expressed his opinion before, but this time, Chi Zhe actually said that he would consider it. Does this mean that Chi Zhe has fallen in love? Money is a good thing. Who doesn't like it? Especially when you can get money without doing anything. Who wouldn't be moved? "You've been pretending for so long, but you finally gave in." Sun Dongyu hummed a little tune and walked into the footbath club. He was in a good mood, as if he saw handfuls of money waving at him. So he decided to have a good time today and celebrate a bright future. The technician who served him was very young. After chatting for a few sentences, Sun Dongyu, acting like a successful person, advised her to resign and take the postgraduate entrance examination. The technician smiled awkwardly and thought to himself, "If I could pass the postgraduate entrance examination, would I have to come here to press your stinky feet?" But on the surface, she could only follow Sun Dongyu's words and praised him a few more times. Sun Dongyu was in a good mood and immediately shouted, "Work overtime, little sister." You don't have to work today. I'll work overtime for you until you get off work. Thank you, brother. The technician's daughter thought that she had met a sucker, and she increased the strength of her hands when massaging my feet. Sun Dongyu's expression was distorted with pain, but he didn't dare to speak. Who knows if the little sister pressed the acupuncture points on the kidneys? Men, you can't say you can't do it. You have to endure the pain. He was also thinking about conquering this young technician with his charm as a successful man and spending a wonderful night with her. But the phone suddenly rang. Sun Dongyu, right? You are suspected of violating the law. Please come to the XX department and cooperate with our investigation. A majestic voice sounded on the phone. Sun Dongyu's expression froze. Brother, is my strength appropriate? The technician's sister was startled when she saw his expression suddenly stiffen and asked immediately. Suitable. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This is so fucking appropriate. When you are feeling very proud of yourself, suddenly this happens. Who can bear it? Sister, stop pressing it. Sun Dongyu stood up as if he had lost his parents, changed his clothes, and walked out. He knew he was finished. It's just a construction violation. There won't be much punishment. At most you'll be fined, or at worst you'll have to stay in jail for a while. But once he was charged with this crime, it would be almost impossible for him to work on other projects in the future. If there is a background, there may be a glimmer of hope. But he has no background. Brother, should I add more time to my clock? When the technician saw that the victim was about to leave, she immediately became anxious. Extra time. I'll add your mother. Sun Dongyu was very upset. He cursed and left without looking back. The technician's sister also got anxious. Fuck, idiot. If you don't have money, fuck your mother. Boss Chi, you need to come to the company. Chize received a call from Assistant Huang and hurried to the company, where he learned some bad news. Marriott Marketing next door has also submitted a proposal to the City Hall. Now, Chen Xiujin said with an unhappy expression. Chize interrupted. Did the City Hall give him this project? Chen Xiujin sighed and said, I don't know whose connections Wanhao used, but I found out that not only ours, but also any other proposals, the person in charge did not even look at them, and finally directly finalized the Marriott Marketing plan. Hearing this, Chize narrowed his eyes and pondered. Wanhao. This person is like a dogskin plaster. Before, when he banned an Isu, Chize wanted to compete with him. But after investigating the O family's background, he decided to postpone the matter for a while. Not a coward. But the O family does have some influence in the local area. I have just started out, and if I go directly into confrontation with the O family, I might easily get myself killed if I am not careful. But now, Chize discovered that the tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. It's not that you are unwilling to be tolerant that others will let you go. As for Marriott's marketing, it's completely aimed at itself. This was the case with the previous coconut flower project, and it is also the case with the current urban planning project. Master Chun, I will find a way to deal with this matter. Chize said to Chen Xiujin. Don't worry, continue to improve the plan and make the necessary preparations. Boss Chi, I feel. Chen Xiujin sighed again. I know the power of the O family. Now that this project has almost been finalized, it may be too late for us to find connections now. This is not your problem, Chize said calmly. However, you should not be interested in preparing for this project now. I will give you another task. What mission? Chen Xiujin asked. He also put a lot of thought into the urban planning project and thought it was the first step in his transformation, but he did not expect that the first step would fail. He is now in a very low mood and has no mood to work on this plan at all. Changing a project and adjusting my mood seems to be a good choice. Help me promote someone on the internet. Chize said. I will send you her information later. I have also prepared a detailed plan. You just need to follow it. Just pushing one person? Chen Xiujin was a little disappointed, but then asked, Then, is there any novel idea behind this plan of pushing people? It's different from the usual method. You'll know when you see it. Chize said lightly. Whether in the past life or in this life, there is basically only one way to promote internet celebrities. Spend money to buy traffic. But in fact, internet celebrities promoted in this way are often short-lived. Only those internet celebrities who are truly interesting can survive. Chize directly creates memes, which is of course different from others. Chen Xiujin's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded immediately. Then I have no problem. Leave this task to me. Chize nodded and looked at Secretary Ko beside him. I don't know why, but she has been very silent during this period, as if she has something on her mind. As a good boss, of course you have to adjust your employees' mentality at this time. So he said, Secretary Ko, let's go have a meal with the boss. Chapter 45. Teach Secretary Ko a lesson. In the restaurant, the two sat opposite each other. Ku Yueqing looked calm, but she was actually panicking inside. She went to see her best friend Lin Lu a few days ago and got her pocket money. With the two of them combined, she can now take out more than 10 million yuan in one go. But she didn't have the confidence to buy Qi Zhe's company. I have even less confidence in buying Qi Zhe. Then her best friend Lin Lu gave her an idea. If money doesn't work, don't we still have people? These were Lin Lu's original words at the time. Qing'er, you may not be good at other things, but when it comes to beauty, don't you have confidence? You look aloof, but you also have a kind of charm. This style is most popular among boys. Why did those bitches in school target you and spread dirty rumors about you? Wasn't it because you were too attractive to men and stole their limelight? You don't even know how attractive you are in the eyes of boys. I once sneaked into a group of boys in our school, and the person they talked about the most was you. Lin Lu's tone was full of encouragement. At that time, Kui Yueqing was a little confused. Although she knew that she was beautiful, she didn't know that she was so attractive in the eyes of boys. Why did you sneak into the boys' group? Kui Yueqing suddenly realized this problem. Lin Lu chuckled, seeing them talking about you and me in the group. How exciting is that? Kui Yueqing shuddered. You pervert. Lin Lu laughed. This is called fun. Then it would be fun for you to let me use the beauty trap? Kui Yueqing asked. She felt that she still didn't understand her best friend for so long. In the past, I only knew that my best friend stayed at home and didn't like to go out. But now it seems that she has more fun than spending money even if she doesn't go out. Of course, Lin Lu said as a matter of course. I really want to see how the always aloof school beauty could take the initiative to seduce a man. When Kui Yueqing heard the word seduction, she felt numb. She couldn't even imagine this scene. But thinking about it again, it seems that there is no other way. Because of this, Kui Yueqing was in a bad state at work in the next few days. She didn't know whether she should use the beauty trap. And Qi Zhe didn't care whether she was in good condition or not. She's just a vase anyway, and we don't really expect her to do anything. But now it's different. Qi Zhe was going to rely on her to do something. Wanhao's company intervened and disrupted Qi Zhe's plan. According to his previous plan, if he succeeded in the coconut flower order, he would have more than 20 million in cash. And if he succeeded in the urban planning order, he would be able to establish a relationship with the government. These two orders were completed. Money and connections. It is much more convenient to do anything by yourself. But now, Wanhao's company has snatched the order. There is no doubt that the O family must have used some connections and relied on shady means to get this order. If Qi Zhe wants to break the impasse, he must use the same method. He himself does not have such a relationship, but Kui Yueqing does. From the very beginning, Qi Zhe knew that Kui Yueqing was definitely not working as his secretary just for the money. He didn't care. After all, Kui Yueqing was pretty enough, and it would be prestigious to take her out. And now, Qi Zhe plans to let his secretary make an effort to grab the project. Qi Zhe knew that Wanhao had chosen to open a company next door to his because of Kui Yueqing. As for Kui Yueqing, her background is no worse than Wanhao's, even slightly stronger. The incident started because of Kui Yueqing, so if we use Kui Yueqing to understand it now, it can be said to have a beginning and an end. Secretary Ko, why are you in a daze all the time? Has something happened to you recently? Qi Zhe had a kind smile on his face. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, you might as well tell your boss, and he will help you solve it. Kui Yueqing looked at Qi Zhe with a kind smile on his face, and always felt like he was a big bad wolf in grandma's coat. All in all, not like a good guy. Well, I don't have any problem, Kui Yueqing said weakly. She actually wanted to say that she wanted Qi Zhe to work for her, but I can't quite say it. That's good. Qi Zhe nodded, and then said directly. Then boss, I have a problem. Can you help me solve it? Question mark. Kui Yueqing looked at him puzzledly. There is a big doubt in the big eyes. This is what people say. You are a boss, and you ask an employee to solve your problems? But Kui Yueqing immediately realized that this might be an opportunity. Money can't buy Qi Zhe. Using the beauty trap, I haven't made up my mind yet. But if I could do Qi Zhe a favor and make him owe me a favor, in the future, will I be able to use Qi Zhe for my own benefit? Kui Yueqing was immediately shocked and said, Boss Qi, if you have any questions, tell me. As expected, Secretary Ku is reliable. Qi Zhe was overjoyed and immediately said, Our company's next project, the one from the city hall to promote tourism, was taken by Wanhao's company using despicable means. I hope. He paused and said, You can use the same despicable means to take the project back. Question mark. Kui Yueqing looked at him puzzledly again. Is this human language? But she soon became angry. I knew this Wanhao had bad intentions. I can't do anything serious, so I can only rely on my family connections to do these dirty things. For a moment, Kui Yueqing, who had already disliked Wanhao, became even more disgusted with him. Wanhao originally wanted to prove himself with this project, but now it seems that the counter effect has already appeared before it even started. After angrily cursing for a few words, Kuiweching looked at Chi Zhe and asked, "So, you want me to find some connections and get the project back?" "Actually, I was just joking. I don't care about using connections to snatch projects." Chi Zhe smiled confidently. "I just want a fair chance to compete. I believe my proposal will impress the city hall and eventually choose me." When Kuiweching heard this and looked at Chi Zhe's confident smile, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. She despised people like Wanhao who had no ability but relied on family connections to grab projects. But I have great respect for people like Chi Zhe who truly rely on their own abilities. What's more, she wanted Chi Zhe to owe her a favor. Without giving it much thought, Kuiweching nodded immediately and said, "Boss Chi, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. But what, you say?" Chi Zhe asked directly. "You owe me a favor. If I ask you for help in the future, you are not allowed to refuse." Kuiweching said immediately. "Well," Chi Zhe thought for a moment and said, "Okay, from now on, even if you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to meet your parents, I can do it." "That's not necessary." Kuiweching blushed slightly and gave him a coquettish look. "Let me say it again. If you need help in the future, just ask me, and I will definitely help you," Chi Zhe said with a firm tone. "Okay then." Seeing how decisive he was, Kuiweching nodded with satisfaction. Now that's good. She can let Chi Zhe help her with things in the future. But he didn't know that Chi Zhe was already laughing in his heart. This young lady from a wealthy family is really naive. When you say you are helping, it depends on what kind of help you can provide in the future. If it doesn't affect you, then help. But if it affects me, Chi Zhe doesn't mind teaching her a lesson and telling her how dangerous society is. Chapter 46. Mianwan City Project is in hand. And Isu goes viral on the internet. Kuiweching was very happy. Now she could help Chi Zhe. Make him owe you a favor. You don't have to use the beauty trap. But she didn't know that although Chi Zhe had not yet become a capitalist, he had already developed the thick skin of a capitalist. Promise? Favor? That's bullshit. Kuiweching didn't know, so she worked very hard. For the next few days, she did not go to the company, but was busy with this matter at home. The O family has connections, and the Ku family also has connections. It depends on who has stronger connections. But there is a problem. That is, Wanhao persuaded his mother to help. And Kuiweching can only work on her own. She didn't dare tell her family about this. Otherwise, if her family knew that she was running errands for a man, they would definitely speculate about her relationship with Chi Zhe. But in this way, her strength is not as great as Wanhao's mother. Finally, Kuiweching found Chi Zhe and said a little embarrassedly, "Mr. Chi, I asked my acquaintances to try, and the city hall said that the project has been finalized and it is difficult to change, so?" Chi Zhe was not very disappointed when he heard this. "Since you can't do it, forget it." At this time, there is only one day left before the monthly business opportunity check. Coconut Flower is about to settle the bill again, and he will soon receive millions in profit. He didn't take the urban planning project that seriously. If it fails this time, I'll get it back in other ways later. But Kuiweching said, "But I found some connections and submitted the proposal to the neighboring Mianwan city. They are willing to adopt our proposal, and the commission is the same as that offered by Haiban City, 5 million. She used a lot of connections these days, but ultimately failed to get the business in Haiban City. But she was also reluctant to give up Chi Zhe's favor. So he used his connections to send the plan to the neighboring city of Mianwan. Coincidentally, Mianwan City also wanted to develop the tourism industry, so it adopted Xiao Zhe's marketing plan. Oh, Chi Zhe was a little surprised. After a brief thought, he nodded and said, "Okay, the plan has been prepared anyway, and it would be a waste if we don't implement it. Since Mianwan City is willing to adopt it, let's give it to them." Kuiweching was a little worried after hearing this, and said, "There is a problem. The environment in Mianwan City is not as good as our seaside. It is not near the sea, and has never developed tourism." She hits the nail on the head. Haiban City is located on the sea and has developed tourism before. It has a good foundation, and with a similar plan, it can attract a wave of tourists. But Mianwan City is different. Mianwan City is adjacent to Haiban City, but it is not on the sea. It was previously a purely industrial city with no tourism and was a complete tourism desert. That's not a problem. Chi Zhe smiled slightly. Our plan will be better than Wanhao's plan even if it is used in the tourism desert of Mianwan City. I am confident of this. Looking at Chi Zhe's confident expression, Kuiweching was also infected and became more confident. She clenched her little fists. Yes, the worse the environment in Mianwan City is, the more we can show our abilities. He dared to go to Mianwan City, which is such a terrible environment. Wanhao had an insider who provided the information. When Xiao Zhe Marketing had just confirmed its cooperation with Mianwan City, he immediately got the news and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I think his proposal was not adopted by the municipal government, so he desperately tried to find a solution and submitted it to Myanmar City. That Myanmar City has no tourism infrastructure at all. Other marketing companies didn't dare to take this order, fearing that it would affect their reputation, but he rushed to take it. Oh Wan-hao was in a good mood and felt that this time he had a sure win. One is Myanmar City, which has no tourism foundation, and the other is Haiban City, a tourist city by the sea. He also has excellent planners to make plans. By then, won't it be clear who will perform better? Now, Kuyuiching should look at me differently, right? And Chize, do you really think it's so easy to make money from the government? If the project doesn't go well, you'll be in trouble. Oh Wan-hao was in a good mood. After such a long time, he finally saw hope of surpassing Chize. When I feel relaxed, I want to find some fun to pass the time. Oh Wan-hao immediately took out his mobile phone, opened Dolu, and started browsing. This was a form of entertainment he had only recently discovered. Watch the videos of internet celebrities on Dolu, give tips to whoever you like, and then have the internet celebrities come to you directly. He used to go to bars and nightclubs for fun. But after all, I want to pursue Kuyuiching now. If I do that, it will be easy for Kuyuiching to see it, and it will affect my image. So Oh Wan-hao has started to become an internet celebrity now. Many of these internet celebrities are not local. They fly over, play for 2 days, and then leave. They do things secretly and are not afraid of being discovered by others. Today, Oh Wan-hao plans to repeat the same trick. However, as soon as he opened Dolu, he saw a familiar face. It's the singer from the Qingzhou bar. Oh Wan-hao recognized it immediately. It's an Isu. This is a video posted by a local marketing account in Haiban City with the title, "The girl is so cool, but why do I feel like she is scolding me?" The title looks weird. The content is footage of Ni Su singing on the street. The previous lyrics were all normal, but suddenly there was a line. "Your mother didn't tell you." This line of lyrics sounds like an insult. But Ni Su has a heroic temperament, a sense of freedom and uninhibitedness. She looks down at the camera with a pair of bright eyes and sings the lyrics that sound like cursing. Whether it's people who are there or watching the video, I won't be angry, but it's a thrilling feeling. After all, Ni Su's temperament is there, but the lyrics have a bit of dirty talk, which creates a complete contrast. Oh Wan-hao clicked on the comments below. I was listening to the song and suddenly I was scolded, crying emoji. My sister is so handsome, but why did she suddenly scold me, with an aggrieved face? I thought I heard it wrong, but after looking at the lyrics, I realized that the lyrics are really like this. I feel like she is cursing, but I can't find any evidence. Fuck, what a bunch of bastards. They don't even get angry when being scolded. Oh Wan-hao cursed, but for some reason, he felt that this female singer was even more attractive. But he knew that Ni Su was not the kind of woman who could be won over by money. So, he doesn't have any ideas now. In other words, it's not that I don't have ideas, but that I have ideas but no, I can't do them. Oh Wan-hao immediately swiped his finger and turned to the next video. But he found that the video was still of Ni Su. This is another marketing account, and the title is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. It's the same video of Ni Su singing, and the lyrics are still the same. Didn't your mother tell you? Oh Wan-hao was a little annoyed and immediately changed to the next video. But after watching more than a dozen videos in a row, he found that half of them were Ni Su. It was only at this time that Oh Wan-hao realized it. This female singer who was banned by herself in bars and nightclubs actually appeared on the internet. It's a big hit. Chapter 47: New Companies, Financial Investments, and Internet Technology. Ni Su's sudden popularity on the internet was naturally driven by Chi Ze. He had the experience from his previous life, and with the addition of Chen Xiujin's team, it was extremely easy for him to make one person popular. Moreover, Ni Su herself has good conditions. She is tall, has fair skin, and is top-notch in terms of appearance. She also has a unique temperament of being heroic and free. Taking many factors into consideration, it is natural that she is popular. At first, she was asked to sing on the street, and then the video was filmed from a passerby's perspective and uploaded to the internet. The song, Lover Missed, is of good quality and Ni Su sings it beautifully, which could have attracted some attention. But after adding the ambiguous lyrics, she immediately got dozens of times more attention. This is the memory point. If it was just a nice song, netizens might not pay so much attention to it. Even if it is attention, it is only temporary. It won't be long before people forget her. And after this insulting joke, people spread it like crazy as a meme, and it created a unique memory point. So people will remember her for a long time in the future. Plus Chize's push behind the scenes. In just 2 or 3 days, she was on the hot search list of the Dolu platform and dominated the list for several days in a row. Chize understands the mentality of netizens very well. The promotional videos at the beginning were all from the perspective of passersby, without complete songs. When In-Su appeared, the camera was blurry, making it difficult to see her appearance. This brings more mystery to her. That's how people are. It's so clear right from the start that it's meaningless. On the contrary, this mysteriousness has led many netizens to search for information about In-Su on the internet. After the number of followers reached the top, Chise immediately asked In-Su to register a personal account on Dolu and released the complete MV video of the song Lover Missed. In just 2 days, her fans increased by hundreds of thousands. Countless internet celebrity management companies have extended olive branches to her. The number of fans has exceeded 500,000. Zhongju looked at the background of In-Su's Dolu account and excitedly made a buzzing sound. She really didn't expect that her sister Shuer would become famous so quickly. A little over 2 weeks have passed since Chise said he wanted to help In-Su become an internet celebrity. In less than 20 days, the number of fans has exceeded 500,000, and the number is still increasing rapidly. It is foreseeable that the song, Missed by Lovers, will continue to be popular on the internet for a while before the popularity ends completely. There is no problem for the number of followers of In-Su's personal account to exceed 1 million. Sister Shuer, you are going to become a big internet celebrity. Zhongjia hugged In-Su excitedly. In-Su also had a smile on her face. She had been in a daze for the past 2 days. According to Chise's instructions, she practiced singing during this period, then went to the street to cooperate in shooting a few videos of singing on the street, and then shot an MV, and did nothing after that. Then, suddenly it became popular. Now when she watches short videos on Dole, she can constantly see videos of herself singing. Brother Zay said he could make me an internet celebrity, but I didn't expect that. In-Su's face flushed, and her eyes were a little dazed. But I didn't expect that I would become so popular all of a sudden. Although she has always been confident that she can become a singing star. However, her current goal is actually very simple. That is to be able to earn money to support herself and not spend Chise's money all the time. I thought Chise meant it literally when he said he wanted me to make a living as an internet celebrity. In-Su really didn't expect that Chise spoke so modestly. Is this what it means to make a living as an internet celebrity? Just bring the pot over here. Both women are not very old. In-Su is just 20 years old this year, and Zhongju is only 17 or 18 years old. None of them are stable. In-Su suddenly became a big internet celebrity, and the two were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. Sister Shuer, you have so many fans now. Can you take on advertising and make some money? Zhongju suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, In-Su began to think about it. For the two of them now, making money is indeed the top priority. They are not the kind of girls who can feel at ease spending other people's money. Let's wait for Brother Zay to make the decision on this matter. I'll ask him when he gets home from get off work. In-Su said after thinking for a moment. Brother Zay. Zhongju was full of envy when she heard Chise's name. Sister Shuer, your boyfriend is so amazing. I really admire him. With just one move from him, you have become a big internet celebrity. In-Su didn't say anything. She felt very happy and completely filled with happiness. Well, we really have to listen to Brother Zay on this matter. Zhongju nodded. We too don't know anything, but Brother Zay raised you up with one hand, and he must have better plans for your future. In-Su's smile became even wider. She now wished Chise would come back immediately so that she could throw herself into his arms. Reward him well. During this period, every time she kissed and kissed Chise, she could feel that Chise was in a state of being ready to strike. She felt that Chise must be feeling very uncomfortable. But before, In-Su didn't want to progress so quickly, as that would make her appear to be a frivolous woman. But now, after nearly a month of getting along, their relationship has made some progress. Plus the fact that she became so popular. In-Su felt that the pace could be speeded up a little. I really hope Brother Zay will come back soon. Zhongjia could hardly contain his excitement. After so many hard times, finally the good times are coming, and she really doesn't want to wait any longer. Yeah, Brother Zay, please come back soon. In-Su also said the same thing. But she was thinking about something else. On the other side, Chise had no idea that good things were waiting for him at home. He was busy with something else. Register a company. Xiaozhe Marketing is a company registered by my ex-girlfriend Senior. In order to transfer debts, she transferred the company to Chise's name. Before, Chise had no capital and was too lazy to register a company and start over. So he simply continued Xiaozhe's marketing business to make his first pot of gold. But now he has money. However, in the marketing industry, capital cannot be accumulated quickly. So Chise recruited Chen Xiujin and handed the company over to him. I registered 2 companies. One is a financial investment company. The other is an internet technology company. Both of these companies are related to Chi Zhe's subsequent layout. He has rented offices for both companies and can start them at any time. The financial investment company is called Chi Finance, and its office is located in the local financial building, which is full of financial companies. The internet technology company is called Chi Network, and its office is located in a local internet company cluster. When the system detects business opportunities, it will only detect business opportunities near your location. Finance is an industry that makes money quickly. Just wait until tomorrow. Chi Zhe will activate the system's business opportunity detection function for the third time in his new financial company. Chapter 48 Ni Su's Gift. Investment and networking are the two directions of Chi Zhe's future layout. Financial investment is a way to make quick money and accumulate wealth. Internet technology will be his main industry in the future, whether it is this world or the previous life. If you only have money, you are just a fat pig. Only by mastering important industries that can influence the world can you be invincible. Many people understand these principles, but very few can put them into practice. It is not easy for an ordinary person to make money, let alone master an industry that can influence the world. But Zeiss can. He has a system and also has experience from his previous life. Only with enough wealth can he enjoy the happiness of being a rich man. Only when he has enough power can he prevent his wealth from being plundered. Can do both of these. Just a Wanhao can be destroyed with a single move. Chi Zhe is very vindictive. After finishing his work at the company, Chi Zhe went home. The business opportunity detection will be refreshed tomorrow, and he has already completed all the preparations. Next, he just needs to wait quietly. The two women had been waiting impatiently at home. When Chi Zhe came back, they immediately surrounded him. Brother Zhe, Sister Schwerer is famous now. Can we take the advertisement? Zhongju was the first one who couldn't help but ask. In her mind, as an internet celebrity, the most profitable way is to take advertisements. Upon hearing this, Ni Su also looked at her. Although she didn't have much pursuit for wealth, but she also hoped to earn some money, at least, to support herself, and then spend some on Chi Zhe. She is a relatively independent girl, although Chi Zhe is her boyfriend. But she was not used to spending Chi Zhe's money all the time. What commercial? Chi Zhe shook his head directly. Sumer's fame is not yet fully established. She is still some distance away from being a singer. The price for taking an advertisement is not high. There is no need for her to do so. Sister Schwerer has so many fans. How are we going to monetize it? Zhongju asked, puzzled. You can make money by live streaming singing, right? And Isu interrupted. I've seen other singers live streaming singing, and people give them gifts, so they can make a lot of money. You can do live streaming, but not too frequently. You have to maintain a sense of mystery, Chi Zhe said. Zhongju and Isu were both very surprised. How can you not make money when it's right in front of you? Chi Zhe explained. Live streaming once in a while can maintain popularity and increase fan stickiness, but live streaming frequently will lose the sense of mystery and thus lose the chance to become a star. Have you ever seen a star live streaming every day? And Isu was dumbfounded. Although she also wanted to be a singer, to be honest, she was not very sure. Although Chi Zhe also said that he would train her to become a singer, but she still feels that she is a long way from being a singing star. But judging from Chi Zhe's expression, he clearly treats her like a singer now. I'm afraid of losing the mystery. If it weren't for Chi Zhe, she wouldn't even be able to eat. So what's the point of mystery? Zhongju also looked at Chi Zhe in surprise. Brother Zhe, isn't it too far-fetched for you to think about this now? Sister Schwerer is just a little-known internet celebrity now. Should we treat her like a singer now? She couldn't help but ask out loud. Don't you think it's wrong? Chi Zhe asked the two confused girls back. Well, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have anything to eat. Shouldn't we consider some practical issues first, such as making money first? And Isu also said with a wry smile, although she has always supported herself. But now Chi Zhe's attitude clearly shows that she will definitely become a singing star in the future. Very pragmatic. Chi Zhe nodded first. But I have to tell you, Suer, you have very good conditions. You are beautiful, have a unique voice, and your singing skills are also okay. In addition, you have your own unique style. Of course, there is something more important. The world is big, and there are many people with good conditions, but not everyone can become a singing star. But you have me. You have great conditions, and with my help, you will definitely become a singing star or even a top idol in the future. It's better to consider these things early, so as to avoid affecting your future development. His voice echoed throughout the room. Although it was very calm and without any passionate emotions, Isu and Zhongju felt as if they had heard the voice of God and were greatly shocked. It was a shock brought about by strong self-confidence. Yes, Isu knew that she was in good condition. But even with such good conditions, She was still a resident singer in a bar for so many years. Even now, she no longer has the job of a resident singer in a bar. She knew that in this world, one could not become a singer just by having good conditions. But now, she believed that she would become a singing star. Although Chi Zhe is only the boss of a small company now and has no connections or power in the entertainment industry, his wealth is nothing compared to those bigwigs. But Anai Su now fully believes that Chi Zhe will indeed train her to become a singing star. Zhongju, standing by, also swallowed silently. She really wanted to ask where Chi Zhe got his confidence from. If we can make Anai Su an internet celebrity, can we make her a superstar? Internet celebrity and celebrity are two different concepts, okay? But Chi Zhe's tone was calm, but it was filled with strong confidence. Zhongju couldn't ask any questions out loud. At this moment, there was only one thing she could do. That is believing. Xiajuzi. Chi Zhe didn't know what the two girls were thinking. He looked at Zhongju and said, "From now on, you will be Suer's manager." "Oh, I haven't done that." Zhongju's mind was already confused, and now it was even more of a mess. "Then let's start with the current live broadcast." Chi Zhe said, "You come to help Suer with the live broadcast. From now on, you can broadcast once a week. It doesn't need to be too long. 1 or 2 hours will be enough." "Yeah, okay." Zhongju nodded. Her singing skills are not as good as Anai Su, and she never thought about going far in the music field. It's good to have something to do. Moreover, she is also willing to help Anai Su. Only live streaming for 1 or 2 hours a week. Isn't that too little? Anai Su asked hesitantly. Not a small amount, just to maintain the popularity. Chi Zhe smiled and said, "I will find time to continue writing songs for you, and then release them on the internet. When the time is right, you will officially debut." "Yeah." Anai Su nodded heavily, then looked at Chi Zhe with an infatuated look. "Brother Zhe, the meal is ready at home. Let's eat. After dinner, I have a small gift for you." "There are gifts." Chi Zhe didn't care at first. He just smiled and went to eat with them. "But wait till you finish your meal." Zhongju started to clean up in the kitchen. After Anai Su blushed and pulled him into the room, he realized what the gift was. Chapter 49. It's time to really make big money. It was late at night when Anai Su left Chi Zhe's room. She did not go back to her bedroom directly, but went to the bathroom first, washed her hands thoroughly, making sure they were clean and odor-free, and then returned to her bedroom. The main thing is that there is a Zhongjia in her bedroom. If her little sisters found out anything, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. "You and Brother Zhe are so attached to each other. Why don't you just live at his place? This way I don't have to wait for you here. I'm so sleepy." Zhongju was so sleepy that he kept dozing off. His voice was lazy. Hearing this, Anai Su immediately shook her head. "No, not so fast. It makes me look frivolous." Zhongju shook his head slightly. "I didn't expect that Sister Shuer, who is so carefree usually, could be so reserved at times. Brother Zhe holds you, a beautiful woman, in his arms every day. It's incredible that he can hold back." She looked at Anai Su and found that Anai Su's face was a little red. She immediately became interested and teased. "It's not good for Brother Zhe to hold back like this all the time. Anai Su is never this shy normally. You are younger than me. How do you know so much?" Anai Su did not show any expression, but she was already panicking inside. She quietly put her hands behind her back, fearing that Zhongju would find out something. "Tisk, you've never eaten pork before, but you've seen a pig run," Zhongju said with some pride. "Anai Su, she ate pork today? Okay, go to bed. You are so young. Aren't you ashamed to say these things?" Anai Su felt a little guilty, so he patted Zhongju's little butt, then lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Zhongjia was already extremely sleepy, so he didn't say anything more and just fell asleep. The next day, Chi Zhe called the company and asked them to send a set of live broadcast equipment to his home. When he bought the equipment before, he had some extra, so he didn't have to let Anai Su buy it. Moreover, the equipment he bought was of the best quality, much better than what Anai Su could buy personally. After giving this instruction, he talked to Assistant Huang on the phone about company matters for a while. Marriott Marketing next door has already started operating the project. Seaside City already has a tourism industry base, so Marriott's promotion plan is very easy to implement and does not require any special ideas. All it needs to do is to copy and paste a promotional video and then purchase advertising space for the promotion. In today's new era, perhaps we will invite some internet celebrities to do some promotion on the internet. In short, because of the good tourism industry foundation in Seaside City, Marriott's marketing work is easy, and a moderate plan can also produce good results. Xiaozhe Marketing and Mianwan City have already finalized the plan. The specific plan is to carry out according to Chi Zhe's plan. The theme is affordable consumption. While all scenic spots are charging high prices, Mianwon City focuses on affordable consumption, which is conscientious. Of course, want to do this. The cooperation of the city hall is required. With the economic downturn in recent years, the city halls of various cities have not been doing well. Industrial cities like Mianwon City are also seeking transformation and opening up new sources of revenue. In order to develop the tourism industry in Mianwon City, the city hall is very willing to cooperate. They have now begun to rectify the vendors in Mianwon City, crack down on unscrupulous vendors, and open up various green channels in preparation for the future tourist crowds. Assistant Huang reported the details to Chize, and after listening to it, Chize was about to hang up the phone. But at this time, another person's voice came from the phone. Is this Mr. Chi's call? Give me the phone. I have something to discuss with President Chi. It was Chun Chiujin's voice. Then, there was a burst of noise from the phone, and Assistant Huang's phone had been transferred to another person. Boss Chi, I have a few questions about the next step of the plan. You say? Chize said calmly. It's like this. Our plan was initially based on Haiban City, but now our plan has been moved to Mianwon City for implementation, and a problem has arisen. Chun Chiujin said anxiously. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chize. You mean, there are no tourist attractions in Mianwon City, right? Yes, Mr. Chi. Have you ever thought about this? Chun Chiujin had been anxious about this issue for a long time. People travel, not to eat barbecue. For a tourism plan, affordable restaurants are ultimately a supporting role. I can attract tourists with affordable consumption, but after the tourists come, where do we let them go? After all, he is a senior marketing master. The problem was soon realized. Haiban City is on the sea, has a tourism base, and has many tourists visiting. Relying on affordable consumption, Haiban City can attract tourists and keep them. But Mianwon City is different. This is an industrial city. There are only a few tourist attractions. Once a large number of tourists are attracted, what do you want them to do? Just eat some kebabs and go home. After Chun Chiujin realized this problem, he broke out in cold sweat. The plan was submitted to Mianwon City by Ku Yueqing through his connections. There was no major review of it there. In addition, Chize's ideas were indeed very unique. So Mianwon City did not realize this problem and directly approved the plan. Chun Chiujin couldn't even imagine that if he completed the promotion according to the plan, after a large number of tourists arrived in Mianwon City, they would find that there was nothing to see in this place. They would leave cursing and leave a lot of negative reviews online. He couldn't even imagine the consequences. So when I got to work today, I saw Assistant Huang talking to Chize on the phone, so I immediately grabbed the phone and asked this question. However, this question that made Chun Chiujin break out in a cold sweat did not make Chize panic. On the contrary, he was very calm. I have thought about this question. Let's continue with the plan. I'm busy with something here. I'll talk to you later when I get to the company. Chize's calm voice calmed Chun Chiujin's anxious mood a little. I'm glad you have an idea. Chun Chiujin breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll wait for you at the company. Hurry up, or I won't be sure. Yeah. Chize nodded and hung up the phone. He had already thought about the problem mentioned by Chun Chiujin when he planned to invest in Mianwon City. But now, he has more important things to do. The business opportunity detection opportunities for the new month have been refreshed. He is going to his newly opened financial investment company to check out new business opportunities. Finance is the fastest way to make money. The marketing industry is used to accumulate the first pot of gold. And now, the first pot of gold has been obtained. So, next, it's time to make real big money. Chapter 50 Financial Opportunities. Making money is too easy. In less than 10 minutes, Chize arrived at his deserted financial investment company. Now that he is rich and powerful, he always takes a taxi when he goes out. You no longer have to squeeze into buses and subways like before. It's great to have money. Of course, it would be even better if you have your own luxury car, with the driver driving in the front seat and your secretary in the back seat. For a moment, Chize's determination to make a lot of money became stronger. Sitting in the empty company, Chize said something to the void. System start. There was no response, but the system's business opportunity detection function had already started. Waiting quietly. Moment. Detecting business opportunities. Ding. Testing completed. Carl Chemical. The stock has continued to rise in the past 3 days and is expected to continue to rise in the next week, with an increase of 30%. It is suitable for short-term operations, with high profits and fast returns. Recommended index. Matrix Technology. The stock has started to rise since yesterday and is expected to continue to rise in the next 3 days, with an increase of 26.67%. It is suitable for short-term operations, with high profits and fast returns. Recommended index. Magnetic Technology. The stock has been rising for a week and is expected to continue rising for 2 days, with an increase of 38%. It is suitable for short-term operations, with high profits and fast returns. Recommended index. Xianglong information. The stock rose slightly today, and the increase will continue to increase in the next week, with an increase of 14.88%. It is suitable for short-term operations, with average profits and fast returns. Recommended index. Kangal Water Conservancy. The stock has been rising for a month and will continue to rise slightly in the next 3 months, with an increase of 9.3%. It is suitable for long-term holding, with average profits and slow payment. Recommended index. Bell Media. The stock has been falling continuously and bottomed out. It will continue to rise in the next month. The stock price is 6.63%. It needs to be held for a long time. The profit is low and the payment is slightly slow. The recommended index is Wangqing shares. The stock continues to. Pieces of information appeared in front of Qi Zhe's eyes. There were dozens of business opportunities detected this time, and Qi Zhe could not look at them all. So he chose to give up all the 1-star business opportunities and selectively look at the business opportunities with 3-star and 2-star recommendation indexes. This time, it's really sent out. Qi Zhe was very glad of his choice. Registered an investment company specializing in stocks. As expected, finance makes money quickly. The stocks recommended by System Samsung are all those with short cycles but high profits. This way of making money is much faster than starting a marketing company. The Coconut Flower Group's project has been underway for a month, with an investment of nearly 3 million yuan, but it has only earned less than 10 million yuan so far. But stocks are different. Most of the stocks recommended by System Samsung only require short-term holding to generate huge profits. Of course, the stock market has risks. Qi Zhe had a deep understanding of this. In his previous life, he registered a trading account, but due to limited funds, he did not make any transactions within a year. However, after the annual report came out, it showed that he had surpassed 92% of the users. That is to say, among all stock accounts, 92% of users are in a loss state. This is an extremely bloody and cruel market. But fortunately, Qi Zhe has systematic help. He can just buy the stocks recommended by the system. Guaranteed profit. When Qi Zhe registered the company, he had already invested 5 million. This was almost all the money he had. Qi Zhe immediately invested all his funds in the stock market. In order to maximize his profits, he divided the funds into 3 parts and bought 3 stocks recommended by System Samsung. The longest cycle of these 3 stocks is 1 week and the shortest is 2 days. According to the increased data provided by the system, if you invest these 5 million in the stock market and take it out again after a period of up to 1 week, you can at least double it. This profit. If Qi Zhe is willing to open up private equity, many wealthy people may be willing to give him their money and pay high commissions, and then hire him to help manage their finances. But Qi Zhe has no intention of helping others make money. Money. If you can earn money yourself, don't give others the chance. He is not a kind person. With the system's business opportunity detection prompts, there is no need for any extra operations after purchasing 3 stocks. Qi Zhe then went to his own marketing company. He just heard it on the phone. Old Chin was very worried. If Mr. Chin's worries are not resolved, he probably won't be able to sleep well tonight. Just as Qi Zhe expected. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiujin didn't feel much at ease. He was still very worried about the future of the plan. This urban planning plan is his first practice plan for transformation. If you fail, it will definitely be a huge blow to yourself. Maybe, I will never dare to try new ideas again. Chen Xiujin is not a pure businessman. He also has his own pursuits in marketing. Although he can make money by relying on those old-fashioned marketing methods, he would rather try new ideas and break through himself. The fatal flaw of the plan is still there. Not only could he not sleep at night, he couldn't even eat lunch. Master Chun, I brought you lunch, please eat some. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Secretary Ku returned to the company with a packed lunchbox. He placed the lunchbox on Chen Xiujin's desk and advised her in a helpless tone. The flaws in the plan were discovered in the morning. Chen Xiujin didn't eat because he rebelled. It's noon now. As he was already in his 50s, Assistant Huang was very worried that he might have health problems and affect the project progress. So he specifically asked Secretary Ku to buy a boxed lunch and send it to him. Why? Chen Xiujin sighed and said, put the food here and I'll eat it later. How can I eat this? He now had only one question in his mind. How can Mianwan City, a place with no tourism foundation at all, retain tourists? Secretary Ku felt even more helpless. She knew that Chen Xiujin would not accept any problem without a solution. Our own President Qi is really charming. He makes an old man lose his appetite because of him. Kui Weqing thought with a smile in her heart, and then wanted to persuade him again. But at this time, Assistant Huang's voice was heard outside the door. Boss Chi, you're here. Boss Chi is here. Qin Xiujin stood up suddenly and walked out immediately. He couldn't wait to know what Chi Zhe's solution was. But the office of Chao's marketing is too small. Before Qin Xiujin walked out, Chi Zhe came in. Old Chun, what are you in such a hurry to do? Chi Zhe walked straight in and sat down calmly. Qin Xiujin was in no mood to be polite and said directly, Boss Chi, you are finally here. Let's discuss the plan. Chapter 51 combining the two. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk now. Chi Zhe could see that Lao Chun was very anxious. Since the other person is so old, he feels embarrassed to keep it a secret. Call. Qin Xiujin let out a long sigh, sat down, and asked seriously, Mr. Chi, please tell me, are there any tourism projects worth developing in Mianwan City? At this time, some other people from the company also gathered around. All the employees looked at Chi Zhe eagerly. Most of these employees were brought by Qin Xiujin. They all have certain experience in the marketing industry and are more aware of the seriousness of the Mianwan City project. Developing tourism projects. The plan is now underway. How long will it take to develop the tourism project? Is it too late? Is Mianwan City willing to wait? Is a project worth only 5 million worth delaying for so long? These are all problems. Assistant Huang and Secretary Ku also looked at Chi Zhe. With the successful experience of the coconut flower group, they are still very confident in Chi Zhe. But they really couldn't think of a way to break the impasse on the Mianwan City project. Now, we can only hope that Chi Zhe will continue to create miracles. Chi Zhe took away all the profits from coconut flour, and they didn't know what Chi Zhe needed so much cash for. As for Chao Zhe marketing, there is not much money on the books. If the Mianwan City project fails, this small marketing company will probably go bankrupt immediately. Assistant Huang doesn't want the company to go bankrupt. After the divorce, she focused on her career. Chi Zhe trusted her very much. When he was not around, she said she was an assistant, but in fact she was the general manager. And Chi Zhe is also very capable. She hopes Chi Zhe can continue to lead her to success. Kui Weiqing also didn't want Chi Zhe to fail. She had helped Chi Zhe get the Mianwan City project. If it had failed, I'm afraid that favor wouldn't count. By then, I might really have to use the beauty trap. All in all, everyone looked at Chi Zhe. Chi Zhe also spoke directly. Regarding the plan, I will explain it to you now, so that you won't be confused. Mr. Chi, go ahead. Qin Xiujin took out a small notebook, looked at him with sharp eyes, and prepared to take notes. Chi Zhe nodded, and then said, First of all, I want to ask, what are the tourism projects you have in mind? Mountains and rivers, scenery, amusement parks, high-end shopping malls, service industries, food, entertainment programs? Everyone in the office began to ponder. Kui Weiqing was the first to speak. When I travel, I go to shopping malls the most, and I also check in at local famous food stores. I am not very interested in other things. Chi Zhe nodded slightly. She is indeed a rich woman. Qin Xiujin said, I like to travel. If I want to travel, the first thing I have to consider is whether the place has scenery that attracts me. Assistant Huang also spoke up. When I was not divorced, I mainly traveled to scenic spots. When I was pregnant, my ex-husband and I planned to travel, and we mainly considered amusement parks and various entertainment programs. Other employees also started talking at once. What I said is similar to what these people said. The more they talked, the more desperate they became. Because these things are not available in Mianwan City. If we have to say that it is related to something, it would probably be the service industry. According to the plan, Mianwan City has begun to rectify vendors and issued a notice in advance that any service industry must prepare for the upcoming tourists and must not overcharge customers and must provide service with a smile. But the service industry, who travels just to experience the services? As they talked, everyone fell silent, feeling like the future is bleak. After saying so much, I believe you have discovered the problem, which is that the conditions in Mianwan City are very poor. Most of the tourist projects that can attract people are not available in Mianwan City. Chi Zhe looked at everyone and said in a calm tone, Hey, Mr. Chi, please don't keep us in suspense. Kui Weiqing couldn't hold it in any longer and urged in a coquettish voice. But someone just hit the nail on the head. Chi Zhe suddenly looked at someone. It was the part-time actor in the live broadcast room downstairs, Su Xia, who was a little older but had a very nice figure. Su Xia was immediately surprised and pointed her white and tender finger at herself. Me? Yes. Chi Zhe nodded, then asked curiously, Aren't you a part-time actor? Why are you in the company upstairs? Mr. Chi, it's like this. I only work 3 hours part-time downstairs, and I have nothing to do after that. So I thought about getting a job upstairs as well. Assistant Huang recruited me into the company for an internship. Su Xia explained a little nervously. Although she is a few years older than Chi Zhe, she has great respect for this young boss, and is even a little in awe of him. She is very satisfied with her current job and does not want Qi Zhe, her boss, to have a bad impression of her. Well, you don't have to do the internship. I'll ask Assistant Huang to help you with the formal employment procedures. Qi Zhe smiled at her. Then, repeat what you just said. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Qi. Su Xiao was very excited. She was short of money and often worked several jobs at the same time. After finding this part-time job, she earned 120 yuan working 3 hours a day, but this income was still not enough to pay off her debts. In order to earn more money, she thought about taking another job at Xiaoza Marketing. The place where I live broadcast is close to my workplace, so it is convenient for me to get to work. So she came to Xiaoza Marketing for an internship. She had never studied marketing and was very nervous about whether she could get the job. Now, with just one word from Qi Zhe, she was exempted from the internship and started working directly. Live broadcast for 3 hours and earn 120 yuan. Because she is quite popular, she can basically get some bonus every day. Working at Xiaoza Marketing, after officially joining the company, you can earn 5,000 to 6,000 a month, including bonuses and performance. She can now earn over 10,000 yuan a month. For Su Xia, who has no academic qualifications, this is already a very high income. With this income, she no longer has to work several jobs at the same time. All you have to do is live stream and work in the same building. Don't thank me, just say what you just said again. Qi Zhe repeated. Yes, yes. Su Xia quickly recalled what he had just said, and then said, I just said that I usually don't go out to travel. When I have some free time, I like to visit museums and science and technology museums because they are free. After saying this, she lowered her head in embarrassment. If conditions permit, she also wants to travel and go shopping in high-end shopping malls. But the conditions do not allow. So I can only take a look at these free local places. However, what she said was exactly the main point that Qi Zhe wanted to make. Everyone, did you hear that? Mianwan City doesn't have nice scenery nor high-end shopping malls. Even the service industry is now being rectified. But there is one thing they have. Museum Memorial. Mianwan City is a city with a long history. Many epic stories have happened here. In order to commemorate these stories, the country has built many museums and memorials. A city cannot have only the service industry. Humanities and history alone are not enough. But combining the two, okay. Chapter 52. He is indeed the man that Secretary Ko likes. When it comes to the history of Mianwan City, people in the neighboring Haibin City also know something about it. During the war years, Mianwan City was an important city for producing cotton cloth and clothing. Many wars have taken place, and many heroes were born around this city. In order to commemorate this history and heroes, the country has built many museums and memorials. But to be honest, museums and memorial halls are usually visited by locals, and more often than not, people only go there when schools or units organize visits. Except for those museums that house truly rare national treasures. Otherwise, people would not make a special trip just for a museum or memorial. Therefore, although Chen Xiujin was very familiar with the situation in Mianwan City, he had never thought of developing tourism projects from this point of view. But at this time, Qi Zhe said this. It was like a bolt of thunder from the blue, striking straight into his brain. He was enlightened. Simply relying on humanities and history alone cannot attract tourists, but if it is combined with the service industry, it will work. First of all, what Mianwan City is facing now is not the problem of drainage. Because Xiaoza Marketing had already prepared a marketing plan, they will rely on affordable consumption to attract traffic on the internet. The problem that I have been considering before is that Mianwan City has no tourist projects to attract tourists. But now, the problem is solved. After arriving in Mianwan City, tourists can experience good services, see rich culture and history, feel the dedication and greatness of their ancestors, and participate in that turbulent and exciting era. Attract tourists through the service industry. Then there are no extravagant tourist projects, no need to spend too much, just simply feel the history of the country and the nation. I understand. Chen Xiujin suddenly stood up, his face full of sudden enlightenment, and shouted excitedly, Boss Qi, I understand. I understand. What do you understand? A group of company employees were all confused. They don't have Chen Xiujin's understanding, and they don't see as far as Chen Xiujin. We use the service industry to attract tourists. If we build scenic spots, shopping malls, amusement parks, etc., which require high consumption, tourists will be disappointed with Mianwan City. However, museums and memorial halls are free to visit, which fits in well with our affordable consumption concept. These places allow people to experience the rich culture and history of Mianwan City and will not disappoint tourists. Great. Boss Qi, this is wonderful. Chen Xiujin explained the profound meaning of it and then shouted wonderful several times with an excited expression. When everyone heard this, they all suddenly understood. That's true. People come here for the affordable prices and conscientious services, so it is not appropriate to ask tourists to spend money in scenic spots, shopping malls, and amusement parks. But places like museums and memorial halls don't require any money. On the contrary, it can make people feel the sincerity of Mianwan City even more. But if tourists don't come to spend money, how can Mianwan City make money? Kui Wiqing asked weakly from the side. As long as tourists come, they will spend money on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Assistant Huang answered her with a smile. As long as there are enough tourists, these basic consumptions will make Mianwan City earn a lot of money. After saying this, Assistant Huang looked at Qi Zhe with admiration. She knew that Qi Zhe would not let her down. As expected, the plan proposed by Qi Zhe was completely unexpected by others, but after he pointed it out, everyone felt that this plan was completely perfect and impeccable. Oh, so that's how it is. Kui Wiqing suddenly realized and was shocked by Qi Zhe's ideas, but the shock only lasted for a moment. It's Qi Zhe after all, the man you like. She was even a little proud. Master Chun has a good understanding. Now that I have started this, I believe Master Chun already knows how to carry out the subsequent plan, right? Qi Zhe looked at Qin Xiujin with a smile. He will be busy with the new company's affairs later. The marketing company still has to be handed over to Qin Xiujin. I understand. I already have an idea for the next plan. After all, Qin Xiujin is also a marketing master. I just had a rough idea before. Now that Qi Zhe had given him a head start, countless ideas suddenly came to his mind. Next, I will improve the plan and inform the city of Mianwan of the new plan, asking them to focus on enhancing the depth of the culture and history of Mianwan City and present this aspect as the main attraction to tourists. Qin Xiujin's face flushed with excitement. Well, I'll leave it to you. I'm at ease. Qi Zhe nodded and said, yes. Qin Xiujin nodded heavily. He felt honored to be in charge of such a project personally. Assistant Huang and Secretary Ko also breathed a sigh of relief. The problem that the entire company was worried about was easily solved as soon as Qi Zhe arrived. The company will not go bankrupt and will continue to develop. Both of them felt much more relaxed. At this time, Assistant Huang saw the lunchbox on the table and thought that Master Chen would not be unable to eat. He was already over 50 years old, and it would not be good for him to die in the office. Qin Xiujin finally let go of his worries and felt relaxed. At the same time, the feeling of hunger in his stomach also reached his mind. He also looked at the lunchbox on the table. Now that he could eat, he felt hungry and wanted to start eating right away, but with so many people around him, he was too embarrassed to say anything in order to save his face. Okay, all of you go away and do what you need to do. Qi Zhe looked at the people gathered in the company, waved his hand, and said, if everything is fine, I will leave too. I have other things to do. The group of employees soon dispersed, leaving only Qi Zhe, Qin Xiujin, Assistant Huang, and Secretary Ku in the small office. Are you all right too? Qi Zhe looked at several of his important employees. Mr. Qi, you are absolutely a genius in the marketing industry. It would be great if you could stay and personally guide the project. Qin Xiujin said with emotion, touching his empty stomach. Qi Zhe pretended not to hear. Mr. Qi, I don't have anything to do. Please go ahead and do your work. I will report to you if there is anything else. Assistant Huang said respectfully. Kui Wiqing asked weakly, Boss Qi, does our agreement still count? There is a big flaw in this project. She was afraid that the favor Qi Zhe had promised her before would no longer count. Qi Zhe nodded directly. It counts. Kui Wiqing felt relieved, and a smile appeared on her delicate little face. Looking at her innocent expression, Qi Zhe was also very happy. Then he saw the lunchbox on the table. Coincidentally, he was busy with stock matters at noon and didn't eat. Whose lunch is this? No one is eating it, right? I'll eat it then. I'll leave after I finish eating. Qi Zhe said as he opened the lunchbox and started eating. He was young and had a fast digestion, so he was very hungry even if he had only missed one meal. Qin Xiujin felt the empty feeling in his stomach. Looking at Qi Zhe eating heartily, he only felt even hungrier. Chapter 53. The winner and loser are already known. As the saying goes, enemies often meet in a narrow road. Qi Zhe had a simple box lunch in the company, then walked out of the company. He happened to run into Wanhao from the company next door, who also walked out of his company. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Qi Zhe immediately showed an expression as if he had eaten a fly. Don't even mention how disgusted I feel. However, Wanhao showed a smug expression. He has been paying close attention to the situation here with Qi Zhe. Xiaoza Marketing failed to get the marketing order from Haiban City, so it turned to cooperate with the neighboring Mianwan City. He knew about this. This is where he is proud. The marketing plan for Haiban City is very easy to implement. It already has a tourism industry foundation. All they need to do is shoot a few promotional videos and release them, and they will get good results. In Mianwan City, it's a tourist desert. Owanhao had no idea what kind of plan could make Mianwan City attractive to tourists. By then, isn't it obvious who will succeed? In this way, I will definitely be able to prove to Kuyuiqing that I am better than Chizé. By then, I will definitely be able to win the heart of the goddess and then successfully become the heir to the Ku family's fortune. So, now when facing Chizé, he is very proud. Ahem. Owanhao coughed twice, looked down at Chizé from above, and said, "Isn't this classmate Chi? I heard that your company won a 5 million order from the next city. Congratulations." What he said seemed to be in the company, but his tone was full of sarcasm. Chizé originally didn't want to bother with this rich second generation. But since he took the initiative to provoke, Chizé would not give in and leave. Maybe he doesn't have the ability to directly destroy the O family now, but at least he doesn't want to see Owanhao being proud in front of him. "Thank you, Mr. O." Chizé nodded calmly and said, "I was able to get the order from Mianwan City thanks to Mr. O. If your company hadn't taken over the order from this city, Secretary Ko wouldn't have helped me get the order from the neighboring city." Hearing this, Owanhao's face suddenly darkened. The order from the neighboring city was actually obtained by Kuyuiqing. 5 million orders. Not a small amount. Kuyuiqing is actually willing to use her connections for Chizé? What is her relationship with Chizé? For a moment, Owanhao's mind was full of thoughts. Coincidentally, Kuyuiqing also walked out of the company at this time. Chen Xiujin's lunchbox was eaten by Chizé, and the old man couldn't continue to starve. So Assistant Huang asked Kuyuiqing to go to the fast food restaurant downstairs in the company to buy another one. As a result, as soon as I came out, I saw Chizé. Kuyuiqing stopped and asked in confusion, "Mr. Chi, you haven't left yet." Then she saw Owanhao on the other side, and Secretary Ku's expression suddenly became unhappy. "Why are you here too?" she asked in a cold tone. "I'm asking Owanhao." For a moment, Owanhao's heart was broken. He wanted to be with Kuyuiqing for the sake of the Ku family's property. However, facing a beauty like Campus Belle Ku, it would be a lie if he said he was not moved. In the past, Kuyuiqing was indifferent to him, but he endured it. However, when committing a crime, one is afraid of comparison. When talking to Chizé, school beauty Ku had a gentle expression, her eyes were full of admiration, and she spoke gently and respectfully. He even used his own connections to help Chizé take orders from the neighboring city. When facing him, it's like watching a buzzing fly. The comparison made Owanhao almost unable to control his rising anger, and he wanted to hit someone. But when facing Kuyuiqing, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. After all, Kuyuiqing is the only heir of the Ku family, and he was just the second son of the O family who was not valued much. What's more, he is still thinking about winning the goddess, so naturally he has to maintain his image. "Qing my company is right next door, so it makes sense for me to be here." Owanhao forced himself to control his facial expression, showing a stiff smile, and said to Kuyuiqing, "Oh." Kuyuiqing nodded coldly, then looked at him with disdain. "Don't call me Qing in the future. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet." Yes, Owanhao said with a smile. "Secretary Ku, is there something you need to go out for?" Chizé looked at Kuyuiqing at this time. "Mr. Chi, you can just call me Qing." Kuyuiqing immediately smiled. "Owanhao, he wants to kill someone, really? Could the difference in treatment be any more obvious?" On the side, Chizé looked at his secretary with admiration. She seldom smiles, and when she doesn't smile, her face is expressionless and looks very cold. But now her smile is as brilliant as a blooming flower. And it also carries a hint of charm. Sweet and lusty. It makes people reluctant to look away. "Mr. Chi, why are you always looking at me?" Kuyuiqing felt a little embarrassed being stared at and asked coquettishly. "It's beautiful, otherwise why would I keep watching it?" Chizé answered honestly. "Mr. Chi, Kuyuiqing's fair and tender cheeks turned completely red. "Huh, I didn't expect you to be so shy." Chizé smiled and said, "It's a good thing that you're out. Why don't you come with me? I've opened another company, and I need your help as my secretary for some things." "Okay." Kuyuiqing agreed immediately. She did not forget that her first task when she came to Chizé's company was to study. It would be great to be able to study with Chizé. "Okay, let's go." Chizé nodded and walked straight towards the elevator. At this time, he didn't even look at Owanhao again. Who wins and who loses? The result is clear. Kuyuiqing didn't even look at Owanhao and followed Chizé away. Owanhao stood alone in the corridor, his expression changing from time to time. Veins popped out on his face. His teeth were clenched with a squeaking sound. "Grass. This is too much." Owanhao clenched his fists and wanted to curse loudly. But if he did that, he would look like a loser, so he endured it. I'll let you be proud for a few days. When my company's order is completed and your company's order fails, I'll see how you can be so proud in front of me. Owanhao could only comfort himself in this way. He felt that, with the support of the O family and the orders he received from tourist cities with a good foundation like Haiban City, the final effect would definitely be much stronger than the tourism promotion of Chiza and Mianwan City. Be patient for now. Then let Kuiweching see who is more powerful. With this idea in mind, Owanhao returned to the company and began to urge his employees to speed up the progress of the plan. And the other side, within Zhou's marketing, Qin Xiujin was making the plan while hungry. He knew that Assistant Huang had already arranged for Secretary Ku to buy lunch boxes, so he kept waiting. But, isn't it just going downstairs to buy a box lunch? Why haven't you come back for so long? I'm starving to death. Chapter 54, The Best Employee Ku Yueqing. Qitian Network Technology Company, Limited. Located in an internet technology park, the office is a 3-story building with a total area of more than 500 square meters. The park has a beautiful environment and was specially built by the local city hall to attract investment. Qitian Finance is just a tool for Qizhe to make quick money. Qizhe's real hope lies in the Qitian Network. The Qitian Network project that followed was the first step in Qizhe's true path towards becoming a chaebol. The office building was empty. Qizhe simply didn't bring Ku Yueqing in, but sat down on the grass at the door. The sun is shining brightly at this time. The grass in early spring is soft, and it must be extremely comfortable to lie on it. Ku Yueqing also followed his example and sat on the grass, feeling the warm sunshine. At this moment, she actually had a very special feeling in her heart. Like the feeling of the male and female protagonists dating in anime. Boss Chi, what does this company mainly do? Ku Yueqing was the first to ask. The main thing is that when they sit here, the atmosphere of a date between young men and women is very strong. She hasn't made up her mind to use the beauty trick yet, so she talks about business to dilute the ambiguous atmosphere. Network technology, Qizhe said calmly. As you can see, this company has nothing now, and you, as my secretary, have to help me build the company, just like we built Xiaoze marketing together. Hearing this, Ku Yueqing felt a surge of emotion in his heart. She asked herself whether she had contributed much when Xiaoze marketing was first established. I just did some odd jobs. After Assistant Huang joined the company, she no longer had to do odd jobs. She just slacked off at work every day and just wanted to be a pretty vase. And now, Qizhe actually said, Xiaoze marketing was founded by her and him together. Now the important task of setting up the new company, Qitian Network, has also been given to her. For a moment, Ku Yueqing felt that he could do it. It's standing up. It must be Qizhe who discovered my ability and then entrusted me with such an important task. Yes, that must be it. Ku Yueqing stood up excitedly and said loudly, Boss Qi, if you have any tasks, please tell me what you want. Seeing Ku Yueqing, who was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood, Qizhe was very satisfied. She nodded and said, equip the company with a full set of office facilities, and then go and post a job advertisement for me to recruit a few clerks to do odd jobs. That's it. Yes. Ku Yueqing was very excited. Boss Qi, leave these chores to me, no problem. What about other tasks? Leave them to me too. I can do it. There are no other tasks. Qizhe paused and said, what a joke, Secretary Ku. You have to face the fact that you are just a vase. The reason why Boss Qi can assign the miscellaneous tasks to you is because he has no one else to use. Do you think that he hired you as a secretary because you are capable? Well, okay. Ku Yueqing felt a little disappointed, but still maintained high morale. I will do these two things well. This is the company's access card. Take it. Qizhe handed him the company's access card. Go and get to work. You can pay for the equipment and recruitment first, and I'll give it to you later. Ku Yueqing looked at him in surprise and said weakly, this? How can you start a company and let your employees pay for it? Qizhe sneered in his heart. Otherwise, why would I call you over? It's because all the money has been invested in the stock market, and now I have no cash left. With such a rich woman right next to me, who else should I take advantage of if not you? I'm just paying for it first. It's not like I won't give it to you. Qizhe said in a serious tone. If you don't even make this little contribution, how can you be called a veteran of the company? Upon hearing this, Ku Yueqing's body trembled. Her greatest wish in life is to prove that she can do it. Let her parents see that although she is a girl, she can still protect the Ku family business, and she does not have to marry and rely on a son-in-law to do this. She is now completely impressed by Qizhe's abilities, and she believes that this new company will grow quickly. As a veteran of a successful company, she wants it so much. Chize's words hit Ku Yueqing directly in the heart. No problem, Mr. Chi. I'll take care of it first. Well, this is my good employee. Chize nodded. Go and do your work. Then I'll get busy. Ku Yueqing was like a general about to go to war, full of fighting spirit and momentum. Watch her leave. Chize couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. It had to be Secretary Ku. Not only could she be a vase, but she could also spend money for the boss. If all my subordinates are employees like this, I can become a rich man even without using the system. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was intoxicating. The grass beneath you is as soft as a big bed, making you want to lie down and rest for a while. But a phone call disturbed him. Brother Zay, something happened. It's Isu's call. She said quickly on the phone. Didn't I rent a house for you before? The landlord, Ms. Liu, suddenly sent me some photos. The room was a mess, and the floor was torn apart. Was this done by you? Ms. Liu. Chize thought of his second pot of gold. In fact, he made his first fortune from another wealthy woman, Lin Yusen, and his second fortune from the gold hidden in an old house of an official. Originally, he wanted to buy the house outright. But because Ms. Liu asked for a huge sum of money and he wanted to take revenge, he chose to rent it. Now comes the trouble. Ms. Liu discovered the vandalized room. Of course, Chize didn't think this was a problem. But Inisu couldn't help but feel afraid. She has just started live streaming and hasn't made much money yet, so she can't afford to pay for someone's house. Thinking of this, Chize immediately said, Sewer, don't be afraid. I destroyed the house. I will handle this matter. Wait for me to go back and I will talk to Ms. Liu in person. Okay, Brother Zay, I'll wait for you to come back. Isu's trusting voice came from the phone. Chize stood up. I thought I could take a break from my busy life and rest on the grass for a while. I didn't expect something happened at home again. However, he didn't think it was a big deal. Isn't it just that the floor was dug up? Just accompany you. If the deposit is not enough, I will give you more. What trouble could there be? As for, if Ms. Liu knew that there was gold hidden at home, Chize was not worried at all. If you know, you will know. The gold has been used to pay off debts. If you have the guts, go to the bank and ask for it back. Chapter 55, Gold Incident Exposed. When Chize returned home, he happened to see Inisu hanging up the phone constantly. It was Ms. Liu calling. Every time Inisu hung up Ms. Liu, she would call again within a minute. Brother Zay, you're back. She raised the phone in her hand and said helplessly, I told her that I would talk to her about the house later, but she kept calling me. I have no choice. It's okay, give me the phone. Chize smiled slightly and took the phone from her hand. Coincidentally, Ms. Liu called again. Chize answered. An angry voice immediately came from the phone. You finally answered the phone. Explain the matter of the house to me clearly. How can I live here after it has been destroyed like that? Pay compensation. You must pay compensation. The deposit you paid is not enough. You must pay me some more money. Ms. Liu's angry voice came through the phone. It seems she doesn't know there is gold in the house yet. Chize asked calmly. Tell me how much your floors are worth. I'll pay you for them, including the cost of restoring them. Compared with the value of gold, losing a little money is nothing. If she hadn't been so greedy at the beginning, Chize would have wanted to buy the house directly, so that Ms. Liu could have made some money. Who are you? Ms. Liu paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. You are the one who wants to buy my house. You are in cahoots with that singer. Her memory is quite good. She can even remember Chize's voice. Don't worry about who I'm in cahoots with. Just tell me how much compensation you want. If the offer is reasonable, I'll compensate you now. Chize said calmly. Inside the cafe, Ms. Liu frowned. She is the kind of person who is very suspicious and greedy. At this moment, she sensed something was wrong. The house left by her father was so remote and old that it could not be sold at all. But Chize was willing to buy it at the market price. But the houses there are priced, but not sold. The listing price was that, but it couldn't be sold. It was also because of this that Ms. Liu temporarily raised the price in an attempt to rip off Chize. But Chize fooled people by saying that his home was nearby and that he bought the house here just to accompany his elderly parents. She had no doubts at the time. Later, a down-and-out singer came to rent the house, and she didn't think much of it. But then, she came across an Isu on Dolo. This down-and-out singer who rents his own house has become extremely popular. So, Ms. Liu had the idea of making some friends, so she went back to the old house and visited an Isu. As a result, an Isu's people didn't see anything, but they saw that the house was destroyed. That's why she was so angry and kept contacting an Isu, asking an Isu to pay compensation. But at this time, Chize received a call, and Ms. Liu immediately realized that something was wrong. The house left by my father is not simple. There is definitely a secret. Your name is Chize, right? Ms. Liu said in a deep voice. I still need to check the inside of the house carefully and calculate all my losses before telling you. I will only bear the cost of repairing the floor. I will not bear anything else. Chise heard the trap in her words and said with a sneer, "You don't have the final say. If you can't do it, I'll sue you." Ms. Lu immediately threatened. "Whatever you want." Chise said indifferently and hung up the phone. "Brother Zay, it won't affect you, right?" And Isu looked at him a little worriedly. "Don't worry, nothing's wrong." Chise put his phone on the table beside him, then hooked his finger at the tall beauty. "Come here." And Isu's face was slightly red, but she sat on Chise's lap obediently. Her slender white arms were around his neck, and her beautiful eyes looked at him infatuatedly. "Yesterday I live-streamed for 2 hours and made more than 20,000 yuan. If she really has to lose money, I can just give it to her. Don't worry about it. If she calls you again, just give her my phone number." Chise didn't look worried or nervous at all. He looked at his girlfriend with a smile. "Do I need to tell you what to do now?" And Isu directly answered with her actions. She leaned forward, closed her eyes slightly, and pressed her pink lips against Chise's lips with ease. The other side. Ms. Lu came to the prison. His father was arrested and imprisoned for corruption and bribery, but because the amount was not large and his attitude was cooperative, he was only sentenced to more than 6 years. "I have lived here for 3 years now. In another 3 years, I will be able to move out." Ms. Lu never visited her father once in 3 years. On the contrary, her quality of life plummeted after her father was arrested and imprisoned, and she still holds a grudge against her father. This was the first time she had visited her father in 3 years. But it's not out of filial piety, but she felt something was fishy about the house. It's an old house in a very remote location. No one will buy it or rent it, but someone just comes to buy it. So, the people who come to buy are definitely not coming just for the sake of buying. She had been fooled by Chise before, but now I finally understand. There must be something inside the house that attracted Chise to buy it. And there is only one person who can hide things in this house. Father. So, Ms. Lu came to the prison and she wanted to get to the bottom of things. After applying, she waited for a long time and finally met her father. He was an old man with a haggard face and a thin body. "It's rare that you would remember to come and see me." Separated by a huge glass wall, Lu Chuan's tone was filled with a lot of resentment. "I've been here for more than 3 years. His family never came to see him once." Ms. Lu didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Let me ask you, what did you hide in the old house?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's pupils dilated greatly. "What old house are you talking about?" "He did hide a gold brick in the old house. When he was arrested, all his other properties were confiscated, except for this gold brick, which he hid well. He kept it for his retirement after he was released from prison. But I didn't expect that my daughter would know about it now." "You really did hide something," Ms. Lu said angrily. "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me? Now that thing has been stolen." "What?" Lu Chuan was even more shocked. His hands were shaking. He was the only one who knew about the hidden gold bricks. "But now my daughter said that the gold bricks were taken away by outsiders. This is impossible." Lu Chuan looked at his daughter suspiciously, suspecting that she was cheating him. Seeing her father's expression, Ms. Lu became even more annoyed. She said in a cold tone, "Tell me what these things are and how much they are worth. I will go and get them back." Chapter 56. Wang Peiyu's appointment. Nothing. Lu Chuan had no trust in his daughter at all, so it was impossible for him to tell her about his hidden retirement gold. "You think I'm cheating you?" Ms. Lu looked at her father angrily and said angrily, "Someone rented that house and pried open the floor. I don't know what you hid, but those things must have been taken away now. How is it possible?" Lu Chuan finally believed it, but he was also extremely shocked in his heart. He was the only one who knew about the hidden gold. Now, how could it be taken away by someone else? "What are you still thinking about?" Seeing that her father hadn't said anything, Ms. Lu's face turned red with anger. "While I can still find him, I'm going to sue him and get his things back. Otherwise, if he runs away, we'll get nothing." Lu Chuan was still immersed in shock at this time. He really didn't know why the gold he had hidden so well was taken away by others. But from his daughter's words, he could be sure. The gold is indeed gone. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up at his daughter. "I didn't hide anything. Someone damaged the floor of the house, so just ask him to pay for the floor. Don't think too much." "Dad." Ms. Lu stood up angrily. "What on earth are you thinking? If there was nothing, would he have gone to so much trouble to rent our house and then tear up the floor?" Lu Chuan said calmly. "Then I don't know." At this moment, his heart was bleeding, but he really didn't dare to say it. At the beginning, because he collected less money, he was only sentenced to 6 years. Now, half of his sentence has passed, and he will be released from prison in just over 2 years. If it was revealed at this time that he had hidden a piece of gold worth nearly $1 million, the sentence will definitely be increased. Although the money is good, but Lu Chuan doesn't want to stay in prison for a few more years. "You." Ms. Lu's eyes were almost bursting with anger. She didn't understand what was going on with her father. Judging from her father's attitude, she was sure that her father had indeed hidden something at home. But I don't know why. He just refuses to say. Ms. Lu couldn't figure it out. Or rather, she figured it out, but didn't care. You just spent a few more years in jail, but I lost a lot of money. Lu Chuan looked at his daughter with a cold look in his eyes. There is really nothing. Go back and don't come to see me again. He is sad. I thought my daughter had a change of heart and came to the prison to see me, but now he can no longer regard his daughter as a relative. Ms. Lu stood there stiffly and was silent for a long time. She knew that her father would never tell her today. Think about it again. I'll come see you later. After saying this, Ms. Lu turned and left the prison. No wonder you were able to pay off the bank loan so quickly and still have money to start a company. It turns out you found gold. At home, Su sat on Chize's lap and said in a daze. Just now, Chize told Ms. Lu about finding the gold in her home. There is nothing to hide. Not to mention that Su would never go out and say anything nonsense. Even if it really got out, it wouldn't matter. Just as Chize didn't care at all about Ms. Lu's lawsuit. What if she really sues you? Su was still a little worried. No. Chize put one hand on the slender and well-proportioned jade leg. Even through the jeans, he could feel the tightness and elasticity. Ms. Lu has no evidence. You can't win the lawsuit. But you also said that Ms. Lu's father was only put in prison and not executed. What if he testifies? Su asked puzzledly. He won't do that. If he tells it out, won't he be sentenced to a longer term? Chize laughed. Besides, even if he really wants to, how many people would believe a prisoner's confession? Oh, then I feel relieved. Su felt relieved. Chize smiled slightly and took her into his arms. Then there was another period of boredom. On another sofa in the living room, Zhongju was replying to comments on his mobile phone. After Su became popular on the internet, she needed to do something to maintain her popularity, otherwise her fame would soon disappear. So Su does a live broadcast every week. Moreover, she would post a video of herself singing every day. As her agent and assistant, Zhongju helps her shoot and post videos, and occasionally responds to some netizens' comments in the comment section. The young lady looks young. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Zhongjie glanced at a new comment, then looked up at the two people who were being affectionate with each other, quickly typed 2 words with his fingers, and then replied. No. Some top superstars dare not reveal the news of their love life. Otherwise, they will lose a lot of fans. Not to mention that Su is just a small internet celebrity now. Of course, with Su's personality, she would definitely not lie about such a thing. She would just directly admit that she has a boyfriend. So, now is the time for the little assistant Zhongju to take action. Su was kissing her boyfriend right next to her, and her lips were almost rotten. She also had to reply to netizens online, saying that Su didn't have a boyfriend. Zhongju replied to a few comments after a while, then put down his phone. He turned his head and looked at the two of them again. He was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. These two people. Before, I knew how to kiss in my own room. It's okay now. I don't have to avoid people anymore. Zhongju was very angry when he saw this. Fortunately, a phone call interrupted the two. Chize took a look at his phone. It was Wang Peiyu from the Coconut Flower Group. She was the daughter of Wang Guangzhong and was currently in charge of the connection between the Coconut Flower Group and Xiaozhe Marketing. Mr. Qi, another week has passed. It's time for our Coconut Flower Group to pay you. Please come out and meet me. I have something else I want to talk to you about. Chize answered the phone, and Wang Peiyu's gentle voice came from the phone. Immediately, Su and Zhongju both pricked up their ears. A woman's voice. Okay, then you decide on a place, and we'll see each other later. Chize exchanged a few pleasantries on the phone, then looked at the two girls, one big and one small, at home. What are you looking at? We're just partners. She has a nice voice, and she doesn't sound very old. Su was not jealous or anything. She was not that kind of person. She is about my age. Chize stood up. I'll leave first. Yeah. Su stood up to see him off. After a while, Chize left home. Su also returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, and began to check the comments that Zhongju had just replied to. Ziajuzi, why did you say I don't have a boyfriend? Look, as soon as you finished speaking, a bunch of people harassed me in private messages. Su asked in confusion. Zhongjie looked at her sideways. Big sister, is now the time to care about comments? The voice of that woman on the phone. The smell of admiration has been transmitted to this end through the signal. Don't you have any sense of crisis? Chapter 57. Not only a honey trap, but also money. On the way to keep a date with Wang Peiyu, Chize received another call from Su. Ms. Lu called her again, and then she followed Chize's instructions and sent Chize's phone number to Ms. Lu. After hanging up the phone with Su, his cell phone rang a moment later. Ms. Lu called. I already know what's in the house, and I have solid evidence. If you return the things now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, see you in court. He started with threats. But Chise doesn't buy it. You still dare to go to court? Chise sneered. Aren't you afraid that your father's sentence will be increased by a few more years? I don't believe your father will tell you. Come on, tell me what it is. If you tell me correctly, I'll give it to you. Ms. Lu was silent. If only she knew. Is it worth it to threaten Chise by speaking so ambiguously? Originally, I was willing to buy this house, but you are so greedy. Chise continued. It's all your own fault that it has come to this. Besides, your father didn't get that house easily. I don't know how many people he has harmed in secret. Do you still want to continue spending this dirty money? Ms. Lu was furious. Don't worry about where they came from. They're all mine anyway. Hey. Chise suddenly sighed. Originally, I wanted to give you a little more money to repair the floor, but what you said now makes me very unhappy. So I decided, I won't pay for the floor repair either. My girlfriend paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan, and I don't want it anymore. You can use this 1,000 yuan to repair the floor. You fucking bastard. Ms. Lu couldn't hold it in any longer and started cursing. But Chise was too lazy to argue with the shrew, so he just hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he shook his head slightly. He is not a good person. The money came from illegal sources to begin with, so he felt comfortable spending it. At this time, the taxi also arrived at the place Wang Peiyu had booked. It is a high-end seafood restaurant by the sea. The seafood in the restaurant is caught on the same day and then delivered to the restaurant. The main focus is freshness. Mr. Chi. Wang Peiyu was waiting in the lobby. She was not wearing a business suit today. Instead, she changed into a more casual outfit, a plain long skirt, with her long hair draped behind her head. She had a smile on her face, looking pure and clean. Mr. Wang. Chise walked over and shook hands with her. Please don't call me so formally. I've told you many times that you can just call me by my name. There was a smile in Wang Peiyu's eyes, and her tone was coquettish. You were the first one to call me Mr. Chi. Chise said, spreading his hands. Will you be unhappy if I don't call you Mr. Chi anymore? Wang Peiyu asked with a smile. What do you think? Chise said helplessly. Then I'll call you Ace. Wang Peiyu said. You can call me Ewer. That's what my friends call me. You mean we are friends? Chise asked. Haven't we been friends for a long time? Wang Peiyu said without any dissatisfaction. Haha, you're right. Chise laughed. The two men are evenly matched. Wang Peiyu led him to a private room. The room was not big, with a small square table and a huge floor-to-ceiling window next to it, through which one could see the endless sea. The two sat down. Wang Peiyu handed the vegetable patch to Chise, asked him to order, and then looked at the man opposite with admiration in her eyes. One day the day for settlement arrived. This week, Chise's profits were even more exaggerated. 9 million. He almost sold out the more than 200 million worth of coconut juice that the Coconut Flour Group had in stock. Wang Peiyu admired him very much because she thought she couldn't do that. Especially, less than 2 months had passed. It can be predicted that within 2 weeks at most, all the backlog of goods of the Coconut Flour Group will be sold out. It's simply a miracle. This made Wang Peiyu admire him a little. She knew what her father was thinking. He wanted to bring her and Chise together, so he asked her to be responsible for connecting with Chise's company. Wang Peiyu was not opposed to the marriage. She lived very clearly, knowing that she had never had to worry about food and clothing since she was a child and had a comfortable life. She was the envy of other children. All this was brought by her father, and when her father needed her, she also needed to give. Of course, if she really marries an old and ugly man, she will also be unhappy. Chise is young, handsome, and capable. If you come across a marriage partner like this, just agree to it quickly and be done with it, so as to avoid missing out on Chise and having to marry someone you don't like in the future. So Wang Peiyu had none of the girl's reserve and shyness. When it was time to make an appointment with Chise, she would take the initiative to do so. When it was time to get closer to him, she would take the initiative to do so. After a while, Chise ordered the dishes. He handed the menu to Wang Peiyu. Take another look and order something you like. I don't need to look, just eat whatever you ordered. It's a good opportunity to see if our tastes are the same. Wang Peiyu said in a lively tone. Chise. He saw it. This woman is teasing herself. Good old Wang. You are trying to use the honey trap, right? Aren't you going to pay me? Why are you in the restaurant? Chise put the menu aside and asked directly. I have already sent someone to your company to settle the payment. I am looking for you for another matter. Wang Peiyu said calmly. Didn't I tell you this on the phone just now? What's the matter? Chise asked. It's like this. At the current rate, our backlog of goods will be sold out in 2 weeks at most, or maybe a week at the fastest. But we don't plan to stop cooperating with you. Wang Peiyu's tone suddenly became serious. Okay. Chise nodded calmly. He had anticipated this. The coconut flower live broadcast room is so popular, and it can also drive up the sales of coconut flower and coconut juice, so no one is willing to give up. As long as Yahua is willing to pay some money, Chise can authorize them to continue using this marketing plan. Of course, if Yahua was a little more shameless and just set up his own live broadcast room and didn't give him a penny, he would have no choice. But Lao Wang should not be such a person. So straightforward, you don't even ask how to cooperate. Wang Peiyu looked at him in surprise. Then tell me about it. Chise said. The Coconut Flower Live broadcast room is a very good publicity and sales channel, and we plan to keep it, said Wang Peiyu. Really? Chise nodded secretly. This was exactly what he expected. Wang Peiyu continued. It's a pleasure to work with you this time. We have decided that your company will continue to be responsible for the operation of the Coconut Flower Live broadcast room in the future, and we can continue to sign a profit-sharing agreement. Oh, this surprised Chise. Isn't this just giving away money for free? Not only use the beauty trap, but also use money? Chapter 58, Give him some sweetness. Chise is a little confused now. Not only has Wang Guangzhong risked his life for his daughter, but he is also giving him money for free. The Coconut Flower Live Room is, after all, just an idea. If Chise can do it, so can others. In fact, there are already many companies on the internet that are setting up similar live broadcast rooms. It wouldn't be difficult for the Coconut Flower Group to do it on their own. But now Chise had to take a hit in the middle for nothing. This is giving away money for free. Is this difficult for you? Wang Peiyu asked with a smile. This is what I asked. Giving away money and people for free. Is this embarrassing? Chise has never been an indecisive person. If there is a benefit in front of him, he will not let it go. Yes, I am also willing to cooperate with the Coconut Flower Group. He wants money. People. That's not impossible. Chise said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Wang and President Wang of Yahua for taking care of me. Come on, let's shake hands. I wish us a happy cooperation. After saying that, he stretched out a hand and looked at the beauty opposite him with a smile. Just call me Yuer. Wang Peiyu stretched out her little hand and put it into his big hand. Then she blushed. This is not a handshake. Chise directly grabbed her hand and gently stroked it, feeling the delicacy and smoothness of her little hand. Although Wang Peiyu admired Chise very much, she thought that after using her beauty trap, Chise would definitely be reserved. But who would have thought that Chise would not be polite at all? Chise didn't go any further and quickly let go of her little hand. He did this just as a test. Now it is certain that Chairman Wang is indeed using the honey trap. Yuer, why are you blushing? Chise looked at Wang Peiyu, who was lowering her head with a shy expression, and asked with a smile. Wang Peiyu, don't you know why I'm blushing? Were you taking advantage of me just now? Wang Peiyu was not a shy little girl, so she asked the question openly. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? Chise asked. Yes. Wang Peiyu nodded firmly. Chise asked again. Then why didn't you take your hand away? Why did you keep it in my hand and let me take advantage of you on purpose? Wang Peiyu. She suddenly realized that she was no match for Chise. This made Wang Peiyu dissatisfied. Although she has never been in a relationship, she has served as a strategist to several girls in the dormitory when she was in school and considers herself to be experienced in love. But now, he actually fell into a disadvantage in front of Chise. Under the table, she clenched her two little hands into fists. Now, it's not for my father that I'm going to marry Chise, but for the dignity of the master of love. Wang Peiyu looked at Chise with determination in her eyes. I've got it. Even Jesus couldn't stay. I said it. Chise naturally didn't know that he had aroused Wang Peiyu's desire to win. He only knew that he had a very pleasant meal. The Coconut Flower Group can give money to allow Xiaoze Marketing to continue to run the Coconut Flower Live broadcast room. This is equivalent to saying that Xiaoze Marketing has an old hen that lays golden eggs and has a stable income every month. And there was also a young and beautiful lady who ate and drank with him and held his hand. This made him feel a little reluctant. But at night, Chise still has to leave. He also didn't want anything to happen directly between him and Wang Peiyu. Although it is a beauty trap, but they won't use their ultimate move so quickly. I'm going back. Call me when you're free. After drinking some wine, Wang Peiyu's face turned red. She stood on the street, and before getting in the car, she waved to Chise reluctantly. I will. Chise waved goodbye and watched her get in the car and leave. Why? It is said that his net worth is now over 10 million, but he doesn't even have a car of his own. Another 9 million was deposited into my account today. Most of it will definitely be invested in the stock market, but maybe I can keep some of it to buy a car. After all, it is a bit inconvenient to take a taxi every time I go out. Chise muttered to himself while sitting in the back seat of the taxi. Buy a car. This is the dream of many young people. Chise once had such a dream, but for him now, a car is a means of transportation and a face, which is very necessary. He made a decision immediately in his mind. Buy a car. Of the 9 million that came into his account today, Chise decided to keep 1 million. Of course, this 1 million cannot all be used to buy a car. Chise's plan was to buy a car worth about 500,000 yuan and use the remaining money as funds for operating the company. After all, the company can't leave no money at all. It's not a good idea to just take advantage of Kuyueqing. Although Chise didn't feel ashamed or embarrassed, but if he plucked all the school bell cabal, there would be no one left to pluck in the future. Speaking of Kuyueqing, Chise immediately called Kuyueqing. I asked her to buy office equipment and recruit employees today. I don't know how she is doing. The call is connected. Boss Chi, do you have any instructions? Kuyueqing's voice was still very high-spirited. Ask about your work progress today. Chise said. I'm reporting to you now. Kuyueqing said immediately. The office equipment has been purchased and will be installed on site within the next 1 or 2 days. The recruitment advertisement has also been posted. There are quite a few applicants. We just need to wait for our company to arrange everything, and then we can start the interview. Very good. I knew it was right to leave things to you. Chise did not hesitate to praise. Boss Chi, leave the task to me, then rest assured. Upon hearing this, Kuyueqing immediately said confidently, not only these simple tasks, but also any complex tasks in the future, I will definitely be able to handle them well. That's fine. Chise immediately shook his head. But you can't say this directly, otherwise it will easily undermine employee morale. Well, don't worry, I will slowly give you more responsibilities in the future, Chise said in a serious tone. Thank you, Mr. Chi. Kuyueqing was very excited. Chise hung up the phone. As expected, promising something is a skill that every boss has learned naturally. Within a phone call, the taxi stopped downstairs of his apartment. Chise paid and got off the car. It was late at night, and he was going back to his rented cottage. He doesn't want to buy a house now. A car is a representation of one's appearance. Sometimes when you meet clients or something, it gives you face when you drive out in a luxury car. But there is no need for a house. After all, no customers will come to your house, so just rent one and live in it. When you have too much money to spend, just buy a big manor. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to live in it? Thinking of this, Chise opened the door and went home. Unlike in the past, Su and Zhongju did not play in the living room today. Chise thought they were resting, so after washing up, he went straight back to his bedroom. But when he pushed the door open, he found Su lying on his bed. You're back. Seeing Chise pushing the door open with a look of surprise on his face, she smiled helplessly. Xiajuzi said that there are many women out there who like you, so I have to give you some sweet treats, otherwise you will be snatched away by others. Is that true? Chise was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then nodded seriously. Real. Chapter 59, Buying a Car and Meeting an Acquaintance. Zhongju really worries about Su. After hearing Wang Peiyu's voice, she felt a great sense of crisis. A man like Chise is good at making money, writing songs, and has very strong marketing skills. With just a little effort, he can push Su to become an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. Zhongju was worried about Su. She also knew that although Su and Chise were being intimate with each other, they did not sleep together. So, today she persuaded Su to come find Chise. I don't want to devote myself to you right away, but I hope to deepen the relationship. But Zhongjia had no idea, and Su had already practiced it without her even saying anything. But now we have to deepen the relationship. And Su was still distressed. She wasn't as shy as other little girls, but no experience. I have absolutely no idea what to do. So, what sweet treat do you want? And Su sat on the bed, her face slightly red, and asked softly. Since I don't know, then ask the person involved. Anyway, it is Chise who will enjoy it in the end, so it is most appropriate to ask him. Oh, this question stumped Chise. If you ask him to talk, he can immediately come up with a bunch of tricks. Although I was in poor health in my previous life and didn't eat much pork, I watched a lot of movies from the neighboring island country, so I still have rich experience. But Su is still very reserved about this kind of thing. I guess she wouldn't be able to accept the things seen in Japanese movies. How about this? I have some teaching materials here. Let's take a look at them together, and you pick the ones you can accept. Chise took out his mobile phone and typed a string of English URLs into the browser with ease. Okay, let's take a look. Su also knew what it was, but still nodded slightly. She didn't think she had to give Chise some sweet treats in order to keep him. But Chise is a man full of vigor and vitality after all, and the two of them often spend time together. It might not be good for Chise's health to make him endure it every time. Being reserved is one thing, Don't let your boyfriend's health be damaged. At this time, dynamic music came from Chi Zhe's mobile phone, and there was an advertisement slogan that made Su feel very unfamiliar. AM in Royal Casino. Real dealers deal cards online. Ah, are you gambling? Su looked at him nervously. Silly child, the main film is at the end. Chi Zhe held her in his arms and put the phone screen in front of them. As the advertisement ended, the main film began. Late at night, when Zhong Jia walked out of the room, he saw Su sitting on the sofa in the living room with his trouser legs rolled up, revealing his fair calves and tender feet. Below him was a basin of steaming hot water. Sister Schwer, why are you washing your feet at this time? She even suspected that she had not woken up yet. She rubbed her eyes and looked over again. Sure enough, it was Su washing her feet. Well, Su's expression froze, and after a while he said, if you stepped on something dirty, just wash it. Oh, Zhong Jia had just woken up. His mind was fuzzy, and he didn't think much about it. He yawned and went to the bathroom to solve the problem. In the living room, Su quickly put her feet into the hot water. Her face turned red. I didn't expect Xiajuzi to get up so late today. Luckily, she didn't think much of it. The next day, after leaving home to go to the company, Chi Zhe was busy for most of the day. Yesterday, the Coconut Flour Group transferred 9 million to him. He kept 1 million and invested the remaining 8 million in the stock market. Still the same 3 stocks recommended by Samsung. Among these 3 stocks, the shortest cycle is only 2 days and the longest is 1 week. After a week, Chi Zhe's investment of more than 10 million yuan can at least double it. This is an inflated profit margin. After withdrawing the money from the stock market after a week, continue to invest in the stock market to buy stocks recommended by the system with 2 stars. Chi Zhe will not choose those with a cycle of more than 1 month. He is in urgent need of cash now and only does short-term trading. All in all, by the end of a month, Chi Zhe will have at least 60 to 70 million in cash. 60 to 70 million is enough for Chi Zhe to carry out his first step plan. That's right, 60 to 70 million is just enough to get started. After all, this is not the early days of the internet era. Now, as long as you are involved in the internet, there is only one word to describe it: burning money. After that, Chi Zhe will continue to make money from the stock market and then subsidize Qitian Network. Of course, that's a story for later. After finishing his work at Qitian Finance, Chi Zhe went to the local auto city in the afternoon. He now runs several companies, and it is indeed inconvenient without a car. His budget was $500,000, and he had no plans to buy anything big brand. And since he only drove short distances in the city, he simply abandoned his fuel car and went straight to a domestic new energy vehicle company and bought a domestic new energy SUV for more than 400,000 yuan. Buying the car went smoothly, and I didn't encounter any situation where people looked down on me and then slapped me in the face for pretending to be cool. But I met an acquaintance. Ace. No, Mr. Chi, I didn't expect you to get rich so quickly. You bought a car worth 490,000 without even blinking an eye. Li Xiaoya, dressed in a women's suit, hip skirt and black stockings, looked at Chi Zhe with surprise in her eyes. She used to be Chi Zhe's roommate. My boyfriend's name is Chunji. Not long ago, he and his boyfriend saw with their own eyes that people from the bank kept asking Chi Zhe for debts. Who would have thought that not long after, someone spent more than 400,000 yuan to buy a car? I didn't expect that you were selling cars here. Chi Zhe was also quite surprised. The female salesperson in front of him was Xiaoya, Xiaoji's girlfriend who used to share an apartment with him. Mr. Chi, you have taken such good care of me today. Let me treat you to a meal. Li Xiaoya smiled and kept bowing slightly, her tone full of respect. It's not really about taking care of me. Chi Zhe smiled faintly. I was going to buy a car anyway, so it doesn't matter who I buy it from. Hearing this, Li Xiaoya was deeply touched. She is quite pretty and often encounters customers who make excessive demands. Of course, she didn't have to sacrifice herself just to sell a car, but she was still annoyed. But when she met Chi Zhe today, she wanted to take the initiative. It's not for anything else. After all, they used to share a house together. Now Chi Zhe has risen so fast. Even if it is for the future of herself and her boyfriend, she must make friends with such a person. Li Xiaoya has been in society for many years and has experienced all kinds of human warmth and coldness. Her former name was Chi Zhe. Now the address has been changed directly to Mr. Chi. She has a good grasp of the ways of the world. It's different. Mr. Chi didn't even mention the price, but he's still taking care of me. When Li Xiaoya saw that he refused, she admired Chi Zhe even more. Other customers, seeing how pretty she was, wanted to take her out for dinner or even get a room with her before they even bought a car. But Chi Zhe, not only was it fun to buy a car, but he also didn't play any of these tricks at all. However, Chi Zhe was the same. and the more Li Xiaoya felt that Qi Zhe was someone she could date. No matter what, please let me express some gratitude. Li Xiaoya showed a pleading expression. Chapter 60, Li Xiaoya's flattery. Qi Zhe didn't expect Li Xiaoya to be so proactive. Li Xiaoya is pretty and has a good figure. She is wearing a slightly tight professional suit, and her graceful curves are indeed very attractive. To be honest, Qi Zhe used to fantasize about her in the middle of the night a lot. But for Qi Zhe today, he doesn't have such an idea. He just wants to make money. He was not very interested in playing rudely to his friend's wife. But Li Xiaoya was so proactive. Call your boyfriend. Qi Zhe nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go to the restaurant first. Xiaoji has to work overtime until late at night, so I'll ask him to take a leave. Li Xiaoya admired Qi Zhe even more in her heart. Look, what does it mean to be open and above board? She wanted to treat him to a meal, but in order to avoid suspicion, he even let her bring her boyfriend. But actually, Qi Zhe just suddenly remembered that Xiaoji was a programmer, and his company would indeed need some programmers in the future. It seemed like a good choice to take this opportunity to learn more about this industry. When Xiaoji asked for leave and hurried to the restaurant, he saw Qi Zhe and Li Xiaoya sitting opposite each other, chatting about something. Li Xiaoya smiled happily, but her expression was very cautious, as if she cared a lot about what Qi Zhe thought of her. Xiaoji was stunned. What happened? He thought his girlfriend called him out for some urgent matter, but he ended up seeing her having dinner with Qi Zhe, and his girlfriend seemed to be trying to please Qi Zhe. Could it be that? A bad idea suddenly popped up in Chunji's mind, and he felt that his hair had turned green. Xiaoji, come quickly and see who this is. Li Xiaoya saw Chunji, waved at him, and then said with a smile, It's Qi Zhe. He came to our store to buy a car today. He ordered one directly from me. I wanted to treat him to a meal to thank him. He was afraid that you would think too much, so I called you out as well. Chunji's tense mood relaxed after hearing this. He quickly ran over and sat beside Li Xiaoya. Huh, Qi Zhe, thank you for taking care of Xiaoya's business. You're welcome, Qi Zhe said. Chunji looked at Li Xiaoya with a puzzled look. Isn't it just buying a car? Why do you have to treat him to a meal? And you even invited yourself out. He was very confused. Li Xiaoya saw her boyfriend's confusion, but she didn't know how to explain it now. She only knew that now was an opportunity for herself and Xiaoji. Qi Zhe is definitely not simple. A debt of 1 million was solved just like that, and now I can easily take out more than 400,000 to buy a car. This more than 400,000 yuan is the full payment. How can a young person come up with more than 400,000 yuan at once without relying on his parents? Li Xiaoya knew that she had no special abilities and she would not make much money from selling cars. My boyfriend Qinji is a programmer with a higher salary, but his job is very hard. He works more than 12 hours a day and is purely exchanging his life for money. This is still unmarried and childless. It is foreseeable that after they get married and have children in the future, with 4 elderly people above them and 1 or 2 children below them, their living standards will definitely drop several levels. It's hard enough now. I can't bear to buy beautiful bags and clothes, nor can I bear to eat expensive food, let alone travel, as I have no vacation and no money. Li Xiaoya doesn't want to live that kind of life. She wants to change. Now is the opportunity. So, during the meal, Li Xiaoya's attention was basically all on Qi Zhe. He was just short of feeding Qi Zhe himself. This made Chunji feel very uncomfortable. Li Xiaoya had never treated him like this before. And Qi Zhe could also see some of Li Xiaoya's thoughts. But he wasn't bored. Everyone wants to pursue a good life, and there is nothing wrong with that. If possible, he wouldn't mind helping out. Xiaoji, you're a programmer, right? After 3 rounds of drinks, Qi Zhe put down his chopsticks and looked at Xiaoji. It just so happens that I need to do some business in this area recently. Are you interested in chatting with me later? I'm so busy every day. How can I have the time? Chunji had been feeling jealous for a long time and was about to refuse directly, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was pinched by Li Xiaoya's hand hidden under the table. He almost screamed. Li Xiaoya glared at Chunji, then smiled and said to Qi Zhe, Mr. Qi, of course you can. You can call me or Xiaoji anytime. I promise that Xiaoji will be there for you anytime. Then let's do it tomorrow. Come to my company and talk directly. Qi Zhe said. As for this young couple, Chunji is a little bit stupid, but Li Xiaoya is definitely a smart person. It can't be said that he can support them, but it is a good idea to keep them for one's own use. It's Mr. Qi. Li Xiaoya stood up excitedly, holding a glass of red wine. Thank you for your care. I toast you a glass. Qi Zhe clinked glasses with her and took a sip. But Li Xiaoya drank it all in one gulp, finishing half the glass of red wine. As soon as the wine went down her throat, her face turned red and her eyes became a little blurry. Xiaoyayu. Chunji felt so distressed when he saw her. But he still didn't understand his girlfriend's behavior. He didn't understand why his girlfriend was so eager to please Chize, but Li Xiaoya felt like she was finally getting sweet after all the hard work and wanted to cry. It's so hard to make money. Without the support of noble people, the future will be bleak. But fortunately, now I finally met a noble person. Li Xiaoya is very smart. Chize's meaning just now was very direct, which is to give her a chance. If you can catch it, that future is definitely taking off. I enjoyed today's meal very much. I'm leaving now and see you tomorrow. Chize felt that it was almost time for today, so he said goodbye. His new car was parked outside. But he was drunk, so he definitely couldn't drive, and he didn't have a driver's license. When Chize bought the car, he didn't plan to drive it himself. After buying the car, he would definitely hire a driver. Li Xiaoya was very insightful. Seeing that Chize was about to leave, she found a designated driver in advance. She stood at the door of the restaurant and watched Chize's car go away before turning around and returning to the restaurant. There are a lot of dishes left uneaten. Let's pack them up and take them home. We can still have 2 meals left. Li Xiaoya called the waiter. She spent a lot of money today. The dishes she ordered were very expensive and the portions were quite large. She almost spent all the commission she earned from selling the car. But Li Xiaoya thinks it's worth it. This money can't buy a car or a house, but it can buy you a chance to turn your life around. Xiaoya, why did you order so much? How much does it cost? Shenji felt distressed when he saw the table full of dishes. What do you know? It's money well spent. Li Xiaoya smiled. Xiaoya, what's going on? Why are you trying to please Chize like this? Shenji finally became jealous and couldn't help but ask. Pleasure. Li Xiaoya glanced at him and said, yes, I am trying to please him, and you have to please him too. When you meet him tomorrow, you must be respectful. You must answer whatever he asks. Remember? Shenji certainly didn't want to please others, but before he could refuse, Li Xiaoya spoke again. Forget it, you're too stupid. I'll take a day off tomorrow and go with you. Chapter 61, Son-in-Law Chize. The next day, Chitian Network. Chize sat in the office that had just been half renovated, looking at the ceiling in deep thought. Outside the door, the decorators were busy working, but it didn't affect his thoughts at all. Chitian Network is a company that he has high hopes for. No matter in the past life or this life, just having money will only make you become a fat pig in the end, and your money will become other people's money. I want to become a real big shot, a rich man, and enjoy this world. You have to master something that can impact the world. In the past, the industries that could influence the world were food and agricultural production, mineral and various resource mining, industrial manufacturing, news media and publishing, as well as sales and transportation. These industries are firmly controlled by giants. If you want to get in, it's not impossible, but it will also be difficult. In the past 2 decades, the internet industry has emerged rapidly, and many people have become bigwigs who can influence the world. The internet industry is also Chize's best entry point. Although major giants have occupied almost all the traffic nowadays, but as a relatively emerging industry, the barrier to entry is still relatively low. And the threshold of the internet industry, there is only one: money. In the internet industry today, the most important thing is traffic. And if you want to get traffic, you need money. But for Chize, money is not a problem at all. To enter other industries, you may need to clear relationships and channels, but in the internet industry, all you need is technology and money, and technology can be built with money. And Chize, relying on the system's business opportunity detection function, can obtain a steady stream of cash in the stock market. So after careful consideration, he chose the internet industry as his entry point. Today, he has founded Chitian Network. This is still a newly started company, and Chize does not plan to make a big splash at the beginning. He only plans to acquire a few companies and accumulate some technology. When he has accumulated enough technology, it will be the time for him to officially enter the internet industry. The reason why he asked Shinji to come over for a talk yesterday was that Li Xiaoya was indeed very capable, and he was willing to give Chunji and Li Xiaoya a chance. Second, Chunji is a programmer, and a senior programmer who has been in the industry for 5 or 6 years. He has some understanding of this industry. If Chize plans to acquire the company, he can ask him about the current market conditions. Before Chunji arrived, Chize opened his mobile phone again, logged into Chitian Finance's stock account, and checked the latest market conditions. First of all, you can stop holding the stock with a 2-day cycle. With these operations, he made nearly 1 million in profit. Then they would invest all the money they had just earned, before it even warmed up, into new stocks. The system recommends stocks with periods ranging from 2 days to 1 month. The cash in his hands will be continuously traded in the stock market over the next month. After finishing everything, Chize felt a little tired when he thought about continuing the work tomorrow. It seems that we need some professional operators. Chize sighed. Although it doesn't take long to trade stocks, but If he did it himself, it would not meet his expectations of himself. Who has ever seen a capitalist working himself? Boss Chi, someone is looking for you. Kui Weiqing suddenly walked into the office. She saw Chizé put down his phone. She took a quick glance and saw a familiar interface with lines of red information on it, which made her feel a little depressed. She also tried to get rich from stocks, but losing 20% of her capital in 1 week, she knew that she should stay away from the stock market. Otherwise, she would lose all her pocket money. Why didn't you knock? Chizé rolled his eyes. Although he didn't expect this secretary to do anything, he still couldn't be so unruly. Entering the boss office without even knocking, Kui Weiqing looked behind him and said, "The door hasn't been installed yet." Chizé also took a look and found that the door really had not been installed yet. This is a misunderstanding of the secretary. What's the name of the person who came? Is it Chenji? Chizé asked. No, it was a man and a woman. The woman gave her name as Li Xiaoya, and she said you know. Kui Weiqing glanced at him, being scolded for no reason. She, the school beauty Ku, had never suffered such an injustice, except from Chizé. Well, let them come, and move 2 stools to the office. Chizé nodded, but was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Xiaoya to come too. Hey, Mr. Chi, are you still trading stocks? Kui Weiqing couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Chizé looked at her, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I don't have much capital, but there are rich women around me. I see that all the stocks on your phone are red. Did you buy those stocks? Kui Weiqing asked curiously. Yes. Chizé nodded. Kui Weiqing felt even more depressed. Why are all the stocks I bought green? Secretary Ku, you helped me last time, and I haven't thanked you yet. Chizé smiled and said, I'll treat you to a meal later. You're welcome. I'll need your help in the future. Just don't refuse me when the time comes. Kui Weiqing said quickly. Now she is counting on Chizé to make a comeback. Don't worry. Even if you ask me to live with you as your son-in-law, I will accept it. Chizé said, patting his chest. That's not necessary. Kui Weiqing was speechless. She wanted to start a business in order to prove that she could control the Ku family's wealth and avoid her family arranging a marriage with a son-in-law for her. Okay, let's invite the person in first. Chizé was still thinking about the business. Oh, Kui Weiqing suddenly realized and ran out quickly. I was so upset when I was here just now that I almost missed my business. Moment. Kui Weiqing continued to watch the decoration outside, while Li Xiaoya and Chunji walked into the office which had not yet been installed with a door. Mr. Chi, I haven't seen you for just a few days, and you've already started a company. As far as I know, the rent in this place is not cheap, and our company can't even afford it. While Chunji was standing at the door waiting, he finally understood why his girlfriend was trying to please Chizé so much. The company he works for is also an internet enterprise, and the boss always drives a Mercedes-Benz when he goes out. But I can't afford to rent an office in this location. According to his estimation, the annual rent for such a large office would be at least hundreds of thousands. Although Li Xiaoya was not clear about the value of this office, but seeing that Chizé was about to start a company, she knew that Chizé was indeed rich, and she did not please the wrong person. She even wore the company's work uniform for today's meeting. It is still the same combination of a women's suit jacket, a skirt, and black stockings. Come to think of it, she works so long that she can't bear to buy any nice clothes. The most expensive clothes are the work clothes I have to buy for work. But I have to say, this outfit does look good on you. Very elegant and shows off the figure. Chapter 62. What a coincidence. Chenji has always had an idea about how his girlfriend should dress like this. But this is the only piece of clothing Li Xiaoya can afford, and she is afraid of getting it wrinkled, so she has always refused, and there is nothing he can do about it. Generally speaking, Li Xiaoya would not wear this outfit except when going to work. But I still wore it today. Come on, sit down. Chizé saw the two of them coming, and Kui Weiqing happened to have moved a chair over, so he extended his hand and asked them to sit down. Why is Xiaoya here too? After the two sat down, Chizé first looked at Li Xiaoya. Chenji's eyes were still on Kui Weiqing's back as she left. He thought, even the secretary is so pretty, Chizé must be really rich. Li Xiaoya quickly answered Chizé's question. Xiaoji is too dumb. I'm afraid he can't speak. Li Xiaoya said truthfully. Chenji withdrew his gaze and looked at his girlfriend helplessly. Being told by your girlfriend that you are too dull in front of another man feels not good. But now, he finally knew Chizé's financial resources. I felt a natural awe towards rich people in my heart, and I didn't dare to speak. I could only pout to express my dissatisfaction. I asked Xiaoji to come here mainly to find out about the market situation in his industry, because my new company is in the internet industry. Chizé said in a flat tone. Then I wish you success in your business and a lot of money. Li Xiaoya said immediately. If you want to know anything, just ask Xiaoji. We have been neighbors for such a long time, He will definitely tell you everything he wants to know. Chize nodded, then looked at Chunji. Chunji actually felt a little nervous at this moment. He suddenly realized that his former roommate had reached a point where he could no longer bear to look at it. Buying a car worth more than 400,000 yuan is nothing. Many families can afford it if they grit their teeth. So he was very confused yesterday as to why his girlfriend was trying so hard to please Chize. After returning home last night, Li Xiaoya told him something. And Isu, this former roommate has now become an internet celebrity with millions of fans, and it seems like he became famous overnight. Chunji is busy with work and rarely watches Dolo. But Li Xiaoya knew about Su's popularity very early on. Indeed, Su is very capable. But if she could become famous on her own, she would have been famous long ago. It has suddenly become popular now. There must be someone behind it. Li Xiaoya had never thought about Chize before. After all, Chize was not a rich man. But Chize suddenly took action and bought a car worth more than 400,000 yuan in full. This made Li Xiaoya associate the two things together. Maybe Su's sudden popularity was driven by Chize? After all, when the two moved out, Su and Chize were having a hot affair. That's why Li Xiaoya felt that the opportunity had come and tried her best to please Chize. When Chunji heard his girlfriend's speculation last night, he actually felt a little disdainful. He never thought that Chize was the one who drove Su's popularity. On the contrary, he believes that Su became famous because of his own strength. Well, I can only say that men always have a certain degree of fantasy about women they can never get. But now, Chunji has changed his mind. The financial resources required to buy a car worth more than 400,000 yuan are not enough to launch an internet celebrity with millions of fans. But a rich person who can open such a big company definitely has the ability to do so. Chunji felt his throat was a little dry. In fact, most people are like this. Although he expresses disdain for rich people, when a real rich person stands in front of him, he is always full of fantasies. As the saying goes, a man without desires is strong. But Chunji also wants to get rich, and Chize can give him the opportunity to do so. He fantasized that Chize could help him and make him a rich man too. Therefore, he naturally couldn't be tough in front of Chize. Well, I don't know where to start. Let me tell you about our company first. Chunji swallowed his saliva and even stuttered nervously. Our company specializes in developing small games. We currently have 32 employees, and the projects we have developed include. He was an introverted programmer who lacked communication skills. He was not well prepared before coming. Although he had a lot to say, he found it very difficult to speak. Li Xiaoya was so anxious that she was digging her toes into the ground, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was just a salesperson and didn't understand those things. She couldn't speak to Chize on behalf of Chunji. Chize didn't think it mattered. He didn't expect to get any important information from Chunji anyway. After a moment, Chunji stopped. He had said a lot, and his throat was dry. Chize called Ku Yuiqing and asked her to make a cup of tea for them. Chunji held the teacup and sighed in his heart. If only one day he could have such a beautiful secretary. Li Xiaoya was a little nervous. She was very dissatisfied with Chunji's performance and didn't know what Chize was thinking. Xiaoji, I just heard you say that your company has been in a loss-making state for some time. How about this? When you go back, please ask your boss if he has any plans to sell the company. Chize said to Chunji. Chunji opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise. You want to buy our company? As you can see, my company is still an empty shell. It will take a long time for me to build a team myself. I can't wait that long. So acquiring a mature company is the best choice. Chize said calmly. It doesn't matter whose company I buy. Since we are destined to be together, let's buy your boss's company. This way, I can take better care of you in the future. Li Xiaoya was stunned by these words. Chize said the same thing yesterday when he bought the car. It doesn't matter whose car you buy. It doesn't matter which company you buy. But can buying a car be like buying a company? Not on the same level. Li Xiaoya already thought that Chize was very rich, but now she realized that Chize was even richer than she thought. And Chunji. He was a little confused. Well, it turned out that it was right to cling to someone powerful. Chize is going to be his own boss. He was a little excited. The junior supervisor in the company has always been targeting him. If Chize becomes his boss, will he still dare to bully him in the future? Okay, I'll talk to my boss about this when I get back. Chunji nodded excitedly. Chize nodded and said, I haven't finished decorating my place yet, so I won't keep you here. I'll trouble Xiao Ji to help me explore the way to acquire the company. He was seeing them off. Chunji is ignorant, but Li Xiaoya is very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. Then Mr. Qi, we will take our leave first. After saying that, Li Xiaoya took Chunji and left. Chize opened the system and looked at one of the business opportunities that appeared in the last business opportunity check. Game company acquisition. A company that is currently making small games is now on the verge of bankruptcy. After the acquisition, you can get a rich profit return. The investment in this business opportunity is slightly high. Recommendation index. Shansung Network Technology Company, Limited. What a coincidence. It happens to be the company where Xiaozhu works. Chapter 63. Dejected and Pale. Last month, there was a business opportunity to acquire a gaming company, but Chize gave it up because he was short of money. Later, after he had money, he set his sights on the more profitable financial industry, so he ignored this business opportunity. But who would have thought that in the new January, he wanted to acquire a company related to the internet industry? As a result, the target I found at random was the company that provided the business opportunity. This is fate. Chize sighed, then looked at the time. It was already noon, and it was time to have lunch with his secretary. So he called Kuiwaching and went to the parking lot downstairs of the company. Okay, get in the car. Drive yourself if you want to eat something. Chize threw the car keys to Kuiwaching. He doesn't have a driver's license and can't drive himself. Besides, he doesn't plan to open one himself. He hasn't hired a driver yet, so he has to let his secretary act as the driver. Kuiwaching has a driver's license, and she drives a sports car to work every day. How about opening mine? Kuiwaching looked at his brand new energy SUV, tilted his head, and suggested. The cars she usually drives are all worth over $1 million, so she looked down on Chize's car. Chize got hard. The fist is hard. As the saying goes, a car is a man's wife. Now his wife is looked down upon by others. Is this okay? Huh. Chize clenched his fists and said, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Kuiwaching. After living for so long, I finally understand what the workplace is like and what it means when a higher-ranking official can crush someone to death. She paused, then said with a smile, Mr. Chi's car is new, right? It's really new. What a good compliment. Chize took a deep breath. Get in the car. For the sake of money, I forgave her. Kuiwaching reluctantly sat in the driver's seat, while Chize sat in the back seat. You have to have the style of a boss. Kuiwaching looked at him in the rearview mirror, curled her lips, and started the car. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a quiet private restaurant nearby. I come to this restaurant often. The Cantonese cuisine is excellent. You can try it. Kuiwaching got out of the car, ran to the back seat attentively, and opened the door for Chize. Chize was thinking about her money. In fact, she was also thinking about Chize's people. It might be difficult to get Chize to do things for you now, but Chize has made so much money from stock trading, so there shouldn't be any problem with him taking care of me, right? This environment, this location. Isn't this restaurant expensive? Chize got out of the car and said lightly, It's my treat. Kuiwaching patted his chest proudly, causing waves of cheers. Chize nodded with satisfaction. This young man is teachable. Too pretentious. Kuiwaching followed behind him with a look of, as if she had eaten a fly. She really wanted to punch him, but then she thought about it and realized that she still had to rely on Chize to make money, so she endured it. The two walked into the restaurant one after the other. Kuiwaching was a regular customer. After sitting down, he ordered a few dishes with ease. During the time she spent with Chize, she got to know his taste, so she ordered a few of his favorite dishes without Chize even having to say anything. Chize felt even more satisfied with his little secretary. Although Kuiwaching was just a rich lady who knew nothing when she first came, now, under her careful teaching, she has basically learned how to be a good secretary. She's pretty and caring. And there's money. Where can I find such a secretary? The most important thing is to have money. Chize was thinking about how to get his secretary to invest in him. On the other hand, Kuiwaching was also thinking about how to get Chize to take her with him to invest in stocks and make money. She came from a very good family, and she was a beautiful girl. From childhood to adulthood, she had almost never needed to ask others for anything. Even if you really want something, you can get it by acting cute to your family. Now let her beg for help. She really didn't know how to start. When you are in doubt, ask your bestie for help. Kuiwaching felt that she had almost finished eating. If she didn't speak up, the dinner would be over, so she straightened her slightly messy hair, stood up, and said, Mr. Chi, I'm going to the bathroom. Go ahead. Chize had been waiting for Kuiwaching to speak, but she didn't say anything for a long time. He was thinking about it and decided to speak up himself, but Kuiwaching suddenly had to go to the bathroom and interrupted his spell. Kuiwaching jogged all the way to the bathroom, then immediately turned on her cell phone and made a video call to her best friend. Luer, I want to ask Chize to do something, but I don't want to waste the favor I got from him with great difficulty. Do you think there is any way? Kuiwaching said straight to the point. In the video, there is Lin Lu's small and delicate face. Her face was slightly pale, with the sickly look of someone who hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Hey, who is this? Isn't this the campus beauty? Now you finally have time to call your humble bestie? Lin Lu was originally a little depressed, but when she saw Ku Yueqing, she immediately became energetic and became sarcastic. During this period, Ku Yueqing was busy running around for Qi Zhe and completely ignored her best friend who once vowed to marry the same man. Ku Yueqing was helpless. Xiaolu, don't be so sarcastic. I need your help with something. Lin Lu curled his lips and felt sad. Ever since Ku Yueqing met Qi Zhe, she only came to me when she had something to do. She doesn't like going out to begin with, and now she's at home and doesn't know what to do. I've been lying at home every day, and I feel a little depressed. I suddenly realized that Qi Zhe is not only good at marketing, but also at stock trading. Today I saw the interface of his stock trading software and found that all the stocks he bought were profitable. I want to let him help me make money. Can you help me think about how to let him lead me? Ku Yueqing immediately raised his question. That's easy. If you sleep with him tonight, you will get whatever you want. Lin Lu said unhappily. Ku Yueqing was listening carefully at first, but when she heard this, her face turned red and she became angry and said, Xiaolu, what nonsense are you talking about? That's what's written in the novels I read. Lin Lu said weakly. What kind of novels are you reading? Ku Yueqing was a little crazy. This is not easy to say. Lin Lu blushed. Ku Yueqing understood instantly. My best friend stays at home all day long and never goes out. She must be reading some indecent novels. She sighed and thought that she couldn't just think about making money in the future. She had to take time out to spend time with her best friend. Look, I read indecent novels every day, which makes me feel listless and my face pale. Chapter 64 Unbutton. Lin Lu was indeed a little depressed, which was caused by staying up late reading novels. But her little head is still very smart. Although Ku Yueqing was unkind, she could not be unjust, so she quickly thought of a solution for Ku Yueqing. You seduce me. Lin Lu's tone was very serious and earnest, and he said word by word. Now, unbutton the first button of your shirt, and then when you talk to Qi Zhe, bend your waist a little, reveal as much as you should, and then act coquettishly and beg him. He will definitely not refuse you. Ku Yueqing was speechless again. After a while, she said tiredly, Lure, don't you have any other ideas? It's either a honey trap or seduction. You have to see me lose my virginity before you are satisfied. It's rare that the school beauty Ku swore. She really couldn't help it. Lin Lu felt a little aggrieved. That's what it says in novels. All right, the phone is out of juice, hang up. Ku Yueqing was very tired and hung up the phone directly. Then she walked to the mirror and looked at herself carefully. Her face was delicate, and her coldness was mixed with a hint of charm. According to Lin Lu, she was both pure and sexy, the kind that no man could resist. She has a great figure, not too curvy, but has all the good features. Not too big, not too small, just the right size to hold in one hand. Her skin is not bad either. She seldom uses cosmetics and skincare products, but it is still fair and tender. In Lin Lu's words, it is like the white of a freshly cooked egg, so white and tender that water can be squeezed out of it. I really can't think of any other way. How about giving it a try? Ku Yueqing looked at herself in the mirror and made a seductive expression, but then she felt disgusted. She doubted herself a little. Do men really like this? What she didn't know was that she was actually a straight woman. Lin Lu, who is the same age as her, is not in a relationship, but is addicted to romance novels every day and cannot extricate himself. He also practices judo skills so hard that he becomes listless and pale. And Ku Yueqing, from childhood to adulthood, the concept of men has never been in my mind. The charming expression she had in the mirror just now was enough to make any man's blood boil, and he might even lose control of himself and do something bad, but in her opinion, it was a bit disgusting. If there was no external intervention, Ku Yueqing might never make such an expression to a man in her life. But, in order to avoid getting married, she decided to take the risk. Ku Yueqing turned on her phone, made the same expression as before, and obediently unbuttoned the first button. Then she took a video of herself and sent it to Lin Lu. Xiaolu, do men really like this? Why do I feel it's a bit contrived? Lin Lu's reply was very quick, with a voice message. Sister, please post more. I love to see them. Ku Yueqing was full of questions. You're a woman. The girls, love to watch it, let alone the boys. Lin Lu said loudly. Ku Yueqing had nothing to say. She put her phone into her bag, tidied her hair again, looked at herself in the mirror, and then walked out of the bathroom with a nervous mood. Boss Chi, have you finished eating? Back in the private room, Ku Yueqing did not return to her original position, but walked to Qi Zhe's side, then bent down slightly. Let me pour you a cup of tea. The tea here is pretty good. Qi Zhe couldn't help but move his eyes downwards, and then he saw a dizzying scenery. It was a deep ravine, like heaven, emitting a holy white light. It had an alluring attraction that made people wish their souls could leave their bodies and immerse themselves in it. He was shocked. Wow, you're trying to seduce me, right? He had noticed before that the secretary was a little tempted. Maybe he wouldn't need to ask for it, and the secretary could send the money over herself. But Chise didn't expect that his secretary would be so bold. A pair of fair little hands held the purple clay teapot, tilting it slightly, and the oily tea slowly flowed into the teacup. Kui Weching stared at him with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, her eyes could be described as charming. Boss Chi, I have a favor to ask of you. Kui Weching spoke, and a charming and seductive voice came out from her pink lips, like a soft feather, and penetrated into Chise's ears, making him straighten his back instantly. You are my secretary, just tell me if you have anything to say. Chise said calmly. I see that you have made good profits from stock trading. Can you take me with you? Kui Weching put forward her request, and then said, but this cannot consume the favor you owe me. Greedy. Chise smiled coldly. He is not a man who is easily attracted by beauty. Kui Weching's heart trembled, thinking, is this not possible? She made up her mind and just went for it. Boss Chi, am I not doing a good job as a secretary? You are not willing to help me with such a small favor. Kui Weching leaned on Chise's shoulder and moved closer when speaking. Chise could feel the warm and fragrant breath coming out when he spoke. Why? Seeing this, Chise stopped pretending. He knew his secretary very well. She was usually very aloof, and it was not easy for her to achieve this. If he didn't stop when he was ahead, she would probably get angry and embarrassed. Okay, I'll take you with me. Thank you, Mr. Chi. Kui Weching jumped up with joy, then buttoned her clothes with a blushing face and sat opposite him in a dignified manner. The charm on her face completely disappeared, and she returned to her cold look. Chise was speechless. This girl has two faces. But I have something to say first. Chise said slowly. If you invest all your money with me, I promise that you will make a profit without any loss, but I will take half of your profit. Okay, Kui Weching agreed readily. She is not short of money and has no concept of money. She just wants to prove to her family that she can make money and does not need a son-in-law. She can also make the Ku family continue to be strong. How much can you pitch? Chise asked. I can only invest my own pocket money, and at most my best friend's pocket money. Kui Weching sighed. Chise was a little disappointed when he heard this. He had thought about how much money this rich woman could come up with. I didn't expect it was just a little pocket money. But less is better than no money. How much is it? Chise asked again. Just over 10 million. Kui Weching said with an embarrassed look. More than 10 million? That's it. Chise almost spit out his tea. He worked hard for 2 months and only had over 10 million in cash. But others just took out some pocket money and got over 10 million. The difference was too big. Evil capitalists. Chise admitted that he hated the rich. He stared at Kui Weching viciously. I can help you make money, but I have conditions. Ah, you've already taken half of the profits, and you still have conditions? Kui Weching said in a depressed tone. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Chise said in a bad tone. Kui Weching was a little worried that he wouldn't take her to play, so she quickly said, what are the conditions? Tell me. Chise lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, unbutton the buttons you just fastened. Ah. Chapter 65. Benefits exclusive to Chise. Kui Weching walked out of the restaurant with a red face, got into the car without saying a word, and sat in the driver's seat. Even if Chise came up, she would not talk to him. But Chise didn't care about her temper. After getting in the car, he immediately said, have you forgotten the agreement we just reached? Got it, Kui Weching said sullenly, then unbuttoned the first button of his shirt. Just now in the restaurant, Chise agreed to take her to trade stocks. But demands were also made. In addition to taking 50% of the profits from stock trading, Chise also suggested that she unbutton the buttons she had just fastened. And it will always be like this. I've helped you make money, so it's not too much to give you some small benefits. Of course, Kui Weching was unwilling to do so. After a strong argument, Chise finally gave in and relaxed some of his requirements. If there were outsiders around, she would button her clothes. Only when she was alone with Chise would she unbutton the first button to give Chise some small benefits in his eyes. Kui Weching unbuttoned the first button in a depressed mood, and the interior of the car suddenly seemed brighter. Chise was sitting in the back seat, so he shouldn't be able to see anything, but there was something in the car called a rear-view mirror. The one in the car. Chise could just glimpse the beautiful scenery through the reflection of the mirror. Well, that's what a good secretary is. He nodded with satisfaction. Boss Chi, if you have nothing else, go back to the company. Kui Weching said depressedly. The rich lady finally saw the dangers of the world and started to sacrifice herself for the money she earned. Although she pays very little now, She always feels that this is a bad start. After a while, the two returned to the company. Chise stepped out of the car, and Kui Weching followed closely behind him. Of course, she did not forget to button her clothes again. She only promised to give benefits to Chise, no one else would get one. After returning to the company, Chise had just sat down when he received a message from Xiaoji. His boss does plan to sell the company. The game market has been severely sluggish in the past 2 years. Only large productions by large companies and large groups can make money, while small companies can maintain themselves well. Although this Shansong game company has not gone bankrupt, it is on the verge of bankruptcy all the time. Its boss Li Tsong had already been overwhelmed, so he thought about selling the company and then living a peaceful life with the cash. When Chunji mentioned that someone wanted to buy the company, Li Tsong immediately asked Chunji to contact Chise and wanted to arrange a meeting with Chise to discuss the sale of the company. Chise didn't expect Shansong's boss to be so anxious. Secretary Ku, please accompany me out again. Chise found Kui Weching, who had just sat down to rest, and waved to her. Why didn't you tell me just now? Kui Weching was very dissatisfied. She was not a good driver and hated parking the most. She had just parked the car, and Chise was about to go out again. She was very unhappy in her heart. I'm your secretary, not your driver. Isn't it normal for talented people to hold multiple positions? Chise said seriously. Kui Weching's unhappiness suddenly disappeared, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, which was harder to suppress than AK. Chise's words touched her heart. Okay, we are short of manpower now, so I will be your driver part-time for now. Just a little secretary, she is so powerful. Chise smiled smugly, then went out with her and got into the car. Kui Weching was now very familiar with Chise's car. He started the car with ease and prepared to set off. Secretary Ku, have you forgotten something? Chise coughed twice as a reminder. The place where I'm going to meet Boss Shansong is not far away. It's too troublesome to unbutton my clothes now and then button them up again later. Kui Weching said with some resistance, her face slightly flushed. Be obedient, Chise said calmly. Otherwise I won't help you make money. Kui Weching had no choice but to unbutton her clothes. Chise glanced at the rearview mirror in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Li Tsong seemed to be really anxious to sell the company. When he met Chise for the first time, he booked a very high-end restaurant, the kind that Chise had never eaten in his life. After parking the car, Kui Weching arrived at the restaurant entrance and introduced it to Chise in a familiar manner. Shadian, Sichuan cuisine. Only set meals. The taste is average, but the show is good. At this time, she buttoned it up again. Show? There is a show just for a meal? Chise felt like a country bumpkin. It's just a group of women wearing hanfu dancing in front of you. Kui Weching said with a pout. Mr. Li is really sincere. Chise sighed. Kui Weching clenched her fists. What's the matter with feeling like hitting someone? As he was speaking, Li Tsong came out to greet him. Mr. Chi, it's our first meeting. I didn't expect you to be so young and promising. I admire you. The man in his 30s was wearing a neat suit and his hair was meticulously combed, but the expression on his face was very enthusiastic. Chen Ji and Li Xiaoyao were also there, and they came over with Li Tsong. Chise didn't say much and quickly sat down with Li Tsong. We didn't talk about business at the beginning. Although Li Tsong was anxious to sell the company, he didn't mind having a meal once he met the person. And Chise also saw the show of this high-end restaurant. Just as Kui Weching said, the food here is just average. It can't be said to be bad, but the taste is totally unworthy of the environment of this restaurant. But the show is good to watch. In the huge box, everyone has a separate seat. A row of young ladies wearing gorgeous hanfu long skirts were performing dances in the open space in the middle of the private room. According to Chise's observation, these dancing women were all relatively young and their looks were pretty good. Not only do they dance, they also occasionally come up to customers and pour them drinks. Of course, this is a formal restaurant, so they are limited to pouring wine, nothing more. It was obvious at first glance that Li Tsong was a regular here. He knew some of the dancers and could even chat with them. Chise was okay. Although he had never experienced this kind of service, he had seen many beautiful women, so he was relatively calm. He just looked at them with pure appreciation. But Chen Ji couldn't remain calm. He was well behaved when he was in school, and he was even busier with work after graduation. In addition, Li Xiaoyao was strict with him, so he had never even been to a foot massage parlor. Surrounded by a group of beautiful women, he didn't know where to look, and his face was as red as if he was drunk. This made Li Xiaoyao look a little unhappy, and she felt that her boyfriend was too embarrassing. Kui Weching was also very calm. She had been to this place before. Besides, as a woman, she didn't think watching dancing was interesting, so she just ate in silence. Li Tsong has been observing the performance of several people. There is no need to say anything about Chen Ji. He is an employee of his company, an honest one. The starting salary for new employees is close to 20,000, but he still offered Chunji 15,000. But Chunji has never dared to say a word. Li Tsung was pleasantly surprised to be able to introduce him to a client who was buying a company today. At the same time, an idea popped into his mind. How smart can Chunji's friends be? Or, should we make a higher price today? Therefore, Li Tsung arranged to have dinner at the Shudu banquet restaurant in order to confuse Chi Zhe with her beauty first and make his mind unclear, which would make it easier to kill Chi Zhe. Chapter 66. As if there is a green hat. However, according to Li Tsung's observation just now, although Chi Zhe loves to look at beautiful women, his mind is still very clear. He is not like Chunji, who is so confused that he can't even speak coherently. How to start this? Li Tsung was a little distressed. Soon, the beauty service ended. They stood in a row with their graceful bodies, bowed slightly to the people in the box, and then all left the box. Boss Li, thank you for your show. I like it very much. Chi Zhe did not miss the beauties who left, but looked at Li Tsung. It's quiet now. Let's talk about business. Chunji, on the other hand, was still staring at the beauties' backs, reluctant to leave. Li Tsung glanced at Chunji, then at Chi Zhe, thinking to himself, damn, how smart can Chunji's friends be? This opportunity is rare, and the company must be sold at a good price, otherwise it will be a loss. He decided to take a gamble. The main reason is that he believes in a truth. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyone who can hang out with Chunji, even if he is rich, is definitely not smart. Just quote a high price. What if it works out? Even if it doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that I can just lower the price. Okay, let's talk about it. Li Tsung laughed and said in a seemingly generous manner. Let me put it bluntly. You want to buy my company, and I want to sell it. This is actually very simple. I'll make an offer, and if you agree, then we'll do the deal. Boss Li is straightforward. Chi Zhe nodded. I'm sure Xiaoji has introduced the situation of my company to you. We have a mature team and are currently running 3 games. These are all projects with stable income. In addition, our company will also take over the business of other companies. The outsourcing income every quarter is not small. In addition, we have the copyrights of many games we have developed. Li Tsung said a lot, and finally showed a bright smile, and said to Chi Zhe, 9 million. This price is very reasonable. I wonder if Mr. Chi agrees. 9 million. Upon hearing the price, except for Chi Zhe, the other 3 people were very moved. Ku Yueqing was shocked. The prices of this company were almost as much as her pocket money. Chunji and Li Xiaoya looked at each other. Is this the world of the rich? 9 million as soon as he opened his mouth. 2 people can't save 9 million in their lifetime. Chi Zhe, on the other hand, looked at Li Tsung as if he were a fool. 9 million? Are you kidding? This small, shabby company is worth 9 million? If it was worth 9 million, would you, Boss Li, be so anxious to sell the company? Li Tsung felt guilty when Chi Zhe looked at him. His company was indeed not worth 9 million, and he made the offer with the intention of making a killing. I wouldn't say it tripled, but it's at least more than doubled. Mr. Chi, what are you looking at me doing? Is there something wrong with my quotation? Mr. Li asked, pretending to be confused. Chi Zhe sneered to himself. This Li Tsung really thinks he is an idiot. I'm very satisfied with this meal. Secretary Ku, go and settle the bill, and let's go. Chi Zhe was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Kong. While instructing Secretary Ku to settle the bill, he stood up and was about to leave. Hey, Mr. Chi, what are you doing? I have already settled the bill. You are the guest today, and I can't let you pay the bill no matter what. Li Tsung was anxious, thinking how could such an idiot like Chunji make such a smart friend? Chi Zhe is obviously not satisfied with his offer. Chi Zhe was indeed dissatisfied. Are we talking about business? If you ask for a high price, he will pay you back on the spot. He can understand if you ask for a higher price. But to make it so high, Chi Zhe felt that Li Tsung was treating him like an idiot. So he had no desire to continue the conversation. Boss Li, don't say any more. Since you are not sincere, there is no need to talk anymore. Chi Zhe came straight to the point. He doesn't have to buy the company. He just wants to practice first and get a mature team. Li Tsung's company focuses on the gaming business, which is different from Chi Zhe's positioning, so he had no special need to buy it. Mr. Chi, Li Tsung was really anxious now and hurriedly tried to stop Chi Zhe, but how could Chi Zhe give him the chance? He pushed him away lightly and left directly with Secretary Ko. Grass. Watching Chi Zhe's back disappear, Li Tsung realized that he had done something stupid. The other side. Chunji and Li Xiaoya looked at each other. What happened? Why did it end so quickly? Chi Zhe has left, so should they leave or not? Chunji certainly didn't dare to leave. After all, he still had to work under Li Tsung. But after a little thought, Li Xiaoya immediately followed and walked with Chi Zhe. Her idea was very simple. She must hold on to Chi Zhe's thigh. In a blink of an eye, Li Tsong and Chun Ji were the only ones left in the restaurant box. Chun Ji asked blankly, "Boss Li, what's going on?" He thought that with his introduction, Chi Zhe could become his new boss and his life would be much better in the future. But who could have thought? Not only did the deal fail to be concluded, but it became a very awkward situation. Chi Zhe was obviously angry. "You're still asking?" Li Tsong looked at Chun Ji, furious. "It's all your fault. You acted so stupidly and misled me." Chun Ji, "Send me Chi Zhe's contact information and I'll talk to him. If the deal is successful, I'll still credit you with the great achievement," Li Tsong said while suppressing his anger. He didn't think that it was his exorbitant demands that angered Chi Zhe. Now he has been blamed for the incident on Chun Ji. It was all because Chun Ji usually behaved too stupidly and misled himself, making him mistakenly believe that Chun Ji's friend Chi Zhe was not very smart either, which led to the current situation. Chun Ji is still confused now. He has no idea what kind of image he has in front of his boss. "Mr. Li, I don't have his contact information." But after a moment, he came to his senses and answered helplessly, "Aren't you friends?" Li Tsong looked at him in surprise. "What the hell are friends?" After Chi Zhe moved out, Chun Ji deleted all of Chi Zhe's contact information. If Li Xiaoya and Chi Zhe hadn't met yesterday, he would have almost forgotten about Chi Zhe. "Well, my girlfriend has his contact information." Chun Ji was silent for a long time before speaking. "It's okay if your girlfriend has one. You go back first, and remember to send me Chi Zhe's contact information later." Li Tsong patted Chun Ji's shoulder with a gloomy expression on his face. If he didn't still need Chun Ji's help with contacts, he really wanted to fire Chun Ji right now. "Don't worry about that. Xiaoya must have it. I will ask her when I get back." Chun Ji nodded and said. After hearing this, Li Tsong's anger towards Chun Ji instantly disappeared. At this moment, he seemed to see a hat on Chun Ji's bald head. "Well, green." Li Tsong patted Chun Ji on the shoulder and said, "You are quite generous, boy." Chun Ji was confused. What does this mean? Chapter 67. If you don't buy the company, you will poach people. After Chi Zhe and Kui Weqing got in the car, Li Xiaoya followed. "Hey, Mr. Chi, it's all Xiaoji's fault for not communicating well." Li Xiaoya still doesn't know what happened, but as a salesperson with high emotional intelligence, she naturally put all the responsibility on her boyfriend. No matter what, it's always right to apologize first. This is her experience gained from working for many years. "This matter has nothing to do with you. It was Li Tsong who asked for too much," Chi Zhe said calmly, then looked at Li Xiaoya. "Where are you going? How about I give you a ride?" "Thank you, Mr. Chi." Li Xiaoya got into the car immediately. Of course, she couldn't go to the front row, so she had to sit in the back row with Chi Zhe. As for her boyfriend, Chun Ji, Li Xiaoya completely ignored it. She just wanted to curry favor with others. In the front row, Kui Weqing silently buttoned up the buttons she had just unbuttoned. Although Li Xiaoya is a woman. But, after all, there were other people around, so she felt a little uncomfortable. The car started and Kui Weqing continued to act as the driver, driving in the front seat. In the back row, Chi Zhe was chatting with Li Xiaoya. In fact, it was mainly Li Xiaoya who kept apologizing to Chi Zhe. Although the main problem was that Li Tsong asked for an exorbitant amount of money, Chun Ji was the middleman after all. Li Xiaoya was afraid that Chi Zhe would vent his anger on herself and Chun Ji. Chi Zhe is not that boring. However, Li Tsong's offer was indeed a bit insulting to his intelligence. He was now thinking about how to teach Li Tsong a small lesson. Chi Zhe is very vindictive. If you want to cheat more of his money, you must be prepared to be cheated. Ms. Liu has a deep understanding of this. Now she is regretting it so much. Now Chi Zhe is thinking that maybe there is no need for him to acquire an entire company. To Chi Zhe, the games currently in operation or the copyrights of games owned by Shansong Technology are of no value at all. All he wanted was a mature team. This team can be engaged in game development or other fields. It does not matter. He just needs a ready-made shelf and then fill it with the talents he wants. Maybe you can directly poach people from Shansong Technology. In this way, Chi Zhe has the team he wants. And you don't have to spend extra money to buy a bunch of useless assets. Xiaoya, let's leave the acquisition alone. This Li Tsong is not very reliable, and I don't want to cooperate with him. Chi Zhe said in a calm tone. Yes, Mr. Chi. Li Xiaoya's tone was unable to hide her disappointment. If Li Tsong's company was acquired by Chi Zhe, Chun Ji was already a long-time employee, and now he has a relationship with Chi Zhe as his boss. So even if he doesn't get a promotion in the future, he will definitely get a pay raise. But the money is in Chi Zhe's hands, and if Chi Zhe refuses to buy it, Li Xiaoya has no way to deal with it. Just when she was feeling lost, Chi Zhe spoke again. But Xiaoji can do me a favor. Ask him to contact the employees of Shansong Technology. I want technical talents. If anyone is willing to come to my company, I will definitely offer better treatment than Shansong. Li Xiaoya thought that the matter had come to an end, and that all her efforts had been in vain. However, she had not expected that there would be another unexpected turn of events. She was overjoyed and said quickly, Boss Qi, don't worry, Xiaoji will definitely do a good job on this matter. Don't worry, I won't let you two work in vain. When Chunji brings people here, I will promote him and make him a small leader. Chise did not forget to make a promise. In fact, this is not just empty talk. If Chunji is really capable of bringing a team to him, then he wouldn't mind promoting Chunji. Li Xiaoya is waiting for this. Otherwise, what's the point of running around? Boss Qi, don't worry, I will definitely keep this matter in mind. Li Xiaoya said excitedly. She immediately made up her mind to take a few days off and give up the crappy class to take care of Chise's affairs first. Mainly because I can't really count on my boyfriend. It's better to do it yourself. Okay, it's up to you. Chise nodded and said nothing more. No matter who does it, as long as it's done, he only cares about the result. Next, Li Xiaoya took the initiative to ask Kui Weqing to stop the car on the side of the road. Chise meant to send her to her workplace. However, Li Xiaoya didn't want to go back to work. After getting off the bus, she took a taxi and went back to find Chenji. The big pie that Chise had painted was right in front of her, and she couldn't wait to poach people from Shansong. After dropping Li Xiaoya off, Chise and Kui Weqing were about to return to the company. On the way, the two saw that many changes had taken place in Haiban City. It is April now, and May Day is coming soon. There will be a small peak in tourism during the May Day holiday. Haiban City should seize this opportunity and make a big profit. Marriott's marketing plan is now being implemented. It's the same thing every year, not thoughtful at all. Kui Weqing complained mercilessly, and then said regretfully, It's a pity that we are not in Mianwan City, so we can't see our plan being implemented. It must be much better than Haiban City. No rush. May Day is the time to test the results. Chise was very calm. In fact, some of the publicity effects of Mianwan City can already be seen on the internet. On the one hand, it is promoting major conscientious vendors, and on the other hand, it also focuses on promoting the culture and history of Mianwan City. With these two approaches, many people on the internet have now listed Mianwan City as one of the alternative tourist cities. I'm really looking forward to May Day coming as soon as possible. Kui Weqing couldn't help but sigh. Now, Chise is no longer concerned about Xiao Zhe's marketing affairs, but Kui Weqing still cares about it. Although she has made almost no contribution to Xiao's marketing, she also considers herself a part of Xiao's marketing, and she also has a share of the glory for Xiao's success. What she wants to do most is to prove herself. The same person as her is Oh Wanhao. As May Day approaches, Oh Wanhao was also particularly concerned about his plan. After all, in his opinion, this was an opportunity to prove himself. Kui Weqing is so rich. Why does she want to be Chise's secretary? It's because Chise has some skills. Oh Wanhao himself knows that he has no ability, but he has a family background. No matter whether it is based on your own ability or family background, the bottom line is that you just have to surpass Chise. If Kui Weqing sees that I am more capable than Chise, won't she throw herself into my arms? In order to make his plan a great success, Oh Wanhao no longer goes to bars and nightclubs, watches fewer live broadcasts of beautiful women, and even calls on internet celebrities to make appearances less frequently. He even began to inspect the various renovation sites in Haiban City. What a coincidence! Oh Wanhao had just finished visiting a construction site and drove away contentedly. However, just as he left the site, he saw a new energy SUV coming towards him. Chapter 68, Pay the Work Fee. Ah! Kui Weqing let out a sharp cry. The wipers of Chise's new car were turned on, and the horn kept honking. Kui Weqing was in a panic. She pressed all the buttons and stepped on all the places she could, but she didn't step on the brakes. Bang! With a loud bang, the new energy SUV collided head-on with a sports car. Chise was sitting in the back row, confused. Just now, after Li Xiaoya got off the car, he asked Kui Weqing to unbutton a button. This is the benefit he deserves. Kui Weqing reluctantly did as she was told, and then she held the steering wheel with one hand and unbuttoned her clothes with the other, but she didn't know what she did wrong, and the car went out of control. Normally, Kui Weqing drives very steadily, but once he panics, it's all over. Chise only hated that his car did not have a voice-controlled braking function. Otherwise, it will definitely be able to stop. But it had already hit. Fortunately, the speed was not high and the oncoming sports car had just started and was not going very fast. The collision between the two cars was not serious and the airbags did not deploy. It crashed. Kui Weqing hit his head on the steering wheel and felt a little dizzy. Chise quickly came forward to show concern. Secretary Ku, are you okay? Kui Weqing thought that although Chise was annoying sometimes, He was quite caring at this time. Mr. Chi, I'm fine. I just bumped into something, she said in a soft voice. Oh, Chize nodded. Look at you. You were not careful when driving. Now there is a car accident. You are fully responsible. You are responsible for the compensation and the repair of the car, especially my car, which is new. You must fix it for me. Kuyi looked at him with questioning eyes. Sure enough, it was too early to be moved. Did I draft it? Who are you? You don't have eyes to drive. At this time, a loud cursing came from outside the car. Wanhao got out of his sports car, and when he saw the scars on the front of the car, he was immediately heartbroken and started cursing at the SUV. Damn, it's him. Chize did not forget that it was this guy who stole his business. I didn't expect that my enemies would meet on a narrow road, and now I run into him. Secretary Ku, you don't have to pay for the car across the street. All you need to do is repair my car at your own expense. Chize suddenly changed his words. Kuyi also looked over, only to see that Wanhao had already come over. He was so aggressive that he directly pulled the door of the SUV and was about to curse. Fuck, can you drive? Chinger. With Wanhao's arrogance, he would definitely curse when he saw that the car he was wearing was a broken new energy SUV. Maybe he'll even beat someone up. But who would have known that when the car door was opened, it turned out to be Kuyi sitting inside. At this time, Kuyi had just buttoned up his shirt. Although she still felt a little dizzy, she still accepted the offer. Her benefits could only be distributed to Chize alone, and no one else was allowed to even take a look at them. Chinger, I didn't expect you were driving the car. Are you okay? Wanhao's expression suddenly changed, and his voice seemed to warm up a few degrees. Come on, get out of the car and take a breath. If you can't, get in my car, and I'll take you to the hospital. I'm fine. Kuyi tone suddenly turned cold. I didn't expect it to be you. Tell me how much you want to pay, and I'll pay it to you. No, how can I ask you to pay for it? Wanhao said with a smile. But just after he finished speaking, he saw Chize sitting in the back row, and immediately exclaimed in his heart. Chize's car. He knew Kuyi car, and it was impossible for Kuyi to drive such a cheap car. Wanhao suddenly realized a problem. I just said that I don't want Kuyi to pay the money, but actually, I don't want Chize to pay the money. He suddenly felt nauseous as if he had eaten shit. Fuck Chize, are you shameless enough to let Chinger drive for you? And you even sit in the back seat. Wanhao couldn't hold back and started cursing at Chize. Is there a problem? Chize said innocently. He is my secretary, so what's wrong with driving for me? He is very vindictive. Maybe there is nothing we can do about Wanhao now. But it is still possible to make Wanhao angry. As expected, when Wanhao heard this, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Is it so that the goddess whom I occasionally get to meet is so humble in front of Chize? Not only do I have to be a secretary, I also have to be a driver. If Kuyi was simply being aloof in front of him, Wanhao wouldn't think there was anything wrong. After all, that was Kuyi personality, and she was like that to everyone. But Kuyi is so tolerant towards Chize alone. Chinger, don't go to this crappy class. Come to my company. You will be the vice president here, and you don't have to do anything. Wanhao said in a heroic manner. Kuyi looked at him with a look of asshole, thinking that if she didn't want to do anything, she could just stay at home. As for being Chize's secretary, she would have to give him benefits. Mr. O, it's not good for you to poach people in front of me, right? Chize interrupted. Wanhao glanced at him and said, You are the one who doesn't know how to cherish Chinger, so don't blame me for being nice to Ching. You think too much. Secretary Ku will not go to your company. Chize shook his head slightly. You don't have the final say. Wanhao looked at Kuyi and said, Chinger, I know you want to learn something when you go to work. It's the same if you come to my company. The tourism project I'm working on in Haiban City is almost successful. You can learn something if you come to my company without having to suffer. Kuyi finally couldn't help it, rolled her eyes and said, Thank you, but no thanks. Chinger you. Wanhao wanted to curse because of her direct rejection, but in order to maintain his image in front of Kuyi he had to hold it back. At this time, Chize sighed. Why are you sighing? Wanhao asked with a bad expression. Nothing. Are you finished? If you are, I have something to say to Secretary Ku. Chize said in a flat tone. Okay, let's see what you can say. Wanhao said with disdain. In his opinion, Chize must be unwilling to see Kuyi change jobs and wants to keep Kuyi. But Wanhao was confident that the conditions Chize offered were not as high as his own. There's nothing to be afraid of. Secretary Ku, didn't I tell you before that you have to pay a work fee to go to work? Have you prepared your work fee? If you don't pay, I will fire you. Chize said to Kuyi seriously. Work expenses? Do you have to pay for work? You are a real capitalist. Wanhao and Kuyi were both stunned. Kui Yueqing was confused. What is work fee? She thought that the boss was getting more and more excessive. Not only did he give him benefits, but he also made her pay for work. And Oh Wanhao was overjoyed. Judging from Kui Yueqing's attitude, she was a little reluctant to change jobs, but she didn't expect Qi Zhe to commit suicide. He looked expectantly, thinking that Kui Yueqing would finally come to his company. Have you forgotten the over 10 million yuan in work fees? Hand it over now? Qi Zhe's tone was stern. Kui Yueqing also realized that this was not work expenses at all, but the money he earned from stock trading. Oh, let me see if the bank is ready. I'll give it to you when it's ready. Kui Yueqing took out her cell phone and called the bank. Oh Wanhao was full of questions. Are there really people who get paid to work? Chapter 69. Li Xiaoya recommends herself. There is an old saying that goes, what is worrying is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. What I mean is, don't be afraid of being poor, as long as everyone is equally poor. But when one person is poor and the other is rich, people will feel unbalanced. In the past, Oh Wanhao always played the role of the rich man. He is a person who is envied, jealous and hated by others because he was born rich. But at this moment, he experienced another feeling. He had been pursuing Kui Yueqing in the past, but Kui Yueqing had always ignored him. But Oh Wanhao has always maintained a calm state of mind, because Kui Yueqing treats everyone like this. But at this moment, Oh Wanhao almost couldn't hold it anymore. I offered Kui Yueqing such good conditions, but Kui Yueqing didn't even look at me, and towards Qi Zhe. She would rather spend money to work under Qi Zhe. Oh Wanhao's fists were clenched and his face turned red. At this moment, he finally felt what it felt like to be envied, jealous and hateful. Mr. Qi, I have told the bank to transfer all the money to your account. Kui Yueqing said after communicating with the bank. The expression of Oh Wanhao on the side was simply murderous. Kui Yueqing knew that he had misunderstood. Qi Zhe was just trying to make him angry on purpose. This was not work allowance at all. It was just money for stock trading. But Kui Yueqing didn't like Oh Wanhao in the first place, so it was naturally impossible for her to explain to him at this time. Gas. Then be angry. Kui Yueqing didn't care. Well, your job is saved. Qi Zhe said seriously. Your mother. Oh Wanhao couldn't hold it in anymore. He looked at Kui Yueqing. Qing'er, what are you thinking? You gave him more than 10 million just to be his secretary? Are you crazy? There is more than 10 million in cash, and Oh Wanhao can't even take it out now. I'd love to. Kui Yueqing glanced at him and said lightly. Grass. Oh Wanhao almost vomited blood. At this moment, he really felt the absurdity of the world. He really couldn't figure out what Kui Yueqing was thinking. More than 10 million in cash. Just to be a crappy secretary? Mr. O, I just heard you say that we don't have to compensate you for repairing the car. Look, if nothing else, let's just withdraw. 2 cars stuck on the road will affect traffic. Qi Zhe said at this time. When did I say I don't want you to accompany me? Oh Wanhao was about to explode, pointing at Qi Zhe's nose and said, this is my latest sports car. There is no repair shop in China. I can only send it back to the original factory for repair. Do you know how much it will cost? His kindness was limited to Kui Yueqing. After all, as long as she marries into the Ku family, she can have as many sports cars as she wants in the future. Oh Wanhao can still figure out this account. But now that he found out that the car belonged to Qi Zhe, Oh Wanhao was unwilling to give up. Not only did he want to repair the car, he also planned to blackmail Qi Zhe. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Qi Zhe was very calm. He didn't say anything after hearing this, but looked at Kui Yueqing. Kui Yueqing felt the boss's gaze and took a deep breath. She knew that her dog owner was determined not to compensate her even a penny. So she said, Oh Wanhao, tell me how much money you want, and I'll compensate you. Grass. Oh Wanhao immediately cursed in his heart. Can he make Kui Yueqing pay for it? Qing'er, don't be like this. Although you were driving the car, you are working for Qi Zhe after all. Qi Zhe should be responsible for this matter. Just let him pay for it. Oh Wanhao felt extremely aggrieved, but he was able to control himself, and his tone was very gentle. Qi Zhe nodded secretly. He is indeed a rich kid, well-mannered. If it were him, he would have been cursing by now. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me how much money you want. Kui Yueqing was also a little impatient, and his tone was very unfriendly. Then, you don't have to compensate me. I can't ask for your money, huh? At this moment, Oh Wanhao really had to swallow his anger. You really don't want it? Kui Yueqing asked. To be honest, she didn't want to pay either. After all, I was driving for Qi Zhe. Qi Zhe doesn't want to pay, and he doesn't want to pay either, so Oh Wanhao can only suffer. I really don't want to. Oh Wanhao said, gritting his teeth. You are a good person, Kui Yueqing said after a moment of silence. Oh Wanhao didn't know what to feel at this moment. This was the first time in such a long time that Kui Yueqing praised him. But why do I always feel like I've been taken advantage of? Qing'er, Think about what I just said. As long as you are willing to come to my company, I will give you any position you want, and you can set any conditions. Owanhao said to Ku Yueqing again. It's better than you paying to work now, right? Don't worry about this. I agree. Ku Yueqing answered decisively. Owanhao. Chizé seemed to hear the sound of a broken heart. Next, Owanhao asked someone to tow the truck away. Sports cars are rather delicate and you can't drive them after they're installed. Chizé's domestically produced new energy SUV was very durable. It just had a sunken front, which did not affect driving at all. So Chizé asked Ku Yueqing to drive him to the 4S shop to repair the car. There is not much going on at the company right now. If I go to Chitian Network, I will just take a look at the decoration. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. Ku Yueqing unbuttoned his clothes again and continued to work as a part-time driver. Chizé took the time to transfer the cash that had just arrived into his stock account and started the operation. Although 3 days have passed, and the 3-star recommended stocks prompted by the system have passed their cycles, Chizé still has many other stocks to choose from. Within a month, there is no problem for Ku Yueqing's more than 10 million to at least double. After arriving at the 4S store, Chizé called Li Xiaoya first. After all, the car was bought from her and she also works here, so it might be faster to let her arrange the car repair. Li Xiaoya had already gone to find Chen Ji and discussed with him how to poach people from Shansong. Suddenly I received a call from Chizé, so I left Chen Ji behind and came to find Chizé. She really didn't expect that the car she bought just 2 days ago would crash today. This gave Li Xiaoya a new understanding of Ku Yueqing's driving skills. She has always been a person who is good at seizing opportunities. At this time, Li Xiaoya saw another opportunity. It's okay not to do this crappy job at a 4S shop. Mr. Chi, I see that you don't have a dedicated driver, and it's very inconvenient for you to travel. If you don't mind, how about I drive for you for a few days? After arranging the car repair, Li Xiaoya came to Chizé and said. Ku Yueqing immediately became alert. Although she had always been reluctant to be Chizé's driver, not only did she have to drive hard, but she also had to unbutton her clothes to give him benefits. But when someone really came to take her job, she still felt unhappy. Chapter 70. Sister, you are really good at having fun. When Chizé left the 4S store, he took a taxi. His new car was crashed so badly that it couldn't be repaired in a short time. He handed the car repair task over to Li Xiaoya. After all, she was still an employee here, and with her watching over it, nothing would go wrong. After the car is repaired, Li Xiaoya will drive it directly to Chizé. And for a period of time afterwards, she worked as Chizé's driver. Yes, Chizé agreed to let her be his driver. There's no other reason. Li Xiaoya is very pretty. Having a beautiful driver driving for you, if nothing else, is at least pleasing to the eyes. It was already afternoon, and Chizé asked Ku Yueqing to go to Chitian Network to oversee the decoration while he returned home. Of course, as a qualified boss, even when he returns home, he is still thinking about work. So he called Ku Yueqing and asked him to post a job advertisement to recruit a few stock traders. In the future, his stock account will require frequent operations. If he had to rely on himself alone, he wouldn't have to do anything else but keep an eye on his stock account every day. Therefore, it is necessary to find a few traders. After explaining this matter, Chizé finally felt completely relieved. Inaisu was live streaming at the time, and he could hear Inaisu singing in her bedroom while sitting in the living room. So Chizé simply took out his mobile phone and searched for Inaisu's live broadcast room. Although he can watch the live broadcast, at this time, it is more interesting to watch it online. When you open the live broadcast room, what comes into view is Inaisu's iconic and majestic face. Sunny, confident, and heroic. These two idioms are perfect to describe her. At this time, Inaisu was singing the song Lover Mist. To some extent, this song is Inaisu's famous song, and most of her popularity comes from this song. She doesn't broadcast live very often, but she sings this song every time she does. This can also be considered as a means of maintaining popularity. Chizé first looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room. More than 50,000 people. This is a large number of people. For many big internet celebrities, if there were no publicity and traffic support from the official DOL, they would probably only have this number of people to start live streaming. As a newcomer, Inaisu only has this one representative work, and it is already very good that there are 50,000 people online. The melodious singing voice floated in his ears, while Chizé was watching the comments in the live broadcast room. As a young and beautiful girl, Inaisu's fans are not only male. On the contrary, the proportion of women in her fan profile is also very large. Therefore, Chizé was surprised to find that in the barrage of comments in his live broadcast room, there were many people calling her wife, but there were also quite a few calling her husband. It's okay for a group of men to call her their wife. Although Chizé is a little unhappy, he can understand it. But Chise really couldn't understand why a group of women called him husband. Suddenly, Chise had an idea and posted a comment in the live broadcast room. People in the live broadcast room, please stop fantasizing. She has a boyfriend, and his last name seems to be Chi. But Chise didn't expect that Su's fans were so fanatical. After posting this barrage, he was immediately besieged. You are the one making up your mind, right? Are you going to say your last name is Chi? Hee. Whoever pees yellow, go wake him up. Don't let diabetes get away with it. Don't spread rumors. The anchor said in the comment section before that she is single. That's right, Sister Schwerer is so handsome. She must like girls. How could she possibly have a boyfriend? Why man really down? Not only men, but many women also at him and scolded him. Awesome. Chise laughed. This at least shows that Su's fans are very fanatical. What is the easiest way to make money? The easiest way to make money is to earn money from brainless fans. At this moment, in Chise's view, those who scolded him were all living leaks. As an internet celebrity, I'm not afraid of being scolded, but I'm afraid of not being popular. Although no one scolded Su, just scolding people in Su's live broadcast room can increase the popularity. Chise immediately planned to make a few more comments. If for no other reason, just to amuse these fans and increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. But just as I finished typing a line of words and clicked send, I saw a prompt come into view. You have been banned and cannot post comments. Question mark. A question mark appeared above Chise's head. There are so many people in the live broadcast room who say they are Su's husband. Why do you only ban yourself? The other side. Zhongju wiped his sweat. Fuck, where did this person come from? He actually knew that Sister Sumer's boyfriend's surname was Chi. He must be an acquaintance. Fortunately, I quickly banned him from speaking. Otherwise, if he had said more, Sister Sumer's single persona would have been ruined. That's right, it was Zhongju who silenced Chise. For Zhongju, being called wife by a group of people in the live broadcast room had no effect at all. Everyone knows that they are just talking nonsense, and it is impossible for them to have anything to do with Su. But the barrage just now was different. Tell the truth. This is terrible. In fact, Su disdains to maintain a false single persona. Chise didn't care. But Zhongju is different. She and Su have been through hard times together, and now she has finally built up a fan base. She doesn't want anything to affect Su's development. Coincidentally, Su's live broadcast ended at this time. Sister Schwer, it was a close call just now. Someone knew that your boyfriend's last name was Chi, and he said it out in the live broadcast room. Luckily, I reacted quickly and muted him right away. Zhongju patted his chest and said to Su with a very thrilling look on his face. Maybe it's someone I know. Su really didn't care. Just say it. I'm in a legitimate relationship. Why would I be afraid of others knowing? My dear sister, please don't think like that. Zhongju said with a bitter face. It's not easy to gain fans. If the news that you have a boyfriend spreads, I'm afraid your current fans will be reduced by half. Not really. Su didn't believe it. Half may be an exaggeration, but we will definitely lose a lot of fans, said Zhongju. Then I'll ask Brother Zay later and see what he says. Su said. Brother Zay. When she mentioned Chise, Zhongju immediately rubbed her hands together. Sister Schwer, it's been so long since you released your new song. To be honest, the popularity has declined. If you release a new song now, it's easy for you to say, but where can I find new songs? Su rolled her eyes. You are stupid, Brother Zay. Zhongju slapped his thigh and said, I have figured it out. Brother Zay is definitely an all-rounder. Not only is he good at doing business, he is even better at writing songs. You are his girlfriend, so ask him to write a new song for you. This. Su is not the type of person who would just ask for things, so she hesitated. Zhongju knew her very well and immediately said, Sister Schwer, you don't have to be embarrassed. If Brother Zay writes a song for you, you can just give him some reward. How much money do I have? It's a drop in the bucket compared to Brother Zay. Su said with a wry smile. Zhongju was speechless. Who said this kind of reward? What is that? Su was puzzled. Zhongju rolled her eyes. Last time you washed your feet in the middle of the night, I didn't react at first, but then I understood. Sister, you are quite good at playing. Why are you pretending now? Su blushed. She always thought that Zhongjie didn't know. Chapter 71 Social Death. Su has never been so socially dead. She has always been outgoing and cheerful, and she is very open and honest. She rarely feels embarrassed. But now, she really felt ashamed. If there was a crack in the ground at this moment, she would definitely crawl into it. What I did with Zeej. My own little sister actually found out. Su was confused at this moment. But Zhongjie didn't care about this at all. In her eyes, there is only money. There have been too many days of poverty. As long as she can make money, she doesn't care about face. Sister Schwer, please don't be embarrassed. If Zay's new song can maintain the quality of the previous one, your fans will increase dramatically. Now a live broadcast can easily earn tens of thousands of yuan. If the fans increase again, I can't even imagine how much money you can make. Zhongju's eyes were full of symbols of money. Zaya, stop talking. I want to make money, but I won't sacrifice my body for it. And Isu said a little unbearably. Kuze is your boyfriend. Isn't it normal to give it to your boyfriend? Zhongju looked at her strangely. And Isu was stunned. She was indeed very resistant to using her body in exchange for benefits. Otherwise, with her beauty, she wouldn't have been so poor forever. But what Zhongjie said also makes sense. Qi Zhe is her boyfriend, and giving it to him. Doesn't that count as exchanging her body for benefits? Seeing that Isu was a little moved, Zhongju struck while the iron was hot. Sister, let me tell you, if you do this. She leaned over to Isu's ear and said a lot, and finally revealed a smug smile. After Brother Zay's legs become weak, you can mention the new song a little bit. Can he still refuse? And Isu was shocked. How do you know so much? What Zhongjie said was more varied than the movie she and Qi Zhe watched that night. Zhongju smiled proudly when she heard this. I watched a movie. And Isu was speechless. What are you so proud of? But to be honest, there are not many people as old as Isu who have never seen an exciting movie. But fortunately, she had a good friend, Zhongjie, who generously taught her the essence of it. And Isu was also persuaded at this time. Her face turned slightly red and her voice became a little lower. Then, I'll try. That's right, Zhongjie said, clapping his hands. And Isu was even more speechless. Why did it feel like Zaijuzi was more excited than him? I have the skills to slay dragons, but there are no dragons to slay. Really, Sister Schwer, I really treat you as my own sister, otherwise, I would have done it myself. Zhongju sighed again. You are so young, what do you think about every day? And Isu rolled her eyes at her. Zhongjie smiled and said nothing. What she just said was not a joke. Who wouldn't be moved by a man with potential like Qi Zhe? Not only can he make money, he is also handsome and talented, and the songs he writes are very popular. That is to say, he has a deep relationship with Isu, so it is difficult for Zhongju to take action against him. Otherwise, Zhongjie would definitely have to give it a try. At this moment, the sound of a phone ringing suddenly rang outside the door. The two people in the room who were discussing how to do something bad suddenly got a start. Damn, there's someone else. There are only 3 people living in this house, and besides the 2 of them, there is only one other person who can enter this house. So, it seems unnecessary to say who is outside the door. And Isu and Zhongju looked at each other. Did Qi Zhe hear what I just said? If that's the case, that's too social, right? And Isu's face was already red at this time. Zhongjie also showed a trace of panic. The ringing of the phone outside the door stopped and was replaced by Qi Zhe's voice. He seemed to be talking to someone and hung up after a few words. Then there was a knock on the door. Suer, Zaijuzi, open the door, it's me. Outside the door, Qi Zhe put his phone in his pocket with a strange expression on his face. To be honest, he didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that he had been watching Isu's live broadcast room. After the live broadcast ended, he was about to go to Isu's room to take a look, but as soon as he reached the door, he heard a conversation between 2 people in the room. Well, how to say it? A bit exciting. So he couldn't help but listen outside the door for a while. Until Kuyuechin called. The door opened. Standing inside the door was Zhongjie. This little girl had a panicked expression on her face and her voice was a little flustered. Brother Zay, how long have you been outside the door? This shabby little apartment has no sound insulation at all. If Qi Zhe heard what I just said, even though Zhongju was thick-skinned, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As for Isu, she was sitting in front of the computer at this time, pretending to watch the live broadcast data seriously, but in fact she didn't dare to look at Qi Zhe, let alone talk to Qi Zhe. It wasn't long before I reached your door and was about to knock, and then the phone rang. Qi Zhe said with a normal expression. Although he heard everything clearly, even some of the secrets that Zhongju taught him, he did not say it out loud in order to avoid social ruin for the 2 of them. That's good. Zhongjie breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Isu finally felt relieved. Just now she had been glancing at the window nearby, wondering whether she should just jump down. Even if I am torn to pieces, I must leave my innocence in this world. So what do you want from us, Brother Zay? Zhongjie felt relieved and asked calmly. Nothing, just looking at your live broadcast data and helping you analyze it. Qi Zhe said as he walked into the room, came to the computer, patted Isu's shoulder, asked her to stand up, and then sat in front of the computer. He then patted Isu's little butt and asked her to sit on his lap. He came here to look at the data, but he accidentally heard something he shouldn't have heard. Brother Zay, how about this data? Is there any room for improvement? Zhongju came over. She was very concerned about things related to money. As for Ni Su, although she breathed a sigh of relief when Chise said that he didn't hear her, she was still frightened. Now she shrank into Chise's arms and didn't dare to speak at all. The data is very good, and for now it's enough to maintain the popularity. Chise nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Zhongju and Ni Su both nodded. They are all afraid that this sudden burst of popularity will only be short-lived, and then they will return to their previous worthless state. Although they can also see the data themselves. But Chise is a professional after all, and now that Chise has spoken out, they feel relieved. Chise looked at the data for a while, and then his mind began to waver. After all, my girlfriend is still sitting in my arms. Zhongju is very tactful. Seeing this, he immediately said, Brother, sister, my stomach suddenly feels uncomfortable. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys take your time to look at the data here. After saying that, she left. Chise and Ni Su were the only ones left in the room. Chapter 72, Let's Live on Another Planet. Chise and his girlfriend stayed in the room for a while, then went out. During this time, he still pretended not to hear the conversation between the two. Well, in addition to preventing them from being socially ruined, Chise was also afraid that if he told the truth, all his good fortunes would be ruined. So it's better to pretend not to know. After arriving in the living room, Chise started to get down to business. I had asked Kuiweching to help find a few traders before, and she already had some ideas. This time, she did not find the applicant by posting a job advertisement, but instead sent the person she found to Chise through WeChat Moments. Kuiweching had previously traded stocks, invested in private equity funds, and purchased financial products, so he knew quite a few financial talents. In other words, coming from a family like hers, it is impossible not to deal with finance. After she posted a message on WeChat Moments, she quickly found a talented person for Chise. This is what she was talking about when she called just now. However, the situation just now was special, and Chise hung up without saying a few words to her. After spending some time with his girlfriend, he started to talk about business with Kuiweching again. Secretary Ku, please tell me the details of this person. It's no wonder that Secretary Ku is very dedicated to his work. It was time to get off work, but her phone was still uninterrupted. Even though she was having dinner with her best friend, when Chise called her, she immediately explained the situation to him seriously. Well, the person I recommend to you is a fund manager I knew before. She has resigned and is looking for a job. If you are looking for an operator, she will definitely be able to do the job. As a fund manager, is she willing to be an operator? Chise asked curiously. Fund managers and operators are different. The operator is a pure worker. He has to do whatever the boss says and receives a fixed salary. At most, he gets a little bonus, but he has no autonomy. However, fund managers can raise funds and formulate investment plans on their own. They can also charge a certain percentage of management fees for each investment and have a high degree of autonomy. The difference in power and income between the two is huge. So Chise was wondering, would a fund manager be willing to be an operator? It's like this, let me explain. Kuiweching spoke immediately. It turns out that being a fund manager is not an easy job. For example, the talent she introduced suffered fund losses for 3 consecutive years, losing at least several million. Although it was all clients' money and she was not responsible, it still brought her great pressure. The fund manager suffered from anxiety and insomnia for years, and eventually he was overwhelmed and decided to quit the fund manager industry. But she couldn't live without a job, so she planned to find a job related to finance, but without too much pressure. It happened that Kuiweching was recruiting traders, so she applied for the job. Trader is related to finance. She is competent in doing it, and she does not need to invest herself, so there is no pressure. Her name is Pei Yiting. I bought her fund before. Although I lost a lot, as a trader, there is nothing wrong with her. What do you think? Kuiweching said finally. Okay, let her come for the interview tomorrow. Chise nodded. Pei Yiting's situation is just right for him. What he needs is a mindless trader. And Pei Yiting, having lost too much money, now just wants to be a mindless trader. So suitable. The phone was hung up. Chise looked at the social software on his phone again. Wang Peiyu sent a message. She wanted to make an appointment with Chise. Since they last parted, the two have been chatting frequently on their phones, and their words are somewhat ambiguous. Most of the time, Wang Peiyu took the initiative. After all, Chise is busy making money now and doesn't have much time to flirt online. This also made Wang Peiyu even more dissatisfied. She just couldn't believe it. With all her experience in guiding others in love, how could she not be able to win over Chise? So she became more and more proactive. If chatting online is boring, then just ask Chise out in person. Chise decisively refused. Meet? When meeting Wang Peiyu, at most we just chat about sex. But if I stay home today, something good will definitely happen. He heard clearly the conversation between Su and Zhong Jie just now. At this time, only a fool would go out. Chi Zhe just waited at home, waiting for Su to take the initiative. But it was not known whether Chi Zhe's sudden appearance at that time scared Su or what, but Chi Zhe waited anxiously in his room, but Su never came. In the past, she would come to Chi Zhe's room to be intimate with him for a while. But today, she didn't come. On the other side, Su was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, with Zhong Ju, who was chattering beside him. Sister Schwer, go to the next door quickly and use all the moves I taught you. As for the new song, as long as you go, I promise that Brother Zhe will definitely write a new song for you. Zhong Jie was as anxious as a little monkey, jumping up and down to urge Su. Su got tired of listening and simply covered her head with the quilt. What we said before might have been heard by Brother Zhe. How can you let me go in this situation? Give it 2 days. Su's dull voice came from under the quilt. He said it all, but he didn't hear it. Zhong Ju said angrily. Besides, even if Brother Zhe really heard it, since he didn't point it out, doesn't that mean he acquiesced? If you go find him now, maybe he has already written the song. Su said nothing. Zhong Ju is really anxious. But Su was obviously a person who cared more about his reputation, and no matter what she said, he remained indifferent. Finally, Zhong Ju got anxious and said, Sister Schwer, if you don't go, then I will go. Su lifted the quilt and looked at Zhong Ju. Zhong Jia was suddenly speechless. She was just being pushed into a corner and said it casually. She couldn't possibly go, so she quickly explained, Sister Schwer, I treat you as my own sister, and Brother Zhe is my brother-in-law. I wouldn't do such a thing. I was just joking. Unexpectedly, Su said seriously, you go. Zhong Ju was confused. Then she panicked. Sister, don't be angry. I just said it casually. I really don't have any feelings towards my brother-in-law. She thought Su was really angry. Su shook her head slightly and said, I was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Zhong Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now she didn't dare to say anything nonsense, nor did she dare to urge Su too much. Su finally had some quiet time. But the absence of Zhong Jie's urging does not mean that the matter is over. Soon Chi Zhe sent her a message asking her to go next door. Su had no choice now. Chi Zhe called her, so she couldn't just not go. Although she was very reluctant, she had to get up, put on a pair of sandals, and drag herself to Chi Zhe's house next door. After arriving at Chi Zhe's room, Su acted as if nothing had happened and said, Brother Zhe, didn't you have sex in my room today? Why did you call me over again in the evening? Chi Zhe looked at her pretending to be calm and laughed. Sewer, don't you want a new song? You want a new song, but you don't take the initiative. I'm in a dilemma. He heard it. He really heard it. Su's face turned red instantly. Then she turned around and ran outside. Goodbye, Mom. I'm going to live on another planet. Chapter 73, Moonlight and Wind. Chi Zhe originally didn't want to say anything, and then waited for Su to take the initiative and then sit back and reap the benefits. But there is no choice, although Su is generous and open in other matters. But I'm a little shy about this matter. So Chi Zhe called her over and made things clear to her directly. Since Chi Zhe had made it clear himself, Su would not be able to escape even if she wanted to. Before Su ran out of the room, Chi Zhe rushed to the door and blocked her. Where do you want to go? Chi Zhe looked directly at her and asked. Jump out of the window. Su said, covering his face. She felt like she had no face to see anyone. No, that won't do. Before you jump, you have to practice everything Zaijuzi taught you. Otherwise, I won't let you jump. Chi Zhe said with a smile, but his body was blocking the door tightly, leaving no room for Su to escape. You even heard this? Su showed a pair of big eyes between his fingers, which were full of shock. Yeah. Chi Zhe nodded. Su had only one thought at this moment. He wanted to die? As the saying goes, everything has its limits and good times will come after bad times. Su is a tough person and is also very ruthless. Since you can't run away, just give it your all. She took her hands off her face, her complexion still rosy, but there was still no flickering or evasion in her eyes. Okay, come if you want. But I have a condition. You say? Chi Zhe smiled. I have 3 boxes of beer and 2 one-pound bottles of 58 proof liquor in my room. You drink with me. As long as you get me drunk, you can do whatever you want. Su risked his life. No, who can get you drunk? Chi Zhe almost couldn't help rolling his eyes. As for Su's drinking capacity, he had never seen anyone who could drink more than her. Then I'll drink by myself, just keep me company. Su continued. She just wanted to numb her nerves. This way, no matter what you do, it will be much easier to accept. It doesn't matter whether Chi Zhe drinks or not. Just get drunk yourself. Okay, then I'll drink with you. At worst, I'll just drink less. Chize had something else to do tomorrow, otherwise he wouldn't mind getting drunk with Enisu. I'll go move the wine. Enisu looked at Chize. Chize moved aside to make way. Enisu ran back to his room without any hesitation. Chize was not worried that she would not come back. My girlfriend is very trustworthy. Sure enough, she came back in less than 2 minutes. She was holding a box of beer in one hand and 2 bottles of liquor in the other. Behind her was Zhongju, who was holding another 2 boxes of beer. Chize took a look. There were 2 bottles missing from one of the boxes of beer, and Enisu also smelled of alcohol. It can be seen that after returning to the house just now, she should have shown off 2 bottles first. Of course, 2 bottles of beer were just a matter of rinsing her mouth. But there is a saying that goes, it is not the wine that makes people drunk, but people themselves. At this moment, what Enisu needed was not the anesthesia of alcohol, but an excuse to anesthetize herself. After Zhong Jia put down the wine, he left tactfully. Chize and Enisu were the only ones left in the room, as well as 3 boxes of beer and 2 bottles of liquor. Drink. Enisu doesn't need any snacks at all, just show off a bottle first. Chize followed suit and paid the penalty. Really just 1 bite. If he drinks too much, he will probably be the first to get drunk. If that happens, if you get drunk and collapse, the loss will be huge. The night is getting darker outside the window. In April, the temperature is just right. The window was wide open, and breezes blew into the house, ruffling the ends of Enisu's hair and exposing her red little face to Chize's eyes without any cover. Enisu sat cross-legged on the carpet, surrounded by piles of empty wine bottles. She didn't just drink, she also chatted with Chize while drinking. Most of the time, she was talking and Chize was listening. Talk about her past. She was born into a good family. Both her parents are professors. It is not an exaggeration to say that she comes from a family of scholars. Her parents had high hopes for her since she was young, but she had no interest in studying and was very passionate about music. Her parents were very traditional and could not accept Enisu's involvement in music. Instead, they forced her to study. In order to pursue his dream of music, Enisu dropped out of school and ran away from home to form a band. 2 years passed in a flash. Before she met Chize, she could only make a living by singing in bars, and her band was on the verge of disbanding at any time. She didn't dare go back to see her parents. She was too embarrassed to go back. She was extremely confused about the future. Then she said now, he has gained a certain degree of fame on the internet and has his own representative works. Now, if I casually live stream for an hour, the gifts I receive are worth more than what I could have earned in several months before. And all this is because of Chize. As Enisu spoke, he stood up and pounced on Chize. Her face turned very red and her eyes became blurry. But when Chize looked down, he saw that she had only drunk a box of beer and half a bottle of white wine. Within Isu's drinking capacity, this little bit of wine wouldn't make her drunk. But as the saying goes, it's not the wine that makes people drunk, it's people who make themselves drunk. It is never alcohol that makes people drunk. Isu's parents are both teachers, and she received a very strict education since childhood. Although she was uninhibited by nature, she was also deeply affected. Otherwise, with the current trend, she wouldn't be able to stay with Chize for so long and still be so reserved. And now, she herself broke the deep-rooted idea in her heart. Alcohol is just an excuse. The night is deep and the bright moonlight is spreading over the earth. The enthusiasm and vitality of young people are unbridled. The night passed quickly. When Chize woke up the next day, he found himself lying on the carpet, surrounded by wine bottles. Where's Enisu? He didn't drink much, but he had a deep memory of last night. He clearly remembered that Enisu was always by his side. How come she was gone when he woke up in the morning? I sat up and checked, and saw that she was lying on the bed. Chize's sheets and quilts were dark in color, making her snow-white skin look even whiter. Her long black hair was scattered messily on her jade-like back, and her body rose and fell rhythmically with her breathing. She is too tired. I drank so much alcohol and did high-intensity exercise for half the night. Chize stood up, but suddenly his legs went weak, and he almost fell. Fortunately, he grabbed the bed in time. He looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. I made an appointment with Pei Yiting yesterday and interviewed her today. It's almost time. Chize picked up clothes from the ground and put them on one by one, then covered Enisu with a quilt and let her continue to rest. He then tiptoed out of the room. Zhong Jie sat on the sofa in the living room, playing with his cell phone and yawning. She didn't sleep well that night and woke up early in the morning. With nothing to do, she came out to watch short videos. When he saw her, Chize asked her to take care of Enisu, while he washed up, left home, and took a taxi to the company. Chapter 74. No. How come he is still making money? When Chize arrived at Chitian Network, Pei Yiting was already waiting there. Kuyueching was there too. However, Kuyueching was supervising, so Pei Yiting sat alone in the office waiting for Chi Zhe. "Hello, Mr. Chi." When Pei Yiting saw a young man coming in, she immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. She had already heard from Kuyueching that the owner here was a young man and very handsome. "Please take a seat." Chi Zhe extended his hand for her to sit down, and then he sat down himself and asked directly, "I just want to recruit a trader who has no ideas of his own and will only follow my orders. Do you think you can do it?" "Of course, I don't want to manage any financial investments myself now. I would rather be a robot." Pei Yiting smiled bitterly. She has a master's degree in finance, but suffered a series of failures in the financial market. This made her doubt herself very much. If she didn't need a job and she had no experience in other industries, she wouldn't even want to be a trader, a career related to finance. A trader without a mind. This is all she wants to do now. If she were allowed to make the decision on her own, she doubted that she would be able to lose all her boss's money. "That's good, you're accepted." Chi Zhe nodded, and then said, "I have another office in another place with computers. Go and sign the contract with Secretary Ku first, and then I will take you there, and you will work there." "Okay." Pei Yiting was also very decisive. Although Chi Zhe is very young. Although she thought that such a young person would definitely lose all his money if he speculated in stocks, but she still agreed quickly. "No way. I need money." She spent almost all her savings on treating her depression and anxiety some time ago. Even though she felt that Chi Zhe might lose all his assets in 2 months at most, she still had to earn 2 months' salary first. After a while, Kuyueching printed out the contract, Pei Yiting signed her name, and then became the first employee of Chitian Finance. Chi Zhe also took a taxi and took her to Chitian Finance. At Chitian Finance, Chi Zhe rented a ready-made office that did not require any decoration and the computers had already been installed. Chi Zhe and Pei Yiting sat down. Chi Zhe first logged into his stock account. He registered a company account because he knew from the beginning that he would need to operate a lot of stocks in the future and he would not be able to handle it all by himself, so he was prepared in advance. After opening a low-level permission to Pei Yiting, Chi Zhe began to explain to Pei Yiting the stocks he was currently operating. "The longest period of time I'm currently trading stocks is no more than 1 month. I'll notify you of the specific time of buying and selling, and you'll follow my instructions." "Yes." Pei Yiting looked at the stocks that Chi Zhe had already bought. She discovered that the stocks Chi Zhe bought were completely untraceable and in a mess, ranging from all industries. They did not follow market rules and seemed to be picked randomly. Pei Yiting smiled bitterly in her heart. This is the standard operation for novice stock traders. Professionals like her usually choose to buy a stock after analyzing the industry and conducting field research, as well as multiple studies and expert evaluations. Although we cannot say that you will make money 100%, but the chances of making money have increased and the chances of losing money have decreased. But Xiao Bai, who relies entirely on his feelings, hits the nail here and there. This will definitely not make money. As a professional, when she saw Chi Zhe's stock account, she wanted to frown and had a lot to say. But then I thought about it again, what I have lost. Are you still teaching others how to trade stocks? Besides, I have already decided to be a mindless robot trader, so don't say any more. So Pei Yiting shut up and said nothing. This is the list of stocks to be bought and sold today. It clearly states how much to buy, how much to sell, and when to buy and sell. Please follow the list, okay? Chi Zhe sent a document. Pei Yiting took a look, but still couldn't understand. "Yes, President Chi." But she nodded without saying anything more. "Anyway, it's not your money that you're losing. I only earn a few thousand yuan a month. Well, work hard, and I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month based on the profit." Chi Zhe patted her on the shoulder and then left Chitian Network. "It's enough to pay the bonus and salary." Pei Yiting watched Chi Zhe's back disappear and said with a wry smile. "However, this young boss is quite rich. He has more than 10 million in cash in his stock account and tens of millions in stocks. Even if he loses a lot, he should still be able to pay my salary of several thousand yuan." She comforted herself again. No wonder Pei Yiting is so pessimistic. Mainly from her professional perspective, Chi Zhe will lose all his money sooner or later if he plays the game this way. But I'm just a mindless robot trader. These things are not my concern, Pei Yiting muttered to herself. Then he started to operate the stocks one by one according to the list given by Chi Zhe. The work arranged by Chi Zhe was very simple, and Pei Yiting finished it in less than half an hour. There is still a little work to do next, but altogether it won't take more than 20 minutes. Inside Chitian Finance, there is basically nothing else except desks and computers, not even a water dispenser. Pei Yiting was thirsty, but she couldn't even drink a sip of water. So she opened the food delivery app and ordered a cup of milk tea. A moment later, the milk tea was served. Pei Yiting took a sip of the drink and then leaned back in her chair, feeling very contented. This is life. She thought back to some time ago. She was controlling tens of millions of funds and watched the account lose money every day. The client's money was reduced little by little. It was so painful for her. At that time, she couldn't even drink a sip of water, let alone milk tea. It's better now. It doesn't require any thought, and there is no pressure. Just follow the boss instructions, and you can earn thousands of dollars a month, plus milk tea. Pei Yiting nodded again in satisfaction at her decision. Fund managers are not even worthy of being called dogs. As long as this boss doesn't lose all his money, she is willing to keep working for Chizé. But after enjoying herself for a while, Pei Yiting felt a little bored again. So she acted as if nothing had happened and started looking at the stock account of Chitian Finance. Unrealistic operation. She was just a little curious. Chizé should have been trading stocks for some time, and she wanted to take a look at his profit and loss data. Then analyze how long it will take Chizé's funds to lose all their money. However, when Pei Yiting opened the profit and loss statement available only to VIPs, she was dumbfounded. In front of the computer screen, Pei Yiting opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth slightly. Her fair little face was also reflected red by the red patches on the computer. No way. How is it possible to make money? And you still make so much money. Chapter 75 Backlash. Li Xiaoya drove the repaired car to the company and brought news from Qinji. Shansung has been losing money for a long time. So far, they haven't delayed paying their employees' wages, but Li Tsung has a history of delaying paying their employees' wages. So the employees are willing to change jobs, but what? The economy is in recession now, and jobs are hard to find. Employees don't dare to make rash decisions to change jobs. They want to see you so that they can feel at ease, said Li Xiaoya. Are these all the employees of Shansung? Chizé asked. That's not the case. There are a few people who don't want to leave, but those who are willing to change jobs can basically form a complete team. Li Xiaoya lowered her beautiful eyes, feeling a little uneasy. There's nothing we can do. Everyone has their own aspirations, and some people really can't be talked into a deal. And this is the result of her personal action. Otherwise, if Xiaoji were asked to negotiate, he might not be able to finish the conversation. That's fine. Please make an appointment, and I'll meet with them. Chizé nodded and said, Okay, I'll go now. Li Xiaoya immediately smiled with relief. Although the acquisition of the company failed, but the poaching deal was done. With this contribution, how can Chunji be treated badly when working under Chizé in the future? And Li Xiaoya has also made up her mind to resign from the company. There's really nothing good to do in that crappy sales job. Even if she was asked to be a driver under Chizé, she would be willing to do so. When Li Xiaoya was working in sales, her performance was very good. She had good abilities, but her academic qualifications were lacking. She dropped out of high school and started working, so she had no room for improvement over the years. In terms of academic performance, she is far behind Chunji. But when it comes to emotional intelligence and ability to get things done, she is far better than Chunji. Chizé had just agreed to the meeting, and Li Xiaoya gathered Shansung's group together in the afternoon. The meeting place was a cafe near Shansung Company. Quite a few people decided to change jobs, more than 20 in total. There are all kinds of positions among these 20 people. The majority of them are programmers. There are also several planners and artists, as well as people in other positions. But in fact, most of these people have multiple jobs, but only receive one salary. This is the norm for small companies. Even Qinji is an all-round player. He knows a little bit about mobile development, front-end development, and back-end development. Such a team is very suitable for a new company, because they can change their careers at any time according to the needs of their boss. For example, Chizé clearly wanted to develop an app, but the reason why he was willing to accept them was that, although they were currently making games, as long as they were given some time to learn, they would quickly become the talents that Chizé needed. Boss Chi, everyone is here. Li Xiaoya first said something respectfully to Chizé, then turned around and said to everyone, Everyone, this is Mr. Chi, your new boss in the future. Hello, Mr. Chi. Everyone said immediately. It is full of respect from workers for their bosses. Everyone, please sit down first. I'm here to reassure you. Chizé waved his hand and said to everyone, Just come to my company. I'll pay for the liquidated damages, and your salary will increase by 50% from the current level. When everyone heard this, they all smiled. What is the point of everyone working like a slave? Isn't it just about money? Now, Shansung doesn't know how long he can hold on, and everyone may lose their jobs at any time. It's great that there is a company willing to accept them. And Chizé also gave them a salary increase. This person is not a capitalist at all. He is simply a philanthropist. Thank you, Mr. Chi. We will work hard in the future. Boss Chi, I can start work today. I can handle overtime. A group of people who were not very good at speaking expressed their gratitude in a flurry of voices. The company will be able to resume work in the next 2 days. You can deal with the remaining issues with Shansung first. Chise nodded and said to everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement. To be honest, there is nothing that needs to be solved. It's a small company, and anyone can quit easily. The company will no longer want them within a month at most. Liquidated damages. Li Tsung may not choose to sue. What's more, they have Chise to support them. So this is settled. They will deal with the resignation matters in the next 2 days, and they will come to work when everything is ready at Chise's company in 2 days. Chise's business has finally been basically set up. His plan is to create an app that can occupy a certain territory on the internet. He dare not say that it can be on par with the two strongest giants, Penguin Group and ByteDance, but it must at least reach the level of Kangaroo Takeaway, Tawu.com, or Slowhand Short Video. Of course, this cannot be achieved by relying on these people alone. No matter how brilliant and epic-making Chise's idea is, it is impossible to achieve it. So he needs to accumulate. Accumulate talents and accumulate technology. Do some small things first to allow the team to accumulate enough experience, and then as the demand grows, let the team absorb more talent. Finally, when the time is right, Chise can realize his ideas. At present, he has a good idea, which is a creative idea he came up with based on his experience in his previous life and the situation in this life. He thought it was very interesting. After doing it, you can achieve your set goals. At that time, I couldn't say that I could become a giant, but at least I could occupy a place in the internet industry. Boss Chi, where are we going next? Li Xiaoya completely immersed herself in the role of the driver. After Chise calmed everyone down, she drove the car to the door of the coffee shop and asked Chise as soon as he got in the car. Send me home. Chise said. Both things went well today. He just took a look at the stock account. Pei Yiting operated completely according to his ideas without any ideas of her own, which made Chise very satisfied. On this side, almost all of Shansung's people are also going to switch jobs here. Starting from scratch, an internet company can finally be launched. Then, I should spend the rest of the time with my girlfriend. Although An Su is in good health, young and strong, she is still a girl after all. Last night was a very important night for her, and she definitely needs company today. Chise is always focused on his career, so he went out to work as soon as he got up in the morning. But after he was done, he still remembered his girlfriend. Okay, Li Xiaoya started the car. Although she was also a female driver, she drove much more steadily than Ku Yueqing and had much better skills, even better than many male drivers. She quickly and smoothly sent Chise back home. He pushed the door open and walked in. An Su had already woken up and was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Seeing Chise coming back, she smiled and immediately rushed towards him. But as soon as he stood up, his body tilted and he fell back on the sofa. She was crazy last night. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but now the backlash has come. Chapter 76, Sheep. It hurts. An Su's face fell. Chise walked over, sat next to her, supported her, and said with a smile, "Who made you so crazy last night?" An Su said embarrassedly, "I drank too much." Chise rolled his eyes. She didn't finish drinking yesterday. That little bit of wine was nothing to her. Even if she was a little tipsy, it wouldn't make her lose her mind or become so crazy. These were all excuses. An Su naturally knew that he didn't believe it, and in fact she herself didn't believe it either. But people will deceive themselves. Anyway, I just drank too much and lost my mind. There is absolutely no way that I would go crazy on my own initiative. Where's Little Orange? Chise asked. She is too tired from cleaning and is resting now. An Su's face blushed as she spoke. Chise was a little puzzled at first. Why did his face turn red when he was talking about cleaning? But after a little thought, he understood. Chise smiled. Who told you to drink so much beer? Did Xiaojuzi make fun of you? Stop talking. An Su covered her face, looking ashamed. She drank too much beer last night. As we all know, beer is digested quickly and it is easy to go to the toilet. Well, and at certain moments, it's easy for people to lose control, especially women. Now the carpet in Chise's room is being bathed in sunlight on the balcony. If it were in the past, An Su would have thought that Zhong Jia was young and didn't understand anything, so she couldn't see it at all, and she would have felt a little comforted. But yesterday, Zhong Jia's teachings clearly showed that he understood much more than she did. An Su no longer dared to take chances. She didn't know how to face her little sisters. Chise wanted to laugh a little, mainly because it was rare to see An Su with such an embarrassed expression. But at this time, if he dared to laugh at her again, An Su would probably be really ashamed. So he hugged his girlfriend in his arms, comforted her softly, and told her not to take it to heart. Zhong Jia, who was lying in the other room, began to roll his eyes. I'm the one who cleans the room. Who will comfort me? Helplessly, the house was not soundproof at all, so she could only continue to listen to Chi Zhe and Inai Su being affectionate outside, and she couldn't get any rest at all. 2 days passed in a flash. Chitian Network has finally got it done. In fact, there was no major decoration. I just built a partition, installed a few windows and doors, and then moved in all the office supplies such as desks and computers. On Shansung's side, employees who decided to change jobs have also handled their resignation matters and directly joined Chitian Network. It was originally a small company with only 30 or 40 people, and now more than 20 people have resigned at once, and Shansung is completely paralyzed. Because Li Xiaoya contacted almost everyone and had no intention of hiding it from anyone, Shansung's boss Li Tsung also got the news very early and knew that his core subordinates were going to jump ship collectively. But even though he knew it, he couldn't stop it. If someone wants to leave, can he force him to stay? The pressure is 1 month's salary. But Chizé said that he could make it up to them. Naturally, they don't care. There is no deterrent effect on salary cuts. Then there is the lawsuit. It is true that you can get compensation by suing, but litigation also costs money. It has been a long time since Shansung made any money. Li Tsung doesn't want to spend a lot of money on a lawsuit. What if he loses the lawsuit, or the judge awards too little compensation? Taking all these factors into consideration, Li Tsung did not dare to file a lawsuit. But in fact, the main reason was that as soon as he saw Chi Zhe, he knew that Chi Zhe was not short of money, and he didn't dare to sue Chi Zhe. Maybe because of Chen Ji, he underestimated Chi Zhe before. But after Chi Zhe showed his tough attitude and means of revenge, he no longer dared to underestimate Chi Zhe. After thinking it over, Li Tsung thought that since the company wasn't making any money, it might as well close down. It is better to have less trouble than more. Li Tsung simply accepted the loss. However, he still couldn't help feeling resentful. However, the resentment was directed at Chen Ji. Damn, who would have thought this kid is so stupid and his friend is so awesome? After all the employees who had jumped from Shansung joined the company, Chi Zhe immediately started working for the new company. He didn't plan to do anything big at the beginning. The financial resources and talent pool do not allow it now. Therefore, he planned to let everyone do their old job first and make a game. Great, we're good at making games. Chen Ji and others gathered in the conference room. After hearing Chi Zhe's decision, they all breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. They're always making games. They were originally worried that the business Chi Zhe was going to do would be too different from their previous business, but now they don't have that worry anymore. Boss Chi, what game are we going to play? Kui Weqing asked from the side. As Chi Zhe's secretary, she has always been by Chi Zhe's side. But at this time she was very puzzled. Chi Zhe had said before that he founded Chitian Network with the intention of doing something big, so she was very much looking forward to it and wanted to see what new ideas Chi Zhe had. But Chi Zhe is now talking about making games again. The games that Shansung had made before were all small games with low profits and unstable income. Can making this kind of game be called a big deal? It's a small game, mainly for training and team building. Chi Zhe said. Oh, Kui Weqing nodded somewhat disappointedly. Boss Chi, what kind of games do you make? Chen Ji, who is the person who knows Chi Zhe best besides Kui Weqing, asked. We are best at making card drawing mobile games. This kind of game is easy for players to spend money and has strong profitability. Did you make money from the pay-to-win card drawing mobile game? If you did, would you sell yourself to such an extent? Chi Zhe asked. Chen Ji was speechless, paused, and said, when the environment was good before, Shansung still made a lot of money. Chi Zhe shook his head and was too lazy to say anything more. That is to say, in the past few years, there were few game companies and the player base was large, so only Shansung could make some money. Now there are still those pay-to-win card-drawing mobile games. Where are there so many new leaks to harvest? The game we are going to make this time is not a pay-to-win card-drawing mobile game, but a small game, a very small game. Chi Zhe turned on the projector. There was no PPT on it, only a picture. The picture shows a cartoon lamb with 4 big words below. Sheep a sheep. Kui Weqing was the first to read out the 4 words. Chen Ji and others also looked over, and they were all very confused. Just from these 4 words, you can't tell what type of game this is. Chi Zhe looked at everyone and stood up. Everyone, this is the game we are going to play. Like I said just now, this is a very small game, perfect for practicing. Chapter 77 just learned 2 or 3 levels. Catching a sheep is a very small game. To be honest, with the current team, it is easy to do it. This game became extremely popular in the previous world due to its weird game mechanics and excellent marketing. It is very appropriate for Chi Zhe to use it first for the team to practice. It is not difficult, and you can also make some money and boost the team's confidence. Next, Chi Zhe explained the mechanism of the game sheep catch a sheep, to everyone present. Mr. Chi, the first level is so easy, but the difficulty of the second level has increased 10,000 times. Can the players really accept it? Shinji spoke first, his tone full of doubt. Among so many people present, except Ku Yueqing, he and Chi Zhe were the most familiar with each other. In previous companies, he was just a nobody. There was no sound at the meeting. But in Chi Network, he was the one who was most familiar with Chi Zhe among everyone. Unconsciously, when others did not dare to speak, he spoke up to express his confusion. Ku Yueqing also looked at Chi Zhe. In fact, she had the same question. The mechanics of this game are indeed a bit weird. The first level can be said to be kindergarten difficulty, and anyone with hands can pass it. But the second level is much more difficult, and it can even be said that most people cannot complete it on their own. However, this game has only 2 levels. She couldn't understand how such a simple yet strange little game could cause such a stir in the market. Not only Ku Yueqing and Shinji, everyone was stunned and confused at this moment. This game, it's so confusing. It is not difficult to make, and anyone with hands can make it. But if you make it, will it become popular? It's hard to make money, right? But no one dared to speak. They had just joined the company and were already questioning the boss on the first day of the meeting. Who would be so bold? It was only because Chun-Ji was familiar with Chi Zhe that he dared to ask. In response to everyone's questions, Chi Zhe did not give any explanation. He just introduced the game mechanism in detail and said to everyone, "This is how the game works. Your next task is to make it." Yes. Everyone in the small team nodded in agreement immediately. On the first day of joining the company, even though everyone was full of questions, no one would offend the boss. Chi Zhe looked around and finally looked at Chun-Ji. For the current team, Chun-Ji will temporarily take over the position of team leader. Well, that's it. Let's adjourn the meeting. After he finished speaking, he was the first to walk out of the company. Ku Yueqing followed closely behind. As a secretary, her job is to follow Chi Zhe. Wherever Chi Zhe goes, she goes. In the conference room, only the people who had jumped ship from Shansung were left. Chun-Ji sat in his seat, feeling a little dizzy at the moment. Owen finally got a leadership position, although he is only a temporary team leader. But this is also an unprecedented breakthrough. Once upon a time, he was just a small clerk who was managed by others. And now, I can finally take care of it. He recalled his conversation with Li Xiaoya last night. "Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? It's fine for me to work for Chi Zhe, but why did you quit your job? How could a girl like you think of being Chi Zhe's driver?" After learning about Li Xiaoya's plan, Chun-Ji felt very dissatisfied. Although the sales job is not that good, but it is definitely better than being a driver. However, Li Xiaoya was very calm. The profession of driver is different for different people. Taxi drivers are also drivers, bus drivers are also drivers, and online car-hailing drivers are still drivers. But I drive for Chi Zhe, so my future is brighter than theirs. But Chun-Ji still couldn't accept it. If you drive for Chi Zhe, doesn't that mean you have to follow Chi Zhe all day long? He felt warm on his head, as if he was wearing a hat. "This is what I want," Li Xiaoya said immediately. "If Secretary Ku wasn't so pretty, I wouldn't have the confidence to compete with her. I would rather be Chi Zhe's secretary. Since I've decided to cling to someone powerful, I must be with Chi Zhe all the time. Otherwise, he'll forget about me in a few days. And then what's the point of clinging to someone powerful?" Chun-Ji felt very uncomfortable, but he couldn't say it. But at this moment, Chun-Ji no longer felt awkward. As soon as Chi Zhe opened his mouth, he became a small leader. "This means that my girlfriend is not wrong. Since you have decided to curry favor with someone, you have to make Chi Zhe remember you. There is nothing I can do about it. After all, I am a programmer. I have to be busy in the company all day. But his girlfriend can stay with Chi Zhe all day long. In this way, Chi Zhe will definitely not forget Xiaoya and himself. Chi Zhe's company will continue to develop in the future. It may not be impossible for me to go further." Chitian Finance. As the only employee, Pei Yiting has had a very good experience at work for the past 3 days. "I'm the only one in the company, so there's absolutely no chance of intrigue. There is no pressure at all at work. Chi Zhe would send her instructions every day, and she would just follow the instructions on time. More importantly, I thought Chi Zhe would keep losing money and I would be unemployed in a few months at most. But who would have thought that Chi Zhe has been making money, and a lot of it? This means that she will not be unemployed for a long time in the future." Pei Yiting was very satisfied. No need to look for a job anymore. You can still keep doing it. But the only thing that puzzled her was that she had no idea how Chi Zhe made so much money. According to the professional knowledge she has learned, Chi Zhe's operation is completely contrary to common sense and market rules. There is no trace at all, and it is impossible to make money. If he didn't lose money, it was all thanks to his ancestors' blessing. But Chi Zhe not only did not lose money, but made money instead, and made a lot of money. Chizé originally had a capital of about 1 million yuan. After some operations, it became more than 10 million yuan, close to 20 million yuan. Now with Ku Yueqing's more than 10 million yuan, it is more than 30 million yuan in funds. Basically, we can maintain a 25% increase every day. That means I can earn more than 7 million every day. Pei Yiting was so shocked by the exaggerated profit data that she couldn't even drink. Maybe this is what the teacher calls a genius. Pei Yiting could only think this way in the end. Otherwise, it can't be explained at all. After work every day, Pei Yiting often thought, if she had the ability of Chizé, perhaps she would have become a very famous fund manager now, nor would they lose so much of their customers' money. It would be fine for others, but there was one client who trusted her very much, which made Pei Yiting feel very guilty often. But it's just your own fantasy. The reality is, she lost a lot of money. Now I work for Chizé as a trader. Why? Don't think too much. This is also a learning opportunity for me. I won't say too much, but I can learn 2 or 3 levels of Mr. Chi's level, which will be enough for me to be a fund manager in the future. Chapter 78, End of April. The end of April is coming. Both Haiban City and the neighboring Nianwan City have attracted a large number of tourists. As a member of Seaside City, Chizé can feel it very clearly. The increase in passenger flow and vehicle traffic. In the past, he would not get stuck in traffic during non-peak hours, but now, he has been stuck on the road for more than 10 minutes. There seemed to be an accident ahead, blocking the road. During the evening rush hour, the road was jammed into a long queue and no one could get through. Inside the car were Chizé, Ku Yueqing, and Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya has now become her driver. She sat in the front row, wearing light clothes. They were not as attractive as the work clothes in a 4S shop, but they were convenient for movement. Chizé and Ku Yueqing sat in the back row. Ku Yueqing has always been wearing a professional suit, which is somewhat similar to the work clothes that Li Xiaoya wore before, but for some reason, although Ku Yueqing has a good figure, she just doesn't have the charm of Li Xiaoya when she wears a professional suit. Mr. Chi, I guess the traffic jam will last for a while. Li Xiaoya opened the car window and stuck her head out to look outside. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry. Let's just ignore the traffic jam. Chizé said indifferently. Oh, I'm going to get off work. I have to go see my best friend soon. She must be getting impatient now. Ku Yueqing was a little impatient. It's like this every year. There are a lot of people in traffic jams during holidays. There are a lot of people here this year. It seems that the locals have spent a lot of money on cultural tourism. Li Xiaoya followed up with another sentence. She had long discovered that the relationship between Chizé and this secretary was not ordinary. At least, it was not a relationship between a boss and an employee. But she doesn't say much. Although she knew that Chizé and Ni Su had been together, and she and Ni Su were also familiar with each other, but, as a boss, it's normal to be a little fickle when you have money. Not only did Li Xiaoya stop talking, but her attitude towards Ku Yueqing changed. It wouldn't be said that she was trying to please him, but she was definitely more kind. She even wanted to take Ku Yueqing away and make her secretary before, but now she no longer had that idea. Yes, this year the Ministry of Culture and Tourism has set aside 5 million for publicity. Ku Yueqing said with a smile. Then the 5 million is well spent. There are more tourists this year, and we make more money. The company that made the plan is quite capable. Li Xiaoya said casually. Then she noticed that the car had become quiet. Did I say something wrong? Li Xiaoya was nervous. She turned around to look at the two people's faces and found that Chizé had a calm expression, while Ku Yueqing looked a little unhappy. I must be unhappy. The person Ku Yueqing dislikes the most right now is Wanhao, especially regarding the 5 million order. She is a member of Qiaozhe Marketing and a native of Haiban City. She admires Chizé's marketing ability very much. If Chizé can get an order of 5 million, then her hometown will surely become more prosperous and her company will also be able to develop, and she will be proud of it. But because of Wanhao's interference, the order was lost. It is true that there were more tourists in Haiban City before May Day this year than in previous years, but the number of tourists was not very obvious, which is not worth the price of 5 million. Anyway, no matter from which angle you look at it, this matter doesn't make Ku Yueqing happy. Mr. Chi, did I say something wrong? Li Xiaoya asked nervously. At this time, the advantages of being a woman are revealed. For an average male driver, it would be really embarrassing if he said the wrong thing. But Li Xiaoya could ask directly. It's not that he's wrong. It's just that today's cultural and tourism order was snatched away by my company's competitor. Chizé said lightly. He didn't care much about it. He was not from Haiban City. He just went to college here. He didn't care about the 5 million for culture and tourism. After all, Nianwan City also contributed 5 million. Ah, Li Xiaoya was surprised. She thought Qitian Network and Qitian Finance were all Chizé had. but she didn't expect Chi Zhe had another company. She said quickly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, I didn't know." "It's okay. I'll take you to another company to familiarize yourself with the route later." Chi Zhe smiled. Li Xiaoya also laughed and felt relieved. Chi Zhe looked at Ku Yueqing again. The weather was getting hotter, and she was not wearing a coat. She was only wearing a white silk shirt. The first button was not buttoned, and he could see a white cleavage at a glance. "Why? I, the boss, am not unhappy, but you are? I feel angry just thinking about it. If you can cooperate with Haiban City, Haiban's tourism industry will definitely become famous this year." Ku Yueqing said, somewhat depressed. "By the way, Mr. Chi, Secretary Ku, have you seen any videos about Mianwan City recently?" Li Xiaoya suddenly remembered and said, "Mianwan City is really popular now. The internet is full of this place. Isn't it just some barbecue and restaurants with relatively affordable prices? Why do so many people pay attention to it?" Speaking of this, Secretary Ku became excited. "Sister Xiaoya, from what you said, do you think the popularity of Mianwan City is a good thing or a bad thing?" "Of course it's a good thing. I'm from Mianwan City. I just don't understand. The consumption there is indeed low, but it's only low because we are poor. What's the big deal? Is it necessary to talk about it all the time on the internet?" Li Xiaoya said puzzledly. Ku Yueqing immediately puffed out his chest and said proudly, "You don't know this, do you? Mianwan City also placed an order of 5 million this year to develop cultural tourism. This order was taken by our President Xi. The popularity of Mianwan City you see now is all the work of President Xi." Ah! Li Xiaoya was so shocked that her mouth formed an O shape. Chi Zhe was speechless. Why did Secretary Ku become so proud when he didn't even say anything? Ku Yueqing is indeed very proud now. Although she did not do anything, she is indeed Chi Zhe's secretary. No matter what Chi Zhe does, she will always have a share of the glory. "Mr. Chi, you are amazing. I was born and raised in Mianwan City. We don't have any scenic spots there, but you were able to promote it. My mother called me a few days ago and said that there are a lot of tourists from other places this year, and my small restaurant business has increased several times." Li Xiaoya looked at Chi Zhe with admiration. Before, she only knew that Chi Zhe was rich. Only today did she realize that Chi Zhe was so talented. They turned a tourist desert into a tourist mecca. Ku Yueqing interrupted at this time and said, "Sister Xiaoya, don't worry, your restaurant business will be even better. This year, there are definitely more tourists in Mianwan City than in Haiban City." At this time, she completely forgot about her hometown. "Thank you for your good wishes." Li Xiaoya laughed. Just at this moment the road was clear, so she didn't say anything more, started the car, and caught up with the traffic ahead. Chapter 79, A Meaningful Place. Marriott Marketing. Wanhao sat at the head of the conference room, listening to his manager's endless reports. The number of tourists coming to Haiban City this year is obviously higher than last year. The next step is to look at the May Day holiday. If the number of tourists in Haiban City increases dramatically during the May Day holiday, our planning this year will be considered a success and a top success. I don't think this is a problem. According to the current trend, a surge in the number of people during the May Day holiday is inevitable. It's all thanks to President O's good leadership. Yes, only under the leadership of President O can we achieve such results. It was originally just a meeting for everyone to report on the situation, but suddenly it turned into a flattery meeting. Wanhao sat in the first seat, his face stern and silent. But my heart was already filled with joy. He thought so in his heart. The prosperity of Haiban City's tourism market this year is the result of my own planning. This 1 million was not wasted. Wanhao felt emotional. To succeed, to prove myself. He used all the 5 million marketing funds allocated by the City Hall to make the plan. His mother personally stepped in to find him a well-known planning team, which cost a lot of money. In fact, the 5 million from the City Hall was not enough, so he put in more than 1 million of his own money. It can be said that he did not make a penny from this order and lost more than 1 million. But Wanhao doesn't care. As long as he can defeat Chi Zhe and let Ku Yueqing see his strength, then everything will be worth it. May Day is coming soon. You can't slack off. Cheer up and implement the plan thoroughly to let the outside world see the strength of our Marriott marketing. Wanhao stood up and said with high spirits, "Yes." A group of employees responded immediately, but I was complaining in my heart. He just asks us to work hard, but doesn't even mention giving us some bonuses as an incentive. Other bosses just promise us something, but this boss doesn't even promise us anything. He is so stingy. By the way, what's the situation in the neighboring Mianwan City like now? Wanhao started to care about the people next door. After all, he now regards Chi Zhe as a competitor, and only by completely suppressing Chi Zhe can he gain Ku Yueqing's favor. "Mr. O, the situation in Mianwan City is very good. They have done a very good job in promoting culture and tourism. This is definitely the work of a master. An employee under him said with admiration, not knowing the inside story. But as soon as he finished speaking, the Marriott marketing manager knew that this guy was doomed. Everyone knows that being able to promote the tourism industry in the neighboring Mianwon city is an absolutely awesome thing, and the person who is in charge of this matter is definitely an awesome person. But you said this in front of Owan Hao. Aren't you asking for trouble? As expected, Owan Hao's face instantly turned gloomy. What did you just say? Owan Hao looked at the man who had just spoken, his tone cold. I mean, Mr. O, if you can recruit that person to our Marriott marketing, then our Haiban City project will be able to move to a higher level. By then, our Marriott marketing will definitely become famous overnight. The man also realized that something was wrong and immediately changed his tone, looking like he was thinking about Marriott's marketing. But Owan Hao doesn't buy it at all. He wished Chi would die. Are they going to poach Chi? You are fired. Get out now and don't let me see you again. Owan Hao pointed at the man and immediately shouted, "Throw him out now." The man immediately became anxious. Boss, oh, why? No reason. Just get out of here. Owan Hao slammed the table angrily. Seeing this, the manager immediately called security and pulled the man out. Although he felt bad that his colleague was fired just for saying something, he had no choice but to help the evildoer in order to keep his job. He doesn't know about others. But Owan Hao was really capable of firing him and not even paying him. That talkative person was just thrown out of the company. Owan Hao originally wanted to find out about the situation on the competitor's side, but now he was not in the mood. He snorted coldly and left the company. Recently, he fell in love with a young internet celebrity on the internet and spent tens of thousands of dollars on her. Now she has flown over from another place and will arrive in an hour. As for the situation in Mianwon City, Owan Hao was not worried at all. Can the environment of Mianwon City surpass that of Haiban City? What a joke. Zhou's marketing. Chen Xiujin and assistant Huang are having a video conference with Chi Zhe. Boss Chi, May Day is coming soon. Can we start the final step of our promotion plan? Chen Xiujin asked with anticipation. Now, he seems to be a teenager, and his mental state seems different. During this time at Xiaoza Marketing, he learned a lot. There were many things he had never thought about, especially when it comes to the final step of the plan. Once successful, Chen Xiujin felt like he had lived a second life. The future had become a sea that had never been explored before. Life had meaning again, and he had a direction to pursue. Okay, start it. Chize nodded. Chen Xiujin's smile widened. Previously, Xiaoze's marketing promotion focused on the simple people and low-cost consumption in Mianwon City, but now, the focus of promotion is on the important museums and memorial halls in Mianwon City. It has been promoted before, but it is not the focus. To be honest, places like museums and memorials are not actually options for regular tourism. The promotion of such places depends on sentiment. But feelings are something that cannot be consumed forever. Therefore, the best effect will be achieved only if you promote it at the critical time. If the promotion is started too early, it will easily consume enthusiasm and feelings. In the end, the effect during the May Day holiday, the golden tourism period, was not good. Mr. Chi can always see the essence through phenomena. If he hadn't pointed this out to me, I would never have thought of it. Promoting it in advance could actually do harm. Chen Xiujin sighed, then looked at Assistant Huang. Let's get started. Yeah. Assistant Huang nodded, ended the video conference, and started to get busy with the launch of the final step of the plan. On the eve of the May Day holiday, the public opinion on the internet suddenly changed. Mianwon City, which was already very popular, became even more popular. People began to notice that Mianwon City was not just a desolate industrial city. It once had a glorious history. Today, all of this history has been recorded. Seemingly, traveling is not only about visiting scenic spots and shopping malls, you can also go to some meaningful places. Chapter 80 May. With the arrival of May Day, people in Haiban City suddenly discovered that with the arrival of the holiday, the number of tourists in Haiban City this year has actually decreased. How is this possible? When the leaders held Owan Hao accountable, Owan Hao was also confused. The traffic volume had already increased on the eve of May Day. So why is it that during the May Day holiday, it is even worse than before the holiday? Is there something wrong with the statistics? Owan Hao asked his leader cautiously. The leader's tone paused. If he didn't have a leader by his side, he really wanted to curse. There is no statistical error in the data. There is definitely a problem. Your company is responsible for the promotion of cultural tourism this year. You must find out the reason and provide a solution. Otherwise, the cultural tourism department will hold you accountable. The leader resisted the urge to curse, but his tone still couldn't hide his anger. After the call was hung up, Owan Hao was stunned. Check for me. What is the reason? Marriott Marketing is completely busy. But after a self-examination, I found that there were no problems in the company. The plan that was formulated previously was completed very well, and there were no issues with the plan. After all, the increase in traffic before the holidays was proof of that. But it is also true that the flow of people decreases during the holidays. Then, there can only be one reason. Bosso, this may be due to external factors. Marriott's marketing manager said with a bitter face. It's really hard to be a manager. He knows that mentioning Qi Zhe and Xiao Zhe's marketing in front of Wanhao will make Wanhao angry, but he has to say it. If he doesn't tell the real reason, when his leader holds him accountable, he will definitely be pushed out by Wanhao to take the blame. All in all, there's really nothing you can do if you follow a jerk boss. What external factors? Wanhao was also very anxious at this time. This incident is an opportunity for him to prove himself. It wasn't just to prove it to Ku Yueqing. After all, Ku Yueqing's dislike for him was almost obvious. What he did was more for the elders of the Ku family to see. In the eyes of the elders of the Ku family, Ku Yueqing is just a simple little girl who cannot support such a big family business as the Ku family. So, it is very important to find her a capable husband. Wanhao mainly showed his abilities to the elders of the Ku family. But the problem now is that if this project fails again, then I'm afraid the elders of the Ku family will have a bad opinion of him. Xiao Zhe Marketing. The manager of Marriott Marketing said with a fearless attitude. What are you talking about? Wanhao was furious. I have driven Qi Zhe and his company to the neighboring Mianwan city. How could he market to us? Is there something wrong with your plan? Or is the plan not implemented properly? The manager of Marriott Marketing smiled bitterly and said, Bosso, it is precisely because they were driven to the next city that they are affecting us now. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone, searched for the word Mianwan on Dolu's short video, and then opened a few videos at random for Wanhao to watch. Mianwan City has become a hot topic online recently. It is a phenomenon and has been on the hot search list many times. Our Haiban City is too close to Mianwan City. Many people have changed their minds and traveled to Mianwan City next door. Even those who have booked air tickets and train tickets will transfer to Mianwan City after arriving in Haiban City. Marriott's marketing manager finally took the risk and started telling the truth. What? Wanhao was stunned for a moment, then said in a tone of disbelief, I have driven them to the next city to do business, and they can still market to us? And we still have to lose a large number of tourists now. The manager nodded. It's just so ridiculous. Wanhao used some tricks to grab the order. But when they arrived in the next city, they directly marketed the effectiveness of their plan just because the publicity effect was so good. Are you trying to fool me? Wanhao grabbed the manager by the collar and shouted angrily. Why the hell do I not believe it? Is Qi Zhe a god? He didn't do anything himself, but just planned a plan. How can he affect us from a distance? The manager smiled bitterly. Bosso, this is the fact. If you search now, you will know that Mianwan City has become a phenomenal hit. Wanhao was silent for a moment, then let go of the manager's collar. Then I took out my phone and started searching on my own. Dolu is recommended by Big Data. He usually only cares about pretty female internet celebrities and doesn't pay attention to anything else, so he can only see pretty female internet celebrities. But now that he actively searched, Wanhao finally found out. If you search for the word Mianwan, you will find a flood of videos on the internet. There are official releases, self-media releases, reports from various media, and even countless internet celebrities have followed the trend and went to Mianwan City to shoot videos. Grasp. Wanhao finally accepted the reality. But he didn't want to accept it at all. He failed again this time. How would Ku Yueqing see him? How would the elders in Ku Yueqing's family see him? Does he still have a chance to become a son-in-law of Ku Yueqing's family? More importantly, Qi Zhe seemed not to regard him as an opponent at all. The people in the neighboring Mianwan City had never targeted him. They just made their own plans and did their own promotions. It was like waving his sleeves, but he slapped a mosquito to death against the wall. He is like that little mosquito now. Qi Zhe never made a move. Maybe he just wanted to raise his hand to scratch him, and then accidentally slapped him to death. Wanhao is unwilling to accept this. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But the problem is, this is reality. There is no way out even if you are unwilling. He doesn't have the ability to reverse time. Wanhao's mind was confused at this time. He didn't know what to do or what to do. In short, he was numb and fell into impotent rage. If you were to ask what Wanhao wanted to do most right now, it would be to drive and hit Qi Zhe to death. But he didn't dare. Mr. O, the leader called again. The manager at the side reminded. Wanhao answered the phone. Right now, the neighboring city of Mianwan is booming, which is also an opportunity for us. After our people studied it, they felt that if we take advantage of the popularity of Mianwan City at this time, there might still be room for recovery. Mr. O, I want you to work out a plan for me right now. the leader said in a stern tone. Yes, leader. Owanhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Not only has she been defeated by her love rival, but now in order to avoid being held accountable by her superiors, she has to ride on her rival's popularity. Although Owanhao was reluctant, he had to admit that this seemed to be the only way. Did you all hear what the leader said just now? Go. Come up with a plan and take advantage of the popularity of the neighboring Mianwan city. Owanhao said weakly. Yes, Mr. O. A group of employees went to work. Owanhao thought, why not find the internet celebrity who came yesterday to relieve his boredom, since he can't help with the planning anyway? But as soon as he dialed the internet celebrity's number, he heard a bustling sound on the other end. There is also the voice of a young internet celebrity shouting at the top of her lungs. Bosso, I'm going to Mianwan City. This place is so popular, I have to take advantage of it. Now I don't have time to accompany you. If you still want, come to Mianwan City to find me. Fuck you. Owanhao finally couldn't hold it anymore and threw his phone out. Chapter 81. The secretary is already used to giving out benefits. Just when Owanhao was upset and all the employees of Marriott Marketing were very nervous, on the other side, at Xiaoze Marketing, there was a different atmosphere. Chize came to the company rarely and was now sitting in the office. Today is the third day of the May Day holiday, and the data from Mianwan City in the previous 2 days have come out. It's time to test the results. Boss Chi, our plan has been a great success. Mianwan City received 130,000 tourists today. Kui Weqing reported the news to Chize with an excited tone. When Chize heard the news, he nodded with a smile. With his current wealth, he no longer cares about the 5 million order, but after all, it was a plan he had developed himself, and now it has been a great success, which still makes him feel a little happy. Boss Chi, you are a genius in the marketing field. You have promoted Mianwan City, an industrial transformation city with no background, into a tourist city. This really opened my eyes. Chen Xiujin said excitedly. He was more than just excited. If he wasn't too old, he would have wanted to take off all his clothes and run naked outside to express his feelings. From Chize, he learned a marketing method that he had never realized before. So many years. He finally found the passion he had when he first entered the industry. At this time, Assistant Huang took out the detailed data report and began to read out the detailed data. The number of visitors received by major museums and memorial halls, the number of visitors received by major restaurants and pedestrian streets, and the number of participants in various cultural activities held in Mianwan City. Of course, the most important thing is the revenue situation of Mianwan City. Various data show that although the May Day holiday has not yet ended, it is a foregone conclusion that Mianwan City will make huge profits this time. Assistant Huang, notify everyone that we're having dinner tonight. The cost per person is 800 yuan, and the company will reimburse us. Chize said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Chi. Assistant Huang nodded. At this time, cheers were heard outside the office. The office of Xiaoze Marketing is too small. Not very soundproof either. Today is the day when key data will be released. The employees are also looking forward to it and are all listening outside the door. Long live President Xi. The employees cheered excitedly. There are very few bosses who are so generous. 800 yuan is enough for one person to have a delicious meal in a third-tier city like Haiban. Chize nodded slightly. Although he wanted to be a wicked rich man, he never thought of making money by exploiting his employees. Therefore, whether it was Xiaoze Marketing or Qitian Network, the employees' treatment was not low. As a time traveler, I also have the help of the system. There is no need for Chize to squeeze that little bit of money out of his employees. Soon, it was time to get off work. The employees of Xiaoze Marketing walked out of the company excitedly. But I found that the Marriott Marketing next door was still brightly lit. Everyone was busy. Everyone looked nervous, as if a big war was about to start. People from the two companies behaved in completely different ways. The Marriott Marketing people looked at the Xiaoze Marketing employees who had already left work with envy, and they began to feel jealous. I am still working, but others have already left work. However, what is even more frustrating is, everyone at Xiaoze Marketing was excitedly discussing where to go for dinner. The meal cost 800 yuan per person, which was not something that a normal restaurant could afford. Grass. Some people couldn't hold it anymore. Why do I have to work overtime here so hard and worry about being scolded by my stupid boss all the time, while people from the company next door can get off work on time and have company dinners that cost 800 yuan per person? All of a sudden, two words popped up in many people's minds. Job hopping. Of course, this is all a story for later. Even if you change jobs, not everyone does it immediately. Chize did not have dinner with the employees. If the boss was present at the dinner, the employees would definitely not relax, but Chize was too lazy to influence their attitude. Of course, the more important thing is, for him, why should he have a meal with a group of employees when he can have dinner alone with his secretary? Boss Chi, how much profit have I made from my investment? As soon as he sat down, Ku Yueqing asked impatiently. This is what she cares about most now. The company I work for is successful, and as a secretary, I feel proud of it. If I could make a little more money, I can definitely prove myself to my family. You can go back to Qitian Finance and ask Pei Yiting about this. Chize was too lazy to answer. Okay then. Ku Yueqing's excited mood seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water, and she felt a little depressed. Okay, I can tell you that your original capital of 13 million has almost doubled now. Excluding the 50% I took, you can probably make a profit of around 6 million. Chize couldn't bear it, so he said it anyway. 6 million. It's been less than a week. Ku Yueqing was shocked. Chize nodded calmly. Now, the 1-month cycle is almost over. After the end of the month, he will definitely cash out all his money. At that time, he will keep a portion and continue to invest the rest in the stock market. Of course, the part that belongs to Ku Yueqing will be returned to her with interest. She earns a lot. Chize earns more. 6 million. Ku Yueqing was very happy. She had already started fantasizing about what she would do when she got home and showed everyone her achievements to see who dared to say that she couldn't make money. Although the money was not earned by me, but by Chize. But my family doesn't know. That's what you earn. Don't be so beautiful. Have you forgotten something? Chize raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, I see. Ku Yueqing stretched out her little hand and unbuttoned the first button of her shirt. Suddenly, she felt like something was about to burst out, making her eyes go white. She's used to it now. Anyway, as long as I'm alone with Chize, I'll definitely give him some small benefits. Ku Yueqing felt that with her personality, she would definitely hate this kind of behavior, but in order to make money and prove herself, it was not impossible for her to endure it. But after some time had passed, she found that she did not feel any resistance in her heart. I've even gotten used to it. This meal is also to celebrate the success of promoting tourism in Mianwan City. Chize and Ku Yueqing also drank some wine. She can't drink much, let alone compare with an Isu. She can't even compare with Chize. Soon, Ku Yueqing's face turned rosy. But she was in a very good mood and was a little tipsy at the moment. Not only did she not want to stop, but she wanted to continue drinking a little more. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the box. Ku Yueqing immediately calmed down. A look of disgust appeared on his face. Leader, the plan has been rushed out overnight. If you have time, I will present it to you in person. Wanhao's voice came from outside, getting smaller and smaller until it could not be heard at all. Chapter 82. What a bad luck. What bad luck? Ku Yueqing said softly. She had never felt any affection for Wanhao in the first place, and now she felt even more disgusted with him. Chize doesn't care. He never considered Wanhao as an opponent, whether a love rival or a business enemy. But Ku Yueqing's mood was indeed affected. She had been in a good mood to drink, but now she had no interest at all. After a simple meal, she wanted to leave. Boss Chi, let's go back. I still need to go find my best friend. Part of the money I invested is hers, and I need to report the good news to her. Ku Yueqing said in a gentle tone. Although she was in a bad mood because of Wanhao's appearance, she still paid attention to her image in front of Chize. Now she admires Chize even more. Not only is he good at marketing, he is also good at stock trading. The only thing that puzzled her was the small game developed by Qitian Network. She really didn't know how such a simple small game could make a profit. However, with her strong confidence in Chize, she also firmly believed that Chize would be able to make a fortune again by then. Well, let's go. Chize nodded. Upon hearing this, Ku Yueqing buttoned up his shirt first. Then the two of them walked into the box together. However, something even more unlucky happened to Ku Yueqing. Wanhao, who had already walked away, just walked out of the box at this time. He walked hurriedly, as if he was going to greet someone, but after seeing Ku Yueqing, he stopped. Qing'er. Wanhao showed a surprised expression on his face. You are eating here too? But when he saw Chize standing beside him, his face suddenly turned gloomy. When he saw Chize, he felt as if someone had urinated on his head. It's so uncomfortable. All my failures were because of Chize. Just now, the leader issued a strict order, asking him to make a plan to take advantage of the popularity of Mianwan City. During the peak tourist season such as the May Day holiday, the data of Haiban City must not be too bad, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. So, Wanhao led the company to work overtime today and finally came up with a plan. Then he booked a high-end restaurant to invite his leader over, intending to present the proposal in person. After all, this matter was not done well, so he must curry favor with the leader, otherwise he will lose a network of contacts in the future. But who would have thought that Chize and Ku Yueqing were also eating here? And it just happened. Wanhao secretly felt unlucky. But on second thought, no matter how awesome you, Chize, are, You don't have any background or connections. I will be having dinner with my boss in the future. How can you, Chize, compare with me? Qing'er, the head of our city's culture and tourism industry, will be coming over soon. Why don't you stay and have a meal together? It will be helpful to you in the future. Wanhao said to Kuyueqing. There was some pride in his tone. It was as if he was saying to Kuyueqing, look how wide my network of contacts is. But Kuyueqing was completely unimpressed. She simply shook her head and refused, saying, no, I have to go accompany my best friend later. Wanhao was relieved when he heard this. It would be fine if he didn't have to accompany Chize, but he refused to give up. Kuyueqing usually ignored him completely. She stayed with Chize during the day and either went home or to her best friend's house at night. He had no time to be alone with Kuyueqing at all. But today is an opportunity. Qing'er, aren't you planning to start your own company in the future? If you do, connections are still very important. This is a good opportunity. You will have a meal with your leader later, and it will be much more convenient for you to do things in the future. Wanhao's tone was full of concern for her. If it were the Kuyueqing of the past, she might indeed consider it. But now, are you kidding? Chize owes me a favor. I have the support of a genius like Chize, so I still need connections? But before Kuyueqing could refuse again, two people came from the other side. A middle-aged man in a dark jacket and a man in his 30s wearing glasses. Wanhao's face changed. Fuck, I forgot to invite Kuyueqing to visit and greet the leader. He didn't have time to persuade Kuyueqing anymore, but hurriedly trotted to the leader. Sorry, leader. Sorry, Secretary 1. I was delayed a little bit and didn't go outside to greet you. The two people who came were the leader and the leader's secretary. The leader had a calm expression and showed no reaction. Secretary 1 was displeased and said, Bosso, your performance in this cooperation was not up to standard to begin with, and now your attitude is so bad. This makes me doubt your company's ability and sincerity. If you keep doing this, we can't discuss future cooperation. Wanhao started to sweat when he heard this. Secretary 1, the new plan has been made. We will submit it to the leader for review. Don't worry, we will definitely not disappoint the leader this time. I hope so. Secretary 1 snorted coldly. Then, the three of them walked towards the box together. The leader remained silent, but was in a very angry mood. This time, the tourism industry of Haiban City was actually suppressed by Mianwan City. As the top leader, he felt very embarrassed. However, what annoyed him even more was that the plan that now belonged to Mianwan City was abandoned by Haiban City. This is even more annoying. If this gets out, people will think he has no vision. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing is to come up with a remedial plan as soon as possible. So, although he obviously didn't like Wanhao, the second-generation rich kid, he had to meet with Wanhao in person to review his new plan to attract attention. The leader had a blank expression on his face and walked hurriedly in front. Secretary 1 and Wanhao hurried to follow. But when passing by Kuyueqing and Chize, the leader suddenly stopped. He looked at Kuyueqing with some questions in his eyes. Little girl, you look familiar to me. Your father is. Wanhao came up quickly at this time and said, Leader, this is my friend Kuyueqing. She is the daughter of Chairman Ku of Haiyuan Group. Oh, no wonder he looks so familiar to me. The leader smiled, then looked at Chize and asked curiously, what about this kid? He thought that anyone who could be with Kuyueqing must be the offspring of some important figure, and he wanted to get to know him. Hearing this, Wanhao's eyes lit up. This is an opportunity. Chize helped Mianwan City surpass Haiban City in the tourism industry and also snatched away a huge number of tourists from Haiban City. This really offended Haiban City. If I could borrow the help of my leader at this moment, I could teach Chize a lesson. Wanhao burst into laughter in his heart, and then he said before Kuyueqing, Leader, his name is Chize, he doesn't have any background, and the tourism promotion plan for Mianwan City was created by him. Chapter 83 Mr. Chi, please speak. Wanhao originally thought that the leader would be very angry with Chize and might even have an outburst on the spot. Even Kuyueqing was a little worried. She had even made preparations. If the leader really intended to make things difficult for Chize, she would not let Chize be bullied, even if she had to bring her father into the picture. Chize himself doesn't care. It was you who rejected my plan. It would be pointless to get angry now. At worst, he could just do business somewhere else. There's no fear at all. But no one expected that the leader was not angry. Instead, he was extremely excited after hearing that Chize was the key figure who led to the rise of Mianwan City and the decline of Haiban City. Did you come up with the plan for Mianwan City? The leader's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to shake hands with him, saying, You are young and promising, young and promising. Chize was stunned for a moment, then shook the leader's hand and said, You're too polite, leader. On the other side, Owanhao and Kui Weqing were also dumbfounded. Especially Owanhao. This is different from what he imagined. Xiaoqi, right? The leader asked anxiously. Do you have any solution to the current situation in Haiban City? If you do, please feel free to teach me. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. This made Qi Zhe unable to deal with it. The whole plan was given to you in the beginning, but you refused it. Now that things have become bad, you come to ask for a solution? Before Qi Zhe could speak, Owanhao spoke. Leader, our remedial plan is ready. Would you like to take a look at it first? Originally, I was planning to use my leader to teach Qi Zhe a lesson. But now it seems that the leader clearly wants something from Qi Zhe. If this puts Qi Zhe in touch with the leader, Owanhao's mentality is really about to collapse. I'll take a look at your proposal later. The leader glanced at him, then looked at Qi Zhe. You just got here, have you eaten? If not, let's have a meal together and talk while we eat. Owanhao felt something was wrong. Kui Weqing gave a faint smile. That's right, our boss has this ability. Even a big leader has to beg this boss. The young secretary involuntarily straightened her back. Boss, I've already eaten. Qi Zhe politely declined. To be honest, he didn't have much trust in the leader in front of him. Originally, his plan was more than enough to win the business in Haiban City, but in the end it was won by Owanhao. Qi Zhe didn't believe that this leader had no involvement in this. You ignored me in the past, and now there is no need for me to stay with you anymore. Owanhao, who was standing by, was delighted. He didn't expect Qi Zhe to be so stupid. He had a chance to make friends with the leader right in front of him, but Qi Zhe didn't cherish it. But he didn't know that Qi Zhe didn't care at all. Mr. Qi, an invitation from a leader is very rare. I advise you to consider it carefully. Secretary went on the side, immediately spoke up. Qi Zhe's refusal made the leader lose face. At this time, don't just eat and say you are almost full. If the leader asks you to eat again, don't you have to eat another meal? How can the leader save his face if he refuses directly like this? But leaders no longer care much about face now. Qi Zhe guessed correctly. The leader knew about the change of plan and was even involved in it. But in life, there are always things that we have to do. At the time, he just thought that the two plans were similar, and it didn't matter which one he chose. He could even do a favor by choosing Owanhao's. But the result is that Mianwan City is now completely under the control of Haiban City. Haiban City is a city with a tourism base, but its tourists have been attracted to Mianwan City. If this matter is not handled properly, the leader's future work will be difficult. He has to solve it. Otherwise, he would not have asked Owanhao to come up with a plan to take advantage of the popularity immediately. But at this time, he met Qi Zhe. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Since the incident was caused by Qi Zhe, let's find the real culprit and ask him to come up with a solution. It doesn't matter if I lose face, as long as the problem can be solved. Mr. Qi, the leader inadvertently changed his address. He found that Qi Zhe was different from the businessman he had met before. I disappeared for dinner. Actually, I mainly want to chat with a young talent like you. Grass. Owanhao cursed inwardly. This is totally not according to the script. Not only did the leader not teach Qi Zhe a lesson, but he even seemed to be trying to curry favor with Qi Zhe. Secretary Wan, as the leader's confidant, immediately changed his tone when he saw the leader's attitude. Haha. Our leader likes to meet young talents like President Qi and hopes that President Qi will give him some face. Qi Zhe has always been soft-hearted and would not tolerate tough tactics. If his leader or secretary were to use tough tactics, he would definitely not give either of them face. But since they are so polite, Qi Zhe is not a very demanding person. After all, he will have to do business in Haiban City in the future, so it is a good thing to make some connections. You are too polite, boss. Now that you have asked, I am willing to have a chat with you. Qi Zhe nodded and said. The leader smiled when he heard this, and then waved to Owanhao from inside. Bosso, go and book a bigger private room, and hurry up. Owanhao was stunned. Fuck, you even asked me to book a private room? What's the difference between this guy going to get a room with Qi Zhe and Kui Weqing and asking me to book a hotel? But he didn't dare to offend his leader, so he could only go to the front desk with a bitter face. In fact, he had booked a private room long ago, but there were too many people there, so he had no choice but to change to a bigger one. After a while, Qi Zhe and the leader walked into a large box together. Behind him are Secretary Wen and Secretary Ku. Although both are secretaries, they are completely different. Secretary Wen is very professional and considerate of the leaders. He can often handle the leader's affairs perfectly without the leaders asking, making him a capable assistant. And Secretary Ku, she has nothing but beauty and money. Several people sat down, and Owanhao came in last. He had just ordered the dishes. There is no other way. I can't just wait for the leader to speak, right? That's really ignorant. But the frustration Owanhao felt in his heart, it was really beyond words. For example, Chi Zhe and Ku Yueqing went to check into a hotel, but he was the one who prepared the birth control supplies. That's about how it feels. I feel a little involved, but I feel very uncomfortable inside. Chi Zhe knew what the leader wanted. After he sat down, he was too lazy to talk nonsense and said directly, "Leader, although I am not from Haiban City, I went to college here for a few years and also did business here. I have feelings for Haiban City. Now, I have a way to revitalize Haiban City's tourism industry. I wonder." The leader was waiting for this. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, "Boss Chi, please speak." Chapter 84. A 12 million order. Facing the leader's expectant gaze, Chi Zhe did not hesitate and said directly, "It's the holiday now. There is no time to implement other plans, so my suggestion is to cooperate directly with Mianwan City." Cooperation. The leader showed a surprised expression on his face. Secretary 1, Secretary Ku, and Wan Hao were also very confused. When a tourist arrives, he needs a place to stay, food to eat, medicine to buy when he is sick, and spending money when he is in a good mood. In short, what a tourist creates is definitely more than just the value of travel. In other words, tourists are money. Mianwan City has worked so hard to develop its tourism industry, so how can it just give away the tourists it has attracted? Although Secretary 1 and Secretary Ku were confused, they did not speak. Needless to say, Secretary Ku, although she was a little skeptical about Chi Zhe's character, she had great trust in Chi Zhe's abilities and even admired him a little. Now, no matter what Chi Zhe said, even if it was very ridiculous, she felt that Chi Zhe must have a solution. And Secretary 1, he was simply being patient. As a secretary, he couldn't express his opinion unless his leader spoke. But Wan Hao couldn't hold it anymore. "Chi Zhe, are you kidding me? Are you kidding us? Can the money obtained from Mianwan City be given to us again?" He said this with disdain, then looked at the leader. "Leader, why don't you take a look at our backup plan? We can learn from Mianwan City and focus on promoting our city's affordable and special delicacies." The leader looked at him with a puzzled look. "Is this your plan?" As an old tourist city, Haiban City is very expert in overcharging its tourists. It has been on the hot search list before and is very famous. As a result, Wan Hao's plan is to promote the affordable food in Haiban City. Isn't this just copying? If this were to be publicized like this, I would probably be scolded to death. That's what Mianwan City does. Let's do it the same way. It will definitely work. Wan Hao said confidently. The leaders all felt a little powerless. Damn, although I knew Wan Hao was a fool, I didn't expect him to be such a fool. The leader was too lazy to pay attention to Wan Hao. He looked at Chi Zhe and said with a smile, "Boss Chi, please tell me your method in detail. Don't worry, if you are wrong, you are not guilty. If what you say makes sense, I will not treat you unfairly." Chi Zhe nodded. Although this leader had done something wrong before, he was now determined to make amends, so he was not uncooperative. So he immediately said, "Mianwan City's infrastructure is not good. Although I have found a new place for tourists to stay in Mianwan City, museums and memorial halls alone cannot satisfy tourists' entire holiday. At this time, Haiban City can fully take over the remaining time of tourists." Speaking of which, although the project in Mianwan City was a great success, but after all, Mianwan City has a weak foundation. Chi Zhe had tried his best, but he could only reluctantly keep the tourists. In fact, even if he didn't say it, after tourists have had enough fun in Mianwan City, they will also look for new places to visit nearby. As an old tourist city, Haiban City is the best choice. Because it is too close to Mianwan City, tourists attracted by Mianwan City no longer have to travel long distances to visit a new place. During the remaining days of the May Day holiday, Chi Zhe doesn't have to do anything, and many tourists will come to Haiban City on their own initiative. Now that Chi Zhe said it, he was just going with the flow and getting a favor from his leader for nothing. You can prepare some buses and drive directly to Mianwan City Station to pick up tourists to Haiban City for free. Then you can focus on promoting the scenery of Haiban City and other things. Chi Zhe added some small details. The leader's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he slapped his thigh. "Boss Chi, I really hadn't thought of what you said before. Your few short sentences are like enlightenment. I understand everything now." He was so excited. After hearing what Chi Zhe said, he understood everything. "I'm not worried at all anymore." Secretary Ku smiled faintly upon seeing this and straightened his back a little. As expected, he is President Xi. Any difficulty that others cannot solve can be solved so easily in his hands. Secretary Wen sighed in his heart. This Haiban City will have another influential figure in the future. And Wan Hao, he is feeling very uncomfortable now. It's like eating a bucket of defense. He didn't understand why the leader didn't choose his own plan, but was so excited about Chi Zhe's words. "Boss Chi, your words have solved a big problem for me. I must thank you very much." The leader stood up, walked to Chi Zhe, and patted him on the shoulder. I have an idea. Do you think it's appropriate? You say? Chise nodded. The leader said, your plan to promote Mianwan City has made me realize that the reputation of a place, especially a tourist city, is the most important. Unfortunately, Haiban City has always had a bad reputation. My current idea is to cooperate with a marketing company for a long time to turn around the reputation of our Haiban City. What do you think? Chise agreed. Your idea is correct. Seaside City has a good foundation. If its reputation is better, then there will be no worries about tourists. The leader smiled and said, then, are you willing to cooperate with the city hall for a long time? I can allocate 1 million per month for at least 1 year to improve the reputation of Seaside City. Grass. Wanhao looked at his leader in shock. The boss was very unhappy. Why? I originally just wanted to make Chise lose face, but why did I find him a big business? 1 million per month for a year. This is a huge order of more than 10 million. Why? But Chise was a little surprised. This leader is quite courageous. And very smart too. Indeed, 1 million per month is a way of repaying Chise for his advice just now. But this matter is also good for Haiban City. A year-long online marketing will definitely turn around Haiban City's reputation and take its popularity to a higher level. This is definitely a good thing for Haiban City. Chise thought about it for a moment and then nodded. Leader, I am willing to cooperate with City Hall. The leader laughed out loud. Boss Chi, with you here, our Haiban City won't have to worry about tourists in the future. Chise said modestly. You are too polite, leader. At the side, Secretary Ku's eyes were already sparkling with stars. She looked at Chise, her eyes becoming more moist. Just came out for a meal and got an order worth over 10 million. As expected, he is President Xi. At the same time, her desire grew stronger. If such a person could sincerely help me. But the question is, how can I make Chise sincerely help me? Chapter 85. You have to roll up your sleeves no matter what you do. When the dinner was over, the leader and Secretary Wen were delighted. Chise was calm and indifferent. Secretary Ko had a proud expression on her face, and Wanhao. It was as if he was not eating, but answering questions. His face was full of distressed expression. Wanhao did not dare to neglect his leader, and was personally sent to the car by his leader and Secretary Wen. He then turned around and wanted to say a few more words to Ku Yueqing, but he saw Chise and Ku Yueqing got into a new energy SUV together. The two of them sat in the back seat, talking and laughing. It was very lively. The car started and drove away in a cloud of dust. Grass. Wanhao finally couldn't hold it anymore and threw his new mobile phone away. Inside the car. Xiaoya, why don't you go to the company and be my assistant? It's too hard for a girl like you to be my driver, and you often have to wait so late to go home. Xiaoji should blame me. Chise said to Li Xiaoya in the front row while sitting in the back row. Although there is a beautiful driver who is very pleasing to the eye. But after using it for a few days, Chise couldn't bear it anymore. Li Xiaoya is very professional and sensible, but I am helpless. Being a driver is too exhausting. It is not so bad for men, but for a girl. But Li Xiaoya didn't feel it was hard at all, and even felt that she enjoyed it. Boss Chi, I'm not tired. And Xiaoji won't blame you. He's now the acting team leader, and he's busy until late at night every day before going home, even later than me. I won't be able to see him even if I go home earlier. Li Xiaoya said quickly. What a joke. She had finally secured the position of driver. How could she possibly give it up? For a boss, the people closest to him are his secretary and driver. Li Xiaoya did not dare to compete for the secretary position. She knew herself well and knew she was far inferior to Ku Yueqing. Then the only one who can fight for it is the driver. Although Xiaoji is now the acting team leader and seems to have a better future than the driver, Li Xiaoya still feels that she, the driver, is much more important than her boyfriend's acting team leader. Okay, as long as you don't find it hard. Chise nodded. He did feel that it was a bit inappropriate just now, so he asked Li Xiaoya for her opinion. But since the other party is happy with it, he won't say anything. Li Xiaoya is indeed a competent driver, and she is also pretty. Chise was very satisfied with her and now had no reason to replace her. Li Xiaoya smiled. The driver's job was saved. Although it might sound awkward for a woman like her to be a driver for a male boss, and her boyfriend Qinji also found it a little hard to accept, she knew that her choice was the right one. If you don't want to live the poor life you had in the past, but you don't have outstanding abilities or background, then you can only cling to others and exchange your loyalty for rewards. So, even if it gets out, it will affect my reputation. Even if my boyfriend doesn't understand it all. But Li Xiaoya also made up her mind to be a good driver for Chise. She glanced through the rearview mirror and saw Ku Yueqing, the cool and charming secretary, unbuttoning the first button of her shirt, revealing a hint of white cleavage. She thought to herself, maybe I will need to change my clothes tomorrow. These days, you have to roll for everything. Soon, Li Xiaoya first sent Chize back home, then sent Kui Weqing to Lin Lu's home, and then drove home herself. She and Xiaoji switched places. There was a problem with the house we rented before. The sub-landlord, Sun Dongyu, went to jail for a few days and went bankrupt when he came out. Now I have moved into a small apartment. After Li Xiaoya returned home, she simply washed up and began to look for her clothes. Although she was considered a beauty, she was still inferior to Kui Weqing, so she could only work harder on her clothes. But after searching around, I still think the work clothes I used to wear when I was working are the most suitable. So she changed into her old work clothes. The white shirt is paired with a black slim-fit suit for women. The plump figure is restrained in the tight clothes, which looks very visually impactful. The lower body is wearing flesh-colored stockings and a black suit, and on the feet are a pair of black high heels. The slender figure and graceful curves are even more seductive when highlighted by clothes. Looking at herself in the mirror, Li Xiaoya was very satisfied. Decision made. I'll wear this outfit tomorrow. At this time, there was some movement outside the door. A few seconds later, Chen Ji pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Li Xiaoya in work clothes, he was very surprised. Xiaoya, why are you wearing work clothes? After saying this, he was a little excited. Could it be? Not only Li Xiaoya herself feels that she has a special appeal when wearing work clothes. Chen Ji also felt so. He has always wanted to let his girlfriend wear work clothes and be with him. But this work uniform is not cheap, and Li Xiaoya can't bear to part with it. What are you thinking? Li Xiaoya knew what he was thinking as soon as she saw his expression and said unhappily, "This is what I prepared for work tomorrow. Mr. Qi is such a big boss, and I, as a driver, cannot embarrass him." Hearing this, Chen Ji sucked his teeth and said, "Are you really going to be his driver forever?" "What else?" Li Xiaoya said as a matter of course. "I would like to be his secretary, but someone has already taken the position, so I can only be a driver." The secretary's reputation is not very good either. Chen Ji didn't say it out loud. At this time, Li Xiaoya was already carefully taking off her work clothes. There were only 2 sets of work clothes, one set to wear and one set to wash, so they couldn't be easily dirty or wrinkled. Seeing this, Chen Ji felt a little hot and said quickly, "Xiaoya, I got off work early today. How about we?" As he said that, he looked towards the bedroom. "No," Li Xiaoya refused directly. "I have to get up early tomorrow to pick up Mr. Qi. I don't have time." "No, it's been so long since we last did that. Especially since you became Qi Zhe's driver recently. I haven't touched you." Chen Ji said aggrievedly. "I just drove for Mr. Qi. Shouldn't I be serious? Let's talk about it later." Li Xiaoya is now fully focused on her career. "I'm the acting team leader now, earning more than 20,000 yuan a month, plus project bonuses. That's enough money, right? Why do you still have to go to Qi Zhe to be a driver?" Chen Ji asked, puzzled. "The little money you earn is nothing. Can you afford a house in Haiban City?" Li Xiaoya was a little annoyed. "Okay, stop talking. You can sleep on the sofa tonight so as not to bother me." After saying that, she went straight to the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Chen Ji wanted to slap himself. "Damn, you are too talkative. Now I don't even have a bedroom to sleep in." But in the end, he could only sleep on the sofa with a feeling of grievance. It is not easy for him to find such a beautiful girlfriend. More importantly, Li Xiaoya is very good at managing the household and can be described as a good wife and mother. Well, she has no children yet, so she can't be called a good mother, but she is definitely a good wife. Chen Ji didn't dare to make Li Xiaoya angry. Chapter 86: The Wonderful Power Song. After returning home in the evening, it happened that Ni Su had just finished a live broadcast, so Ni Su ran directly to Qi Zhe's room, and the two of them naturally spent some time together. On the other hand, Zhongju was still holding Ni Su's mobile phone, occasionally replying to a few fans' messages and private messages to maintain Ni Su's fan stickiness. The issue that fans are most concerned about is Ni Su's relationship status. Listening to the strange noises coming from next door, Zhongju sighed, and then under a comment asking whether Ni Su had a boyfriend, he quickly typed 2 words, "No." After a busy period, Zhongju's work was finished. After washing up, he lay down to rest. Nowadays, the relationship between Ni Su and Qi Zhe has become closer. Ni Su basically sleeps at Qi Zhe's place at night, and only comes to this room when she is broadcasting live. Zhong Jie finally got to live in a single room as he wished. Only, this shabby little apartment has no soundproofing at all. At this moment, Zhong Jie feels that living in this single room is a torture. For example now, there were already strange noises coming from next door. Sister Schwer, who is fair-skinned, beautiful, confident, and free-spirited, immediately started singing another song after the live broadcast ended. For a long time, the neighbors finally quieted down. But Zhong Jie was no longer sleepy at all. Once upon a time, eating was a problem for her, and her biggest dream was to fill her stomach. Later, she and Zhongju moved into the house rented by Qi Zhe. With Qi Zhe's help, they finally had enough food and clothing. Now she has a new goal. When I make money, I'll buy a soundproof house. Zhongju muttered to himself angrily. Next door, Su's fair skin was flushed with the redness that only appears after strenuous exercise. She lay on Qi Zhe's chest, her messy hair covered in sweat, with a few strands stuck to her face. At this moment, she was breathing heavily, her eyes half closed, and she didn't want to talk much, her mind full of memories of what had just happened. Qi Zhe raised an arm and placed it on her shoulder. The delicate skin becomes soft and smooth under the nourishment of sweat. But it also added a bit of touch, making him love it even more. While feeling the tenderness and smoothness of the jade shoulder, Qi Zhe said, I have written your new song. Su raised her head and her eyes widened. Really? Qi Zhe smiled and said, You have given so much, how can I not write for you? Su's face turned slightly red. Every time she thought of that time, she felt ashamed. But she was also very eager for new songs, so she suppressed her shyness and asked, What kind of song is it? It's called The Wonderful Powers Song. Qi Zhe took out his cell phone and showed her the lyrics and music score he had prepared long ago. Su took the phone and looked at it carefully. Qi Zhe remained quiet and did not disturb her. He is not a professional singer, and there are not many songs he can remember and sing completely. It is a bit difficult to ask him to write songs. But he has money. So he spent a few days finding a suitable song from his memory, recalling a little bit every day, piecing it together, and in a few days he had a rough outline of the lyrics and melody of the song. Then he spent money to find some musicians to supplement and perfect the song. Finally, we have the complete song about wonderful abilities that Su is seeing now. The reason why Qi Zhe chose this song. The reason is simple. This song is so popular that for a while, Douyin was full of this song. That's why he could remember a general idea. There is another reason. That is, an artist must have a unique style in order to be remembered. The same is true for Su. Qi Zhe thought about it, and thought of a very famous singer in his previous life. Her songs were very unique and memorable. The singer's name is Chun-Li. There is no Chun-Li in this world. Qi Zhe absolutely decided to create Su into Chun-Li from another world. Therefore, he chose Chun-Li's early song, Wonderful Ability, as Su's second new song. In the future, he will gradually copy Chun-Li's other songs and make them Su's works. In her previous life, although Chun-Li was a female singer, most of her fans were women. Those female fans loved to call her husband. Qi Zhe also wants Su to develop in this direction. It is better to be chased by a group of women and called husband than to be chased by a group of men and called wife. This is what Qi Zhe thought. Su, who was standing by, didn't know what Qi Zhe was thinking. She was concentrating on watching the new song and sang it slowly. I have seen heavy rain in the desert and the sea kissing sharks. I've seen dusk chasing dawn. I haven't seen you. The melody is simple and the lyrics are interesting. This is also a masterpiece. Su raised her head in surprise. Brother, you are so great. I like this song very much. Qi Zhe smiled evilly. Is my performance just now better, or is this song better? Su knew that he was teasing her on purpose, but she still blushed and said after a while, All great. Qi Zhe laughed out loud. Su is a carefree girl in her daily life with a free and unrestrained personality. But in private, she is more feminine, especially that shy little expression, which Qi Zhe likes the most. Su couldn't wait any longer. She sat up and began to hum this song about wonderful abilities. Soon, she sang the entire song. Brother, I'm going to the studio to record it tomorrow. I can't wait to release it. Su's face turned red, not sure if it was because of the afterglow or excitement. Qi Zhe put his hands behind his head, looked at Su who was facing him honestly, and asked, I gave you the song. Why don't you repay me? Su was a little tired and immediately shook her head. I've already repaid you just now. Qi Zhe sat up and spread his hands. How can there be such a saying? Su threw herself into his arms and acted coquettishly. I'm really tired. But Qi Zhe couldn't let her go so easily. It is the age when one is young, vigorous, and full of vigor. Once you get excited, it's not easy to back down. Suer, you're a singer. You must have a great voice, right? Qi Zhe looked at her and asked with a smile. Su suddenly felt something was wrong, but she still answered obediently. I have a good voice. Haven't you heard me sing? Qi Zhe smiled, but said nothing. Su suddenly understood, and her already red face now looked like a ripe apple. During this period, she watched a lot of videos and studied with Qi Zhe. The simple Su of the past is no longer there. Although she has not yet experienced many battles, She is already knowledgeable. At this point, she already understood without Chise having to say anything. And Isu looked at him with a reproachful look, as if accusing him of misbehaving. But I couldn't bear to refuse. She struggled for a long time, and Chise didn't urge her, so she finally figured it out on her own. Okay, but you have to wash it first. Chapter 87 Bad Feeling. The next day, Chise came to the company refreshed. As soon as he arrived at the company, Chunji reported another good news. Boss Chi, damn, we have completed the development. Chunji was dressed in a suit and tie, with a ruddy complexion and full of energy, which was completely different from his previous appearance when he always wore a plaid shirt, looked listless, and seemed to care about nothing. Some people become group leaders and feel very proud of themselves. What's more, is Chunji really a leader now? Although he is only an acting team leader, he is also an official. In addition, everyone knew that he was familiar with Chise, and no one dared to offend him. Now, Chunji finally experienced the taste of power. Once upon a time, his manager could tell him to do anything he wanted, and he would just do it. But now, he can order others to do any work. Even if it was just a glass of water, someone would pour it for him and put it on the table. His former seniors and company leaders no longer had their previous arrogance, and were all very respectful in front of him. This feeling. Last night, Chunji was a little dissatisfied with his girlfriend's insistence on being Chise's driver, but when he really arrived at the company and thought about the power of the acting team leader, all those thoughts disappeared. I am not good at socializing or flattering, and I cannot maintain a relationship with my boss. But my girlfriend is good at it. Now he is afraid that Li Xiaoya will lose her job as a driver. Chunji respectfully placed the laptop he brought on Chise's desk, then opened the game with a smile on his face and said, Mr. Chi, look, it's exactly the same as described in your plan. Chise looked over and saw a mobile phone simulator on the laptop. The screen showed a simple magical little game, accompanied by magical music. Open it on your phone. Let me try it. He handed the phone to Chunji. Upon hearing this, Chunji immediately opened the game on his mobile phone and handed it to Chise with both hands. Chise started to try it out. Just like the magical little game in the previous life, the first level of this simple little game was very simple and ruthless. Any human with a mature brain could pass it easily, but the second one is simply not something that a human can play. Not just, it's impossible to get through. Each level is random and has a probability. Some people may be lucky enough to pass the level without relying on various props, but most people don't have this kind of luck, so they can't pass the level at all. If they really want to pass the level, they can only rely on various props. And the props. This is the profit point of this game. There is no need to recharge the props, just watch a small advertisement. The advertisements are directly received from the Advertising Alliance, and the money is calculated based on the number of views. Chise can get a few cents to a few dimes for each advertisement. Chise tried to play a few times and found that it was impossible to pass the level without props. So he nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, you have captured the essence of this little game, Xiaoji. Well done. Chunji touched his head and smiled foolishly. Although their team is only a small team, it is still very easy for them to make such a small game. What's more, Chise has been recruiting people during this period. Many high-end talents have also joined the company one after another. With so many talented people, it is not difficult to make such a small game. He felt a little embarrassed by Chise's compliment. Okay, you don't have to worry about it after the game is made, Chise said after turning off his phone. The reason why the game Sheep became popular is that marketing played a big role. Coincidentally, Chise happens to own a marketing company. Boss Chi, what should we do next? Chunji said cautiously. The company has hired a lot of new people. It's not a good idea to have so many people sitting around doing nothing. Good fellow, he just became the acting team leader, and he has already sat on the side of the capitalists. Chise nodded with satisfaction. Can you make a live streaming app? Can you make a shopping app? Chise asked. Well, Chunji paused and said, it's definitely not possible to compare with the most popular shopping apps and live streaming apps, but it's no problem to provide basic functions. Although his previous company was a gaming company, it had also worked on other projects. After all, it's not easy for a small company to make money, so they have to do all kinds of work. If there is no requirement for quality, Chunji is confident that he can do it. What's more, Chitian Network has recently recruited a lot of new people, and there are many talented people among them. With their help, he will be more confident. Only, Chunji hesitated for a moment, then said, Mr. Chi, now there are Taowu and JD.com in the field of shopping, Dosha and Maoya in the field of live streaming, and Short Video Abdul is also making inroads into the field of live streaming. Are we being too hasty in entering these two fields now? Chise glanced at him and said, do as I say. Now is the stage of accumulating technology. You need to lead your team to continue to hone our skills. At least when I need you, the quality of our app can keep up with the giants you just mentioned. Yes. Chen Ji nodded immediately. Anyway, Chi Zhe is the boss. It's not your own money that you lose. Chen Ji nodded and went back to work immediately. Chi Zhe asked Li Xiaoya to send him to Chao Zhe marketing. Now that the May Day holiday is basically over, the business in Mianwan City has been completed. According to the agreement, Chen Xiujin was to leave Chao's marketing and run his own company. But Chi Zhe couldn't bear to let this marketing master go. With him and assistant Huang in the company, Chi Zhe doesn't have to worry about anything. They can do a good job in marketing Chao Zhe. If Chen Xiujin leaves, it will be like Chao's marketing has lost a leg. Chao's marketing now has a long-term partnership with the Coconut Flower Group and has just won a year-long order from the City Hall. It cannot do without Master Chen. So, we have to come up with something new. This is the only way to keep Master Chen. The marketing method of raising sheep was also a classic case in the world of the previous life. Just ready to take out. On the way, Chi Zhe wrote down several key points of marketing the game, Sheep Le Guyang. With this little thing, Master Chen can't leave. Not only could he not leave, but his team also had to stay and work for Chi Zhe, and their wages had to be paid by Master Chen first. A moment later, Li Xiaoya had driven the car to the first floor of Chao Zhe marketing. Chi Zhe went upstairs with the plan he had just come up with. Li Xiaoya and Ku Yueqing followed closely behind. Upstairs, Master Chen was finishing up the work. He learned a lot from this operation. Out of professionalism, he decided to work his last shift, complete the follow-up work of the project, and then return to his own company to put what he had learned to good use. Chen Xiujin is looking forward to the future. Then he saw Chi Zhe. Chi Zhe walked over slowly, holding a document in his hand. This moment, Chen Xiujin suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 88 Pei Yiting is in a dilemma. Boss Chi, you're here? Chen Xiujin took the initiative to greet him, and then his eyes unconsciously glanced at the documents in Chi Zhe's hand. He thought that he would tell Chi Zhe that he was leaving soon to avoid any further complications. Master Chen, I just happen to have something to tell you. Chi Zhe walked over leisurely with a smile on his face. Chen Xiujin felt even more uneasy. This is a new game made by my other company, called Sheep. I decided to let you manage the marketing of this game. I also made this marketing plan myself, which involves many novel ideas. Chi Zhe looked at him, and the smile on his face grew wider. Are you interested? Chen Xiujin swallowed. He really wants to leave. After all, he is also the boss of a company with so many employees under him. Now all of them are brought to help Chi Zhe, and the profits lost every day are huge. He also couldn't wait to return to his company and use his newly learned ideas to make a lot of money. But when I heard Chi Zhe say novel ideas and many, Chen Xiujin suddenly found that he couldn't say anything he had to say. He has great respect for Chi Zhe. Because Chi Zhe's ideas are so wild and imaginative, it seems as if they are not the thoughts of a creature from this world. He benefited a lot from working for Chi Zhe during this time. Chen Xiujin feels that what he has learned will be enough for him to use for the rest of his life. But if I could learn something new. At this moment, it was as if a mountain of gold was placed in front of Chen Xiujin. Do you want this mountain of gold, or go back to running your own company? This is not a multiple choice question. Everyone knows how to choose. Chen Xiujin swallowed his saliva again, holding back all the words in his heart, and then said silently, Boss Chi, what is the idea? Can you tell me in detail? Your own company? Are you kidding? How can I have my own company? Haven't I always been working for Mr. Chi? At this moment, Chen Xiujin's thoughts became clear, and Chi Zhe also nodded with satisfaction. Master Chen is a very insightful person. That's right. The key point of this project is that the second level is extremely difficult. This point is used to arouse the player's desire to win. The second point is to show the players how skilled the players are in each province. Similarly, this element can arouse the player's desire to win. Just relying on these 2 points, we can attract players to keep playing this small game. Chi Zhe told Master Chen directly the key points of the marketing of sheep. Chen Xiujin is a marketing genius and has decades of marketing experience. These things are just a layer of window paper. Just explain it a little, and he will understand. So Chi Zhe didn't hide anything at all. Of course, Chi Zhe was not afraid that Chen Xiujin would leave immediately after hearing this. Chen Xiujin is the kind of person who really treats marketing as a career. He certainly won't just run away after listening. He must take charge of the business himself. This is the master's specialty. If Chen Xiujin hadn't been so dedicated, Chi Zhe wouldn't have said it so confidently. Mr. Chi, your idea is very interesting. I am willing to manage this project. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiujin immediately spoke excitedly. Chi Zhe didn't even have to bring it up. You know, Chen Xiujin works for Qizhe now, and although he gets a salary, it is only the salary of an ordinary employee. He was the boss before. Moreover, people in his company are also working for Qizhe. Even Qizhe didn't give any money. It was Chen Xiujin himself who paid the salaries of his former employees. Although Qizhe said that he would owe it first and give it back when he had more money, but who would believe this? But Chen Xiujin believed it. For no other reason, I was completely impressed by Qizhe. Qizhe gave a few more instructions and left, while Chen Xiujin took the plan Qizhe had written and began to study it. Before meeting Qizhe, Chen Xiujin's marketing methods were very simple. Shoot a brainwash advertisement and then broadcast it in a bombardment manner, forcibly inserting the content of the advertisement into the minds of the audience, leaving a deep memory of the product on the audience. But after meeting Qizhe, he discovered that marketing methods are so diverse. The marketing of coconut flour focuses on giving more, which makes consumers feel guilty and actively cancel their purchases. Mianwan City's plan fully grasps the market pain points. While other scenic spots are ripping off tourists, Mianwan City focuses on promoting the concepts of conscience and affordability. This immediately made Mianwan City extremely popular. And now, this little game called Catch a Sheep has come up with a new idea. Desire to win. Chen Xiujin feels that he can learn a lot. After carefully reading the plans several times, Chen Xiujin sighed. Mr. Qi is truly a genius in the marketing world, but after this, he probably won't have anything new, right? After the marketing of this mini-game is finished, I'll discuss leaving with him. Qitian Finance. Pei Yiting has been working for several days. She has only one evaluation of her job. Comfortable. It's too comfortable. When she was a fund manager, she had to keep an eye on the market all the time. Every fluctuation of the market meant a loss of hundreds of thousands or even millions. Well, there are only losses, no profits. I don't know if it's because of luck or something else. Pei Yiting has never made money in any financial field such as the stock market, commodities, and precious metals market. She even reached the point of depression. For the sake of her life, she had to leave her post. And now working for Qizhe, she feels happy. Yes, pleasure. Seeing the account making profits every day, she felt that she could no longer leave this job, even though the money is not his own. But as long as she sees that the account she is trading is profitable, she is very happy. Now working at Qitian Finance is no longer just about making money to support herself. Pei Yiting feels that she is completely dependent on this job. Without this job, she will continue to be depressed. So Pei Yiting is now struggling with a problem. She had a client before who trusted her very much and put a lot of cash in her hands. However, she betrayed the client's trust and eventually lost 40% of the client's capital, and the client left the financial market sadly. Pei Yiting has always wanted to make up to this client. Now is the opportunity. Qizhe's account is making a profit every day. If he could get his previous clients to invest money, he would definitely be able to help them make back their lost money. But here's the thing. Is Qizhe willing to accept external funds? Most of the funds in Qizhe's account now belong to Qizhe, and the other part belongs to Kuyueqing. There is no funds from outsiders. What if Qizhe is unwilling and I rashly make this request? Will I lose my job? So Pei Yiting was very conflicted. She wanted to make up for her previous big clients, but she was afraid that if she rashly asked to attract external funds, she would lose her job. After completing the last operation according to Qizhe's instructions, Pei Yiting fell into deep thought. But after thinking for a long time, she still didn't make a choice and could only sigh. That's all. Today is the day that Mr. Qi comes to withdraw money. When he arrives, I'll ask him cryptically. If Mr. Qi is willing to absorb future funds, I will tell Sister Lin. If Mr. Qi is not willing, then forget it. Chapter 89: The Excited Secretary. The 1-month cycle is over. The business opportunity prompts given by the system have basically reached their deadline. So Qizhe needs to come to the company. The business opportunity detection function for the new month has been refreshed. Qizhe needs to come to Qitian Finance to conduct a new business opportunity detection. In this day and age, cash is lifeblood. So Qizhe is not going anywhere else now, but is preparing to make money in the financial market. Then subsidized Qitian network. After Qizhe arrived, he first asked Pei Yiting to make a report to clearly count the profit situation of this month. Kuyueqing's share had to be calculated separately. Although Qizhe sometimes likes to cheat wealthy ladies and make them spend some money, he will not cheat with such a large sum of money. This is a matter of credibility. Although Pei Yiting always lost money when she was a fund manager, now she has switched to being a trader, and making a report at the same time is very easy and not difficult at all. In addition, she has been paying close attention to Qizhe's profitability during this period. When Qizhe arrived at the company and gave the instructions, she quickly finished the report. Mr. Qi, this is the profit situation for this month, Please take a look. Pei Yiting handed the report to Chi Zhe and then stood aside, waiting silently. Chi Zhe had nothing else for her to do for the time being, so after taking the report, he began to read it carefully. In fact, Chi Zhe had a rough idea of his own profit situation, but Pei Yiting's report was very professional. At a glance, he had a more detailed understanding of his own profit situation. In 1 month, Chi Zhe invested more than 10 million yuan, and later Ku Yueqing also invested more than 10 million yuan. Less than 30 million yuan of funds more than doubled in just 1 month. The number displayed on Chi Zhe's account now is 62,231,738.40. A total of more than 62 million. This is the amount of funds that Ku Yueqing received halfway through. If she had invested at the very beginning, this number would have been much higher. Even though Chi Zhe had expected this, he still took a deep breath at this moment. No wonder so many people are involved in finance nowadays. This thing really makes money. Of course, where some people gain, others lose. The financial market is a huge gamble. Those who make money will naturally make a lot of money, but those who lose money are also miserable. Even in the financial center building of Haibin, a small third-tier city, people jump from the roof from time to time. You win money, you lose your life. But fortunately, Chi Zhe is the kind of person who has a perspective cheat, so there is no possibility of him losing money. Chi Zhe looked at the report again. Some of the money was not his. More than 60 million, of which about 40 million belonged to him, and more than 20 million belonged to Ku Yueqing. In the office, in addition to Pei Yiting who was waiting silently on the side, Ku Yueqing was also there. She stood behind Chi Zhe, then stood on tiptoe, her eyes unable to help but glance at the report. After all, part of the money was hers, and she was also concerned about whether she made a profit or a loss. Here you go, take a look. Chi Zhe noticed her little action and directly threw the report to her. Ku Yueqing smiled twice a little embarrassedly, then took the report impatiently and read it carefully. After a moment, she put down the report and a bright smile appeared on her face. Manager Pei's report is very detailed, really good. Ku Yueqing first praised him, then looked at Chi Zhe with admiration in his eyes. After so many years, her investment finally made money. It's not easy. I'm not a manager anymore. Pei Yiting said softly. Chi Zhe smiled and said, Pei Yiting, you have done a good job. I will give you the treatment of a manager from now on. He made so much money, and he had to give some benefits to Pei Yiting more or less, so that she would continue to work hard in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chi. Pei Yiting thanked him immediately, but she was still thinking about something else. She felt that Chi Zhe was in a good mood at the moment, so she could mention it later. Even if Chi Zhe was unwilling, he probably wouldn't be angry. Secretary Ku, what do you say about your money? Chi Zhe looked at Ku Yueqing, whose face was beaming. You have 3 choices. First, I'll give you all of it. Second, you take the profits and keep the principal. Third, the principal and profits will remain with me. Chi Zhe's current shortcoming is that he has too little capital. Otherwise, with the help of the system, he would definitely earn more than this money. But the problem is that Chi Zhe can't raise other funds. Not safe. Ku Yueqing was the person he could trust the most. Therefore, Chi Zhe still hopes that she can put all the principal back here, so as to bring greater profits. Upon hearing this, Ku Yueqing said without any hesitation, Mr. Chi, leave the principal and transfer the profit to me. In fact, Secretary Ku is very greedy. She wants to keep both the profits and the principal to create greater profits. But the money wasn't all hers. Some of it belonged to Lin Lu. Lin Lu trusted her so much and gave her all the money, so she had to let Lin Lu see this month's profit as an explanation. Of course, there is another reason. Ku Yueqing also spent all her capital this time. If she continued to give the profits to Chi Zhe to operate, she would have no money to spend. Chi Zhe nodded when he heard this, kept Ku Yueqing's principal, then withdrew 4 million from his account and transferred it to Ku Yueqing's account. The total profit is more than 8 million. According to the agreement, half of it is my commission, so you can get more than 4 million. For convenience, I will directly add the change to the principal. You take 4 million, is that okay? Chi Zhe asked. Okay. Ku Yueqing nodded continuously, the raised corners of her mouth harder to suppress than AK. Earned 4 million in just 1 month. If I split it in half with my best friend, I will still have 2 million left. Tie pants are hot. Ku Yueqing couldn't wait to share the good news with her best friends. Boss Chi, can I take a leave? Half a day is enough. Ku Yueqing's face flushed red. She couldn't wait to see Lin Lu's shocked look. Go ahead. Chi Zhe was a little speechless. Wasn't the secretary too impatient? Can't you hold on to just this little money? If she makes a lot of money again in the future, won't she go crazy? Thank you, Mr. Chi. Ku Yueqing didn't expect that Chi Zhe, who was always rude, would be so easy to talk to. She jumped up to Chi Zhe excitedly, hugged him, and then jumped away. Pei Yiting's eyes suddenly lit up at this moment. Ku Yueqing is gone. Now that she and Chi Zhe were alone, this was the best time to speak. She didn't hesitate and immediately said, Boss Chi, I have something to ask you. That is, are you still short of funds? I know a big client who can invest in it if you are willing. Chapter 90. Lin Yusin is so rich. External funds. Chi Zhe sighed when he heard this. He was just thinking about this problem, but the same thing applies. Trust in foreign capital is a problem. Chi Zhe would not dare to put money in if he does not trust someone. After all, his record is amazing. He was not afraid that Ku Yueqing would find out, because the secretary was very dependent on him now and would ask him for help in the future, so it was unlikely that she would betray him. He was not afraid that Pei Yiting would know, because Pei Yiting is weak and has a bad reputation in the financial circle. Not many people would believe what she said. But if Chi Zhe is targeted by some wealthy chaebols and capitalists, that's it. Chi Zhe can't beat them now. Pei Yiting looked at Chi Zhe nervously. From Chi Zhe's expression and tone, she knew that there was not much hope for this matter. She was also afraid that Chi Zhe would misunderstand, so she quickly said, Boss Chi, I haven't told anyone about your situation here. It's just that I had a client before. She trusted me very much, but I made her lose money, so I feel guilty. So I want to ask, if you accept external funds, I want to take the money she earned. If you don't want to, then forget it. I haven't told her about this matter. You don't have to worry about leaks. Although Pei Yiting is not good at finance, she is still very reliable in doing things. If he or she tells the situation here to anyone without Chi Zhe's consent, then Chi Zhe would have to teach her a lesson no matter what. And he was very ruthless. But since she asked first and didn't say anything rashly, then there is nothing wrong with this matter. It's not that I don't accept external funds. This involves a trust issue. If there is suitable funds, I am willing to accept it. Chi Zhe sighed. Manager Pei, you know my situation here. If I am targeted by big capital, I will be in trouble. Pei Yiting is from the financial circle, so she naturally knows this truth. Chi Zhe was quite open with her. The main reason is that Chi Zhe feels that Pei Yiting is a reliable person and can be trained. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chi. Let me tell you about my client's situation. You can decide whether to let her invest or not. Pei Yiting was moved, and her tone became much more sincere. Well, tell me about it. Chi Zhe nodded. He didn't think Pei Yiting's clients could be trusted, but he decided to listen anyway, as a way of giving face to his subordinates. He really intended to train Pei Yiting into his confidant. This client's surname is Lin Yusin. She is the only heir to the Lin Group and holds more than 60% of the shares of the Lin Group. The Lin Group is a giant enterprise in this province with businesses spanning multiple fields and a market value of hundreds of billions. Sister Lin does not participate in the company's operations, but she can get billions of profit dividends every year, so she also often invests in the financial field. Pei Yiting knew her clients very well and immediately started talking about their situations. But Chi Zhe only heard 2 key pieces of information and ignored everything else. Lin Yusin, billions in profits and dividends every year. At this moment, Chi Zhe just wanted to scream. Grass, grass, grass. Damn, isn't this my first pot of gold? He knew that Lin Yusin was rich, but he didn't expect that she was so rich. If I had known she was so rich, why would I have worked so hard to start a business? Why don't you just forget about the system and find a way to marry her? You know, she and Chi Zhe have a child. Counting the days, it has been 3 or 4 months now. Mr. Chi, Boss Chi, what's wrong with you? As Pei Yiting was talking, she suddenly noticed Chi Zhe was in a daze, so she immediately stretched out her little hand and waved it in front of Chi Zhe's eyes. Keep talking. Chi Zhe came back to his senses and said, It's like this. Sister Lin controls more than 60% of the shares of the Lin Group, so she can be considered a big capitalist. However, she has no intention of running the business and only takes dividends, so I don't think she has big ambitions. Of course, whether to accept her funds or not is up to you, President Chi. Pei Yiting said cautiously. Chi Zhe wanted to train her to be his confidant. Doesn't she also want to hold someone's thigh? As for Chi Zhe's profit this month, 99.9% of people in the financial market cannot achieve it. Therefore, Pei Yiting will not let her personal feelings affect Chi Zhe's judgment. What she just said is true. She just gave her own suggestion. Whether to accept Lin Yusin's funds depends on Chi Zhe himself. As for Chi Zhe, he had no hesitation at all at this moment. Damn, how can you not trust the mother of your own child? Of course, this is actually nonsense. When it comes to money, especially so much money, sometimes even the mother of the child cannot be trusted. But Chi Zhe still knows Lin Yusin very well. After all, they had been together day and night for 20 days. No matter how good a person is at pretending, Can he keep up the pretense during 20 days of being honest with each other? Moreover, Chise worked so hard that Lin Yusin's consciousness blurred many times. Can she still keep up the pretense? Therefore, Chise knows very well what kind of person Lin Yusin is. She has no ambition. Now, she wants to invest and make money, but she lacks the capital. It is an opportunity for cooperation. Moreover, the existence of a crystal between the two of them naturally gave them more trust. This is simply the most suitable financing target. Manager Pei, I'm very interested in the Ms. Lin you mentioned. Let's put this together. You can be responsible for contacting her. If she is willing to invest, I'm willing to accept it. Chise said. Pei Yiting was overjoyed. Really? She is very happy. If this matter was accomplished, she would have solved the problem of insufficient capital for the new boss, and also helped an old customer who had been very good to her. The best of both worlds. Really? Chise nodded, and then said, but there is one thing. When you communicate with Ms. Lin, don't reveal that I already know her identity. Ah, why? Pei Yiting was puzzled. Don't ask why. Just remember this. Chise said seriously. He knew Lin Yusin and knew that this person was actually very vigilant. If she went there rashly, she might suspect that Chise would use his status as the child's father to ask for money. So Chise doesn't plan to show up in person, even pretending not to know her. Then again, it was Chise who helped her make money. If it weren't for the fact that she was the mother of his child, Chise wouldn't have given her this opportunity. You can't beg her for money. She has to beg Chise and give him money. Okay, then I'll contact Sister Lin now. Pei Yiting didn't understand Chise's thoughts, but she still listened obediently. She went outside and called Lin Yusin, without revealing the fact that Chise already knew her identity. After a moment, she hung up the phone and came to Chise's office. Boss Chi, Sister Lin wants to meet you. Chapter 91, The Child's Mother. Lin Yusin hung up the phone and calmed her somewhat rapid breathing. Chise. It turned out to be Chise. She didn't expect that she would hear this name again. Just now, a fund manager she knew before called her and said that he had recently resigned and was now working for an investment expert. Pei Yiting told her about Chise's performance, and then said that if Lin Yusin wanted to make money, she could invest some money in him. Lin Yusin didn't care much about Chise's performance. But after hearing the name Chise, she couldn't hold back. Wait, what did you say your boss's name was? At that time, Lin Yusin's voice became a little hurried. Pei Yiting replied in surprise. Chise, his name is Chise. In his 20s, tall, handsome, and bad-looking, right? Lin Yusin asked immediately. He is indeed tall and handsome, but I don't know whether he is a bad guy or not. Pei Yiting answered cautiously. At this time, even a fool would know that Lin Yusin and Chise must have some relationship. But Pei Yiting was still loyal. In the end, she followed Chise's instructions and did not tell Lin Yusin that Chise already knew her identity. Now, tell me all the news about this Chise, Lin Yusin said in an urgent tone. Then Pei Yiting told Lin Yusin everything she had learned. Afterwards, Lin Yusin asked Pei Yiting and Chise to make an appointment to meet, and then hung up the phone. At this moment, her mood was very complicated. She had to admit that after spending more than 20 days with Chise, she actually thought of Chise in the days that followed. This man left a deep impression on her. Especially as her belly grew bigger day by day, she often wondered if she was too cruel to the child. Being born without a father would be very detrimental to the child's future growth. But Lin Yusin still managed to control herself. She controlled herself and didn't ask about Chise. After Chise left, she didn't know where he went. I don't know what Chise is doing. Relying on this method of information isolation, she finally slowly forgot about this person. Although Chise occasionally appears in my dreams, he is still so bad that he always makes me drunk and dreamless. However, Lin Yusin still remained firm in her thinking. Be a non-marriagist and raise your children by yourself. However, just when I had finally strengthened my belief, I suddenly heard news about Chise. And Chise has become so outstanding now. When I first met Chise, he was so poor that he didn't even have a set of nice clothes. And now, he has tens of millions. At this moment, Lin Yusin couldn't hold it anymore. She wanted to meet Chise. I'm here for investment. Although I'm very rich, I can't just sit there and do nothing. If Chise really has a talent for investment, I can leave my money with him. Yes, that's right. I met him to make money. Besides, she gently stroked her belly. This child also has Chise's blood, so it's only natural for him to see him. Lin Yusin convinced herself this way. But the gradually accelerating heartbeat and the anticipation that was about to solidify in her heart still made her realize that she was just lying to herself. She just wanted to see the man who made her pregnant again. Lin Yusin is very rich. There is an entire medical team in her villa. Even the servants are professionally trained. An ordinary cleaning lady earns over 10,000 yuan a month, not to mention nutritionists and other service staff. She even hired a professional team of bodyguards, for which she had to pay bills of over 1 million yuan every month. Since becoming pregnant, she has been very concerned about her health and safety. And today we have to meet guests, medical team, service team, bodyguard team. Everyone started to get busy. Lin Yusin had no plans to meet guests at home, so if she went out, it would be even more troublesome. Because Chise had been to the villa where she lived. She really wanted to see what expression the little man would have when he saw her. The place where they met was a high-end tea house. In the elegant private room with a faint scent of sandalwood, Lin Yusin sat down slowly, while the waiter from the Freedom Tea House skillfully brewed tea and poured water beside her. "Xiao Pei, haven't you arrived yet?" Lin Yusin was a little anxious and called Pei Yiting. Pei Yiting looked at Chise beside her. Her curiosity was like a cat scratching, but she didn't dare to ask more. After Chise nodded at her, she replied, "Sister Lin, I'll be there in 5 minutes." Lin Yusin instructed, "Xiao Pei, remember, don't tell Chise about my identity." Pei Yiting was speechless. How come these two people have the same character? Chise has also told you many times not to reveal your identity. Lin Yusin too. I said it on the phone before, and I'll say it again now. Don't worry, Sister Lin, I definitely won't tell. Pei Yiting looked at what Chise said. Chise nodded with satisfaction. Pei Yiting spoke a few more words to Lin Yusin before hanging up the phone. A moment later, Li Xiaoya drove to the entrance of the tea house. Lin Yusin got the news instantly. "You only drive a junkie car worth over 400,000 yuan. Lin Yusin felt distressed. "You make so much money. Why don't you treat yourself better?" Then the bodyguard came to report that Chise's driver was beautiful and charming. Lin Yusin's expression suddenly changed. As expected, men become bad when they have money. He even uses a female driver, who is so pretty. Isn't his secretary even prettier? She guessed right. Chise's secretary is indeed more beautiful. At this time, Chise was almost reaching the private room. Lin Yusin restrained her expression and returned to her calm look. She is very proud. I will have to make Chise beg me for money later, but I can't let him see that I miss him. Boss Lin, he'll be here soon. The bodyguard was keeping an eye on Chise all the time. When Chise was about to reach the door, he hurriedly reported to Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin nodded lightly. But then, she couldn't hold it anymore. She originally wanted to act indifferent, and then wait for Chise to open the door and see her, and then admire his shocked expression. But now Chise hasn't arrived yet, and she can't help herself, her face full of anticipation. Calm down. Lin Yusin rubbed her face, but found that it had no effect at all. She was a little panicked. Could it be that I really fell in love with this man? No, it's impossible. She gently stroked her belly. Maybe the baby misses her dad, but it's not me. Lin Yusin comforted herself in this way, and it really worked. At least she could control her expression. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open. Chapter 92 Pei Yiting. I am the one who got hurt. Chise walked into the box and was stunned, as if he had seen something that did not belong to this world. He was dumbfounded, pointing his finger at Lin Yusin, trembling constantly. You? Why is it you? Pei Yiting followed behind him and was also stunned when she saw him like this. No wonder you can get rich. This acting. She knew that Chise had known Lin Yusin's identity for a long time. As a result, I can still pretend that I know nothing. It's me. Are you surprised? Lin Yusin smiled and gently lifted the hair hanging in front of her eyes. She seemed calm and composed, as if everything was under control. Chise really knew her well. This woman is very insecure. If Chise didn't act surprised, then since Chise is the child's father, she would still be wary of Chise and would suspect whether Chise was deliberately using his status as the child's father to ask for money. So she was also nervous before. In addition to being excited and looking forward to meeting Chise, she was also afraid that Chise was really here to ask for money. Her mother died early, her father also died, and all the relatives in her family were greedy for money. She was really afraid that the father of her child would be such a person. But now, after Chise's exaggerated performance, her doubts disappeared. She felt that she was capable again. Everything is under control. I'm really surprised. Didn't you say that we'll just be strangers from now on? Chise slightly suppressed his surprised expression, walked over and sat opposite her, smiled bitterly and asked, "Why did you come to see me again?" Lin Yusin was very wary. So at the beginning, Chise was really just regarded as a tool for having children. But after all, they had been together day and night for 20 days, and they were honest with each other every day, making love with each other. Chise is her first and only man. So, even though she wanted to control herself, she still developed some feelings for Chise. But feelings are feelings. She still calmly expelled Chise from her life. But she didn't expect that even though she deliberately ignored Chise, Chise still broke into her world in the end. She could no longer contain the feelings in her heart. This is how we met. Chise's exaggerated performance made her last bit of doubt disappear. Facing Chise's question, Lin Yusin smiled and said, I thought about it. After all, you are the father of the child. I can't completely isolate you from the outside and not know anything about the child. So, Xiaopei happened to mention you, and I wanted to meet you. Child. Chise simply moved closer, looked at her bulging belly, and reached out to touch it with mixed feelings. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had a child of his own. Although it is only 3 or 4 months at this time, the baby may not have taken shape yet. But when Chise touched it, it was as if he touched a little life, and she was giggling at him. Feeling Chise's gentle touch, Lin Yusin also felt the warmth of family, which was very rare. She hadn't felt this way in a long time, ever since her parents passed away. So she gently turned sideways and leaned into Chise's arms. For a moment, both of them completely forgot what they had been thinking. Lin Yusin thought about finding a man, and then having him leave after she got pregnant, and then having no contact with him again. Chise thought that he was just trying to make money, and after completing the task, everything would have nothing to do with him. But at this time, in Pei Yiting's opinion, the two of them looked like a harmonious young couple. The wife was pregnant, and the husband took care of her tenderly. She was a little confused. Sister Lin is pregnant. The child is actually his boss's. What is their relationship? Pei Yiting's brain completely shut down. Lin Yusin is very famous. After all, she is rich, beautiful, and young. Many men in Haiban City dream of having both money and women. But everyone knows that Lin Yusin is a staunch advocate of non-marriage and dink. She has no intention of finding a man or having children. So no one has succeeded. As a result, my boss already got someone pregnant. Pei Yiting suddenly understood. As expected, this guy is amazing and is great at everything he does. Like my boss, he is not only good at stock trading, but also good at dealing with women. Even a woman like Lin Yusin, who is determined not to get married and live a dink life, can be easily dealt with. Look at this belly. It's been several months, right? And the other side. Chise had already sat down. Lin Yusin leaned on him and told him how she had felt during this period. There weren't many people she could trust. There aren't many people who can share my feelings. Although the medical team communicated with her about various matters related to pregnancy every day. However, the feeling of communicating with the doctor is different from that of Chise. Now, she is like a little woman, sharing her feelings after pregnancy with her husband. Before Chise came here, he was after the money. But at this moment, he really put himself into the role of a husband, hugging Lin Yusin and listening to her quietly. After Lin Yusin had her talk, she felt much better. But then she sighed softly. Hey, why am I telling you so much? I obviously just asked you to come here to talk about investment. Just say it. I'm happy to listen. Chise said quickly. Lin Yusin was very happy to hear that. She was also afraid that Chise was only after the money and had no feelings for the child or herself. Okay, then we'll keep in touch regularly. I'll tell you about the child's situation. If you want to see the child, you can come and see him. Lin Yusin said contentedly. The child is not yet formed. What child are you looking at? In fact, she just wanted Chise to come and see her. Lin Yusin is still a non-marriageist. She has no plans to get married, but she has already accepted Chise. Yeah. Chise nodded seriously. I really need to go there more often in the future. If nothing else, if the child can't be taken care of, the mother can still be there. At this moment, the feelings between the two became stronger. If there weren't so many people around them, the two of them would not only hug each other, but they would be able to keep a distance. After talking for a while, Lin Yusin also started talking about business. I just realized that you have a talent for finance. It's only been a short time, and your wealth has increased so many times. Lin Yusin looked at him with her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Huh. Chise laughed twice and said, before coming here, I wanted to meet the investor for Manager Pei's sake. I won't let ordinary investors bring in funds, but you will be fine. If you have spare money in the future, just put it with me. I guarantee that you will make a profit without loss. I am also very cautious in investing, but I have also suffered a lot of losses over the years. Now that you have the ability in this area, I will definitely support you. Lin Yusin said immediately. Pei Yiting on the side was speechless. These two people are singing the same tune, and I'm the one who gets hurt. One says it is a sure win. Isn't this a call for her? One said that the loss was quite a lot. This is simply naming names. Chapter 93, You Look Down on President Xi. At this time, both of them remembered that the purpose of this meeting was actually to discuss investment. I have a lot of cash on hand, but most of it has already been used, so my first investment is not much. Only 50 million, said Lin Yusin. Of course she has more than that much money. Pei Yiting said that she could get billions in dividends every year. This is an exaggeration. The Lin Group alone is not that profitable. But it's no problem to get 10 billion in cash a year. Adding other assets, she doesn't have to do anything in a year and will have at least 2 billion. Lin Yusin is not a wasteful person. She doesn't spend much and can save at least half every year. But she is a person who always thinks of danger in times of peace. So she never spends all her money or saves it. She has been investing, not just in Pei Yiting, she has also invested a lot in other places. These investments have gains and losses, but overall they can maintain a balance between profit and loss. Although the cash Lin Yusin can use now is not much, it is still several hundred million. But now she is pregnant. Lin Yusin only planned to get pregnant this time and only planned to give birth to this one child. So she would not allow anything to happen to her children. Medical team, service team, bodyguard team. These are very expensive. She had to keep hundreds of millions in cash on hand in case of emergency. So I can only take out 50 million. Of course, this is because Lin Yusin doesn't have that much trust in Chize's abilities. In the financial markets, making money temporarily does not count as making money. Chize only has 1 month of combat experience. The results in such a short period of time are not enough for Lin Yusin to invest all her money with confidence. She only invested 50 million in the first step and was prepared to lose it all. The loss would not affect her, so she would not hold Chize responsible if the loss occurred. 50 million is enough. Chize was very satisfied. At the beginning of the month, he had more than 10 million in his hands. In the middle of the month, Ku Yueqing invested more than 10 million yuan, and now he has more than 40 million. This time he has an additional 50 million in capital. What else is he dissatisfied with? Let's talk about the matter. I still need to make it clear to you. Chize said seriously, my commission is relatively high, 50% of your profit, and it will be settled once a month. You are very confident. Lin Yusin looked at him admiringly. Others only take a commission from the principal. Pei Yiting didn't dare to speak. She always felt that both of them were pointing fingers at her. When she was a fund manager, she took commissions directly from the principal. Although the draw is relatively small, it is still a sure win. It doesn't matter how much the client loses, she will definitely make a profit. Lin Yusin said Chize was confident, and that was it. People who don't have some strength would never dare to do this. If Pei Yiting only took a cut of the profits, she would probably have starved to death by now. You will know in a month. Chize said lightly. Lin Yusin nodded, her face full of appreciation. When I first met Chize, he didn't even have $100, but he was so confident, as if he would become a big man in the future. If not for this, she wouldn't have been thinking about Chize for so long. At this point, we have almost finished talking about the main business. But Lin Yusin always felt that it was not enough. She had been alone before and didn't think men were that good. Now that she really wanted one, she had the judo skills inherited from her ancestors. But after being with Chize for 20 days, she no longer had any interest in her own little hands. That is to say, she is pregnant and cannot do anything rash. Otherwise, she might have come to Chize a long time ago without being able to resist. But now that she had seen someone, she couldn't hold back any longer. Dr. Liu, come here for a moment. Lin Yusin called the foreman of her medical team, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. She had a gentle face and ran over immediately after hearing the words. Ms. Lin, do you have any instructions? Lin Yusin leaned close to her ear and asked in a low voice. Dr. Liu, at this stage, can I? She stopped halfway through, feeling a little embarrassed. But Dr. Liu was very experienced, and he knew what I meant without even having to listen to the whole story. He immediately replied, it's not allowed in the first 3 months or the last 3 months, but it's allowed in the middle period, but you have to be careful about the intensity. Lin Yusin blushed slightly and nodded. Ace. She looked at Chize and said, I made an appointment to meet here because I wanted to give you a surprise. Now I have nothing to do. How about, come to my house and sit for a while. She is more than 3 months pregnant. The dangerous phase is over. Well, okay. Chize did not refuse. Although the two of them set off. After a few months, Chize entered the place that he was very familiar with again. As for Pei Yiting, she had been sent back to work by Chize. Prompted by business opportunities in the new month, Chize still chose the stock market. Chize had already told her how to do it. She will continue to work as a trader and make crazy money for Chize in the stock market. And the other side, Ku Yueqing finally met her best friend. Lin Lu stayed up late again last night and didn't know what time she went to bed. When Ku Yueqing arrived, it was already afternoon, but Lin Lu didn't wake up. She didn't want to disturb her best friend's sleep, so she kept waiting. It was already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and Lin Lu finally woke up. Sorry, I stayed up too late reading a novel last night and went to bed in the early morning. Lin Lu was wearing a thin suspender nightgown with messy and fluffy hair. She walked down from upstairs rubbing her eyes. It must be said that this girl had a petite figure, but she was not thin. She had all the right pieces. Can't you go out for a walk occasionally? Kui Weching saw her bestie and immediately said helplessly, "Look at your face. It's a little pale now. If you keep going like this, you won't even need makeup to play a vampire." How did you know that the heroine of the novel I read yesterday was a vampire? Lin Lu was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, "I'm telling you, I really want to be a vampire. The vampires in novels have abnormal physiques that can never be broken no matter how they play. I wish I could be like that too." Kui Weching had a complicated expression and was no longer able to speak. "Oh my God, what kind of novels does my best friend read? Aren't you busy being your boss's secretary? How do you still have time to look for me?" Seeing her best friend's confused look, Lin Lu smiled and changed the subject. "I feel embarrassed to continue talking about this. The novel I read last night was quite strong. I asked for leave." Kui Weching came back to her senses with a smile on her face. "Didn't I ask you to invest all your pocket money with me in Mr. Chi? Now the first month's profit dividends are out. Guess how much it is?" Although Lin Lu didn't come from a wealthy family, as a wealthy man, he still had some knowledge of finance and investment. It's not easy to make a profit from an investment. You always talk about how great your CEO Chi is, so I'll assume that he made a profit this month. Lin Lu counted on his fingers. It's not easy for a genius investor to make a 10% profit. This is still a year, so I'll take your CEO Chi's 5% profit per month. Together, we can make 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Isn't that enough? 5 or 600,000. Kui Weching laughed and puffed out her chest proudly. "You are looking down on President Chi." Chapter 94. Lin Lu wants to meet Chi Zhe. "How can you say that I look down on Mr. Chi?" Lin Lu felt aggrieved. "Isn't my calculation wrong? No matter how strong the fund manager is in the market now, can he make a profit of 5 points in a month? I already think highly of him. A profit of 5 points a month is indeed exaggerated. It's not to say that no one can do it, but there are certainly not many." Kui Weching doesn't usually read novels, especially those that are full of pretentiousness but then get slapped in the face. She finds them particularly boring. She has everything she wants in real life, so what's the point of being pretentious and getting slapped in the face? But at this moment, she felt like she was the protagonist of the novel. Kui Weching stood up, looked at her bestie, and sneered. "I told you that you underestimated Mr. Chi, and you still don't accept it. Let me tell you, in just this 1 month, the two of us each made 2 million. At this moment, she suddenly understood. Oh, it's not that it's meaningless to pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face. But it's not my turn to show off and get slapped in the face. What? 2 million? 2 million per person? Lin Lu also stood up. The two of us invested a little over $1,000 in total, and he was able to make a profit of 4 million. This is a full profit of more than 40 points. How did he do it? Lin Lu was really shocked. In 1 month, I made 4 million yuan with a capital of more than 10 million yuan. Such a record. If you were a fund manager, you probably would never lack funds. Many wealthy people begged Chi Zhe to help them invest. Did you forget something? Kui Weching laughed. According to the agreement, Mr. Chi will take half of our profits. Lin Lu was stunned for a moment. Oh, I forgot about this. So, each of us only made 1 million? But that's okay. A profit share of 1 million is also exaggerated. Is there something wrong with your brain? You did too much manual labor and your brains are all gone, right? Kui Weching said unhappily. What I mean is that the 4 million in our hands has already been taken by President Chi, so it's actually a profit of more than 8 million. What does that mean? More than 8 million? Lin Lu jumped up suddenly. As for what Kui Weching said before, if it had happened in the past, she would have pounced on Kui Weching, pinned him down, and gave him a good lesson. But now, her mind was completely filled with the number, more than 8 million. The two of them invested a total of just over 12 million. As a result, Chi Zhe made a profit of more than 8 million in 1 month. This. It's too exaggerated. This exaggerated profit is enough to drive anyone crazy. Chinger, did you sleep with Chi Zhe? Lin Lu took a long time to recover and asked stupidly. Otherwise, how could he take you with him for such a good money-making opportunity? Can you do it by yourself? If not, how about we go together? Together what? Kui Weching didn't react for a moment, but she understood after a while and immediately became angry and said, At most I gave Mr. Chi some small benefits. How could I sleep with him? If you don't sleep with him, how can you get this good thing? Lin Lu asked in disbelief. Kui Weching was speechless. What kind of thinking did her best friend have? Sister, seriously, you must hold on to this thigh. With it, we sisters will no longer be controlled by others in the future. Lin Lu suddenly showed a serious expression at this time. Why does she always have such a bad attitude? I don't go to work. I just lie at home and read novels all day. It is because she knows that her destiny is not in her own hands. She is the same as Ku Yueqing. Her family is rich, and she has never suffered from hardship since childhood. She lives a life of luxury. But the problem is, the family doesn't support them for nothing. One day, they will have to obey their family's orders and get married. However, when facing the final fate, different people have different ideas. Like Ku Yueqing, she is actively proving to her family that she can also take on the family business, thus trying to change her fate. And Lin Lu, her family was even stricter, and she didn't even have a chance to prove herself, so she just gave up and lay down at home, waiting for the time to come and get married. Another person who is very similar to them is Wang Peiyu. Wang Peiyu obeyed her family's orders, but she would also actively strive to marry someone she liked. So after meeting Qi Zhe, she was very active in contacting Qi Zhe. It's better to marry a young and handsome Qi Zhe than to marry an old man. The three people have similar fates, but their choices are different. It's not that in modern society, their families will still arrest them and force them to marry. It's just that she has enjoyed so many resources from her family since she was a child, and in the end, she didn't give anything in return. This doesn't make sense. But if I could pay back all the money I spent at home, or even more, then you can refuse your family's arrangements with a clear conscience. But unfortunately, Lin Lu himself does not have that ability. But at this time, Lin Lu felt hope. Hearing her best friend's words, Ku Yueqing smiled. Lin Lu only thought of this now. She had long regarded Qi Zhe as her hope. I still have the principal with President Qi, and there will be dividends next month. Sooner or later, we sisters will be able to control our own destiny. Ku Yueqing said with longing. Qing'er, please find a time for me to meet Mr. Qi. Lin Lu suddenly said. Before, she had always disapproved of Ku Yueqing's choice. Can you rely on a poor boy? She doesn't believe it. But now she believed it. Since I have to rely on Qi Zhe to make money and escape the fate of being controlled by him, a meeting is definitely necessary. I'll ask Mr. Qi. Ku Yueqing nodded and started making the call. She supports her best friend. It's not a good idea to be in a bad mood all day long. Talk to President Qi. If nothing else, hire Lin Lu as your secretary. Get on board as soon as possible and hold on to Qi Zhe's strong thigh. But to Ku Yueqing's surprise, the call did not go through. Mr. Qi may be busy. Let's talk about it later. Ku Yueqing said to Lin Lu. It's already past 7 o'clock. Aren't you going to get off work early? What are you busy with? Lin Lu muttered in confusion. Ku Yueqing couldn't answer. Logically speaking, Qi Zhe should have nothing to do at this time, and if she called, Qi Zhe would definitely answer the phone. But Qi Zhe didn't answer, so there was nothing he could do. How about this? I'll send a message to President Qi to tell him about the situation. You can see it when he's done with his work, and he'll reply to me then. Ku Yueqing opened the chat software and started sending messages to Qi Zhe. Lin Lu nodded helplessly. This was the only way. On the other side, Qi Zhe was indeed busy. He and Lin Yusin returned to her suburban villa together. After a simple meal, the two went straight to the bedroom. Haven't seen you for a few months. Both of them miss each other very much. If the doctor hadn't told him not to use too much force, Qi Zhe would have wanted to use all his strength to breastfeed, just like he did during those 20 days. Qi Zhe is still very compassionate to women. Just once, it relieved the pain of missing someone, and there was no second time. Then he saw the missed calls and the message from Ku Yueqing. Her best friend Lin Lu wants to see me? Chapter 95 Aunt and Nephew Relationship. Lin Lu, do you know my niece? Lin Yusin, who was lying lazily on the bed with her eyes half closed, was savoring the intoxicating taste not long ago. Suddenly, she heard a familiar name and immediately became alert, looking at Qi Zhe vigilantly. She is a few years older than Qi Zhe and has no plans to get married. Even if Qi Zhe really finds a girlfriend, she won't say anything. But he can't find a girlfriend with his niece. The aunt and niece were with the same man. What has this become? Lin Lu is your niece. Qi Zhe was also confused. Didn't you say that you are the only child in your family? She is my cousin's child. We have such a big family, so it's normal to have some relatives. Lin Yusin explained first, and then asked, what is your relationship with Xiaolu? She is my secretary's best friend. She recently invested some money with me. I helped her make a lot of money. She wants to meet me. Qi Zhe told the truth. The main thing is that there is really nothing between him and Lin Lu, so he is naturally open and honest. Oh, that's good. Lin Yusin breathed a sigh of relief. What she was worried about finally did not happen. But then she added, I'm telling you, if you have a girlfriend, just tell me. I won't say anything, but we can't be together in the future. I don't want to be the third party. But if you have a girlfriend, don't date my niece. Otherwise you won't be able to see my child and me in the future. What do you think of me? Qi Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She and I weren't close to begin with, and now that I know she's your niece, how could I do this? Just telling you so that you don't do anything wrong. Lin Yusin snorted. The main reason is that Chi Zhe and Lin Lu are about the same age. The man is handsome, and the woman is pretty. And Chi Zhe is so outstanding. She couldn't help but think about it. Take a break, take a shower, and then go. Lin Yusin sat up and slowly put on her clothes. Her tone was gentle, but her words were very ruthless. Chi Zhe was a little surprised. He is indeed a big capitalist. I am still far away from that. Sometimes he thought he was a bit shameless, but he couldn't say such heartless words. When they were in the tea house, the two of them were very affectionate with each other. After returning home, the two of them felt like newlyweds, and they were so happy. As a result, they just chased the person away after the job was done. What the hell? You're just going to deny it even after you put on your pants, right? Seeing Chi Zhe's confused expression, Lin Yusin couldn't help laughing. Don't think too much. I still have our baby in my belly. You are here. I can't help but want more. For the healthy growth of the baby, please leave quickly and stop seducing me here. Chi Zhe's face was full of black lines. What have I become? Beauty is a disaster? Seeing him like this, Lin Yusin smiled even happier. All right. I'll give you some additional investment, okay? Don't be unhappy. Chi Zhe was even more speechless. Now he was the one selling his body again. But be a calm adult. Chi Zhe would not let this little thing affect his mood, but asked rationally. How much additional money? Another 30 million will do. Lin Yusin said casually. Chi Zhe got up immediately, without even taking a shower, put on his clothes and left. Just go? Worth it. Who can sell themselves for 30 million? Sure enough, the rich woman is more attractive than the system. The system only provides cold business opportunities, and Chi Zhe needs to earn the money back by himself. And what about the rich woman? The rich woman has a warm body and gives money directly. The payment will naturally be arranged by Lin Yusin's men, so Chi Zhe doesn't need to worry too much. Chi Zhe looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he simply sent a message to Ku Yueqing and asked her to arrange a meeting place. Lin Lu is Lin Yusin's niece, which adds another layer of relationship. This person can be trusted, and it wouldn't hurt to get to know him. After Chi Zhe sent a message to Ku Yueqing, she called him soon after. Mr. Chi, I'm at my best friend's house right now. How about we go to the restaurant we often go to? Shall we go there now? Ku Yueqing's voice came from the phone. We're done eating. Let's go to another place. Chi Zhe said. Ku Yueqing touched her shriveled belly. She hadn't had dinner yet. But since Chi Zhe had spoken, she had no choice but to change places. Looking for a cafe? Ku Yueqing suggested. But Chi Zhe suddenly had an idea and asked, where is your bestie's home? Is it far from Donghu Tianshu? Donghu Tianshu is the name of this suburban villa area. Chi Zhe thought, since Lin Yusin and Lin Lu were relatives, they might live nearby. The driver didn't follow him this time. If Lin Lu also lived nearby, he wouldn't have to take a taxi. Mr. Chi, my home is in Donghu Tianshu. Lin Lu took the phone and said, Villa 19, are you nearby? I'll ask the property driver to pick you up. Really? Perhaps all the people in this villa area are from the Lin family. Chi Zhe nodded and said, no need to answer it. I'll go there myself. He didn't want to expose his relationship with Lin Yusin, and Lin Yusin probably thought the same. Although the villa area is large, it is not exaggerated. It doesn't take long to walk there. Chi Zhe looked at the road sign and went straight to villa number 19. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the door. Ku Yueqing and Lin Lu were standing at the door. You know what? Even though Lin Lu always acts like a bad person, when it comes to real things, she is much more capable than Ku Yueqing. Ku Yueqing would never think of going to the door to greet Chi Zhe. If Lin Lu hadn't asked her to do so, she would probably have stayed in the house watching short videos until Chi Zhe arrived, then opened the door for Chi Zhe remotely, and only when she arrived at the living room door would she stand up to greet him. Mr. Chi, I've always heard Qinger talking about you. This time I finally met you. You are just as Qinger said, young and handsome. Qinger is so lucky to be with you. Lin Lu was graceful and generous, completely different from the little stay-at-home girl she used to be. The words were very nice, but the last sentence made Ku Yueqing feel very uncomfortable. She was just Chi Zhe's secretary. But Lin Lu's words were obviously ambiguous. Ha ha ha, you're too polite. We are all young people. There's no need to say such nice things. Chi Zhe smiled and waved his hand, asking Lin Lu to be more sincere. We are all young people. Just speak frankly. Please come in, let's talk inside. Lin Lu smiled when he heard that. It was so pleasant to talk to a smart person. Arriving at Dabiai's living room, Chi Zhe sat down. Lin Lu was not polite and immediately got straight to the point. Boss Chi, do you still need someone under you? I also graduated from a prestigious university. Although I haven't worked since graduation, I think I can still be a secretary. You've never worked before, so how do you know you're capable of doing the job? Chi Zhe asked with a smile. If that silly and innocent Ku Yueqing can do it, I'm sure I can too. Lin Lu muttered to herself, but she certainly couldn't say it on the surface. She smiled and said, "Does President Chi still need funds? I can take out another 10 million. Does President Chi need connections? My father is the third in command of Haiban City. Although I have never worked, based on these 2 points, I should be able to be qualified for the position of your secretary, right?" Chapter 96, Another Little Secretary. You are absolutely perfect to be my secretary. Chizé smiled and immediately accepted the young secretary. Before this, Kuyueching had thought about talking to Chizé and letting Lin Lu be Chizé's secretary. But Lin Lu is much more sensible than her. Does Chizé need a little secretary? One is enough to please the eyes. Is it necessary to have another one? But now it is necessary. Lin Lu opened his mouth with 10 million in cash, plus his own connections. 10 million in cash is a small matter for Chizé, but Lin Lu's connections are very important to Chizé, the third in command of Haiban City. From now on, who do you need to be afraid of when doing business in Haiban City? Chizé has decided on this little secretary, and no one can stop him, not even Jesus. Boss Chi, I will work for you from now on. Lin Lu stood up and bowed respectfully. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. That's for sure. I will take care of you as long as I can. Chizé knew that since others had given so much, they must have something in mind. This is business. As long as there are benefits, he doesn't mind helping Lin Lu and Kuyueching in the future. Kuyueching was a little confused. She suddenly realized that her best friend was more capable than herself. I haggled for so long before I got a promise from Chizé, but my best friend got Chizé's promise as soon as she made her move. Although Chizé is still very weak now and even needs their strength. But, given Chizé's potential, he will grow to a terrifying level sooner or later. That's when the promise comes in handy. The two of them bet big. Of course, this is nothing for the two of them. If the bet is successful, they will have options in the future. If you fail, there is no loss. The worst that can happen is that you will marry someone you don't like. Mr. Chi, when do I start work? Lin Lu asked. Tomorrow. Chizé said. Well, I will be at work on time tomorrow. Lin Lu's expression was serious, completely different from his previous laziness. Kuyueching looked at her best friend in surprise. She suddenly realized that she didn't understand this best friend at all. Lin Lu is much more decisive than her. They are in a bad state, but they are also decisive when they see an opportunity. Lin Lu's move was more significant than Kuyueching's. Up to now, Kuyueching has only used her own pocket money and a little bit of her own connections. But what about the Lin Lu? Her pocket money is all in Chizé's hands, and now he wants another 10 million. This 10 million must come from her family. Her father's connections are not something she can use casually, but since she said it, it means that she can use her father's connections if she pays some price. Kuyueching suddenly realized that he was just playing around before. When a best friend takes action, it shows the attitude of doing things. Mr. Chi, I can also take out another 10 million, and, if Mr. Chi needs it in the future, I can mobilize some of the power of Haiyuan Group. Kuyueching said immediately. Haiyuan Group is also a large local group. It is not as big as Lin Yusen's Lin Group, but it is also a giant. With the help of this giant, Chizé's future will be much easier. Kuyueching has also started placing his bets now. They can use their family's experience, but the more they use it, the more they will be unable to escape the family's control in the future. But the two of them still used it. This shows that they have confidence in Chizé. Chizé also had confidence in himself, so he nodded and smiled at Kuyueching. Secretary Ku, you are now a qualified secretary. Kuyueching's face was filled with black lines. She always thought she was doing a good job. As a result, Chizé only now said that she was qualified. In fact, she is qualified. After all, Chizé recruited her just to please his eyes. As a vase, she is definitely qualified. But Kuyueching wanted more. She wanted Chizé to help her, but she didn't have enough chips. This is not qualified. And now, under the leadership of Lin Lu, she has also made a commitment, which makes her qualified. Having said that, almost everything is clear. Chizé said goodbye and left. After returning home, Inaisu was still live streaming. Her new song has been recorded and released on the internet. It is available on all major music platforms and has also been released on short video platforms, and it is all free to listen to. This was Chizé's suggestion. Inaisu wasn't very famous right now, so even if it was released for a fee, not many people would probably listen to it. So it was better to release it for free. This way, he could quickly gain fame. Inaisu nowadays can be considered a singer, but she is not a pure anchor either. The reason why she is not a singer is that she has never made an official debut. The reason she is not considered a host is that she does not broadcast live often and does not have original works. The two songs Love or Mist and Wonderful Ability Song are not top-notch works, but they are of some quality. They are nothing in the music industry, but they are very popular in the circle of internet celebrities. Now that her new song, The Wonderful Ability Song, has been released, and with Cheese's promotion for her, the number of online viewers for this live broadcast has reached nearly 100,000. So this time, Inisu did not broadcast for a while and then stop, but chose to broadcast for a while longer to increase the stickiness of fans. Cheese didn't disturb them. He took a shower and went to rest. It was a long time before Inisu ended the live broadcast. When she found out that Cheese had already rested, she did not disturb him, but chose to rest with Zhongju in another bedroom. Both are night owls. When I was singing before, especially when I was a resident singer in bars, I would go to bed in the early hours of the morning every day. It was just past 10 o'clock, so naturally, neither of them felt sleepy. Zhongju took out his mobile phone and posted the singing video recorded during the live broadcast, and also responded to some fans' comments and private messages. Inisu was playing with his cell phone. While checking her moments, she suddenly saw a post by a former band member. The picture was the interface of a small game, and the text was a very crazy paragraph. Who developed this game? Tell me, I want to kill him. Inisu was slightly stunned when he saw this circle of friends. He thought to himself that his friend usually had a good temper. So why did he become so angry while playing a small game? So she commented, Lao Zhao, what's so annoying about a small game? After a while, Lao Zhao directly sent a link and said, Sewer, you will know after you play it yourself. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play the game. This is a crappy game. I won't go to bed until I finish it. Inisu shook his head slightly. She wouldn't get so angry over a small game, but what Lao Zhao said sounded so weird that she became a little curious, so she clicked on the link. A magical little music started playing. She also saw the name of the game. Sheep out a sheep. What kind of a shitty name is this? Inisu shook his head and opened the game. This looks like a simple little game. It shouldn't be difficult to clear customs. When the first level appeared before her, her thoughts became more determined. After easily passing the first level, Inisu smiled. How could such a simple game make Lao Zhao so angry? Forget it, I'll clear the second level first, then make a tutorial for Lao Zhao so he can clear it too, and then he won't be so angry. Chapter 97. Whoever designed this game, kill him. As Inisu's assistant, Zhongju's main job is to help Inisu deal with various chores. When it comes to live streaming and video recording, it is definitely Inisu who does it personally, but everything else is basically handled by Zhongju. As a junior assistant, she is paid and her food and lodging depend on Inisu. She can't just not work, right? Zhongjia also grew up in poverty. Her family was not as good as Inisu's. After all, Inisu's family had 2 professors and they had no shortage of money, but her family was extremely poor. Now she finally had a job with a bright future. Not only did she work hard, but she also worked very seriously. Inisu's live broadcast was over, but she still insisted on sitting in front of the computer for nearly 2 hours. After Zhongjia finished her work, she breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to lie down and rest for a while. As soon as I stood up, I saw Inisu throwing her phone out. Zhongju quickly caught up with him. Sister, even though you have money now, you can't waste things like this. Even though this phone is a little broken, it's still usable. Why do you have to be so violent? This is what it's like when you're used to living in poverty. Although she is rich now and can afford a better mobile phone, she is reluctant to replace it as long as the broken phone can be used. Zhongjia is still using her old phone. Now seeing Inisu throwing away the phone, she feels so sad. And Inisu, her face was now red. So angry. Her hands were now clenched into small fists. What kind of crappy game is this? Who developed it? I'm going to chop him to death. At this moment, Inisu finally understood the feelings of his friend Lao Zhao. The first level was passed easily, and Inisu thought the second level would not be much more difficult. But who would have known that after opening the second level, the difficulty would soar? Inisu didn't think anything was wrong when he failed the first time. He just thought it was because he was careless. The second time came. She started to be serious and thought about each step for a long time before taking action. The third, fourth, fifth. When playing about 10 games, Inisu started to use props and advertisements. But it still can't get through. After playing for more than 20 times, Inisu got crazy and threw his phone away. I watched a 1.5-minute commercial and used 3 props, but still couldn't pass it. Is this game simply unbeatable? When Inisu was doubting this, every time she reopened the game would display the number of people who had passed the level in her own province and other provinces, which made her realize that the game could still be passed. So Inisu began to doubt her own IQ. She thinks she is not stupid, but I just can't get through. The phone that was thrown out was caught by Zhongju, and Inisu calmed down a little. Zaijuzi, give me your phone. I don't believe I can't pass this game. Inisu's face was still red. It can be seen that she is not willing to give up. Today she must pass the level to prove her IQ. What kind of game is this that makes you so angry? Zhongju picked up his phone and looked over. Then he was immediately amused. Isn't this just a variation of that 3-in-a-row game? How difficult is it? How about this? I'll help you pass it. After saying that, she sat down next to Inai Su and started playing. First is the first level. Zhongju passed the level in less than 10 seconds. She turned to Inai Su and smiled. Sister Su, isn't this quite simple? Why are you so angry? Inai Su suddenly stopped being angry, and facing the confident Zhongjie, she said nothing. At the beginning, her mentality was the same as Zhongju's. And now, Inai Su suddenly began to look forward to it. And things developed quickly as she expected. When he failed the third time, Zhongju's face changed. It became much more solemn. Oh, this game is quite interesting. I didn't play it seriously the first 2 times. Just wait and see, sister. As long as I play it seriously, I will definitely pass it in one go. Zhongjie smiled, still confident. But when they played the 10th game, Zhongju's smile seemed a little forced. I admit, this game is a little difficult. Just watch an ad. You will definitely pass it after watching an ad. She said this, then clicked on the ad with trembling fingers. Watch a 1.5-minute ad to get a prop. And Isu didn't say anything. She had just watched several ads, but still didn't pass. She felt much calmer now. If you can't get through it by yourself, it means there's something wrong with your IQ. But if others can't pass it either, then it means it's not a problem with your IQ. And Isu just watched quietly, watching Zhongjie slowly increase from watching 1 advertisement at a time to watching 3 advertisements at a time. Finally, fuck, who the hell is involved in this game? If I find out who it is, I'll kill him. Zhongjie couldn't hold it anymore. She also began to doubt her own IQ, especially seeing the number of people passing through customs in each province increase one by one. She even wondered if she was mentally retarded. Maybe she is frugal by nature. Otherwise, she would have to throw her phone away to relieve her anger. Xiao Jizi, give me your phone and watch mine. And Isu rested for a while. Especially when he saw Zhongju's frustrated look, he felt that he was ready again. So he asked for the phone and started the challenge again. Zhongjie was not to be outdone. She returned Isu's phone to Isu, then took out her own phone with several cracks on the screen and started the challenge. Chize was awakened by the shouting and cursing from next door. This shabby house has absolutely no sound insulation. In the past, it was Zhongju who suffered. And today, he is the one suffering. Chize was also a little curious. What happened to the 2 girls next door? What could make them so angry? So I stood up and prepared to go next door to take a look. But as soon as I reached the door, the scolding became clearer. The words, "What a broken game, who planned this?" and "Kill him," made Chize stop in his tracks. The magical little music coming from the house made Chize feel particularly familiar. Isn't this just a sheep? He gave the task of promoting this game to Qinqiujin. Now Isu and Zhongju are both playing it. It seems that the first step of promotion was very successful. Chize returned to his room silently. He decided not to go next door to persuade them. They are angry now. If they find out that this game was developed by me, it might be dangerous. Just like that, Chize listened to the cursing from next door and soon fell asleep again. However, in this vast land, there are many people like Inai Shu Zhongju who cannot sleep at all. Today, a small game called Catch a Sheep quickly became popular on the internet. At first, it only appeared in the circle of friends. Many people criticized this game. Those who passed the level were very proud of themselves. Soon, all major platforms and self-media began to spontaneously create content about Yangelgai. At night, I wouldn't dare say that this game is known to over 1 billion people, but at least, people who surf the internet frequently know that a small game has suddenly become popular. Chapter 98, Chi Zai XXX. Oh Wanhao is also playing sheep. After the May Day holiday, he knew that he had completely lost. Especially in the end, Haiban City relied on Chi Zai's method to barely ensure that the number of tourists coming to Haiban City this year was not less than last year, which was considered to have restored a wave of dignity. So Marriott Europe simply shut down Marriott marketing. There is no way, we can't continue running. I don't have the face to continue driving. He was able to start this company thanks to the support of his family. But due to continuous failures, he didn't make any money. Although his mother still wanted to help, his family no longer supported him, so he had to shut down Marriott marketing. Oh Wanhao returned to his previous state. He asks his mother for some money every month and hangs out in bars and nightclubs. Now he doesn't look for internet celebrities anymore. Mainly because the last internet celebrity hurt his heart. Damn, you took my money, but ended up traveling to the city promoted by Chi Zai. Isn't this a betrayal? In the past few days, Owan Hao went to nightclubs every day and hooked up with a few gold diggers. He partied every night, but in the end he was unable to cope with it, so he chose to go home and rest for a few days. He was at home with nothing to do and saw someone post a little game called Sheep on Sheep in his circle of friends, so he tried to play a few rounds. As a result, we played for the entire night. It was almost dawn when Wanhao threw his cell phone against the wall. Fuck, what a crappy game. There's not even a recharge point. Wanhao used to play games and was a pay-to-win player. It doesn't matter if you don't have good skills, as long as you work hard, you will become stronger. But when Zhe designed the game Sheep, there was no recharge entrance. If you want to use props, you can only watch ads, and you can only watch 3 at most. If you use 3 props and still can't pass the level, you can only play the next game, but you still have to watch 3 ads at most. Wanhao played all night and watched countless advertisements, but he still failed. The phone was thrown out, but it was still usable, so Wanhao picked it up again. Maybe it's because he behaved like a loser, and now his mother is not willing to give him more money. In the past, Wanhao would change his mobile phone as if it were a piece of cake. But now he can't change his phone at will. A mobile phone costs more than 10,000 yuan, and he is not rich now. The women around him now are with him because he is rich. Once he loses money, they will leave immediately. I picked up the phone, and the screen still had the sheep-like interface. The homepage shows the province with the most customs clearances, and below it are the number of people who have passed through customs in other provinces. This number is increasing every moment. Wanhao looked at the growing numbers and fell into deep doubt. Could it be that my IQ is really not high? Wanhao had never doubted himself before, but now, after a series of failures, he seemed particularly martial compared to the constantly successful Zhe, and now he couldn't even pass a small game. No, even if my IQ is not high, I have money. It's just a small game. There is no recharge entrance. I will call the game company and ask them to open a recharge entrance. I don't believe that I can't pass this crappy game. Wanhao didn't believe it. Although I don't have money now, it's not a problem to recharge a few thousand or tens of thousands. How rich can a company that develops such a simple and broken game be? Recharging a few thousand at a time, this is a big customer. I don't believe that the game company will not be tempted. When the time comes, we can ask the game company to give us more of these props, and then we can pass the game. Then I'll post it on my moments to let others see that I can pass the game that they can't. Wanhao thought about the future and couldn't help feeling a little proud. Others couldn't pass the test, but they cursed loudly in the circle of friends, but they passed the test themselves. Doesn't this prove that they are awesome? Although I survived with money, it doesn't matter what I survived with. It's over, and no one else knows. Wanhao has suffered too many setbacks from Zhe, and now he wants to prove himself through a small game. Wanhao took action immediately after he said it. He picked up his phone and started looking for the customer service number for the game. You know what? He really found it. The company is called Chitian Network, and its customer service phone number only has one landline number, which is a local number. Wanhao was even happier. This is even better. It's a local company. If they don't open the recharge entrance, I can find someone to put pressure on them. At this point, Wanhao was suddenly stunned. What's the value of this? It's just a small local company. I'll ask someone to put some pressure on me. Don't I want as many items as I want? Yes, you can still pass the test without charging a dime. Wanhao smiled proudly. This was great. He could save a lot of money. He was short of money right now. But when he called the customer service number, he found that the call was not going through. Wanhao was stunned for a moment, then looked at the time and suddenly realized. It's really a small company. The customer service is not even available 24 hours a day. He shook his head and started flirting with several women on his phone. It's almost dawn now. In the past, Wanhao would have gone to bed at this time. But today he decided not to sleep. It was not until 8:30 in the morning that Wanhao called the customer service number again. He now had only one idea. Cleared the level. This time the call was connected, but the first sentence from the other end of the phone made Wanhao stunned. Hello, Xiaoze Marketing Company, Limited. What can I do for you? Xiaoze. Wanhao was dumbfounded. How can I, just playing a small game, be related to Zhe's company? What a damn bad luck. Wanhao hung up the phone directly, then looked at the customer service number on the game and rubbed his eyes. No, this game is not developed by Chitian Network. How can I overcome the problem that it is the phone number of Zhe company? He stared, his brain almost shutting down. In fact, it was Zhe who handed the marketing task over to Xiaoze Marketing, and there was no need to set up a dedicated customer service for this small game. So in order to be lazy, Chitian Network directly posted Xiaoze Marketing's phone number as the customer service phone number. After Chitian Network finished making the game, it actually had little to do with this game anymore. All subsequent matters, except for technical ones, will be handled by Xiaoze Marketing. It is normal to write Xiaoze Marketing on the phone. This really made Wanhao a little overwhelmed. Zhe, should I draft it? He was really about to break down. It doesn't matter if I can't beat Zhe in business. Mad's Eyes developed a small game, but he couldn't even complete it. Bang. A mobile phone flew out quickly and hit the wall directly. When it landed on the ground, it had turned into pieces. In the end, the phone couldn't survive. Oh Wanhao's expression was distorted with anger. But the anger dissipated a little as the phone was thrown away. But when he saw the broken phone, he suddenly felt heartbroken. Fuck, I just bought this phone. Chapter 99. You can't make much money, right? The next morning, when Chize arrived at the company, he saw two secretaries with different personalities. Kui Weqing was dressed in a professional suit. Her well-proportioned figure was wrapped in tight clothes, revealing her graceful lines. She had a delicate face and light makeup, and her elegant and cold facial features were slightly charming, making her look particularly attractive. Lin Lu was wearing the same professional attire as her, but she was smaller and had cuter facial features, so she didn't have the aloof temperament of Kui Weqing, but she had a different kind of charm. In Chize's opinion, her figure, face, and temperament made her more suitable for the second dimension and role-playing. Kui Weqing wears secretary's clothes, but her temperament is like a female president. Lin Lu was wearing secretary's clothes, but she looked like she was role-playing, playing the role of a secretary. But based on yesterday's performance, Lin Lu is actually the more mature one and is more adaptable to the position of secretary. Are you all here? Chize sat down, looked at the two secretaries and smiled. One Kui Weqing is even more pleasing to the eye, and so is Lin Lu. Double the joy. Mr. Chi, Xiaoze's marketing department has sent us the data. It's the marketing data for the first day of the marketing campaign. Kui Weqing placed a report on the table in front of Chize. Lin Lu didn't move. It was her first day at work, and she was more focused on learning. She just watched from the side. But she was still a little curious. Sheep a sheep? What is this? It seems to be a game. Mr. Chi is still making games? Kui Weqing had told her a lot about Chize. She knew Chize was good at marketing and also knew that Chize was good at stock trading. But why was he making games now? Was the jump so big? It was Lin Lu's first time going to work, and like a curious baby, he was full of doubts. On the other side, Chize had already read the report carefully. Yeah, pretty much what I expected. Chize nodded with satisfaction. Boss Chi, I never thought that a small game could make 100,000 in a day. Kui Weqing exclaimed. According to this trend, we will get our investment back in 2 days, and the rest of the time will be pure profit. Although she has a blind faith in Chize that is almost worshipful, but she really didn't expect that such a small game that cost no more than 200,000 yuan could make 100,000 yuan a day. That's still a long way off. Chize smiled. The game, Sheep, mainly relies on marketing, just like in the previous life. Otherwise, this small game would not have become popular all over the country so quickly. And his marketing was still successful. On the first day of going online, the revenue exceeded 100,000. Even though it is not much compared to stock trading, for such a simple little game, which does not have a recharge entrance and relies purely on advertising for profit, it is really incredible that it can reach a profit of 100,000 yuan. In the previous life, it was said that he made tens of millions of dollars a month by selling sheep. Total revenue is over 100 million. Chize felt that publicity would definitely be exaggerated, but since he had brought the game to this world, it would definitely not be worse than the previous life. 10 million a month. Total revenue exceeded 100 million. That's his bottom line. Isn't this even close? Kui Weqing smacked her lips. Okay, you guys stay here. I'll go take a look at Qitian Finance. Chize said to them. Lin Yusin's 80 million will be credited to her account today. Kui Weqing and Lin Lu also took out 10 million each, which also arrived today. This is 100 million in cash. Chize had already detected new business opportunities yesterday and sent an operation plan to Pei Yiting, but suddenly such a large amount of funds arrived and the plan changed. He decided to go to Qitian Finance to make a good plan. President Qi, take care. 2 secretaries escorted Chize to the door. Generally speaking, Chize would take Kui Weqing with him wherever he went. But Qitian Finance is an exception, especially since he has plans to make today. This thing is deeply connected to the system, and the fewer people know about it, the better. There was no way to deal with Pei Yiting. Chize didn't want to do everything by himself, so he could only find someone to help. It won't be long before Pei Yiting alone won't be enough, and he will have to recruit more people. But Qitian Finance will definitely be led by Pei Yiting. Chize was still thinking about how to further control Pei Yiting. Anyway, it is such an important matter, and as Pei Yiting is an insider, Chize must think of a way to make her his confidant. And on Qitian Network's side, after Chize left, Kui Weqing began to take Lin Lu to familiarize himself with the company. Chize said that his main plans for the future are Qitian Finance and Qitian Network. Among them, Qitian Network is even more important. Qitian Finance is just a tool to make money, a cash cow, and it doesn't need many people. Pei Yiting is enough, and they can't get involved. Therefore, Their battlefield in the future will mainly be Chitian Network. However, there is nothing familiar about the current company. The number of people is indeed increasing, but there is no main business. Just made a game. And it is a small game that costs no more than 200,000 yuan. Everyone else is joining forces. Technical personnel are developing apps one after another, basically focusing on live streaming and shopping. But there are giants in these two fields, and ordinary people really can't get in. But Chize said that even if they work together, they will be qualified only when they can develop an app that can compete with the giants in the two fields. No one can understand Chize's thinking, and no one knows what Chize wants to do. Everyone in the company is a little nervous at this time, not knowing whether this company can last long. But Kui Yiqing is still quite confident in Chize, and so is Lin Lu. If they didn't have confidence in Chize, they wouldn't have given so much, just for the qualification to get on the bus. If someone can come to be Chize's secretary when there is something going on at home, it means that she has confidence in Chize. After briefly familiarizing themselves with the company, the two secretaries had nothing to do. If it were the previous Kui Yiqing, she would probably be slacking off in Chize's office. Sit on the sofa, watch some videos, do some online shopping, and chat with others. One day passed, but today Lin Lu came. Lin Lu is the kind of person who doesn't mind giving up, but once he decides to do something, he will do it well. So, Lin Lu wanted to find something to do. Ching I don't have anything to do right now. Why don't you tell me about the little game you just mentioned? All right. Kui Yiqing was really helpless. She couldn't slack off today. She actually felt that there was no need to say too much to Lin Lu. It's just a small game. The cost is no more than 200,000 yuan. How much money can be made? How much more can you earn than stock trading? But since Lin Lu wants to ask, let's talk about it. So she told Lin Lu everything about the game, Sheep Le Guillaume, from its development to its current operation and marketing. After saying this, she was still very confused. Why are you asking these questions? Boss Chi also said that this little game is just for practice. I don't think you can make much money. In fact, there is no need for you to pay too much attention to it. But after listening to it, Lin Lu seemed to be thinking about something. Practice. How much money can you make? Maybe not. Chapter 100 Betting, Underwear Photo. No, the cost is only 200,000. How much do you want to earn? Kui Yiqing said in confusion. A small game that costs 200,000 can earn 100,000 a day and several million a month. This is already a profit that has increased dozens of times. Kui Yiqing doesn't understand what Lin Lu is thinking about. That is Chize. If someone else told her that a small game that cost less than 200,000 yuan could make millions, she wouldn't believe it. But Lin Lu doesn't think so. She looked at the detailed data report, and then found that there was a detailed plan for the game next to the data report. Kui Yiqing didn't pay attention to these, but she had just arrived and wanted to know more about Chize, so she looked at it. Based on this plan, this game is definitely not a small-scale project worth a few $1,000,000. Lin Lu has this confidence. How about a bet? Lin Lu gave a sly smile and looked at Kui Yiqing. Kui Yiqing felt a little uneasy. That was Chize, a man who was good at creating miracles. TSK, I don't dare to count it. Seeing her look, Lin Lu shook his head and said. Kui Yiqing immediately put all his worries behind him and said, Bet. How do you want to bet? You tell me first how much you think the final revenue of this game will be, and then I'll tell you a number. Whoever says the closest number wins. Lin Lu smiled with a look of success. I think. Kui Yiqing used her 99% new brain for a rare moment, thought carefully, and finally said, 6 million. Are you sure? Lin Lu raised his eyebrows at her. Sure. A small game that cost less than 200,000 yuan ended up making 30 times the profit. I think this is already exaggerated. Kui Yiqing said confidently. But this is a project managed by Mr. Chi. I think Mr. Chi can do it. Haha, 6 million. Lin Lu smiled. Yesterday, Kui Yiqing asked her if she looked down on President Chi. Today she wanted to ask back this question. Then how much did you say? Kui Yiqing heard her disdainful laughter and asked unconvincedly. I said 60 million. Lin Lu's voice was a little louder. You said 6 million. I said 10 times yours. I think this little game can make a profit of 300 times the cost. 300 times. Kui Yiqing was shocked by Lin Lu's words, and then showed a look of confidence. Okay, we are not allowed to change our agreement. Tell me, what is the bet? She felt stable. If I say that I can make a 30-fold profit, I think that's an exaggeration. As a result, my best friend said 300 times. To put it bluntly, the profit is even higher than that of some illegal businesses. It's too exaggerated. As for the bet, Lin Lu looked at Kui Yiqing with ill intentions and looked her up and down. Let me bet on you. What do you mean? Kui Yiqing looked at her warily. She knew that her best friend had read too many indecent novels, So the bet she proposed was definitely not serious. Aren't you giving benefits to President Xi every day? Lin Lu laughed wickedly again. This benefit is too petty, isn't it? If others know about it, they will think we have no talent. How about this? If you lose, you can ask President Xi to take a set of photos for you, the kind where you only wear underwear. No, what do you want? If you win, I will give benefits to President Xi. Kui Weqing was stunned, feeling a little confused about her best friend's train of thought. Don't talk nonsense. This is the bet. Do you agree? Lin Lu smiled. What if you lost? Kui Weqing unconsciously reached out to button his shirt. I can't lose. Lin Lu snorted confidently. Why are you so confident? Kui Weqing was extremely unconvinced. How about this? If you lose, you can ask Mr. Qi to take underwear photos for you. Lin Lu didn't care and nodded in agreement. Okay. She didn't think she would lose. Okay, let's put it this way. Kui Weqing stretched out her fair and delicate little hand. Lin Lu also immediately stretched out his little hand and patted it. With a snap, the two men high-fived and the bet was settled. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You stay here. Kui Weqing glanced at Lin Lu and hurried away in her high heels. The best thing about working for Qi Zhe is that it requires little work and pays well. I just slack off when I have nothing to do. She's going to go fishing. As for the bet, Kui Weqing didn't think she would lose. She thought that she could look through the shopping websites and buy her some nice underwear according to Lin Lu's size. This will save her from having to wear childish underwear with cartoon bear patterns on it. Bye. Lin Lu watched her best friend leave, her little face full of an expression of success. The bet she proposed was not made in vain. Kui Weqing's question makes a lot of sense. You won, but you asked me to give benefits to President Xi. What do you want? This is what Lin Lu wants. In her opinion, Mr. Qi is young, handsome, and capable, and her best friend is so beautiful. Although her brain is not very good, she is beautiful. The two of them are quite a good match. If the two of them became a couple, wouldn't Qi Zhe work harder when helping me and my bestie? In Lin Lu's opinion, Kui Weqing's small benefit of only unbuttoning a button is meaningless, so why not play it bigger? When distributing benefits, be generous in distributing them. In this way, the relationship between the two can heat up rapidly. That's right. She was trying to bring Qi Zhe and Kui Weqing together. The main thing is that Lin Lu can also see that Kui Weqing has a good impression of Qi Zhe. Otherwise, she would do it herself. If you do it yourself, it will be more than just giving out benefits. She didn't read so many frivolous novels for nothing. 3 days passed quickly. On the second day after the game was released, Yangle Gang made a profit of 1.2 million. On the third day, the sheep made a profit of 2 million. On the fourth day, Yang Lu made a profit of 2.4 million. Kui Weqing was numb. In the office, Kui Weqing was dumbfounded when he looked at the latest data report. The game has been running for 4 days, and it has already grossed over 5 million. It was only a few 100,000 away from the 6 million she mentioned. But the problem is that various data from Yangle Gang show that this game is still spreading wildly. More people are playing this game, and perhaps the daily revenue will increase in the future. If this continues, the revenue will only increase. Huh, I told you, there's no way I could lose. Lin Lu was extremely proud. No, I still have hope of winning. Kui Weqing said stubbornly. As long as the total revenue does not exceed 30 million, I can still win. The bet between the two is that each of them says a number, and whoever is closer wins. Assuming that the final revenue of sheep is only 30 million, then the number mentioned by Kui Weqing is closer, so she wins. Even if it's more than 30 million, as long as it's not too much, Kui Weqing can still win. But Lin Lu remained calm. Stop comforting yourself and prepare some nice underwear, understand?